This is the Conrad Alert. Civil defense information will be broadcast at 6:40.
West of the Rockies, you're on the air. Hello.
Y2K, how can we prepare?
Stop a few of their machines and radios. Throw them into darkness for a few hours.
We are fighting for our lives. My family must survive.
Over 5 years, 1,000 gallons of gas, air filtration, water filtration.
Coming at you from the frozen tundra of East Central Alberta, Canada, streaming live on YouTube, Facebook, Twitter, Twitch, Rumble, and Odyssey. Welcome back to the workshop where we create community, find freedom, promote preparedness, and share success. I am Toolman Tim. Today is almost January the 1st, 2024. Can't believe I got that right on the first go round. And this is part 2 of Workshop Talk Radio, the 24-hour live stream. And I just wanted to put an intro in here for anybody who happens to start this over from the night before. Here, I'm going to bring you up. Baby Angus wants to come on and say hello. So through the evening, the overnight here, we're going to have 5 of the greatest hits from the Workshop Radio this year. All of my favorite interviews from the last year. They'll be playing in the background. I hope you enjoy them. We will see you in the morning. I hope you didn't party too hard this evening. And with that, folks, Happy New Year and have a good night.
This is the Conrad Alert. Civil defense information will be broadcast at 6:40.
West of the Rockies, you're on the air. Hello.
Y2K, how can we prepare?
Stop a few of their machines and radios. Throw them into darkness for a few hours.
We are fighting for our lives. My family must survive.
Over 5 years, 1,000 gallons of gas, air filtration, water filtration.
Coming at you from the frozen tundra that is East Central Alberta, Canada, streaming live on YouTube, Facebook, Twitter, Twitch, Rumble, and Odyssey. Welcome back to the workshop where we create community, find freedom, promote preparedness, and share success. I am Toolman Tim. Today is August the 21st, and this is episode 357.
Share success.
We're going to forego all the normal niceties, and I'm going to bring my guest right on because we don't want to waste his time. Give me just a moment. Hi, Bill. How are you?
Hey, what's the temperature in Alberta today?
Today it's not bad, but yesterday morning it was 37 degrees. And the elm trees are losing their leaves already.
Well, I lived in Maine for many years, so yeah, I know. At the end of August, it starts, and I love it. I hate 95 degrees, which we have out today.
Oh, I'm heading, we talked for a minute, but I'm heading that way. It was 40 Celsius last year, just before I landed in, so that's like, what, 100, yeah, it was hot when I got to prepper camp last year, so. Have you had a chance? So my wife went to England between the last time we spoke. She got to mudlark on the Thames River. So, I know. So I wanted to ask you, have you ever done anything? I know you're a big metal detector, and we're going to go in May to do some metal detecting in England. Have you ever gone and done anything like that?
Oh, God. Well, I've never mudlarked.
Okay.
So many a time when I'm walking, I've been to London about a dozen times, and you walk along the bank, and the tide's out, and you're looking, you're going, is that a piece of a 500-kilo bomb that the Germans dropped?
Right.
And you want to go down there, but, you can't. But I would love to go mudlarking.
Everything in England requires a permit, as you probably, and so she had to get that all okayed ahead of time. And it was one of her dreams. And I told her I was going to mention it to you because I knew you'd be interested.
Did you get anything?
She did. She found a couple of pieces of pottery. One was around 500 years old, and it still had the finger imprints of the person.
Oh, yes. Yeah.
That was pretty cool, I thought, And I got to pick your brain. I happened to see a pinball machine behind you as well. Can I ask you about that?
Yes. My Black Knight, a 1981 Black Knight. Love the machine.
So you're a pinball junkie?
What?
You're a pinball junkie?
Pinball junkie. That's my therapy when I'm writing a book and it just goes bad and it's 1 a.m. So I'll crank the machine up and bang it for a half hour.
I love it. So how did the writing process go this time? Was it as smooth?
Hard.
Harder?
Very.
How come?
There's an old quote from Wellington when he was asked how he won the Battle of Waterloo, and he said, they came at us in the same old way, so we shot them down in the same old way. I didn't want to do yet another, so they came at us in the same old way.
Sure.
So it took me the longest time to finally latch onto the plot I wanted. It really wasn't until about November last year that I actually started to write. Boy, the deadline was staring me in the face. But I had to say, one of those rare authors who says, I have a great publisher. So he was very understanding and very helpful as well. Peppering me, not, ideas when I asked for them. And I finally got the book together. First draft was done in March.
Nice. So how is that process when because like for me as a creator, my only deadline is self-imposed. I don't have people saying, if you don't do it, just the audience will be upset. But how is that stress when because do they still give you, do they give you a bit of like a bit of pay up front, deposit on your work?
Oh, that's how they get you.
Yeah, right.
Okay, another movie line. Every time I try to get out, they pull me back in again from The Godfather.
Yes.
And they kept, it's been 5 years between books. I did another book called 48 Hours,
yes,
but I really didn't want to do another one. And then he kept offering me more money and offering me more money. So finally I said, yeah, okay, I'll do it. So he sends me half of it up front. Now you're obligated. Now you gotta do it. Because you're thinking, I've already paid taxes on this. Right. I can't give it back to him.
Right. How does it affect the creative? I know maybe this is too deep, I don't know, but does it affect the creative process knowing that you have to create as opposed to being able to do it on your own time?
Very much so. Okay, and one more analogy, whatever. When people at workshops ask me, well, what's it like? What really happens? I said, writing's like a zit. High school, college, you wake up one morning, it's like, oh, God, no dance next week. And you just keep working on it and working on it. It gets bigger and uglier and redder. And then the magic moment happens and you hit the mirror. Yeah. That's writing. A zit hitting the mirror.
So when you hit, because that feels good. No matter what you say, that still feels good, right? Yeah. When you hit that spot, do you get in the flow at that point?
Yes.
Okay. And
then it just turns into anywhere from 3,000 to 5,000 or 6,000 words a day to get the first draft down. And then after that, once you got it, then you can go back, you can edit, you can tweak, you can bring it up on a line that you want. So yeah, the process from beginning to end can go anywhere from 2 to 6 months between the zit starts coming together until I get a hold of my publisher and say, that's it, I'm done.
So do you have an itch to do any more, or are
you kidding me?
Yeah. I kind of knew the answer, but I had to ask. So
my public, again, I've worked for the same publisher for almost 25 years. And he's just an incredibly good, great guy to work with. He's not exploitive, very, very honest. But yeah, they call me up every 3 or 4 weeks. How's it going, Bill? And then somewhere in the middle, it's like, got any ideas for another book?
The beat around the bush for a little while, and then they just kind of slide it in there, the compliment sandwich.
I don't know. I'm going to at least take 6 months to a year. Teaching starts tomorrow for May.
Oh, wow. Okay.
And that becomes my focus from now until May is teaching college.
What classes are you teaching this year?
This fall, I teach American history, 201, and the 30 Years' War, which is 1914 to 1945. World War I and World War II.
So, of course, I do my due diligence before we speak, and I like to prep a little bit. And so I'm going to go a little different direction for a minute because I wanted to ask you about that. I knew you're a history professor, but I also, in another interview I listened to, realized that you have a doctorate in technology, historical
Yes.
technology as well?
Yeah. When I went back for I was 38 when I went back to grad school full time.
Wow.
So I was a teaching assistant for 4 years, and my majors were military history and the history of technology.
Were you did you ever follow Marshall McLuhan at all?
Of course.
So I love McLuhan because he's a Canuck, or well, was a Canuck, right? And
Yeah.
I always, I mean, I summarized kind of his thoughts, when I always said when humanity learned to fire a gun, they forgot how to fire a bow and arrow. And it wasn't completely the case, but I'd love to talk a little bit about kind of the historical projection of technology if you want.
Well, look at Agincourt, 1415, 5,000 longbow archers is terrifying. They actually would have been able to definitely beat a Revolutionary War army because they had greater range. A musket was only a range of 50 to 75 yards. A long bow against somebody who's not in armor, 150 to 200 yards. But as the arquebuses and muskets came in between the 16th to the 18th century, we basically forgot how to use a bow effectively. In fact, Ben Franklin, during the Revolutionary War, proposed, why don't we form a regiment of longbowmen? They'll kick the crap out of the English, but it never came to pass.
Isn't that neat? Why do you want to speculate on why it didn't come to pass?
It takes 3 to 5 years. Actually, the Welsh and Midlands of England longbowmen, they started doing this when they were 4, 5, and 6 years old. The Mongols, horse-mounted archers, their kids were already doing it at the age of 4 and 5. All right. I've been to Mongolia a number of times, and you can see it still. To train to that level of proficiency with a powerful bow takes years. You can take the village idiot, all those poor guys in Wellington's army, throw a musket into their hand, spend a couple of weeks teaching them how to load and shoot, and you can put them on the line. So it's the learning curve is what killed it.
So is that traditionally, has that kind of been the trajectory of technology? It gets more complicated, but also simpler for the end user to use?
Absolutely, yes. The Romans, it took them at least 3 to 5 years to effectively train a legionnaire.
Fair.
From taking him off the streets of Rome to being effective in a cohort and a legion. That technology gets lost, but then others come in, like the armored knight became the dominant factor in the battlefield. But it took a lot of time to train. The whole thing of mass armies in the Western sense really starts with the musket, where you can train tens of thousands of men to do that effectively.
Just quote unquote cannon fodder at that point.
Exactly, yes.
Fair. Okay.
You did not want to be on a volley line during the Napoleonic War.
Did you mentioned Mongolia, and then I also caught somewhere that you did a seminar in Beijing as well? Yeah.
When I was in Mongolia, first 2 years, we were working on this fortified area for the Khitan, which were 8th, 9th, 10th century, and then the Uyghurs. And I go to Beijing. I was just going there just to look around, but when they heard about my experience, they arranged a guest lecture on Khitan fortifications, with the photos and how they were, set up and such. So it's a nice little credential.
I don't know how I missed it last time. So when you say Khitan, this is going to sound foolish, but is that the Settlers of Khitan game as well? That it's
yeah, because it's Khitan.
Okay, all right. Yeah. So can you what was special about what they did? Because I'm a little ignorant on that topic.
They were just the people that lived in Mongolia at that time. I'm going to go off camera for 30 seconds.
Sure,
absolutely. I might have something to show you.
Yeah, I would love that. You go ahead and do your thing. So, yeah, guys, if you are...
Okay, no, I found it already.
Oh, you're good. Okay.
Yeah, on one of the digs, I found this, which they gave me. Can you see it?
Yeah, I can. That's a little here. Let me I'll bring you in closer here for a minute. Wow. So what I mean, it's obviously a man or some
Yeah, it's a tribal seal.
okay.
Here's the seal on the bottom.
Wow. So for like in wax or
No, yeah, this is bronze,
okay.
and they jokingly refer to it as the happy man because in his left hand he's holding a feasting cup. I'm not going to show you his right
Okay, fair.
hand.
That's all right. That's cool. Thanks for sharing that. I appreciate that.
So that was a tribal seal from the Oiga. So about 8th century.
So I want to go on to the EMP thing just a little bit, but when I was thinking this morning, whenever I go to New York City, there's always that, prophet or evangelist who's on the corner, yelling, and people walk by him and ignore him, right? And I thought, that kind of ties into what Bill does. How did you become that prophet that I don't want to say everybody ignores because they don't, but you're obviously concerned about EMPs and CMEs and rightfully so. But how did you become that kind of evangelical guy for it?
I never expected it. When I was in grad school in 1991, there was this humongous 1 in 1,000 year event, an ice storm that wiped out the entire grid from Indianapolis up almost to Chicago. So there were sections that were out power for 30 days.
30?
Yeah.
Okay.
And people got squirrely. People got really, really, dozens of stories about just people really going kind of crazy. And it stuck in the back of my mind because I had already studied and knew about EMP as what's called a asymmetrical first strike weapon. You put an EMP up over your opponent, you blind him, you wipe out his communication structure, and then and also his satellites, and you have an upper hand. So 12 years later, it started to surface up in my mind again as a possible novel. It finally, one of those moments, where the book exploded in me. And I wrote 1 second after. I figured I'd do about a small town, my hometown in North Carolina, as you know, and what happens for that first year. And I never expected it. But a week after the book came out, I'm out in Albuquerque at a conference, and my agent calls and said, "You better be sitting down." I was like, "What went wrong now?" And she said, "You're on the New York Times bestseller list."
Wow. So that was unexpected.
Oh, God, yes.
Oh, that's cool. that's
I never expected. And just to add just a little more to it, I really, to me, the guru for this whole thing, his name was Peter Pry, who passed away about 6 or 7 months ago. He was the true expert. And then a Congressman, Roscoe Bartlett, who I got to know. And these are the guys that whenever I was asked, I'd say, "I'm just a novelist. These are the experts." And they're gone now. Well, Peter Pry is just, he passed away. Roscoe, long retired. It's sort of like it happened to me. I never expected it, but I guess I'm becoming a bit of a spokesman for it now.
I had James Wesley Rawls on last
Oh,
week.
God, yes. Yeah.
And I'd heard you mention him as a bit of an influence, but he took the exact same stance as you, that he wasn't a groundbreaker. He was just, reiterating what people who came before him spoke about.
Mm-hmm. Well, that's true of all of us in a way, isn't it?
Sure, absolutely it is.
We have our mentors and we move on and we wind up finally mentoring somebody else. And that's the way it goes. So, yeah, I'm kind of surprised.
Was it Mr. Pry or Dr. Pry?
Dr. Pry.
I don't think I got you to speak on him last time. You mentioned he was a bit of a mentor in a couple other interviews. Yeah. What did he specialize in?
Peter Pry was in the Reagan administration.
Okay.
He did work on strategic defense initiatives, Star Wars, and already then they were talking about EMP, asymmetrical first strike weapon, and that became his main thing. And he died a bit of a broken heart, I think, because For 30 years, he kept trying to get the word out. But congressional, it just wasn't happening. It still isn't happening. And that's scary. People, a lot more people are aware of it.
Sure.
You know, 15 years ago, people said you got a tinfoil hat. More and more now, if I meet somebody, go, oh, you're the writer. Yeah, EMP is a serious issue. Why aren't we doing anything? I'm like, I don't know.
So, okay. I know politics are politics, but let's go there anyhow, because I know when Trump was in the office, he signed an executive order.
Yes.
To start. So discuss what he was looking to do, because I'm sure you kind of know. Don't know? Okay.
Oh no, I know well. Because
okay, cool.
I was good friends with two of his chief speechwriters.
Okay.
And we had worked together years before. They would call me up, ask for advice on different things. And I even helped with several speeches. But Trump was on board. He finally was going, this is an issue we have to address. Puts together the executive order. The spring of 2021, DOD, DOE, FAA, all of them had to report back what has to be done. Well, what do you think happened when the current administration came in?
I'm going to guess on day one, they canceled it all.
They actually did cancel it on day one.
So
I don't know why. And, you know, it gets to the point at times you better have an edit button, because I might go into a Tourette meltdown. I don't know why. We're spending $1 trillion on green energy, windmills, all of this. We're not spending anything to speak of for infrastructure security, infrastructure upgrade, not just against EMP, but the whole system in general. We're not upgrading it the way we should be. The infrastructure is 40 to 50 years old. And I need a cigarette after that. So
you are, I told you before, when you were here before, you were free to, this is a free space. You do what you need to do.
Well, you know, I every time I talk about it, you know, 5-minute interviews, yeah. But when I'm talking more in depth with a person like you, I get angry. I get agitated. Why is this happening?
I guess I'm doing a good job, but I apologize, you know.
No, you're doing a great job. I love these interviews.
So,
and I will be seeing you next month.
Yeah, thank you. I appreciate it. I'm excited about that, actually. Okay, so, man, how do we... Okay, I understand Trump wanted to, you know, harden and do that with EMPs. Now, we don't really have that option. Whatever, we're going to deal with it. So, I guess there's... Okay, for a long time, I've been really cognizant of the idea that infrastructure across North America is crumbling. And we tend to want to continue to build the new shiny thing, but like that tower in San Francisco, ignore the foundation that it's on, right? So what can we do? How do we get people in the mindset that we need to go back and fix this 40-year-old infrastructure before we do the next shiny green energy thing?
I find responsiveness on the local, community, state level. I just talked a couple of months ago with a bunch of key people on this for the state of South Carolina. They're on board.
Okay.
States are on board, but states can only do so much.
Sure.
On the federal level, I'm finding zero responsiveness. At least there was some during Trump. More people were becoming cognizant, but also verbal about it. At the moment, it sounds like it's just a vast wasteland. All I can hope for is next year, for a lot of reasons other than just this, we need a basically almost like a political revolution, but also an awareness. We are extremely vulnerable on a number of fronts, and we better wake up before it's too late. This smells it feels like 1938.
Sure. You know the old adage, you can smell the rain in the air?
Yeah.
Can you expand on that? I don't want to get you too upset. I know where you're going with that. But Why does it feel like
Come on,
1938 right
I'll
now?
keel over in front of you.
What is it about the political climate that feels pre-Nazi-esque? Can I use that term? Or
Absolutely. Remember Neville Chamberlain's speech? I bring you peace in my time.
right?
That was in the fall of 1938. 1 year later, England was on, or 2 years later, England was on the ropes. That England ever survived 1940 is a miracle. In 1938, I found a book in a library a couple years back, and I almost wanted to tear it up. The book was a biography of Neville Chamberlain, and it was something like it's something about peace in our time.
Okay.
It's just a tone. Winston Churchill was one of the very few, almost the only one, who was the voice in the wilderness saying, we're heading to the catastrophe. Do you know BBC forbid him for a while to be on air because he was too controversial? We don't want to listen to him.
Are you serious?
Yes.
Wow.
Yeah.
That's unbelievable.
Winston Churchill, he was a pariah.
Until he wasn't.
Until he wasn't. And then a year later, people are going, well, if you haven't seen the movie about Churchill, you must see it. That moment when he finally turns the government around and says, we will fight. It was a very near run thing. The War Cabinet, at one point in May 1940, they were ready to go to armistice. They were opening negotiations through Mussolini. They were going to go to an armistice and bail out of the war. How different this world would be today if they had. Because in Hitler in 1941, his full strength against Russia, without help from England, it was a near run thing.
I know you love to dip into alternative history, and you've written some books too.
Yeah.
So do you want to put on your glasses and maybe say what might have happened, or take them off, gaze into the mirror ball and say what would have happened if they'd have gone to armistice and had a discussion and came to an agreement?
It would have been a proto-fascist government in England.
Okay.
Hitler would have gone to war with Russia, but remember, a lot of his resources in 1941, there was the war in North Africa, there was still the war against England and everything else. If he had been able to throw 90% of his assets into Russia in 1941 and had done it earlier, 1 month earlier.
Okay.
But remember, he got screwed up at Crete and a couple of other places. So rather than launching the invasion in May, he launched it in late June. If he launched it in May, they would have been into Moscow. I think Stalin would have collapsed. That would have been the world power.
I can see that. Can you, since you used the F word, fascist, can you define that for me? Because that seems to be a very slippery word today. And I just finished reading Ayn Rand's Atlas Shrugged recently.
Oh my gosh.
Are you a fan?
Oh, of course.
Okay. I didn't realize how much my philosophy lined up with objectivism until I really read her stuff. But, for a book that was written half a century ago or more, it seems pretty precedent to what we're dealing with today.
Okay. When I'm explaining this to my students, communism is a collectivization of the state ruled by a supreme leader, eventually what it is.
Sure.
And it's like communism teaches that there's a universal appeal to workers around the world against the bourgeoisie and the upper class. You have to smash them completely, which Stalin did very effectively. Hitler, if we look at communism this way, Hitler, look at it as I get confused. Hitler was, no, the German people are everything, be they poor, bourgeoisie, or the upper class. It's the German people against the rest of the world. Now, it's very similar to communism with increasing state control, but still, they would play with the industrialists. Krupp and others, whereas communism is us against, the workers of the world against the world. Hitler is the German people against the world.
And
That's a very simplistic.
No, that's fair though. How, and again, you mentioned 38 kind of mirroring today, and we kind of have this oligarch. I mean, at my basic core, I'm an anarcho-capitalist. I believe in individual, the free market between individuals. The problem is, I think, is that we have a very interconnected system of big business and government at this point. Does that mirror somewhat of Nazi Germany?
Absolutely, yes. This ruling of the elite. There's a lot of similarities there. Though I always try to point out that, be it communist or fascist, what was the actual name? The National Socialist People's Workers' Party. That were the Nazis. They're socialists as well. So I've always kind of objected a bit to saying, well, that's the right and then the left. They're all on the left.
Right.
And on the other side are the capitalists and libertarians and such. So it's not that the fascists are on the right and Antifa, come on, Antifa is a communist terrorist organization.
Right.
So don't confuse left and right here. We have to redefine what left and right is.
How do we do that?
Education. It's, hey, I'm going into a classroom tomorrow. You know what I do for the first day? I ask simple questions. When was the Declaration of Independence written? Who fought in the Civil War? What was it? And 90% of my students can't answer. Not because they're dumb. These are good kids. It's because the education system has totally failed them.
Right. So let's slide over a little. So we talked about hardening on EMPs. What about, so post-COVID, of course, we realized that supply chains were rather fragile. And then we had the Suez Canal, which reminded us, and the reason I reminded of that is they were, did you see that they were cutting back traffic going through the Panama Canal recently as well?
Why?
Just climate change. Anyway, 10%. They're reducing the amount of water. So 4 boats less a day. Instead of 36, it's 32 they can go through. So it's not that big of a deal. But how do we, can you share your analogy about the Germans and the Japanese building planes and tanks? Do you remember that?
Sure do. I gave it this morning at a different interview.
Okay, there you go.
We're in a situation now that is analogous to December 7, 1941, 8 o'clock that evening. The president meets with the chiefs of staff, and he meets with Marshall, and Marshall says, Mr. President, there's a problem. All our airplanes are made in Germany. All our aircraft carriers are made in Japan. What are we going to do? That's where we're at now. 90% of our crucial electrical components are made in China. We farmed it out over the last 30 years.
So how do we solve that?
Well, who was it that said, never attribute to genius what can be explained by stupidity? I forget who said that. Is this a conspiracy to destroy America? I don't think so. It's stupidity.
Right.
It's stupidity. It's a corporation looking at the bottom line. And we can make 2% more by doing it this way rather than manufacturing it here. We're going to go for it. Our stockholders will love it. We need a serious wake up. And we got that. Thank God, we were fortunate. Now, Pearl Harbor was a tragedy. All right, a horrible tragedy. I actually flew the attack route some years ago. Rented a plane. Now the owner was in the back seat. I was up front. It was a Stearman, and we flew the attack route from the north end of Oahu into Pearl Harbor and back. And what freaked me was, in the movies, it's everybody runs around for an hour as the bombs are falling. All right, And then I hate that movie, Pro. I hate it with a passion. Now the current one, Midway, is better. It was shock and awe. That's what I was saying that to the pilot in the backside. This is shock and awe. From the moment I could see Pearl until I would attack it was 5 to 7 minutes. 10 minutes over the target, I'm gone. So America had its shock and awe moment of just total devastation in 1941. It didn't last for hours. It lasted for 10, 15 minutes. Maybe we need that today. We need a moment, because realize that from December 1941 until September 1945 was 44 months.
Right.
We won from a third-rate power to the global power in 44 months.
Huh. That's true.
You know, on the day Japan surrendered, Halsey ordered up 1,000 planes to fly over Tokyo. And when asked why, he said, because they will never blank with us again.
So as I was prepping, I was reminded, do you remember, obviously you remember, but Y2K? Remember how?
Oh, yeah.
Right. So that was I'm not pro-government, but that was an instance where government and business came together to solve a problem with a deadline, an infrastructure issue that if it didn't, you think we could do that if we had the proper motivation today?
Yes, we could.
How?
It almost takes a clear moment of desperation
Okay.
to realize that things had to fundamentally change. Now in the days after 9/11, we had that, but then we turned it into a massive bureaucratic response. You know,
Absolutely. Absolutely.
TSA is a nightmare. I was just thinking the other day, how many attacks has TSA saved us from over the last 20 years?
If they had, they would be shouting it from the rooftops to let us know.
I think the guy with the shoe bomb was
shoe
about
bomb.
it.
Maybe
And
two.
spending tens and tens of billions of dollars and standing on lines for an hour like a bunch of sheep. All across the board, we have lost our resilience. We better get it back.
I know I listened to an interview on Mike Rowe a little while ago, and he had Ronald Reagan's son on there.
Yeah.
And he talked about how Reagan had the ability to bring both sides together. You know, he had a way to, tell people what he wanted, but also bring it together as a compromise.
Mm-hmm.
Is there someone out there, or is that possible today?
I think only in the face of a great crisis.
Okay.
Well, let's go back to the analogy of England, 1937, 38, 39. Remember, students in Cambridge and Oxford were signing pledges that they would never fight again in a war. There was a strong compromise with Hitler element in England in the late 30s. In fact, the upper class, the intellectuals, many of them were like, well, that's the wave of the future. It took the crap going into the fan for people to suddenly wake up. Either we're going to have to fight this beast to the death, or a famous story when Churchill was told he was going to be evacuated because of the threat of invasion.
Mm-hmm.
He refused. And some wag said, well, what are you saying, Winston? Are you going to stand there and fight? What are you going to do? And he said, I'm going to take my Tommy gun. I'm going into the ruins of the House of Commons. And his exact quote was, I'm going to shoot the first Nazi son of a bitch that comes through the door. That was the type of anger England needed. The same way in 1945 when they crossed the Rhine. You know what Churchill did?
What's that?
Churchill was there. They were taking sniper fire. His security people were going crazy. He gets in a landing craft, goes across the Rhine, steps out, looks at his men, smiles, walks down, unzips, and he pees into the Rhine. And then they're looking at him. He says, I've been wanting to do this to Hitler's drinking water for 6 long years. So how many hundreds of guys stopped fighting to go down to the river to do what?
Right.
So they could tell their great-grandchildren, I once peed with Winnie into the Rhine. That was resilience. That was power in a good way. Because remember, we saved the world as well.
Absolutely. 100%. There's no, you can't dispute that. So who's our largest enemy, or who would, okay, actually, let me slide back, because Washington Post, are you a big fan? I don't know if you are, but it doesn't matter anyway.
I watch it. I
Sure.
read it. Yeah.
So when we talked about, so this was an article responding to Biden canceling Trump's EMP, anyway. So they said, fortunately, there's little cause for concern about an EMP attack in isolation, because a nuclear EMP would be just that, a nuclear attack. Such brazen aggression would prompt an overwhelming and most likely nuclear American response. Such deterrence makes it unlikely an EMP would happen in the first place. The prospect of nuclear retaliation will almost certainly deter rival governments. Nor is it likely that a terrorist group could conduct a large-scale EMP attack against the United States. Doing so would require both a powerful nuclear warhead and a sophisticated ballistic missile. That was their downplaying of EMP. Well, can you respond?
Let's start with ballistic missile. You do not need a sophisticated ballistic missile. You just need a ballistic missile. You don't need the guidance and reentry systems to lock the warhead, traverse however many thousands of miles, and then bring it into a pinpoint target within 100 meters of its target. Anywhere 200 miles above. If you did it on the East Coast, you got it above New York, you get it above Charleston, you're basically going to have the same thing. Just get it up there. Don't need a powerful warhead. 60 to 100 kiloton, 4 to 8 times the size of a Hiroshima bomb. Those things are a dime a dozen now. Third, I put my bets on North Korea, Iran, or a terrorist state. If you remember, at the end of book 1, the army, well, whatever, and my main character is talking with somebody who knew what happened, and he said, oh yeah, we figured it was North Korea and we turned it into glass.
Mm-hmm.
And his response was, does that change anything for us?
Because
America's
it doesn't.
dead. They
Right.
killed us anyhow.
So
You don't need, it definitely would not be China or Russia, because we would EMP them.
I would assume China has to do with the fact that, we're one of their biggest customers.
They don't want to kill their biggest customer. And China's in a more precarious economic situation than a lot of people realize.
100%.
One really bad harvest across a significant portion of China, they will be in very, very serious trouble.
And why not Russia? Because that's the enemy du jour right now, of course.
And a final act of desperation, Putin maybe, but I think his own people would kill him.
Okay.
Because they know what the result would be. If I was going to place a bet on where an EMP might happen, Pakistan and India, would be a very high bet. Maybe Ukraine, but the political blowback and military response would be deadly. I lean towards terrorist state or third world country. Let's say Kim Jong, whatever, finds out tomorrow he's terminal. Might he want to do a farewell gift to the world? Kill us?
Right.
And what do we do in response?
It really doesn't matter at that point, does it?
No, it doesn't. And if you ever looked at those photos of North Korea, South Korea at night, North Korea is not a third, it's a fourth world country as it is.
Doing them a favor in a sense. I mean, I hate to say that, but
but they throw great parades though.
oh yeah, and they put on a really good show for outsiders who get their permit to go in for a short period of time. They have 5 stores with filled with fruit and vegetables. But when you said Pakistan and India, were you speaking of like an exchange between the two countries?
Yes,
because their electrical infrastructure is almost medieval, is it not?
We're becoming more like them. It's an infrastructure held together with spit, glue, prayers, but they've always been in a tense situation, and particularly if Pakistan something destabilized, India tried to take advantage of it. An EMP might be a logical answer for both of them to try and cripple the other guy.
Fair. When you mentioned the Pearl Harbor movie and how pissed off it made you, it made me think.
Oh God!
Are you the type of guy that when you see an EMP in a movie or a TV show that you kind of holler at it if they do it wrong?
Have you ever seen the movie 300? The one with
Yes,
the Spartans.
absolutely. I
went to
probably
see
shouldn't
that.
say it, but I love the movie.
Oh, I didn't, because
I know.
there's the scene where the Spartans go marching out of Sparta, and these guys are, "We are the Spartans," and they just got little cod pieces on and a cape.
Right.
I lost it in the theater. I shout out, "What the hell is this? Is this the San Francisco Brigade? You don't go to war wearing a codpiece, you idiots!" And I got up and walked, and somebody as I'm walking out shouts, "Hey, Doc, is that you?" Yeah, it's me. I hate what movies do, not just to history in general, but yeah, to the issue of EMP. I've seen a couple of movies. The Day After shows an EMP being popped over St. Louis.
Yes.
It's a very frightening movie.
Scary.
Have you ever seen Threads?
I sure have. Absolutely. And that is
That
even
is
worse.
terrifying. And remember, it starts with an EMP over the North Sea. Those are about the only two where I've seen it portrayed correctly.
So what's the worst one? If you give if you remember, what was one that really pissed you off, if you remember?
It was the one with John Travolta.
Broken Arrow.
Yeah. Or also, was it Ocean's 12 or Ocean's 13?
With the little, yeah.
Yeah, we'll set up a little EMP and we'll black everything out for 30 seconds.
That got under your skin?
Got under my skin. If I'd been in a public place, they would have had to arrest me.
So I didn't know you were a Twilight Zone fan, although I can probably see it. I am too. So what's your favorite episode?
The Shelter?
Yeah. Well, that's such a good one. How come?
Because, a civilized group of people, friends over for dinner, become damn near animals within 22 minutes when a nuclear alert goes out and they want to break into the shelter of the one family that has one. Another good one is the monsters are due on Maple Street, where the electricity gets turned on and off and people panic. And then just for absolutely anything, It's a Wonderful Life. It's a Wonderful Day, where little Billy Mummy, "You're a bad boy. I'm going to send you to the cornfield." That's terrifying.
I don't know how Rod Serling was able to put out. I mean, it was what, 30 episodes a year or something at that point?
25 or 30, a passerby about the end of the Civil War, I cry every single time. I always wind up crying at the end. He actually accepted my first short story,
Rod Serling?
Twilight Zone. He passed away, and some months later, I got a very nice call from his wife, who said, "We have to return the story. The magazine is shutting down." But I'll never forget, she said something to the effect of, "My husband really would have liked working with you."
Oh,
And she encourages, she said, "Don't let them get you down. Keep pushing. You'll be successful." His daughter now has a Twilight Zone site on YouTube, and I always click in on it. He was very much my guru in a way. I devoured his stuff.
what was do you remember the short story?
It was about I can't remember, what was it? The photograph. It was about an old photograph that a person falls in love with. And the photographer who took it points out that he was in that photo. His mother was pregnant. So the whole thing turns on, when the last person in a photo dies, does the photo change?
I love that.
Might it be a portal? So, and this guy is really fascinated with this one young lady there. And at the end, firemen find in the wreckage, the the old photographs, and one is him standing next to that young girl.
That's my God, that could have been a Twilight Zone episode.
Yeah, I know. I was so proud of the fact that his wife contacted me and said, "You're going to do okay." That was back in the 70s. Yeah.
The Monsters, was it the
Two on
Monster
Maple Street.
that have you ever seen the movie from the mid 90s, The Trigger Effect? If you haven't, because I know you're a movie guy, look it out at some point. It was inspired by that episode.
What?
And it's kind of a suburban, just on the fringes of the city, and the power goes out, radios aren't working, and nobody knows what happened, why it happened.
Mhm.
And the entire hour and a half movie is just them kind of society unraveling without knowing why it's happening. And it was inspired by that episode. It's one of my favorite films, and it's one that you really don't get an answer in, but it shows the breakdown of individuals very quickly and how you go from normal civilization to dead people in a retirement home, very, very quickly.
Well, look at the two of us right now talking about this.
Right.
I mean, this is a guy who wrote 60 years ago,
Absolutely.
and he formed a lot of our thinking and the things that we're interested in and aware of. I mean, to have that power as a writer, I would say he is my favorite author.
Time Enough at Last. Do you know that episode? The gentleman that was a book addict? Yes. That's one of my favorites as well.
And an Obsolete Man.
Which one was that one?
Obsolete was Burgess Meredith as the librarian, but you are obsolete.
Yes. He has an interview that he did. It might have been with Mike Wallace. I can't remember, where he talked about the concept of pre-censorship. And he was so far ahead of his time. Just the fact that he was sponsored by companies and that he wouldn't even write something. That was his mindset, was that he wouldn't write something because he knew it would be censored anyway.
Well, I mentioned Passerby. That had a profound impact on me as a kid because it's about a road after the Civil War. And you finally come to realize everybody on the road is dead.
Right. But of course you don't.
Including the woman and the Confederate soldier who stops to help her. And it was just like, I remember that because I was already interested in the Civil War. And it really shaped my interest in the Civil War in a way, about more than the battles. It was what happens to all these individual soldiers and how did they live? How did they die? What did they believe in? And yeah.
Were there any, I think we touched a bit on this before, but what did you read growing up? You're a TV guy, but what were you into reading as far as your influences?
Boy's Life.
You wrote for that magazine, right?
Yeah, Boy's Life. I wrote for Boy's Life. And part, I was inspired because Boy's Life published Ray Bradbury, Isaac Asimov, Arthur C. Clarke. And when I published my first short story, it was in Boy's Life. And I was thrilled. And the editor there had worked with Ray Bradbury. And Boy's Life, all the classic science fiction. I was very much a nerd, growing up. Mainly science fiction and history. That's what I read.
What's your favorite piece of fiction? If you had to pick one.
Did you believe 1984?
100% I would. It's one of my favorites as well. Why?
Because it was a picture of the future. That frightful line from O'Brien when he says, "You want to know what the future is, Winston? It's a boot smashed into the face of a human forever." And in fact, Rod Serling used that line as well many times. Also, Alas, Babylon. I just reread Worth Abides recently.
Yes.
Canticle for Leibowitz. These were the books I read as a kid.
Lucifer's Hammer?
Of course.
That's a dark one.
Well, my editor now is the guy who edited. It's one of the first editing jobs he had was Lucifer's Hammer.
Are you serious?
Yeah, Bob's been an editor for 50 years.
Wow. What about On the Beach?
Do you want me to start crying?
I know that. And I know this is further along, but were you oh darn, my brain isn't working, but The Road, Cormac McCarthy. Did you
I
ever,
didn't like that as much.
did you see the film?
Yeah, it just didn't grab me.
Fair.
It
It's
just
dark.
didn't get- So yeah, those were major influences. Then of course, very much. Oh no! Oh no! Hang on.
It's okay. Don't worry.
Oh,
We are
somebody
dog
next
friendly
door.
here.
Hang on. Hang on. Stop barking. Okay. There's somebody coming in, but we'll keep the interview going. Okay.
Sure. Yeah, no problem.
Okay.
We're good. You know what? Don't worry about the dogs. They're okay. Really.
Well, you're going to get barked on like crazy.
Okay.
I'm holding Chloe until she gets out, and then I'll cut them loose on her. Okay?
Sure.
Yes, I know, Chloe. Next question.
Yeah. Do you have a few minutes to go through some from the audience here?
Yes, sure.
Okay.
I'll break at about 15 more minutes. Okay.
Sounds good.
Well,
How long do you have? I don't want to keep you. So
Well, I wish we had another hour, but my PT person is coming over to help me with my back.
that's okay. Well, why don't we go through these questions and see where we're at for time? And if we're there, then
And then we're going to be doing an interview next month anyhow.
yes, and I cannot wait. And we'll
Yeah,
okay.
why don't you just come on over here for lunch, okay?
I would love that, Bill. Thank
Yeah, I
you.
would too.
Thank you very much. All right, I got. Oh no,
You're
go
going to
ahead.
be in Saluda, which is only an hour away. So
That's perfect. I started a bunch of questions here. I've been so enthralled with talking to you that I haven't really interacted with people here, but we'll bring them up one at a time. So
okay.
actually, hang on. We're going to skip this one here. So this is from a friend of mine, Lee. He's Cold War prepper in Texas. He just wanted to say that, Bill, because of your book, I now have an entire house solar system with backup battery solely for insulin storage.
Thank God. That's a question when people ask me now. There is insulin now that's temperature resistant, but still.
What do
When the book first came out, I would have mothers come up to me, say, "My daughter has an aggressive type 1. What do I do?" And I would just say, I couldn't answer them. You know,
Right.
I was in tears more than once as well. See, my grandfather had diabetes, so that's where I became exposed to it when I was a kid. Okay, I am going to cut the dog. Let loose the dogs of war.
You go ahead. So if you guys have any other questions while Bill's getting his canines wrangled up here, feel free to throw them out. We got about 15 minutes where we can knock out a few more questions, and then we will. This is, guys. Oh my goodness, it's absolutely. I appreciate Bill beyond belief, and I know he's really busy. His book actually comes out tomorrow.
Oh God, I'm still in my underwear.
So what? My goodness. Don't worry about that one bit.
My pajamas, you know?
Yeah, absolutely. Listen, if you can shop at Walmart in your pajamas, you can do an interview in pajamas.
Yeah,
right?
absolutely.
What about the end of green power? Things I was thinking about this with this question. We're going to an all-electric vehicle. We're going to be even more susceptible to EMPs with that. I mean, I don't think it's any worse, but
if you have an EV, make sure you have an old car stashed someplace else.
good advice. What about, I heard you mention about EMP protection devices. Have you looked into that at all? Or how can someone harden individually?
I'm not going to speak on that because I'm not enough of an expert. I don't want to lead people the wrong way. I mean, I get
Fair enough.
approached by companies to endorse their products. I won't do it.
No, that's fair.
Yeah.
Patrick says, and I haven't either, never forgotten how great my first read of 1 Second After was. Amazing.
Well, thank you. Thank you.
I remember sitting, when the book came out, 2008 was it? Or was it
9?
9. Okay.
2009.
So somewhere between 2010 and 2012, I was reading it at the emergency room, waiting for my wife. And I was there reading.
Okay?
Yeah, she was good. It was, I don't even remember just something simple. It was good. Okay. But I remember reading the the nursing home scene while sitting there. And I know, yeah, I'm sure you get it from everyone, but that stuck with me as much as my first watch of The Road. It's just so there's very few scenes in movies that have stuck with me as much as that scene in your book.
Why did I write it? Because when I first started drafting 1 second after, my father was in the last months of his life in a nursing home just up the road from me. We got hit by a bad hurricane. They called me up because, they knew me well because my dad was in there for over a year. They said they need help. So I drove up through the storm, came in, they were on emergency backup lights. They didn't have water. And I'm like, how come you don't well, I thought you had a cistern. What do we do if the secondary grid goes down? That scared me.
Sure.
I remember talking with the one manager afterwards. She said, if we lost power, we have bottled air. But after bottled air, you have a squeeze valve, And when you finally get too tired of pumping air into your father, it goes. And I could just picture that nursing home. I tried to describe it as close as possible as to the one that my father was actually in, and what it would be like just in 48 hours.
And you discussed in there as well about how most people, derelict of duty at that point, and rightfully so. I'm going to be honest. If I have a family at home, I'm going home to look after, and I wouldn't begrudge anyone for it, right? So it would happen fast, wouldn't it?
Well, first of all, transportation. Your typical, okay, the staff in my father's nursing home. I started asking, where are you from? Well, I live down in Marion. I live down in Old Fort. So it's 5, 10, 20 miles. They're not going to come in. In fact, with the hurricane, they were woefully understaffed. That's why they called me up and said, could you please come in and help take care of your father and a couple of other people? Wow. So imagine in a real situation, there'll be hardly anyone there within a day or two. What happens to all the Alzheimer's patients? Because the ankle bracelet that many people use now is not going to work.
Right.
And Alzheimer patients, they'll just be wandering off after a day. Look what happened in New Orleans. It was quietly admitted that in more than one case, they were euthanizing people. And just give them a quick overdose to end it all. What happens to medication in a nursing home if the bad guys steal it? You've hit the sore point for me in writing these series. Our elderly, it would be a nightmare.
Absolutely. What did they do in the past? How did we handle someone who was, I guess they didn't call it Alzheimer's, but that had kind of gone a little squirrely,
Well, that was usually the families. Well, remember, extended families were bigger then and tended to be more localized. Children lived near parents. Grandchildren lived near grandparents. It was the family's responsibility mainly. Either that, you didn't want to send Uncle Charlie to a snake pit, state asylum, which were just nightmares.
Fair.
It isn't well into the 20th century. And when I lived in Florida for a while, heartbroken, all these elderly people, where were their children and grandchildren?
Right.
They were in New York.
Right, out of state. Or somewhere.
And I can remember these old people talking, well, I'm going to see my grandchildren in 2 weeks. Well, I haven't seen them since last Christmas. I'm like, yes, I understand. But at the same time, we've abrogated responsibility over to the state and to medical systems for what used to be our responsibility as grandchildren. The way I helped take my parents through the last year of their life, still, they were in a nursing home. Now, I was there every day, but it used to be, my dad would have been in my house with me taking care of them.
That's true. David Hosfeld said, I have shared my collection of Bill's books in an attempt to wake up some of my less prepared family members.
Well, let's hope they wake up, because you don't want your family members dropping over to your house a week after saying, hey, can I have a steak dinner? Because we haven't had food in 3 days. I know you had some steak stored away there.
I did a so I do a segment in the podcast called "I Shit You Not," and it's I know I knew it's basically I take common preparedness and survivalist phrases and I kind of dig into the history a little bit.
Mhm.
And one recently was a quote: "The humanity's no more than 9 meals away from anarchy." Have you heard that quote? You familiar
Yeah.
with it? Yeah.
Yes.
How do you feel on that?
Because 9 meals, 3 days, let's stretch it to 6. What are you going to do on the 6th day? And particularly if you have children, how far, I give that analogy a lot. It's 5 days in, your daughter who's 6 years old hasn't had a drink in 2 days. She's dehydrating out, and you see somebody with a couple bottles of water. How far are you going to negotiate with that person? Are you going to negotiate at all?
Typical niceties go out the window pretty quick.
Well, and that Twilight Zone episode, that was a screenplay of 22 minutes, and superbly well at the end of 22 minutes, the neighbors are armed with guns and battering rams trying to get into the fallout shelter.
22 minutes. Jules wants to know, I know the end, but are your books available in audio
Absolutely,
format?
yes, all of them.
And Bronson Pinchot is doing this one?
Yes, he is. I love him.
He was so good. I know I asked you last time why they switched, but I don't think you knew, did you? That from the first
It
book.
happens. It just
Yeah,
happens. Yeah,
just
but
one of those things.
Bronson's with this one. I just got the audios last week, and I'm just like, boy, this guy, he makes me sound literary.
And it's cool because he was Belky on Perfect Strangers way back when, and he's so good. I maybe the only one. Will Patton. Do you know he does? He's an actor. He does Stephen King's audiobooks as well, and he's almost as good as Bronson. Just really, really good. This is Nat, the preparedness guy. When you were talking about the possible, bad doers in the scenario, would state-sponsored terrorism be?
Absolutely, yes.
Yeah, because you kind of allude toward that, or maybe even outright say it in book 2 and 3, don't you?
Yes, and I will definitely in book 4.
Can we talk a bit about book 4 without spoiling
No,
anything?
we'll talk about it after Thursday.
Okay, that sounds good.
Not to give it away. Tune in next week.
Main Man. Oh, where did it go? There, did I bring it up? Oh, I lost it. Sorry, there it is. A huge fan. Just wanted to say from Main Man 19.
Oh, well, thank you. I wonder where in Maine he's from.
If you're still in here, I'd love to know, because if you're a
I lived
Maine,
in Maine for 10 years.
I grew up in Nova Scotia, so I'm very familiar with
Yes,
Rapier.
down east.
Yeah, down out and about, What I asked you this before on the last episode, but it is one of my favorites, and I know it's
I hate it.
a sore spot. I know you do. Can you tell why?
Because I was very close to getting a green light, and then Jericho came out and killed it.
Have you ever watched it though?
Yeah, I watched 3 or 4 episodes, and the day they found the freight train loaded with food, I threw my hands up. I mean, that's like Batman. You remember Batman's belt?
Yes.
No matter what situation he was in, quick Batman, pull out the EMP shield on your belt.
And it's true. He literally had something for every scenario.
He has something for everything.
The only place that I've seen that's been more of a bottomless pit than that is my wife's purse. But
we're not going to talk about that publicly.
She's not listening today. So no.
Okay, I'm not going to talk about my girlfriend. Okay.
Fair enough. Rapier wanted to know, what about the docudrama that National Geographic made, American Blackout? Have you ever seen that?
Is that the short one for about a half hour? Because if so, my book is featured in it.
I think this is one. I believe this was an ongoing series.
Oh, yeah. No.
Okay, that's all right. Just curious. And this one here, Jules says it's because of Bill's books that I put an EMP shield on my truck.
So he got it off of Batman's belt and he put it on his truck.
Absolutely.
No, good for him.
And Nat says
Babylon, definitely one of my favorites.
First
Well,
time I read
basically, I just rewrote A Last Babylon for the 21st century.
Absolutely. Yes. And yeah, that's great. I love that.
And I'm seeing this one here, Emergency Manager.
Yes.
Watching the news 2 days ago in California, and people were lined up out the door to get their emergency supplies. Did they ever think of doing it 5 days or 3 months or a year earlier. No, we wait until the last minute.
Well, right here, Jules says, that's the problem with people today. Nobody wants to take, I'm going to insert personal responsibility for anything.
Right.
So what, all right, well, I know you got your PT person here. So where do people go? What is an actionable thing that somebody can do to maybe, I don't know. I listened to your interview in prep with Art Bell the other day, 2009.
Yeah.
And he seemed surprisingly uninterested in the topic. And I don't know if I'm just misreading him because I've listened to a lot of Art.
Well,
And
George Norrie this is a top priority issue with George Norrie on Coast to Coast.
Okay. I would love to anyway. Yeah, I would love to interview
Art,
him.
I actually did. I was guest on Art's very last show.
Wow.
The one where the guy started shooting at the building.
And yeah,
he was on the air with me when that happened.
Isn't that crazy?
Yeah.
He seemed a little maybe negative. Maybe that's not the right word, but what would you say that people could do today?
Initially negative. At the end, I think his last broadcast was 5 or 6 years ago. Definitely switching over.
Good.
The following. 1, every family or a person should have a month's worth of emergency supplies on hand. That's just not for EMP, it's for anything. 2, you should always have a God bag in your car. Get out of Dodge. All those people who were darn near dying in Atlanta 3 or 4 years ago in the big ice storm, and they all got, God bags, some food, nutrition bars, some water, some fractionable silver that you can maybe trade for something, basic stuff. 3, community action. I find, particularly people who are Christians or Jewish, talk to your minister or your rabbi or your priest sometime. Wouldn't a church be an ideal place to say, let's make this a rally point if need be in a time of emergency? You can bring your children in here and we'll have diapers and food and everything else if you're running out of supplies. You start with small communities. Now, me, I know my neighbors, I know my doctor and all of that because of what I do. Just start trying to build a network of people that you know that you can trust in a time of emergency. My neighbor knows if worst came to worst, he could bring his granddaughter up here and I'll feed him, even though he definitely has a big supply on hand. So again, prepare yourself, prepare your community. If you want political action, next year what? But state legislators are very easy to get to. Unlike a congressman, if 50 people have said to their state legislature, I want something done, they're going to listen to it. And I'm hearing that a lot more from people, where state legislators are moving to get things done. Those are the things you need to do. And then pray that next year we finally do a turnaround before there's a major, major crisis.
Thank you, Bill. So how, do you want to take a minute and talk about the book? You can. No, I assume everybody. I knew that. I enjoyed our conversation.
Oh, in better bookstores everywhere, August 25th.
I'm sure. I think the audio comes out tomorrow, doesn't it? Or am I crazy?
No, it all comes out on the
25th. Okay, perfect. Well, everyone out there knows, and if you're listening to this episode, there's a reason you're listening to it because you know who Bill is and you're going to support him. So buy his book, absolutely.
And I will be seeing you sometime the end of next month.
I'm really looking. Thank you very much. I appreciate that.
Is your wife coming with you?
And just me this time. Maybe next year. We bought some land in Tennessee since I spoke with you last. So we're gonna be, do you know where Camden is?
No.
Okay, so it's about an
I'm supposed to know.
Yeah, that's great. Right. We're about an hour and a half west of Nashville and about a half hour south of the interstate.
Okay.
So yeah, and I'm going to be in the States for a month, so I'm speaking at 3 events. So I appreciate the invitation. Thank you. I can't wait.
Oh, I'm looking forward to it.
And I'll bring a book for you to sign. I'll get to be a little fangirl for a minute if that's okay.
Okay. Well, I better get out of these pajama bottoms and get some slacks on because my PT person's a woman. So
Perfect. Well, thank you, Bill. You have a wonderful day, and we will talk in a month.
God bless. And I got to ask one question.
Yeah.
You're in Canada, but you're wearing an American shirt.
Yeah, I am. So I have a good friend, John Willis. He sells special operations equipment, shirts and things. He sends me these all the time.
Well,
And
good.
I have one with the Second Amendment on it. I have one with the Declaration of Independence, and yeah, and a few with some choice inappropriate words that are fun. So,
Well, of course. Okay, I got to run here. So I will see you next month.
all the best, Bill. Take care, brother.
God bless. Bye now.
You too. Bye, guys. I hope you. I'm speechless. I thought last year's was the best interview I've ever done, and no, back up. I thought last year's was the best interview I was ever part of, and Bill topped it today. So, guys, I really, really appreciate you coming in and making this a really good interview. Bill's just an awesome, awesome guy, and I love it. I love hearing people's stories and the journey that they take. What a great episode. So, guys, I appreciate you. If you didn't hear him say it, his book comes out on the 25th. And I cannot wait to hear it. So, guys, as always, stay happy, stay healthy, and have a great week. I saw that L2 survive.
This is the Conrad Alert. Civil defense information will be broadcast at 6:40.
West of the Rockies, you're on the air. Hello.
Y2K. How can we prepare?
Stop a few of their machines and radios, throw them into darkness for a few hours.
We are fighting for our lives. My family must survive.
Over 5 years, 1,000 gallons of gas, air filtration, water filtration.
Coming at you from the frozen tundra that is East Central Alberta, Canada, streaming live on YouTube, Facebook, Twitter, Twitch, Rumble, and Odyssey. Welcome back to the workshop where we create community, find freedom, promote preparedness, and share success. I'm Toolman Tim. Today is November the 28th, 2023, and this is episode 403 of Workshop Radio. How the hell is everyone out there this fine day? We are going to forego a lot of the pleasantries because I have got an incredible guest eating M&M. No, not really. He's in the green room. Just kidding, folks. But we're going to bring him on here. Mr. Franklin Horton. Just give me one moment. How are you, sir?
I'm good, Tim. It's good to be here with you.
Thank you very much. For what I don't know how much you know about our community here, but we are big fans of the post-apocalyptic fiction genre. We even have a post-apocalyptic book club. So we always love to get authors in the hot seat to pick your brain.
Sounds great. Those are just the kind of people I like to talk to. So
excellent. So, it's kind of cool, but you sent me a quick little blurb back via email, and it turns out that we have some kind of work history and kind of hobbies in particular, like kind of you and I share. So I always love to start out with folks to get their kind of background, but just tell me where you came from and what we love to hear. What was your first paid job back in the day?
I worked in radio. I was not a DJ, but I was mostly a technician. I worked playing tapes of, pre-recorded shows. I played NASCAR races. I played ministers who would come in on Sunday to do their shows. So it was in the old days when you had analog boards and all that stuff. But yeah, I did that for a couple of years.
Nice. And where'd you grow up, and where'd that kind of trail lead?
I grew up in the southwestern part of Virginia. I'm about 20 minutes from Tennessee, about 20 minutes from North Carolina, about 30 minutes from West Virginia. So I'm in that little corner. It's part of the Central Appalachian Mountains. So it's kind of an area where I grew up around a lot of hillbilly people who had, traditional Appalachian habits. It was the kind of place where you drive around and you see people changing engines on the side of the road with a tripod of logs, and you'd see people hanging hogs and, doing all the same, primitive stuff like a lot of people don't do these days.
And you ended up, and you stuck close to home. You went to university in Virginia, did you?
Yeah, I stuck close to home for a while. I ended up going to school in Richmond, Virginia, which is about 5 hours from here. Came back to this area and worked a couple of years, but I was kind of in a job. I worked myself into a corner where there was nowhere to go. So I quit, moved to Detroit, and worked in construction for a couple of years. Enjoyed that because I learned the basics of the trade. And then, from that point forward, I always kind of had a foot in construction or home building. Had worked in a government agency eventually in charge of construction and maintenance. But on the side, I had my contractor's license. So I always had renovation projects, building houses, commercial construction, doing things on the side because I love construction.
And you said you've, I want to call it retired. I mean, you're probably working harder than you ever have, but you built your dream shop and you're a full-time author now. What kind of stuff are you working on in your workshop now?
It really has turned into a dream job. I work a lot of hours, like I said, but excuse the hacking.
You are good. Don't worry one bit.
Yeah. So my shop is kind of a wood shop, metal shop. I have welders, plasma cutters, a milling machine, metal lathe, all that. But I also have table saws, band saws, all that stuff. I'm just as likely to have a vehicle in there as a chicken coop or, whatever. So I'm always doing some kind of project in there. And in the winter, I keep it heated. That's my place to go hide out and take a break in the middle of the day and kind of relax my brain.
So I got a question for you that's going to kind of set the tone for the rest of the interview. It's really important. So, DeWalt or Milwaukee?
I prefer DeWalt.
Good man.
I've used Milwaukee tools in construction, but there is just such a variety of tools that DeWalt offers now. And years ago, a lot of these battery-powered chainsaws and things like that were ridiculous. Didn't accomplish anything, but I've been so impressed with the new generation of battery-powered tools. I have the DeWalt limb saw, I have the DeWalt chainsaw, I have tons of DeWalt tools, and I'm really impressed with the quality. I've gone through a lot of them, but I've got the use out of them too.
That DeWalt limb saw, that was the first. I think that's what got me into using the cordless kind of landscaping gear with DeWalt. That thing just blew me out of the water every time I used it.
Yeah, sometimes I'm out and I'm not going to be cutting a tree, but I need to cut some limbs out of the road, or I need to cut a tree that's getting too close to the vehicles or whatever. And those little chainsaws are perfect for that.
A lot of times when I get guys coming on, I'll go back and I'll cheat a little and I'll listen to one or two interviews that you've done before. And I found a good one. And what I loved about it was from about 5 years ago. And you said, I think it was 2017, you said in 2 years, your goal was to be not working for the man anymore, retired, and writing 5 to 8 books a year. It's kind of a loaded question, but how's that going for you?
It depends on, because some years I get 6 published and some years I may get 4 or 5 published. It just depends on when, on how long, because like my Mad Mick books take like a month longer than my Borrowed World books. So they kind of throw me off schedule. The Borrowed World books I can write entirely out of my head, but Mad Mick, I'm constantly doing some kind of research on how certain functions of an MRAP work, or how you rappel out of a helicopter, or how you do this or how you do that. And that adds like 2, 3, 4 weeks to the writing time.
I was going to ask you a bit about that too, because there's got to be a ton of kind of research. I was thinking when I was asking this before, when I was thinking before, the Mad Mick books themselves, there's a fair bit of military kind of stuff in there. And do you have any military background or not really?
No, I've been blessed, though, that through the Borrowed World books, I've developed a huge network of people who are able to answer any question that I would have. So I don't have a military background, but I have a wealth of advisors who can tell me, just about any obscure question. I have lists of mechanics. I have lists of intel people. I have lists of armorers. So any question I come up with, somebody can answer it for me.
So you went from, you did, it was an English degree. Did I get that
Yes.
right? Yeah.
Yes.
And you kind of worked in construction a bit, and then you became basically a 30-year-old overnight success. Is that right?
Yeah. I think that my goal was actually to become a successful author by 25, and I was
Okay.
off by about 20 or 25 years. So I did it by 50, but I didn't do it by 25. But I was one of those kids who grew up reading Stephen King books, and he kind of made writing seem cool because before that, I'd never read an author that I thought was I'd read some good books, but I'd never seen an author that made the life look interesting. And he kind of did. He was living a rock star life. And I thought, man, that's what I want to do. Make up stories, have my day to myself to kind of work at my own pace. It's a long day. I work more hours now than I ever worked before, but I'm doing what I like to do.
Well, you're in the right place because, I have been a Stephen King. I worked at a library in junior high and high school. And I think my first real book I read might have been Bag of Bones. I'm not sure. One of his anyway. But what's your favorite Stephen King book?
I really like The Stand. Just
good.
Because it's so long and so in depth, and not everybody can create a world that's that in depth and immersive, and you can just lose yourself in it for weeks. And I started reading Stephen King probably about not long after Carrie came out, so it was late 70s. So I was at that age where we were waiting for the next book, the next short story book or the next novel or whatever. So I think I have all of them.
So any particular short story that you're fond of? I don't normally go this deep with Stephen King on people, but you mentioned short stories. So,
I can't remember the name of it, but in that first collection that he published, Night Shift, which was the collection of short stories that were mostly published in adult magazines, there was a story about this kind of abusive dad who was a jerk who laid around drinking beer all the time, and he drank a bad can of beer that kind of turned him into this slimy monster. And I just thought that was interesting that, it wasn't that it was that well written. It was just the idea that Stephen King could take almost anything, that he could be sitting on the couch staring at a beer and thinking, I could write a story about that. It was that ability to just pull from everything in his life that I thought was interesting.
what about other kind of post-apocalyptic fiction, that sort of thing? Did you have any of that you're reading, or any inspirations into your work now?
When I was younger, I was more interested in the kind of survival outdoor stories, lost in the wilderness, crashed plane, lost backpack, and anything like that. Somebody lost in the woods having to survive. There was a good story, Lost in the Barrens by Farley
Mowat. Yeah, a good book.
That was one of my favorites. I read that book over and over again. It's basically a young adult story about two kids who are kind of lost. And I guess it was Canada or Alaska, somewhere. It was in the Arctic. But those type of books were really inspirational to me. I really liked that desperation aspect.
So kind of during that couple of decades that you went from college to full-time author, you wrote, was there 7 or 8 books in there that maybe just talk a little bit about, because I'd love to hear your thoughts on where the industry's gone in that time and how hard it was to get into the big boys club back in the day. But what did you do to try to get published back in the day?
Yeah, that was really frustrating because when you went to school for an English degree, all they pushed was literary fiction. If you wanted to take something like horror writing or science fiction writing or any type of genre literature, you had to take a weekend workshop, and they treated you like a pariah for even wanting to go to something like that, because it was so looked down on to write anything that was, mass market. And so all they pushed was this literary fiction. And of course, one of the things I know now is most authors who write literary fiction are still having to teach college or do something else, because you don't make any money at that. It was people like Harlan Ellison and these science fiction writers who were cranking out book after book, Louis L'Amour, who were writing books that people enjoyed reading, and they were selling lots of books. Those were the authors who were making a career out of this. So I wrote 6 or 7 books before I knocked that literary fiction out of my head. And I never published any of those. They're horrible. I probably wouldn't publish them now. But eventually I realized, I don't like to read this stuff. So if I don't like to read it, why am I wasting my time writing it? Post-apocalyptic fiction was what I was enjoying at the time. And I remember listening to an interview with the author, Joe Nobody. And he was saying, we're desperate for authors in this genre. He said, there are so many readers and they're hounding us for more books, and there are not enough authors here to write. So I'm like, I like writing this. I'm going to try to, or like reading it. So I'm going to try to write it. So I ended up writing a book that was completely from my own life. The Borrowed World was about me, my family. I only included gear that I owned. I included my neighborhood, my house, my friends, my coworkers. Everything was true to life. It was even my job and the situation that I found myself in twice a month, where I was making this journey a couple 100 miles to go to these meetings. And it was during that post 9/11, post Katrina period where, I remember watching the Katrina hurricane, the Superdome, these businessmen in the Superdome with their briefcases in their suits with bodies around them, thinking, I don't ever want to be that guy who is so unprepared that, I'm stuck there in this situation that I have no way to get out of. So I just started taking my backpack with me on these work trips, because I was into backpacking and camping and hiking and all that stuff. So I just started taking my backpack with me, and I thought, well, if I get stuck in Richmond for some reason, I'll just walk home. And that was the genesis of the whole Borrowed World story. As I was making those drives, I was thinking in my head, okay, what happens if I get stuck here? What happens if I get stuck here? So I tried to use realistic geography. I tried to use realistic landmarks. I tried to make it as accurate as I could.
I want to pick on the genre side of things for a minute, because what I loved, you mentioned guys like Louis L'Amour. And I mean, you can literally pick up his books at, well, some won't even take them because there's so many of them, but at just about any used bookstore. So what would you say to people who say that his fiction became kind of a commodity? And because what I love what you say, you're giving people what they want. And so often, like you said, the university side of things just becomes this self-perpetuating system where we talk about writing this, and really the only thing you can do to work is teach other people how to write literary, criticism and that sort of thing. So if you had somebody kind of fresh and green going into the system, would you tell them to embrace genre fiction?
Absolutely, because the thing that the best compliment, and this is kind of what has helped cement to me in my brain that writing for a mass market is the way to go, is because the best compliment I've ever gotten is from people who say, I never read a book in my life before I read your book, or I never enjoyed a book before I read your book, or I never wrote an author before I read your book. And that happens at least once a month, that somebody reaches out to me and they're like, this has introduced me to something that I never before enjoyed. I read your book and it's kind of led me to read other authors in this genre. And now I've got this thing that I love that I've never done before. And I don't think you get that with literary fiction. I like reaching people who have time on their hands to read, and who want to learn and experience these stories. That to me is just the best audience in the world. The people who really get something out of it. Literary fiction is about shredding the newest book. They're not out there to praise each other and pat each other on the back. It's brutal criticism. It's just not a welcoming thing. And as a post-apocalyptic author, I've had great experiences with my fellow authors. I've really enjoyed that. We're a supportive group, and I have post-apocalyptic authors that are among my best friends in the world now, and we've just been really supportive of each other.
Were you part of that post-apocalyptic army or something along those lines?
Yeah, we did that for a while. I'm not part of that group anymore, but it was a good way to promote as a group, because sometimes you can reach a larger group of people, because each author that comes into that group is bringing their readers. So, you end up with there were 12 authors. So we ended up with the accumulated readers of all 12. So that was a good thing for a while. But then after a while, it just became a little too time consuming and was cutting into my writing. So I kind of shifted to a different type of promotion.
So when you talked about kind of genreing down, or, like in the YouTube parlance, they say niche down, find your niche that works and then build an audience around that. How long did it take you to find the formula that worked in the books? And once you had that formula, do you kind of repeat it?
I got really lucky that The Borrowed World went into a very hungry market at a time that people were desperate for those books. The Borrowed World ended up reaching, I think, number 1 in dystopian and number 2 in post-apocalyptic. And then it kind of lingered there for a while. It still sold really well, but then it shot up to number 1 again a few months later. So I was really lucky that first book found an audience. But what changed is that first book, The Borrowed World, I wrote at my own pace. There was no expectation. There was nobody hanging over me saying, when's the next book coming out? And so instantly my life changed, because I started getting hundreds and hundreds of emails and messages from people saying, when's the next book going to come out? So I was instantly jumping on this treadmill of, okay, I've got to write another book now. I've got to kind of think where this story goes from here. So I'm still on that now, except I've got multiple series. So I'm thinking, where does Borrowed World go from here? Where does Mad Mick go from here? Where does this series, where do they all go? So, that's a good problem to have, that people enjoy your books. But I think I really got lucky that The Borrowed World came out at a good time when people were looking for that kind of story.
So where does your creative process go? How far ahead do you kind of plan the books? And do you outline them, or do you come up with a character first, or where does that lie for you?
Mostly now I'm writing within existing series, so I'm not really starting any new series at this point. So I kind of know my characters, and I know I've learned them, because some series like the Mad Mick, I'm 10 books deep. The Borrowed World, I'm 10 books deep. So I know these characters well. So what I do is I kind of sit down before I write it, and I write one page kind of what's going to happen. I have tried doing very detailed outlines, and what I've found is that I quickly start to deviate from the outline, because what happens is sometimes this little character you've created, who's kind of a minor character, becomes really interesting, and you're like, well, that person needs to come forward, because they're really wild, or they've got a lot to say, or they're interesting. So I've kind of learned that I can outline the first half of a book, and beyond halfway, it's wherever the momentum carries you.
Okay. When you talk about certain interesting characters, it's a question I've been meaning to ask an author for a while, and I've never got around to it. But if there was one character in any of your books that you'd go back and maybe write a prequel for, or like do a background story? I don't know if you've ever considered that, but is there one character you'd love to go back and explore what happened to them pre-apocalypse?
Yeah, the Mad Mick, because the story of the Mad Mick picks up after the apocalypse. Locker 9, Borrowed World, Mad Mick are all within the same fictional universe. The same disaster puts each of those stories into motion. So the Mad Mick is the one who has this crazy story of what his childhood was like and what led him into this world that he's in, because he's an assassin. He's a government contractor, and his whole story of how he became a government contractor took place before the apocalypse, and it's a crazy story. And I do hope that one day I'm going to have time to go back and write that as a non-apocalyptic book, talking about his childhood and how he ended up where he did.
I would love that. Nobody that I know of yet has taken one of their characters from kind of an ongoing post-apocalyptic and gone back pre-apocalyptic, but I would love that. Yeah, Mad Mick would be he'd be a riot to hear some of that stuff.
Well, it's easy for me to write Jim Powell in the Borrowed World because he's very much based on my own life, my own attitudes, my own feelings, my own life. But the Mad Mick kind of took on a life of his own. I hear him talking in my head when I'm writing these books, and he's feeding me these lines, because he says some crazy things that it's like I can hear him in my head saying it in his voice, and it just becomes, I'm writing it down and I'm cracking up at it. And, the other people in my house are like, why is he in there laughing, as he's writing? But it's a bizarre process writing those books. Those books are entirely different than anything I write because they have kind of a life of their own.
At what point did you kind of decide that all of these were going to be intertwined? Because at some point in the Borrowed World series, it might be between 8 and 9, I can't remember, all of a sudden it jumps into the middle of something, and I'm like, I had to go back. Did I miss it? And then I go to your website, and it's like reading order. And I'm like, okay, so there's a whole nother affiliated series I didn't know about, the Mad Mick. So how did that come about? Did you kind of tie it all in as you went, or what happened?
It's a funny story. The most requested book ever was for some of these worlds to cross over. I mean, that I got bombarded. I had hundreds of messages asking for that to happen, and it turned into the biggest disaster. I mean, it's interesting that those stories interconnect, but what happens is I didn't realize there were so many readers like you who were working your way through one series, and then you're suddenly like, wait, who are these other people, and why is there this backstory that I don't know about? So it became difficult. No matter where I posted the information, my website, Amazon, wherever, I wasn't able to get it out to everyone. So, that caused a lot of confusion. But when I first wrote The Borrowed World and I was going to some of the prepper shows, there were a lot of people who were like, I understand the Borrowed World situation. I understand being out on the road and being stuck, but I'm more concerned about my child than myself. So that inspired me to write the Locker 9 series about a father and whose child was away in college. And it seemed logical to me to set it in the same disaster because I was much more concerned about this domestic terror attack than an EMP or some other type of disaster. And I still am. But I really wanted to kind of continue showing that collapse event, that terror attack that caused the cascading systems of failure. I wanted to show it from a different perspective. And then the Mad Mick became the same thing. It became a way to show that same event from a third perspective. So I enjoy doing that because the The borrowed world is like, how does it affect the individual person, the individual prepper? But the Mad Mick is more a global perspective because he's seeing the politics, he's seeing the political and the global picture. So that becomes a whole other way to see the same disaster.
When the Mad Mick has the little bike, when his bike breaks down and he stops and he gets a tire, and I finally figure out who gives him the scavenged tire. I think I was probably driving. I listened to everything of yours audiobook, and I'm pretty sure I hollered out loud and was like, well, shit.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
I like those little connections like that. Like even in the later borrowed worlds, there's a scene where he's going through the mountains and he sees the Mad Mix logo carved on a sign or carved on a tree, and just those little touches where the worlds brush against each other, I think, are interesting for readers because they're like, I know that.
Okay. There was a question in one of our groups from earlier. I wanted to throw it in here before I forget. The Locker 9 series, was that originally supposed to just be a standalone book, or was it always planned to be a series?
I planned to write it as a series, but it was going to be a short series.
Okay.
The plan was that it would never continue, and the reason for that was kind of a marketing thing, because there are a lot of people who will not read a series that's ongoing. They don't want to get stuck having to wait for the next book, so they want a series that's complete. So what I decided was I'll write the Locker 9 series, and it'll just be a couple of books, and then I won't add on to it anymore, because Borrowed World may go on forever. It may go on as long as I do, but Locker 9 is never going beyond those 4 books, I don't think.
Okay. I appreciate yeah. Because so as soon as I finished the Borrowed World, I dug in. I was like, okay, I need to find the next series. So I get into the Locker 9 series, and I think it's in the first book. All of a sudden, a character comes up with a rather strange name, Chin. And I thought, I know a Chin. There's no way that that's unintentional. So I reach out to him, and so for those who don't know and listening, it turns out that Chin's a mutual acquaintance of ours, a mutual friend. And so I said, hey, Chin, can you put me into contact with Franklin Horton? Because I'd love to have him on the show. And that's where I love community. So you ended up throwing his name. How did that come about?
There were some different online communities that talked about post-apocalyptic books right about the time the Borrowed World came out, and some of these groups had chats, and then there were podcasts where authors were being interviewed, and I think Chen and I crossed paths that way at first, and then we ended up meeting. I think Prepper Camp may have been the first time that we met, which is an event in North Carolina, which is kind of a social, educational event for people who are in the preparedness survival community. And that's where he and I met, but we had known each other online probably for a year or two at that point. And one of the things I do is sometimes I name my characters after people I know, just kind of as little shout outs to friends and acquaintances. Also, I do the same thing with post-apocalyptic authors. Some of my author friends have become psychos, serial killers, bit characters in my books.
Any you want to give away?
Well, like Boyd Craven is one. Boyd Craven and I have been friends for a long time. And I made him a psycho in, I think it was Borrowed World 3, maybe. There's a Boyd character who is released from a mental hospital, and he's
that's the one where the one lady from work, Jim's coworker, and so you said Jim from the Borrowed World has a lot of you in him, but and I know you're influenced by Stephen King, so as soon as I read Locker 9 and Robert is an author, how much of that is kind of autobiographical?
Not so much that character as Jim. Jim is very much autobiographical. But what I decided was when when parents started talking to me about, I'm really concerned about preparing for my child who lives in this city or who's going to college or whatever, I started thinking, well, how would I do it? So part of how my mental exercise of how I would do that was to consider, as an author living in a small town, what would I do? So I modeled that character kind of after myself, but personality wise, there's really not a lot of resemblance there. I think I'm much more Jim than I am
Robert.
the Hardwick
Is it
guy.
Robert? Yeah, it's
Yeah,
okay.
Robert.
Trust me, I got to go back. I write names down all the time. I forget. So because there was 2 or 3 times that folks asked Robert, they're like, you're not really what you portray in your books. Or in other words, there was people who were maybe disappointed that you weren't quite as a hard ass prepper as they thought he might be, even though he was really good. Was there some kind of a nod there at all?
Yeah, absolutely. Because, people have different expectations, and, I don't always know what they expect, but that was kind of poking fun at myself. That was a jab at myself. And that happens because it's become kind of a running joke in a lot of the Borrowed World books, that Jim is kind of quick on the trigger sometimes because he's not a people person. And that's become kind of a running joke because I have author friends who say the final book in the series is going to be called Jim Powell Kills Everyone.
I believe it. Yeah.
Yeah. And, a lot of that is because there are a lot of people that relate to that character. I mean, of anyone I've ever written, there are so many people that message me and say, there's a lot of Jim in me.
Well, it's funny because I love people, but man, sometimes I hate people too. It's somewhere in between, it's like you either get along with them or you don't. Now, I get it. So you've got Kevin Pierce is the narrator or the guy that reads the audiobooks.
Yes.
Did you choose him from the beginning, or do you know how that came about?
Yeah. I chose Kevin. The way that works is I was also an audiobook listener, and I had listened to Glenn Tate's 299 Days series, which Kevin had also done. And so when I released my books, I wanted to do audio. So I was accepting auditions, and Kevin auditioned, which is kind of a digital process. They send you a message with some samples, and I'll listen to that. And I'm like, that's the 299 Days guy. He's already got an audience. So I ended up using him, and he has gone on to become kind of the biggest name in this genre.
How does that work now? Do you kind of have first right of refusal to get him to do it so that you always have the same voice as long as he's able?
I've learned that if you switch narrators mid-series, it kind of kills it for people because they associate that voice with that story and with those characters. So Kevin and I kind of have just, at this point, a gentleman's agreement that we will continue all these series we do together. But he and I are good friends. So we have a good working relationship. And I think as long as I do those series that he's involved with, he'll continue to do them.
I had William Forston on here quite a while back there from 1 Second After, and he switched. His audio for the first book, and then he went to Bronson Pinchot for the next few. And I asked him, he said, do you know why they switched? Oh, I don't have a clue. We didn't care a bit. So I appreciate you putting that into it for sure.
Well, the difference is he is with a big publisher, and I control 100% of my process. So I pick my narrators, and I control everything.
So you are in an independent publisher at this point?
Yes.
Yeah. So how important is that to you? Because I love that you bring the entrepreneurial aspect to everything that you do as well. So how important is creative freedom to you? And would you ever consider going with a publisher at this point, or no?
Not really, because there are benefits to it, but the truth of that matter is that commercial publishers don't really support 99% of the authors that they publish. Each year they pick two or three big names in each genre. Like they'll pick Jack Carr in thrillers, or they'll pick Tom Clancy, or they'll pick, whoever. And those are the people they put all their money behind. And most of the smaller authors are still having to work their day jobs. They're not really able to support themselves as an author. There are more independent authors who are full-time authors than trade published authors. The people who are with the big publishers are making less money and are less likely to be able to be a full-time author. You get 8 to 12% of sales if you're with a big commercial publisher. Depending on what format I'm selling, I get 50 to 70%. So I don't have to sell as many books to support myself.
Wow. Yeah, I guess, I thought I preach the gospel of entrepreneurship all the time, but so I'm going to kind of turn this around. If you were to tell someone that was looking to start out and wanted to be an entrepreneur being an author, so genre down and independently published, were there any other things that you would say for sure?
I would say 100% independently published. The problem, excuse me, is a lot of people don't want to have to do the promotion and the advertising. Well, nobody does, but that's not what we like to do. We like to tell stories. We like to write. But if you can master that end of it, you're able to make this into a real business. I spend probably 50 to 60% of my time writing, and the rest of the time is on the business aspects. It's networking, it's promotions, it's writing ads, it's running ads. I have to spend a lot of time writing ads and spend a lot of money on advertising, and that's just part of it being a business.
Do you outsource anything at this point, or do you do everything yourself still?
I outsource editing.
Okay.
I outsource covers, and I outsource narration. That's pretty much it.
Okay. I don't know if you can tell me this, but where do you get your covers done? Is there a certain company that does that? Because I notice, especially in the kind of post-apocalyptic fiction genre, there's kind of a certain look to the books, and it's the same doing a YouTube channel. Guys who review off-grid gear, their thumbnails have a certain look. So how does that go with that process?
When I first published, there was not kind of that standardized look that there is now. But there are a lot of people that publish that make their own covers. There are a lot of companies that design covers. I chose a company called Deranged Doctor Design that is out of Serbia. And the reason I chose them is because it's an actual office full of designers, and there's a dozen people work there. So I knew people before who had issues where they hire somebody to make a cover, and that person has a health issue or something, and they don't get their cover. I'm using a full office full of people. So if some guy can't finish my cover, his coworker steps in and takes over the project. So I've never had an issue with not getting a cover for some, personal issue. But I have stuck with them the entire time. I have a really good working relationship with them. I think they have played a large role in kind of standardizing that cover that you see now with those certain cover colors and that bold design. But a lot of people can do that style of cover now, but I've just had great experience with those people. I think they're really good.
Nice. So any plans to kind of expand? I think you've got, is it maybe a military, or I haven't gotten that far in your reading yet, but any plans to expand into other genres at all?
I really like doing action thrillers, military style thrillers. Mad Mick actually sells better as a thriller, a military thriller, than as a post-apocalyptic title. Every book in the Mad Mick series has hit #1 on Amazon as a military thriller. So I eventually would like to write more action thrillers that are not post-apocalyptic, because it seems a natural flow from what I'm doing now.
Ever have any thoughts of dipping your toe into horror since you're Stephen King buff, or no?
Not really. I don't read as much horror now. I like horror movies, but I just don't know that I could write it and make it believable and scary.
Fair enough.
I like
What about-
creepy human characters, like, I like creepy psychos and creepy bad guys, but I don't know that I could make creepy monsters.
Kind of speaking of creepy bad guys, I can't remember his name. I'm trying to think of it, but the antagonist in the Mad Mix series, he is a former, I think he's a university professor or at least a history buff. Is he based on an actual character? I find him incredibly intriguing. Just his use of, sociology, psychology, history, and kind of his ambitions toward riches from, during transition periods in history.
No, he wasn't based on anybody, any real person, but what he's based on is kind of, in my college experience and in stories that I've read, there are professors out there who really love to hear themselves talk. They consider themselves their own cult of personality. They like a following of students, who worship them and like to hear what they have to say and just adore them. And that's kind of where that character came from, is he's a person who considers himself to be an expert on everything. And he likes, young college age girls kind of fawning over him and hearing what he has to say. So he decides, when society collapses, he thinks back, there are families that made fortunes in wartime. There are families that either through making arms or, manufacturing or whatever, developed these generational riches from times of strife. So he sees this as his opportunity. He's a student of history, and he says, okay, this is what I'm going to do. I am going to build my empire, and eventually society will come back, but by that time I will have built a war chest of gold and property and mineral rights, and I will be well positioned for the next part of society.
Look at how many companies came out of the Second World War, with their pockets lined or built or whatever you want to call it. So I guess it is something that happens in the past, isn't it?
Yeah, you think about banking empires. I mean, you think about even the Bush family, Prescott Bush, who was, secretly lending money to the Nazis, despite, U.S. banking regulations, because they were paying good interest and they needed cash. And there are people who have no allegiances in wartime except to personal enrichment. There are companies that build vast fortunes regardless of where they live. They have no loyalty except to the dollar.
I when I put together these my notes for episodes, I like to go. I actually was going to get you to. I wasn't sure how much of a sport you were. I was going to dig up some of your 1-star ratings on Goodreads and get you to respond, but maybe another day. But a lot of people talked about your world building in the Appalachian Mountains and that sort of thing. How many of those, because there seemed to be quite a few people with mental illness and drug addicts and that sort of thing. How much of that came out of kind of your real world experience with where you grew up and where you live?
A lot. I worked in the state mental health system in Virginia for 28 years. So I saw what Appalachia was like before the opioid crisis, and then I saw what that created here, which was an entire generation of people who were living a post-apocalyptic environment. Because when you are addicted to opiates, when you're an oxy addict or whatever, every day is about that search for the next oxy, which is like the search for food or the search for, other things in a post-apocalyptic book. Those people live an apocalyptic life every day. So that kind of became my model for how my apocalyptic characters work. But then the other thing that I like in Virginia, we have our closest state mental hospital. At the turn of the century, from the 19th to the 20th, there were about 5 or 6,000 people living in that mental hospital because they could not function in society. But what happened in the 20th century is we developed all these new generations of drugs that were able to control mental illnesses so those people could function in society and live somewhat normal lives. But the thing is, if those medications disappear, then a lot of those people begin to experience, bipolar symptoms or psychosis. And that's not to stigmatize those people. It's just a reality that our mental hospital, closest to us went from 5,000 people living there in 1900 to less than 200 people living there now. So, that's how big an impact. And some of the statistics say that as many as half of the people, out there in the world now are taking some type of mental health medication. And not all those, not all those people have some debilitating symptom, but there are a lot of people who will lose touch with reality when their medication supply dries up, or they become desperate, or they become erratic.
You did a really good job writing people with disabilities too, which I appreciated, because that's something that kind of gets overlooked in post-apocalyptic genre sometimes. But you had the lady that ran the camp with a wheelchair, Tom with the powered wheelchair, and then Becky. It took me a minute. That's my wife's name. I shouldn't forget it. She was blind, which I loved. How was that? Well, I guess what I'm kind of getting at is, was that difficult for you to write for people with disabilities, or did you have any experience with that, or did you just do a little research, or where did that come from?
That was also an outgrowth of working in the public mental health system for 28 years, because I had a lot of coworkers. It was a large agency. I had a lot of coworkers who had some type of physical challenge, and some were blind or in a wheelchair or had some mobility issue, and you just saw how their experience of the workday was compared to your experience of the workday. They had additional challenges. They had to kind of plan ahead a little bit, because some places are friendly to people in wheelchairs, and some places are, old enough that they're not really accessible. So working in that situation kind of got me thinking along that mindset.
What about something else I think, and I think it might be hard for narrators as well, but what about politically correctness? Is that starting to hurt the creative process at all? I don't think it affects you per se, but I remember watching an interview with Rod Serling, Twilight Zone, from many years ago.
Yeah.
And he talked about the concept of pre-censorship and how he was beholden to sponsors and advertisers at the time, and how he would not even include certain things in his books because he knew it would get him in trouble. Do you think that the modern concept of whatever woke or politically correctness, do you think that's hurting the creative process for people at all?
It's definitely creating some challenges, because in a lot of genres right now, it's customary for people to hire what's called a sensitivity reader, which is somebody who reads your book before it goes to publication to see if it has anything offensive. And then there's a lot of and then there's a lot of issues with cultural appropriation of somebody saying, you wrote this book about an Asian character and you're not Asian, or you wrote this book about a Native American and you're not Native American, which, I have mixed feelings about that, because as an author, that's what you do, is you put yourself in these other characters and write from that. But there's a lot of issues with that now. There's a lot of authors who are scared to write certain things because they're afraid of the backlash. In post-apocalyptic, it's not a really big issue right now, but sometimes, I do get feedback from people who say, this is gun porn or prepper porn, whatever. But it was interesting that during the pandemic, I began to see, you know, post-apocalyptic generally has a more conservative readership, but that changed during the pandemic, and I began to get a lot more liberal readers than I'd had before, because they contacted me, they had questions, and that was interesting.
Yeah, I like that. I worry about you. I think about the guys that, like Kevin Pierce, for instance. At some point, I don't know if anybody's ever going to give him shit over the fact that they have to do voices or accents. And when I was reading your Goodreads, some of the biggest complaints were, oh, there's no people of color in this. And I'm thinking, which one do you want? Do you want him to have people of color or not? I didn't. Yeah, it's really frustrating being a creative, for sure.
Well, when the Borrowed World first came out, I read all my reviews. And what I found is it caused me to start censoring myself. And it was in any routine.
That's good.
Yeah. I appreciate people leaving, because it's very important. The reviewers than for me. So I don't know, well, last time he did this, or, he offended me with this. I don't want that voice in my head.
I got a couple more questions. We'll wrap up for
Sure.
you. But do you remember the first book? Which was the first book you wrote when you were a full-time author after you'd walked away from working for the man? Do you happen to remember? If you don't, that's okay.
I'm not sure, but it may have been the Mad Mick. I'll have to, I don't know. It was the end of 2019. So it probably wasn't the Mad Mick. Yeah, I'm not sure exactly, but I left my job in December of 2019. So whichever my first 2020 book was, that would have been it.
The reason I ask, I don't know if it was around there or not, but I absolutely loved Blood and Banjos, which I think was book 8 in the Borrowed World series.
Yeah.
And I could see how that was a bit of a divisive book, because it took a bit of it's a road trip book, which I am a sucker for, apocalypse or whatever reason, but all of it. But it was almost like Blood and Banjos took everything to another level. And I don't know if you did anything different, because I loved your stuff beforehand, but man, Blood and Banjos, from I guess that's 8, 9, and 10 of Borrowed World, just blew me out of the water.
Well, people, when they read those books, people take different things away from them. But as I write them, I have kind of themes in my head. For me, is Jim was one of those people that before the collapse, he's like, man, what this country needs is a good reset. We need to collapse. We need to thin out, all these deadbeats. We need to thin out, the people who are not able to take care of themselves. And he was one of those people who wished for that. And when this happened and people he knew started dying, he felt this tremendous guilt. And he struggled with that guilt through a lot of books. And then by the time it gets to book 8, that Blood and Banjos, he is struggling with the issue of, I have tried to live in this world and protect my family. I've been violent, and it's brought hardship to my family. My family's lives have been put at risk. My friends' lives are at risk. Maybe I need to go away so they'll be safe. And that is a book about him struggling to come to terms with, am I going to become the person that I need to be, where I just surrender myself to the violence and I become, the violent protector of my family, or what am I going to be? And that's what that is about him going away and trying to process this in his head. Who do I need to be to best serve my family and my friends in this time? Because, regardless of whether I wanted this to happen or not, it's here now. I'm in this apocalyptic world, and I'm having to become violent. And so he eventually surrenders to that. And by book 9, Resurgent, he has fully accepted that all the people who present threats to him and his family are done. He is not going to tolerate that anymore. If there are people in the community who are a threat to him, he's taking them out, and he surrenders to that.
Dude, that whole story arc from the, I don't know what you want to call it, the HOA meeting. It wasn't an HOA, but the HOA meeting that he sits in on, to the standing on the roof of the RV with the pastor. Oh, and then the Reset Roadhouse is absolutely post-apocalyptic gold. Are we going to get more of the Reset Roadhouse?
Yeah, I'm about 60% through the next book of the Borrowed World series. That's going to be my next release. And it is mostly centered on the Reset Roadhouse. And by this point, it's kind of paralleling book 10 of the Mad Mix series. They're about at the same place in the timeline. So, I don't want to give anything away, but very much centered on the Reset Roadhouse and on the next step of what they're experiencing.
And do we get a bit of a taste of, I was trying to figure out the very ending of book 10. Is that Elon Musk? Is that Bill Gates? Is that, who is that tech character based off of?
It's kind of a conglomerate of different aspects of those people, because all of them have social things that they experiment with, whether it's, just they all are rich enough that they can influence politics and they can influence society. And they have become their own political force. And that's a lot of what's happening in these later Mad Mick books, is the struggle between politicians and billionaires, and politicians who are so determined that, I don't care if this person can restore electricity to America. We are not letting an outsider into our little club. We are not letting an outsider run this country, and we will destroy it before we let that happen. And it's about politicians who basically just are at a standstill and unable to do anything because they can't get along and cooperate and be grown-ups anymore.
That's a theme that comes through in a lot of post-apocalyptic fiction, and I appreciate that. So where are you heading next? What can we look forward to coming up in the Borrowed World series and from Mr. Franklin Horton?
I have a Borrowed World book that I think is going to come out in probably beginning of February, because things slow down at Christmas. It's hard to get covers and editing and proofreading and all that stuff done. So I think it may be February before that book can come out. That'll be followed up by a Mad Mick book. I'm probably going to wrap up my Way of Dan series next year, which is not in the Borrowed World universe. It's kind of its own thing. It's an EMP story. Okay. But I would also have a goal next year to release a new series in the Borrowed World universe. So that's kind of on the drawing board now, a new series that will be within that world. Can
you give me a hint at all?
I would if I had, but
okay.
I don't have any clue at this point, other than what I'm going to do is I kind of have a vague idea that it's going to be about a I don't want to give too much away, but it's
okay.
It's going to follow a new group of characters roughly in the same geographic area, because I like the possibility of these people crossing paths. But it's going to follow a new group of characters who have a very different life, a loosely knit group of people. These are people who are not family, but they are found family. And it's about their experience of this Borrowed World apocalypse.
And they haven't, I'm not going to push you hard, but they haven't been introduced in any of the books at all yet.
This will be new people that we have not heard from at all.
Okay. I was going to guess that it was the construction workers from Detroit. So that's good. I'm glad it wasn't them. So,
it's funny, but when I write these books and then I move to the next book, I put the last book completely out of my head. So sometimes it becomes difficult to go back and pick up with some of these side characters, because at this point, I've got hundreds of characters out there. So keeping up with them and what they may have done. And, I have author friends who have written books where they're describing a character that they actually killed off 2 books ago, so I don't ever want to do that by accident.
Sure, that's fair. So, Franklin, how can people follow up with you? How can they throw money at you? Where can they go to support you? That sort of thing.
All my books are on Amazon in Kindle version and in paperback. They're on audio, which you can get on Audible or iTunes. A lot of people like the audio versions. Some of my books are also in box sets, so you can get like the audio version of Mad Mick 1, 2, and 3. For 1 credit, you get like 25 hours of audio, which is a good way to listen to it. I'm on social media on Facebook, and I'm also on Instagram. So those are kind of the ways to keep up with me. If you go to franklinhorton.com, you can sign up for my mailing list and get all the inside information. And I also have a merch store at resetroadhouse.com where people can buy Mad Mick t-shirts, Borrowed World t-shirts, Mad Mick mugs, all the good stuff.
Well, thank you, sir. I very much appreciate it. Do you mind hanging in the background for 30 seconds while I close up?
Be glad to.
Thank you, sir. So, guys, I hope that you enjoyed this as much as I did. I think half the reason that I started this entire thing was that I get to have cool conversations with people that I want to pick their brain of. So, first off, I got to say thank you to Franklin for coming on, and do your best to give him some support. If you haven't listened to his stuff yet, do yourself a favor and do it. I don't know how I missed the Borrowed World series for as long as I did. I really don't. But Cold War Prepper is the one who brought it up first. And I thank you for that as well, because you will not be disappointed in any and all of what he has to offer. So, folks, I appreciate you. And as always, stay happy, stay healthy, and have a great week.
This is the Conrad Alert. Civil defense information will be broadcast at 6:40.
West of the Rockies, you're on the air. Hello.
Y2K, how can we prepare?
Stop a few of their machines and radios, throw them into darkness for a few hours.
We are fighting for our lives. My family must survive.
Over 5 years, 1,000 gallons of gas, air filtration, water filtration.
Coming at you from the frozen tundra that is East Central Alberta, Canada, streaming live on YouTube, Facebook, Twitter, Twitch, Rumble, and Odyssey. Welcome back to the workshop where we create community, find freedom, promote preparedness, and share success. I am Toolman Tim. Today is August the 1st, 2023, and this is episode 347 of Workshop Radio. How is everyone out there? In just a minute, we're going to get to the incredible conversation I just finished up with James Wesley Rawls. You'll probably know him as the author of Patriots, but he is also an incredible wealth of knowledge in the history and the early days of the internet preparedness and survivalist movement. I hope you guys enjoyed as much as I did. Real quick, 2 quick announcements. Number 1, if you want to support what I do and you like to get cool embroidered Velcro morale patches every single month, sign up to the Patch of the Month Club at patchofthemonth.co. Last month's was 0 to 5 stars. Government would not recommend. Everybody loved that. And this month's I'm not giving away yet, but people who have got it so far enjoy it. $10 a month, $100 a year, patchofthemonth.co. Secondly, if you want to know more about the workshop community and you want to become part of our community where you can share your resources, share your knowledge, answer questions, and get your questions answered, come by and join the Telegram group. The link for that is in the description below. And guys, with that, let's get into the conversation I just finished up with Mr. James Wesley Rawls. I hope you guys enjoy it. It was just a breeze of an hour, and I would gladly have him back again. So with that, let's dive in. I did a little digging on you. Always love to know a little bit about the background. I mean, I've read your books before, but I read that you grew up surrounded around ranchers and physicists with a bunch of bomb shelters around. What was that like? And what was your upbringing a bit like?
Well, it was an interesting upbringing. That was in Livermore, California, the home of Lawrence Livermore National Laboratories. That's where my dad worked. And he was in experimental physics, particle physics, and worked with linear accelerators and cyclotrons.
Wow.
And was more in basic research than designing nuclear weapons. But of course, the damage studies that they did played directly into creating nuclear weapons components. So indirectly, he was involved in nuclear weapons development. So it was an interesting place to grow up. Yeah, it was a bunch of ranchers' kids and a bunch of physicists' kids, and it was a very stimulating environment for a young man. And growing up kind of in the shadow of the nuclear bomb, as it were, it certainly gave me an appreciation for the fragility of our society and for the threat of nuclear war.
Is that kind of where did your passion, I mean, growing up around nuclear bombs or nuclear shelters and that sort of thing, it must have kind of made you at least aware of what was going on, but where did your passion to kind of throw your entire life into preparedness come from?
Well, I think actually it dates farther back than that. It dates back to my pioneer family. My family came out west by covered wagon in the 1850s. And that pioneer mentality never really wore off in our family. We've always hunted, fished, been very keyed into the outdoors. And one of my parents, both of them, grew up in the Great Depression. Mm. And that mentality really never wore off on them. They were always very frugal. My mom wasn't into home canning that much, but definitely into home cooking for just about everything. We didn't do any kind of packaged foods. So all in all, I think my upbringing kind of steered me toward survivalism, and that I ended up writing the things that I did.
So who did you dig into Mel Stevens or Don or Mel Stevens or anybody like that? Like who were kind of the influential people?
It was more Mel Tappan,
yep,
and Jeff Cooper and folks like that really motivated me. That, and of course, Crescent Kearney. He was with another national laboratory. He was with Oak Ridge National Laboratory, and he's the one that co-produced or co-authored the book Nuclear War Survival Skills.
Oh, okay. Have you ever met? Did you ever have the opportunity to meet him or no?
No, actually, the only really prominent prepper that I've ever had a chance to meet is a science fiction writer by the name of Dean Ing. He's from Southwestern Oregon. He was a friend of Mel Tappan's, and he wrote a number of books with survival themes. One was called Pulling Through, which was a nuclear war survival novel. So I was more indirectly inspired rather than directly inspired by those survivalist writers.
Sure. I love digging into them. I've been kind of doing my best to pick up a few, like Kurt Saxon. He had the Survivor newsletter that got, so there's compendiums of them that were released, I think in maybe the early 80s. Yeah. Have you seen those?
Yeah. Have I have the
whole story. Yeah. Oh, dude, good for you.
My influences, although, he was a racist, and I can never abide by that. But other than that, I thought that he was a very interesting, very creative guy. And he dug into 19th century technology. He liked going through the old formularies from the 1800s about do-it-yourself recipes for chemistry and for making your own soap and making your own medicines and that kind of thing. And that definitely inspired me as well.
It's interesting. It's tough because are you a believer in being able to separate a person's teachings from some of their other teaching? Like you mentioned about Kurt Saxon having kind of, how they love to use the word problematic nowadays, of course. But
I would never have associated with him socially.
Sure.
I certainly benefited from factual stuff that he put out. I just kind of ignored his writings that were racist or quasi-racist. I think you can divide that. Anyone who has discernment can kind of pick and choose. There are so many people in the world that have good things to offer, but that also have aspects of their personal lives or philosophies or even religions that are just way out there and that I would never have anything to do with. So it's just a matter of having that level of discernment. And I would just warn all your listeners, be perceptive about people. Look at not just what they say, not even just what they do, but the long-term effects of what they do. And if you look at people from that perspective, like when you're evaluating whether you're evaluating a movie star or a politician or your local mayor, it really pays to be discerning of people. That's one thing I picked up in the intelligence community, is to never take anything at face value or anything that anyone says at face value. You really have to look at the long-term effects and also look at, allegiances and alliances.
I'm going to jump around just a little bit because your thoughts there really kind of. So, okay, I've for about a year now, I've been digging into the history of modern preparedness. I was laying in bed one night and I started doing some searching on the old Usenet groups, and I realized how new of a term prepper actually was.
Yeah.
Now, I went through, this is going to sound funny, but I went through a very short existential crisis for just a little bit because I saw all these people worried about all these things that either never came to fruition or they were still worrying about. And just for a short period of time, I kind of questioned why exactly am I prepping or being in the preparedness mindset? And how do you look at, because you talk about the long-term thoughts or the long-term fruits of a person's labor. How do you look at that and keep prepping? Do you know what I mean?
Well, it can be discouraging sometimes, but there's also some very confirming events that come along, like Hurricane Katrina, for example, or the COVID-19 pandemic.
Yes.
All the preps that I made really paid off with that pandemic. Obviously I didn't need to break out my dosimeter and rate meter.
Sure.
All my food storage, all the cleaning supplies, all the do-it-yourself stuff that we had squared away allowed us to basically hunker down and lock our gate. So even if the COVID pandemic had been as bad as it was originally advertised, where they said it might have a 20% lethality rate, that's what we were originally told.
Yes.
If it had been that bad, we could have simply locked our gate and stayed home for 3 years or longer, possibly. But we have enough storage food here at our ranch for 3 years without even anything from our garden or any livestock or any fish from our river. So it's gratifying to see that there are some confirming events, but it's discouraging sometimes to see that some of my preps have been around so long since I've been at this for more than 40 years. I literally had to feed to our livestock. No longer fit for human consumption. So, but beyond that, I think overall, I feel fully justified or perhaps vindicated in being a prepper or survivalist. I kind of use those terms interchangeably because a lot of what we've done has simply saved us money. By buying food in bulk, we've saved a tremendous amount of money over the years. If you buy rice in a 1 pound package, you're paying literally 10 times as much as you pay buying it in a 50 pound sack. So those kind of cost savings really add up in the long run.
No, I thank you, Jim. That's the answer I was looking for, because that's what I came, that was the understanding after a few days of thinking about it. It really does make a person's life better, whether something really bad happens or doesn't, because like you said, you were set for
Right.
yeah.
It goes beyond tangible or monetary gain. It's also the lifestyle gain. I decided early on that I wasn't going to pursue the management track as a technical writer, because I knew I wanted to work from home. And I wasn't going to pursue being an Army officer long term to round out my 20 years to retirement. Because I resigned my commission just 7 years in as a captain. I didn't end up getting deployed for either the Gulf War or for the umpteen deployments that I would have had if I stayed in through the global war on terror. So there's an intangible there. The other tremendous intangible is the fact that by moving to the country, I was able to raise my kids, homeschool them, give them fresh water, tremendously nutritious food that we grew ourselves from our gardens, and raised our own livestock, so we knew exactly what was in that meat. So there's an advantage there. I am very proud of the way that my kids grew up, and they all were raised quite solid, as my grandfather would have said. And I'm very proud of them. And I think my choice of where I raised them and how much time I was able to spend with them since I was self-employed really shows.
Absolutely. I'm a big proponent of, in my pillars of preparedness, entrepreneurship is one of them. So I love hearing that. But so I know this is something you spoke of your ranch, and I know you're private about its location, but I did notice where you listed your location as Galt's Gulch. Do you feel like you found your own personal Galt's Gulch?
Yeah, to an extent. All of our neighbors are very like-minded, and I could literally, as I said before, lock the gate and live very self-sufficiently for an extended period of time. After maybe 10 years, we might run out of salt or something, or kerosene, that essentially we could live truly off-grid for a very long period of time. So that's something that I can point to as a plus. And in terms of a gulching kind of culture, where I live in the American Redoubt, pretty much everyone around me lives self-sufficiently or fairly self-sufficiently. Everybody has a garden. Everybody cuts their own firewood. Almost everybody hunts. Nearly everybody has a big gun collection. Almost everybody fishes for trout or landlocked salmon, kokanee, and almost everybody picks huckleberries every summer and service berries. So it's a fairly self-sufficient, self-reliant kind of community, and the whole attitude that goes along with that matches. Everybody is very much into barter and charity. It doesn't matter if you don't make a lot of money. Everybody gets along very well, whether you make $20,000 a year or $200,000 a year. We're all just neighbors. We know we all have to depend on each other because we live in a very remote area. If somebody needs, to pick up a prescription in town or go shopping for somebody who's ill, we don't hesitate at all. We're always looking out for our neighbors. And the same goes, wintertime when people need to get plowed out, or if somebody slides into a ditch and needs to get towed out, or, barn raising kind of activities, we all pitch in.
Nice. I just did a show recently on, I don't know if you follow it much, but over in South Africa, the really bad power outage crises they've been having.
In there.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. I just kind of became aware of it in the last few months. And as I was prepping the show, all I could think about was the how much it compares to what Ayn Rand had to say, or kind of what her vision of collapse was. Do you see any parallels between what she had to write when she wrote it and kind of what we're living through today?
Sure. Certainly, we're living in the age of big government, intrusive government. I like to call the modern era the age of deception and betrayal. That's what we're really living through. 30 years ago, I was warning about a slow slide scenario. And if around us, that's exactly what we're living through, at least in the big cities where they have, rampant crime, drug use, homelessness. Yeah, just to see the homeless tent encampments that stretch on for block after block after block in so many cities, it really does look something out of Ayn Rand's Atlas Shrugged.
Absolutely. I was so excited when I saw that listing. I was like, I can ask him about Rand a little bit, because there's only so many people you interview that are at least somewhat well versed in her stuff. So thank you. So, all right, I brought you on because I have a couple of kind of passions or interests, and one, of course, is the history of modern preparedness. I'm doing my best to trace it from the civil defense era to modern preparedness, and for some reason I'm also a geek when it comes to vintage technology. That's one of my things, and I'm not really sure why, but it is. And I came across a throwaway line, I think it was even on Wikipedia, talking about the early BBSs and Usenet groups for prepping. And so I wanted to pick your brain, because I've been trying to find someone who at least has some experience with them. So do you remember, what are kind of your earliest memories? Yeah.
I didn't use bulletin board systems, BBSs, but I was quite active with Usenet. First in the late 1980s, when I was with Daisix Corporation, which is the spin-off of the earlier Daisy Cadnetics Corporation.
Okay.
He had access to what was called FidoNet, and FidoNet was a way to log into Usenet. And Usenet had a whole bunch of different groups. They're kind of analogous to the user forums that they have on websites now. They're all thread-driven. They're all some are moderated, some are not. So it's very much like a modern forum. But it was in Usenet that we created terms like Kiotwaki that hadn't existed before, or Get Out of Dodge, which is one that I helped popularize. And in fact, it had already been used as a phrase. I think I was the one who, at the suggestion of a buddy of mine, turned it into an acronym, GOOD, Get Out of Dodge. But those terms really didn't exist before Usenet. And most of those cropped up in Usenet in the 1980s. I was a lurker of Usenet in the late 80s. And then I was a poster to Usenet in the late 1990s and the early 2000s. And there, I was mainly involved in a few forums. One was rec.guns, that's rec.guns, rec.guns. Another was talk.politics.guns. And the main one was one called mis.survivalism, which was miscellaneous, MISC.survivalism. And it was there that a lot of these, the whole bug out bag culture kind of developed. The whole modern stance on preparedness. It was kind of an outgrowth of Don Stevens and Mel Tappan and all those folks, kind of crystallized down, and then it was given kind of a high-tech spin, especially in the late 1990s, with the worries about Y2K.
Yes.
And then for Y2K, I was selected by Gary North to moderate a couple of his forums.
Really?
Yeah.
So, wow. Okay.
So Gary had me moderate a couple of forums, and I think there were like 20 different forums. And it was nothing fancy. It was I had no official title. I was just a volunteer moderator, but I got to dive in and got to pour some water on some flame wars. But it was a lot of fun, and that was a direct outgrowth of Usenet as well. A lot of people who were on Myths.Survivalism moved over to Gary North's Y2K forums. And by the way, those Y2K forums are actually all archived. And even now that Gary North has passed away, I think they're still available if you want to go back through any of those threads. And they were very interesting. Some of them, of course, were alarmist. But I think in part because there was so much interest from the internet on Y2K, it actually drove a lot of companies to actually mitigate and remediate the Y2K date rollover problems that they otherwise would have had. They poured millions of dollars into remediation for the 2-digit date problem that they wouldn't have otherwise. And I think it was one of those. They talk about a self-fulfilling prophecy. In this case, it was a self-mitigating prophecy.
Sure. So where did you, that's another kind of one of my interests. I was 19, so I was a sophomore in university when I remember it happening. And, I didn't quite grab the whole gravity of it at the time, but looking back on it, are you a firm believer in we dealt with the issue ahead of time, or are you in the other camp of it was a nothing burger and
no, it was definitely had some considerable problems that could have been created, especially in the banking sector. There were a lot of old COBOL programmers who were pulled out of mothballs to go fix some of that code. And maybe they should have added one more digit to the date problem, because in the year 9999 they may have the same problem all over again.
That's good. What was Gary North's thoughts post Y2K? Do you know much at all of where he kind of landed after that?
I never met Gary face to face. We just corresponded. He was a very kindly man and a very godly man, of course. He also is one of the most generous people I have ever met. He put all of his books for the Institute for Christian Economics, ICE, and his ICE books website. He turned his entire library of books, basically his entire life's work, into a free library that's still available now. Thankfully, a lot of that was endowed by one of his benefactors, but he had the foresight and the kindness and the generosity to make all those books available free, including all of his economics books. The one book that I think everyone should read that is absolutely timeless is his book, Christian Economics. But Gary was quite concerned about Y2K. He was one of the first folks to really ring the alarm bell on it. And he wasn't just an alarmist. He wanted to protect his own family. He moved his own family to a big farm, I think it was in Tennessee or Kentucky, that had natural gas wells, and he had everything set up for natural gas, heating his house, running generators, everything. All of his hot water was provided by natural gas. It was all off of local wellhead pressure. There was no compressors involved at all, right from his own property. So he practiced what he preached. And again, he set up these white forums, and he got a lot of people squared away. And a lot of that preparedness carried people through all the way to things like Hurricane Katrina years later.
That's incredible. So we both, I think maybe before we started recording, chatted about how we both dug into the Usenet archives. And so the earliest post I could find of yours was February 7th, 1992 in rec.guns. And
Okay.
it was, let me see, I'm going to read it to you. It'll be fun. It was nothing. Anyway, it said, in the answer to your questions on 45 mags, there are only two types that I recommend. Original U.S. government issue. Usually they have a federal contract number, and the original Colt. And then you said the vast majority of aftermarket magazines are not worth buying. They have lousy quality control, and on it goes from there. Do you still feel that way? 30?
Absolutely. Yeah.
Yep.
And I didn't realize I had posted that early. I thought I started posting in the late 90s because I mainly lurked in rec.guns and talk.politics.guns and miscellaneous.survivalism in the late 80s, early 90s. I didn't really start posting a lot until the late 90s, and that was more promotion for what originally was a shareware novel called Triple Aught, and later called the Gray 90s and Triple Aught, and that later was expanded to become my first full-length novel, which was called Patriots. That's why I got involved in actually posting on Usenet. Was more to promote those books. So yeah, it was fun. It was interesting. It was a very freewheeling exchange of ideas. If anyone thought that someone was trying to pull a fast one or was being self-promotional, they got shot down very quickly. So you had to be very careful what you posted. And there were notorious flame wars that developed in a lot of the Usenet forums. Some of the forums were way out there. I mean, they had, talks about like, everything, like even like sexual fetishes and fantasies and all that stuff. And I stuck to the more practical forums, and I tried to just put in my 2 cents worth where I could share my knowledge. One of the other early posts I had was I helped co-author a foreign ammunition box translation page. It was an FAQ page, a frequently asked questions page, that went through Spanish, German, a bunch of different languages. I helped with the Spanish and German part, translating foreign ammo boxes. And then I was one of the folks that posted a chart of non-corrosive dates for U.S. military ammunition. I try to keep it practical for people. And then, of course, I was the main author of a FAQ on pre-1899 guns that just kind of kept growing, and it kind of became a standard reference for the internet. It still is.
It's funny because people, I guess, people kind of younger than myself just kind of take for granted that stuff's always been out there, but it all had to be developed from somewhere.
Yeah. Somebody had to take the time to key it all in. That was the main thing. In those days, there was not, optical character reading.
Right.
Was very rudimentary at the time. And text to voice was also very, or voice to text was also very rudimentary in those days. In fact, voice to text really didn't exist until the 90s, really. So, or late 90s. So a lot of it was very laborious, keying all this stuff in by hand.
So I learned something putting together today's show. I always love looking at kind of where the genesis of a book comes from. And I've always known it as Patriots, but I discovered that it had multiple names, including the Gray 90s, which I'm going to guess was a play on the phrase the gay 90s, was it? Or was that not? Yes. Yeah, okay.
Play on that. The main character's name is his family name is Gray.
Okay. I thought that was pretty ingenious. So, okay, I'm a Stephen King fan. I have been for years. And I remember in 2000, he made a big deal out of putting out Riding the Bullet as an ebook. And they're like, oh, he's a groundbreaker. And I realized doing this, you were 5 years ahead of him with your Gray 90s. How did that shareware experiment come about?
It actually, I just kind of thought it up and did it. I saw what people were doing with software.
Okay.
And we're putting some pretty useful little, they didn't even call them apps in those days, little applications out as shareware. And if someone liked them and used them, they were encouraged to just mail the guy a $5 bill. I thought, well, I've got this novel manuscript. I can't find an agent. I can't find a publisher. I'll just put it out as shareware. So I kind of came up with the idea. I had the first shareware novel. And because Usenet was such a small community in those days, and because there were very few free ebooks out there, there were people who had taken like old 19th century and earlier poetry and keyed it in and made it available. But I think I was one of the first people, or maybe the first, to put a whole full-length novel out as shareware. I put it up a chapter at a time originally. And then at the bottom of each chapter, I just put a little note that said, "Are you still reading? If so, please consider mailing me a $5 bill." I gave my address. And I didn't think much would happen with that. But in the long run, the popularity of that shareware novel ended up getting me an agent and getting me a publisher. And that's where everything took off from there. So I'm very thankful that people took the time to download my novel. They critiqued it mercilessly. If nothing else, they caught a lot of typos. In the long run, we ended up having 70,000 people download that novel.
Wow.
And this was in the early days of the internet. There really wasn't much of a public internet at all, except America Online had just kind of been created. And I ended up having my novel get downloaded so many times. In those days, that the data limits were really tight in terms of how much bandwidth you could use. So on FidoNet, it was kind of pushing the upper edge of the envelope in terms of what people could download. And, in those days, people were like logging in after 7 p.m. when the phone rates, and they were downloading this novel at 1,200 baud.
Right.
So to download each chapter of the novel would take about 10 minutes.
I don't know if you've ever said or if you even remember, but did very many people send you a $5 bill in the mail?
No. In fact, I had people sending me money even after the paperback edition of Patriots was out. Even 3 or 4 years later, I was still getting $5 checks in the mail, because pirated copies of, even though I had taken the novel down, pirated copies of my novel were still floating around with that address. And I was still getting checks in the mail from people, or $5 bills, or $5 Canadian bills. Yeah, that went on for quite a while. And one kind of funny aside, I also used to sell a lot of magazines and things at gun shows.
Oh.
And I would have copies of my book sitting there as well. And I would have people just walk up to me, recognize me, hand me a $5 bill, not say a word, and walk away. And the other dealers at the tables next to me were like, "Jim, what's your secret? People just handing you money."
That's awesome.
I refer to that as guiltware, because it was shareware, but with a delay, and people realized, oh yeah, I should have ponied up years ago, and they just would hand me a $5 bill.
So did you have your own website for that, or I might have missed that, or did you post that in one of the forums?
I didn't have my own website originally. There was a guy by the name of Ammon Campbell who was nice enough to create the very first site. And then there were, I think, 6 different mirror sites on 3 different continents where people could download the book.
Wow.
And that was the original 28. The original manuscript was 19 chapters, then it was 27 chapters, and then eventually that grew into 33 chapter version of Patriots.
I want to come back to the evolution of the book a little bit, but I just wanted to, you mentioned AOL, and if you couldn't tell by my accent, I'm a Canadian, so we didn't have, at least early on, I never had an experience with AOL. I worked at a local library and taught people how to use the internet, but AOL just wasn't a thing. But I found this post from 96, and it said, tonight, Wednesday, May 22nd, 96, from 10 till midnight, there'll be a live chat on survivalism with Jim Rawls on AOL keyword Periscope. In the chat room, the grassy knoll. I thought that was really cool. I wish those. Yeah, go ahead.
And that chat was not audio; that was text. And I can remember that particular session because some of these guys must have been typing 200 words a minute. And here I was plodding along at 35 words per minute. And I think I was frustrating people because my responses were so slow. And people were flinging questions at me left and right. And I still remember that particular chat. And yeah, if you did back through Usenet, the other thing you'll see is an announcement for I had just done a speech in St. Louis, Missouri, the summer before, in the summer of 2000. In September of 2001, on September 13th, 2001, I was supposed to give a lecture at a local NRA meeting. They were going to fly me down to Southern California to give a speech on preparedness and firearms for preparedness. I had to cancel that speech because 9/11 attacks occurred and they grounded all the flights. But if you go back through Survivalism, you can see my announcement for that I made right around the 6th, the 7th of September, 2001, saying, yeah, I'll be there on the 13th of September. But that never happened.
The whole world changed, hey?
Yeah, it sure did. And I think the terror attacks of 2001 also, I think, were a good confirmation for survivors in terms of the vulnerability of the United States and its infrastructure.
So let's slide back just a little on the book, because of course I go through the Wayback Machine. Do you ever use that, the Internet Time Machine? Yeah. So I did some digging, and some of the earliest references for your book had a copyright of 1990. Was that right, or was that a misprint? Is that when you first started?
No, that was I wrote that book the winter of 1990, 1991, as I was pounding nails building my first house in Idaho, near Orofino, Idaho. So I went ahead and copyrighted it in 1990.
That makes sense.
So and it first went out as shareware in late 1991 or early 1992.
And then, so how long did it take you to release? Did you have the whole thing written when you were releasing chapter by chapter, or did you?
Oh, yeah, I had written the first 19 chapters when I first started releasing chapters.
Okay.
And then it got up to 27 chapters, I think, by the time it all went out on Usenet. And then a Christian publisher in Lafayette, Louisiana, named Huntington House, noticed the success of that shareware novel, and they said they wanted to do a paperback version. And by then, I had expanded it to 32 or 33 chapters, and they picked up in paperback. And then officially, that was in 1998, I took down the shareware version, although, again, copies are still floating around.
It's because nothing ever really comes down off the internet, does it?
No, in fact, well, you mentioned Wayback Machine. All your listeners should be aware that in the age of the internet, everything you say, every email you send, even every site that you visit is recorded somewhere. It's there for posterity or for legal purposes. So be careful, folks.
Ain't that the truth? And not good, but so I don't think any of the AOL chat. I don't think any of them have been archived anywhere, have they, that we know of? Or
no, I think Usenet, because it was a bunch of geeks, actually got archived better than AOL did, because AOL was more user level, whereas Usenet, a lot of these guys were professional programmers.
Right.
There were not that many people on Usenet. It was a very small community when you come right down to it. There was maybe, 300,000 or 400,000 people that were regular users. And the fact that I had 70,000 people download my manuscript tells you, not that my manuscript was great. It just was novel. It was truly novel because nobody else had put a novel out there. So I think it just kind of piqued people's curiosity. It was a very small community.
So we have a what we call the post-apocalyptic book club here at the workshop. we work our way through different books, and I mean, there's a ton out there now but
Oh.
you were kind of the first prepper fiction. What were your influences?
I got
go
to
ahead.
stop you right there.
Sorry,
Because
back me up.
I was not the first prepper fiction. The first
Okay.
prepper fiction was written by a guy who's passed away. His name was Jerry Ahern, and he wrote a book series called The Survivalist.
Right.
And eventually he wrote like 40 plus books, and they actually became kind of derivative and repetitious. But he was the guy who really came up with the idea. And what I wrote, in a way, was sort of an homage to Jerry Ahern. So I don't take credit at all for being the first prepper or survivalist novelist. That had been done before quite successfully in the paperback genre. I was just the first one to do it as a shareware novel.
Did you ever were there any other influences other than Jerry Ahern
On
you? For you?
I think Jerry Pournelle.
Right.
And Jerry Pournelle and Larry Niven wrote the book Lucifer's Hammer, which is an absolute
so good
survivalist classic. And I think that was actually more of a motivator for me even than Jerry Ahern. And I had the privilege of corresponding back and forth with Jerry Pournelle before he passed away. He was one of the writers for Mel Tappan's P.S. letter.
I caught that.
Yeah. And you'll notice that in the biography notes that I put up at the top of my blog, like I just had one for Reginald Bretner last week.
Okay.
He was a science fiction writer who also lived in southwestern Oregon, just like Mel Tappan. Mel Tappan kind of tapped into the writing community of southwestern Oregon, and he had several different science fiction writers like Dean Ing and Reginald Bretner who wrote articles for his preparedness newsletter. It was called P.S. Letter. It was only published for 3 years. I actually found a hard copy set of it on eBay about 20 years ago. An original set, not photocopies. And the original yellow, pink, and blue paper. They had each year they changed the paper stock they printed it on. I still have a binder set of that. But Mel Tappan, boy, he was an amazing guy. He really motivated a lot of people, and he tapped into a real brain trust of folks who helped him write this newsletter. And again, it was called P.S. Letter. I think it's originally was supposed to stand for Personal Survival Letter, but because it had a lot of economics and had a lot on vehicles, they just left it as P.S. Letter because he wanted to have a broad audience. And then after he passed away, that newsletter was carried on for a couple more years under a different title by a fascinating guy by the name of Carl Hess, who also lived in southwestern Oregon. Carl Hess was a more of a political wonk. He was actually a speechwriter for the Nixon administration, who later became a radical libertarian, in fact, a quasi-socialist libertarian.
Wow.
Carl Hess ended up taking over the P.S. Letter because Nancy Tappan, his wife, didn't want to carry on with it. So that newsletter, I think, as well as the columns that Mel Tappan wrote for Guns and Ammo magazine, and he also wrote one for Soldier of Fortune magazine. He wrote columns. I think those were some of the most influential writers in creating those writings were the most influential in creating what we now know as the modern preparedness or survivalist, or now they say prepper movement.
The permanent bug out location was or I get the concept of living at your bug out location.
Yeah, that was Mel Tappan, big time.
He was I remember coming across a lot of his old Soldier of Fortune articles on, I think, BitTorrent, maybe many years ago, maybe 2003, 2005, and I was blown away. And I picked up Mel Tappan on guns recently, and I think is that
everyone should have a copy of both Tappan on Survival and Survival Guns.
Right.
They're just monumental books, and we really the whole community owes a debt of gratitude to him, and also for just his common sense. You know, he was not some wild-eyed lunatic. He was not. I guess I shouldn't use wild-eyed lunatic and Kurt Saxon in the same sentence because he's still alive. I hear he's living in a rest home somewhere in Arkansas, but he wasn't really radical like Kurt Saxon when he was. Mel Tappan was very down to earth. He was an investment banker kind of guy by training, but he had real common sense, and that really carried through all of his writings.
I've been trying to find as many of the kind of the original, I call it not artifacts, but modern pieces of history. And I go around and speak at a lot of different prepping events. And I kind of I have this weird vision of kind of having this little traveling prepper museum, just a table of artifacts people can come and look at and read through the old books. And it's fun. I don't know. It's because it's funny because we can touch any piece of information we ever want, but we also are very, very short-minded and have short memories nowadays where we forget all of the people that built the steps we're standing on. Does that make sense?
Sure. Yeah, it makes a lot of sense. You could go all the way back to the nuclear war, the fallout shelter era with writers like Pat Frank, who wrote Alas, Babylon.
Yes.
Or there's so many.
On the Beach?
Yeah, On the Beach by Neville Shute. There's also a book by a Frenchman named René Barjavel, who wrote a book called Ashes, Ashes.
Oh.
That was quite good. Gordon Dixon, another science fiction writer who wrote a novel called Wolf and Iron. I think that's also very influential as well. Folks should get copies of these and think about, where the starting point that these authors came from. A lot of this was original concepts that they generated. I look at a lot of what I wrote as standing on the shoulders of those original writers. I don't take a lot of credit myself. Those writers really deserve all the credit.
I appreciate that. And it's absolutely true because what do they say? There's nothing new under the sun, and we reframe things to our generation and do the best we can, I think. Absolutely. So I don't want to keep you longer than the hour that I promised you, and I could pick your brain on this for a long time, but I've got 4 or 5 questions from the community.
Sure.
Are you cool for kind of a, yep. Okay.
Before you do that, if anybody wants to dig into Usenet,
yes,
there's a site called groups.google.com. And between that and Wayback Machine, you can kind of piece together a very large portion of what went on in Usenet.
It's really interesting. The search functionality leaves a little to be desired, but I have discovered you can put in the word before, colon, and then your year, month, and date separated by dashes, and it will allow you to kind of eliminate a lot of the new stuff.
Yeah.
So that helps. And it's good to have out there because who knows how long that stuff will be there. Google will just be like, we don't need it anymore, and it'll be gone,
Yep.
But okay, what do we got here? So Dave on YouTube, he said, with the proliferation of new media sources, what are some of the most factual, regardless of political bent, that you would follow today? Or are there any?
Well, in terms of fiction, I consciously avoid reading other survival fiction because I don't want to subconsciously echo them in my own writings.
Sure.
I read a lot of survivalist fiction, but in terms of nonfiction, oh boy, there's so many books out there. It's really hard to quantify them. Like David Nash's book, Basic Survival, for example, is a really good starting point. Anything written by Matt Stein, and unfortunately Matt has passed away. He wrote the book called When Disaster Strikes, and he also wrote a book called When Technology Fails.
Okay.
And he actually wrote a few pieces for my blog before he passed away. His stuff is amazing, quite perspicacious.
Wonderful.
so many books that are more detailed, like economics books. I would go back to a book from 40 years ago now. That was The Alpha Strategy by John Pugsley.
Okay.
He was the first one who really recommended investing in tangibles, and not just barterable tangibles, but tangibles you could eat. So The Alpha Strategy, and that book is available as a free ebook now as well. But there's so many great books out there. In the food storage arena, you've got books like Passport to Survival or Making the Best of Basics. A lot of these books, by the way, are on my bookshelf page at survivalblog.com. And if you just go through my list there, I think you'll find a lot of really, really useful books. In the medical arena, anything written by Nurse Amy and Dr. Alton.
Yes.
They're just fantastic stuff. A lot of the early stuff written by Patriot Nurse, for example, is she was originally more of a writer than she was a video commentator. And a lot of her original courseware is just absolutely chock full of useful tidbits for people in the medical area. So, and I could go on and on and on. There's books on do-it-yourself communications, and for example, in my blog, I just had a couple of different articles about digital communications over HF ham radio.
Oh, wow.
There's so much knowledge out there, and that's one of the great things about Survival Blog. The knowledge base that exists goes far, far beyond my own knowledge. I feel so much gratitude to people who've shared their knowledge over the years. Early on, I started running out of things of my own to post on my blog, so I came up with the idea of doing a writing contest. And then I had a lot of the advertisers on my site offer free merchandise or free courses for the people that were doing training courses as prizes for that writing contest. And now we're up to, I run it in bi-monthly rounds, we're up to round 108 of the writing contest. But so many of those articles have such a tremendous depth of detail and knowledge that goes far, far beyond my own. I really feel deep gratitude to all those writers. And I put all of the archives for Survival Blog available free. There's no members only area. It's all freely searchable. You can go back all the way back to 2005. And I posted almost daily. I've only a few days since 2005, right after my first wife passed.
Oh, did we lose you, Jim?
There's over 32,000 articles and columns that are archived.
Wow.
There. It's all free for the taking. And for any of your listeners that are even mildly interested in preparedness, I suggest you dig in, but just don't start at 10 o'clock at night because you'll be up until 2 or 3 in the morning. There's a lot in those archives to dig through.
I got one more. So Scott from Instagram wants to know, do you have any new books in the works?
Yeah, I have my Land of Promise series is on hold because things change so rapidly with ISIS. Right after I published the first volume, I'm really waiting for ISIS to pop up again. I think they will. And when they do, I have 2 more manuscripts that are mostly written that I'll just have to bring up to date with current events. And I'm also working on a couple of anthologies out of the blog. One of the nice things about having the blog and its deep archives is I've got enough material. I could just do one whole book of just quotes. I could do a whole book of just recipes. There's so much that's in those blog archives. I'll be anthologizing out of that blog probably for the next 5 or 10 years. And I never really intend to retire. I'll keep writing until I drop.
I like hearing that. I mean, not that we expect you to drop anytime soon, but I love hearing people who do what they love and just want to keep doing it.
I certainly do. I really feel blessed, and it's such a great community of people. I get emails every day from folks, and the most gratifying ones are the folks that are now self-employed living in the boonies who really never even considered it until I suggested it 15, 20 years ago. And it's great to see so many people have made a lifestyle change out of this.
I appreciate you taking the time, Jim. This was fun. The hour flew like nobody's business. And if you're ever up for it again down the road, I would totally love to have you back on in a few months.
I would love to have you. I would love to be back on if you'll have me.
How can people, I know you've mentioned it, but again, how do people follow up with you? How can they support you? That sort of thing.
Sure. Again, I'm the editor of survivalblog.com. It's just the way it sounds, all slammed together, survivalblog.com. And again, it's a free site. All the archives are freely available. Please, folks, dive in and print out the most important articles, because you want to have a offline EMP-proof version. I do produce an archive stick every year from the blog that adds a year of blog posts and a whole bunch of bonus books. It's a waterproof USB stick that we produce each year. But you could essentially create your own archive just by downloading articles and building your own database.
Well, thank you, Jim. I appreciate it. I'm gonna hit the stop recording button here yet. Just don't hang up on me quite yet.
This is the Conrad Alert. Civil defense information will be broadcast at 6:40.
West of the Rockies, you're on the air. Hello.
Y2K, how can we prepare?
Stop a few of their machines and radios, throw them into darkness for a few hours.
We are fighting for our lives. My family must survive.
Over 5 years, 1,000 gallons of gas, air filtration, water filtration.
Coming at you from the frozen tundra that is East Central Alberta, Canada, streaming live on YouTube, Facebook, Twitter, Twitch, Rumble, and Odyssey. Welcome back to the workshop where we create community, find freedom, promote preparedness, and share success. I am Toolman Tim, and today is November the 3rd, 2023, and this is episode 393 of Workshop Radio. In just 2 minutes, guys, I've got a guy waiting in the official green room out back. Yeah, coming on here in just a minute. An incredible author, a dude that I have been asked on multiple occasions to bring on, and he brings a ton of cool information. I can't wait to dig in with him. But Jonathan Hollerman, who wrote Survival Theory 1 and 2, and some books you might know called EMP. We'll get into that in just a minute. Real quick, 2 quick things. Sponsored today, Homestead Ham Radio. Good friends of mine, they took a chance on this podcast ages ago when it was just starting. Give them a shot. Their link is in the description. And the only other thing today, guys, is going forward, starting next week, you have spoken, I've listened. We are going to go to 6 p.m. Mountain Time for live streams. It allows the East Coast fellers to get in on it as well. So just so they're not staying up too late, because you know how it is. So anyway, with that, give me 1 minute here and we will bring on. Hey, Jonathan, how are you, brother?
Good. Thanks for having me on, Tim.
Dude, I'm excited. I got a shout out to a buddy of mine named Chin. We were at Prepper Camp earlier this year, and he's like, I've asked you like 6 times to get Jonathan on the show. He said he met you at a previous event, which I'm sure you meet hundreds and hundreds of people, but he said you were switched on, and I said, at the time, I was halfway through Survival Theory 1. I finished it, went back and reread it a second time for today. So tell us a bit about who you are, sir. Just kind of where you started. I know you're a farm boy from PA, but from there, keep going.
Sure. Yeah. I was a farm boy from PA. I was a former military SEER instructor. SEER stands for Survival, Evasion, Resistance, and Escape. I wrote a book series called EMP, Equipping Modern Patriots, a story of survival here. Oh, man, that was probably 12 years ago. And that did very well. And I also wrote Survival Theory 1, Survival Theory 2, which were both #1 bestsellers on Amazon in the survival preparedness genres, as well as experimental psychology. Probably around 10 years ago now, I started a company called Grid Down Consulting. And since then, I've worked with over 500 high net worth families and helped them build off-grid survival retreats from the ground up, or just doing analysis of existing survival retreats and making recommendations. And I corporately, probably around 5 years ago, I started getting involved in the fight to harden the electric grid alongside groups like Secure the Grid Coalition, the FBI's InfraGard. I was invited to be a part of the Electromagnetic Defense Task Force wargaming effort down at Maxwell Air Force Base here. That was probably 4 years ago. That was a joint services wargaming operation with all your alphabet agencies and the Nuclear Regulatory Commission, the DOE, the National Security Council, the CIA, NSA, all those groups. And we wargamed the Grid Down event for the military and the country. That was a huge eye-opening experience for me to really discover exactly how unprepared the American government is to respond to a nationwide Grid Down event. There's actually, if you don't know, there's no plan on FEMA, military, or government to respond to a nationwide Grid Down event. And then I've been on the board of directors at Impact America for quite a few years, and I am currently the deputy director at the U.S. Task Force on National Homeland Security, which is a congressional advisory board alongside the EMP Commission that was started under the late great Dr. Peter Pry.
Man, you're good at giving an elevator pitch. I appreciate that. That was awesome. you know how to tell your story, brother. I appreciate that. So, all right, farm boy from PA. I don't suppose you just woke up one morning and was like, hey, I want to be a SEER instructor. And how did that kind of interest come about for you? Because I don't know, reading it was something like 8,000 people try and maybe a dozen or two make it. So how did you get into that?
So I actually did wake up one day and say, hey, I want to do that. That's
yes.
So farm boy from PA, I grew up hiking and camping with my father and hunting. So I love the outdoors, and I was going to go to college to become into the forestry department until I realized they basically make zero money. And then I heard about SEER, and it is not a guaranteed job in the military. You have to go in at a certain time to apply. There were 8,000 applicants for my class. There's two classes a year. There's one that starts in January, one starts in July. I was a winter class, started in January. So there were 8,000 applicants, a whole bunch of testing, a whole bunch of physical testing as well as psychological testing. And then I think around 200 of us started what they call the stock program down in Texas. And it is just they rock you, they take your water, food away. They just push you. And out of that 200, there were 34 of us that made it through to actually start training. And our first class was 21 days in the mountains of Washington State, 6 feet of snow, frigid temperatures. And of that 34, that first class, I think we lost about a third. We were down to 23, I believe, at the end of that first class. And then 17 of us graduated. So, yeah, it was a very difficult training course to get through. A lot of it was not just physical. Physical was a big part of it, but a lot of it was mental. Because they just push, when you take food away, take sleep away, put you in very bad conditions, and just push you past your limits. And it's, I don't want to say it's like SEALs school, like Navy SEALs, because it's not at all. I'm not claiming that, but there is if you say I quit, kind of like SEAL school where you ring the bell, and SEER, if you say I quit a single time, you're done. I mean, they'll take you back to the trucks, warm you up, and get you a hot food, but you don't get to go back. So it was a lot of mental pressure, and that. So a lot of people, they look back at my SEER experience and they're like, oh, you're in preparedness because of your survival experience and your woodcraft experience, and it's not really the case. The reason I'm in this space is because my experience with starvation and my experience with hunger and desperation and the mental aspects that come into play when you take people's food away, that played a huge role. And 15 years ago, I'm reading some preparedness fictions from a lot of big authors, and I'm realizing they don't understand this aspect. And that's a big area that the American preparedness community does not understand, is what a society looks like when you take their food and their hope away.
So I was listening to another interview of yours earlier this morning, and you'd mentioned about how you'd seen grown men break down and cry in training and had to carry them. and I've had, it seems to be kind of a cool theme, not a cool theme, but it's a theme that comes through a lot, is that intangible, that grit is one of those kind of pillars of preparedness. How did you not say I quit in your SEER training? And how did you get to that point where you didn't become one of those guys that needed to be drug around kind of crying?
So the guys that started training with me, they were all top tier guys. Most of them came out of pararescue that failed the water portion of pararescue. So like I said, the physical aspect of it wasn't so much the case. It was more just the mental push to just climb out of that warm sleeping bag every morning in sub-zero temperatures and get your day started. So that was more the mental part. When I mentioned that about crying men, I was mentioning, like, once I became a SEER instructor and started carrying troops in the SEER training school, which was 21 days long, I didn't have a single class of students, typically between 8 and 13, where I didn't have a full-grown man break down crying at some point in the training. And that wasn't training to become a SEER instructor. That was just normal SEER training. So they weren't being pushed near as far as we were during that training. But it's a mental game. It's just hey, this is what you got to do, and you just press forward.
Just kind of one step in front of the other, and don't say quit now, kind of, or.
Oh, I wanted to quit lots of times. I came close. I ain't gonna lie.
No, I appreciate that. Yeah. You lost, did they read you lost 15 pounds during those 3 weeks?
Yeah. So that first trip, like I said, I was a winter class. So it was, I think, the second day of January, we started training in the mountains of Washington State, 6 feet of snow on the ground. I think the warmest day was 5 degrees. And for my group of 8 guys, they gave us a small box of vegetables and a goat. And that food was all gone by the end of probably day 10 or day 11. And I mean, going into that training, I was peak physical condition, like 0% body fat, extremely fit. And by the end of that trip, I lost 15 pounds. I was very lean back then too. And so it was that first trip, the mental aspect of it was, a lot of it was not having food. And I tell the story how, like, when we were out there, my brother's sitting around the campfire at night towards the end of the trip. Every single person, we all had a Write in the Rain tablet for taking notes out in the field. And the only thing that was discussed was food. We would literally fantasize about food. And I'm not even pulling punches here. Like, you would sit there and we would sit around the campfire and be like, peanut M&Ms and pizza, bacon pizza, and you would just sit there and you would have this like list of food that you were going to get when you got back on the base, and we would just sit there and we would just talk about, that's all you're so beyond hunger at that point. You've kind of gotten past the hunger pains, but you're still, that's all your brain is thinking about. And when I got back, I'll never forget that the night we got back to base, getting that food on my list. I remember exactly. It was 2 large Domino pizzas with pepperoni and bacon, and I had a 1 pound bag of peanut M&Ms and a 2 liter of Coca-Cola. And I would eat until I threw up, and then I would eat until I threw up, and probably 5 or 6 times that night. It was such a weird, surreal experience to have access to food again after being starving for so long.
So then you left the Air Force at some point going forward, and kind of what happened between there and when you started to become aware of the threat of an EMP?
Sure. So kind of preparedness was always in the forefront of my mind just because of my background. But I left. I went to college for carpentry and cabinetry. I worked construction for quite a few years. I had a company flipping houses. I owned a drive-through coffee, espresso, and pastry shop, similar to my fiction book, for quite a few years. And during that time frame, I've never been a hugely political guy, though I am a born-again Christian, and that aspect of it is very important to me. But I read a book called 1 Second After. So I believe you've had William Forstchen on here before. So he's a New York Times bestseller. That's a amazing book. It's an amazing introduction into the grid down threats. He does an excellent job painting a world with picture or with words. And so I read that book when it first came out. I think it was around 2006, maybe 2007. and the EMP threat, I had never been I'd never heard of it, right? And so as an analytical guy, I just started studying and studying and studying. I downloaded all these government reports and learning and educating myself on the threat, and that led me into solar flare threat, the cyber attack on the grid, physical attacks on the grid. I just kept devouring information. At the same time, I'm reading a bunch of prepper fiction books at the time, and most of them having to do with a nationwide grid down event. And I'm reading these books, and the authors just, they don't understand human nature. They don't understand starvation and how people are going to react. The stories, everybody always in that kind of environment, it's normalcy bias, because a lot of these guys writing these stories were born and raised in the richest country in the world, in America or Canada, and they've never experienced starvation. They've never been to a third world country, and they just don't understand the psychological toll it takes on a human being. And so a lot of their interactions there, I just thought were kind of foolish. So that's what caused me to write my first EMP fiction book here. I don't know, it was probably a dozen years ago, not long after that. So I wrote that book thinking I'd sell like 10 copies to my ex-military buddies, and I started selling like 15 or 20 books a day. And I thought, right after I released it that week, and I was like, oh, that's pretty cool. And I went to hunting camp, and I was gone for like 4 or 5 days, and then with no phone reception. And we went to dinner the one night, and I checked my phone, and I was selling like 150 copies a day. And then by the next day, it was like 200 copies a day. So it just kind of, and ended up making up to the top 10 bestsellers list in post-apocalyptic and dystopian genres, which are big genres on Amazon. Yeah. So it did really well, and it kind of opened the door, and I kind of transitioned my day job into writing and preparedness. And that was, like I said, probably, I don't know, 15 years ago, 12 years, somewhere in there.
Sure.
I don't even know when I wrote my book. It was a while
Sorry.
ago.
So anytime somebody brings up 1 second after, I got to ask, how bad did the retirement home scene stick with you? Do you remember Yep. I do remember. It's been a long time since I read the book, but that whole book was compelling. So William Forstner did an excellent job explaining and painting the first couple weeks of a nationwide grid down event. So that it's a small town of Black Mountain, North Carolina, and it's about the mayor and some of the leadership in the town trying to help the town survive this type of scenario. Now, with that said, it's probably in my top 3 book recommendations for people that are being introduced into this subject. However, it's important to note that towards the end of the book, and I'm not giving any spoilers here, there's a time jump. I think there's like a 6-month time jump from the like early winter till spring. And then all of a sudden the military shows up, and there's relief, which is never, we can get into that, but that's never going to happen. But that 6-month time jump, I mean, that was a town of, I think, 500 people. Let's just say there's 350 people still alive at the beginning of that time jump. What he never showed, and kind of the fault in the book, is that the average human eats 2,000 pounds of food a year, or a metric ton of food a year. That mayor would have had to supply a metric ton of food every single day for that town, in a world with no food, in a world where people are killing each other over a can of peaches. So that was one of my biggest takeaways. Like, next spring comes, and it doesn't explain how all these people were fed throughout the winter. So that was, again, one of the big reasons why I wrote my book, is just kind of, and all these stories, they leave out the starvation side of it and how much of an impact, because I've actually worked, I've been hired as a consultant for 2 different small towns, one in Utah and one up in north of Montreal there a ways. And I spent 2 days with the mayor in Utah, and we went through every resource the town had, from their cattle and their grain bins, and how much food they had in the town. I think the town was around 500 people, just over 500 people. And at the end of 2 days, it's not feasible, because yes, the idea is, we're going to grow our own food, we're going to get past this, but you don't get your first harvest for like 75 days. Your carrots, your potatoes, assuming it's the summer or spring when this happens, it's going to be a while till you can start producing enough food to feed everybody. So for that 75 days, again,
you need a metric ton of food into that town every day. And I think the cattle and the grain bins, we did the numbers and it was only going to last like 30 days. It's just, so if you're not feeding your populace, you're not going to maintain law and order. You're just not. If people's kids are starving to death, you're not going to maintain law and order. You're not going to maintain any kind of system.
So I've heard you mention before, and you mentioned it today too, that lots of books get it wrong, and I get that they kind of miss the starvation end of things. Are there any? I want to touch on this. There's so many ways I want to go with it, but are there any books or movies or TV shows that maybe get it right?
No.
Okay. That's great.
Well, Hollywood definitely doesn't. None of the movies. I remember probably, oh man, this must have been 6 or 7 years ago. Do you remember the TV show Revolutions?
Yeah.
There was a TV show coming out, I think it was on NBC, called Revolutions. I remember seeing the trailer, and it started out with all the lights winking out in the city, and there's no power, and suddenly, so basically like an EMP attack. And me and my boys actually like had a viewing party. We actually got together. We're like, this is great. There's an EMP show, and we went to watch it. And by like the third episode, we were just clowning so hard on. It was just so ridiculous. And then same with the kind of the preparedness fiction. I'll be honest with you, I've got probably 50 books in that genre, and 80% of them I've only made it about 25% of the way through. I think, I don't want to name names, but one of the real big popular ones, the guy's, I think, in Florida, and his family's in Montana, if I remember correctly. When the thing goes off, he's like a traveling salesman, and he has his bug out bag, and he's got 6 MREs in the back of that, in the back of his vehicle. And I didn't even make it a quarter way through the story, and the guy's already eaten like 20 MREs. Like, I'm just envisioning like this Sherpa with cases of MREs. He's giving them out. I'm like, didn't you have 6 to begin with? Like, how does this work? So that may sound harsh, but that's just because of my experience in that area. The one exception to that, so I mentioned 1 Second After. So Outside That Time Jump, fantastic book. He paints a picture really well. But the other really top recommendation I have is The Dark Secrets of SHTF Survival by Selko Begovic. So it's not fiction. It is firsthand narrative of a guy that lived through a grid down event in modern times in the late 90s. During the Bosnian conflict, his city was surrounded. All their power and resources were cut off. And they had very, very little food. They got a couple food drops here or there, but they were eating moldy bread with maggots in it and stuff like that. And his firsthand experience of that is a must read. It's probably one of my number one most recommended books is Selko Begovic, The Dark Secrets of SHTF Survival, because it's eye-opening. It shows the mental toll. He discusses what it feels like to take a life in self-defense, and people's idea of this type of scenario is like The Walking Dead, and you're gonna have these zombie hordes storming you across the field, and you're gonna just shoot them, and you're gonna go to bed. It's not really realistic. So that's kind of what propelled you to write Equipping Modern Patriots, then, I'm guessing. Yes.
And because what's kind of cool whenever I get to interview authors, especially ones out of the preparedness field, is a lot of the guys don't come from writing background. And I'm going to guess you didn't either.
What are you saying, Tim?
I'm just
no, 100%. I absolutely, I hated English class. And so I told the story of how my first book came out. Well, I had an English teacher edit my first book before I released it. And I think I, gave him a case of Pepsi, or I paid him just a little bit, to do it. And then as soon as I released that book, people were like, oh, there's a whole bunch of grammar issues. So I had to rush out and hire a professional company to edit that book quickly and get it, get the edited version out there. So yeah, I self-taught. So after that first book, so anybody that reads my fiction series, just make it through the first one. The grammar and stuff is fixed, but I didn't. So I'll tell you a little insider thing. I actually started writing that book on my living room couch in a note. I still have the notebook. So I was handwriting that book on rolled paper. So I wrote about the first third of it before I even pulled out a laptop and started typing. because I was a slow typer at the time too. So, so, I mean, I basically self-taught. I bought all your, how to write. I didn't write an outline. That first book I wrote from page 1 till page 360, like, consecutively. I didn't have an outline. So I basically had to educate myself. Books 2 and 3. I mean, obviously, if anybody's read the series, you'll notice my writing ability gets significantly better to the third book. But yeah, I mean, anytime I hand in a manuscript to my editor, I know she like bawls and cries when she receives it.
So I love that. So you basically learned on the fly. You wrote the book, put it out there, and then you're like, I better get it edited again.
Yes, and then between the second, third books, I started buying like How to Write for Dummies, and all the. I self-taught myself how to write a fiction book. I mean, show, don't tell, and I did a lot of telling in the first book and less showing. So I learned a lot, obviously, between the first, second books, and obviously I have Survival Theory 1, Survival Theory 2, and I have the fourth book of the EMP series is going to be coming out here before Christmas as well.
Oh, nice. So can I ask you a little about the show, don't tell? Like, what does that mean? I mean, I kind of get it, but what does that concept kind of mean to you as an author?
Well, it means exactly that. Bob picked up his gun and went to the door, right? And there's just, instead of just telling specifically dun 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 dun, you actually show it through a vocabulary and through words and through adjectives and adverbs and being descriptive. So it's about descriptive writing. Obviously, if you read any New York Times bestseller, there's some guys I really like Brandon Sanderson and guys like that. I mean, these guys are masters at painting pictures with words, and that's just something that you have to learn how to do. So my first book was a lot more linear, as in things happening, as opposed to painting the world in pictures.
So then you went into Theory of Survival, which I don't know if I've ever read it. It read like a college textbook in the best way possible. To me, if I had to give that, if there was one book, and I've read a bunch, if there was one book I'd have to give to somebody like, hey, you've never done anything with prepping before, here it is. And I loved it because you treated it so earnestly and you treated it like it was a fact that it was going to happen. And I think the main thing out of it I wanted to ask was, you talk about not being a lone wolf, but you also talked multiple times about how larger communities, like trying to kind of pen in a cul-de-sac, may not work. So where's the ideal balance in that?
Okay, so first off, we have to express that my company motto is prepare for the worst, hope for the best, and let God do the rest. Okay, I firmly believe that if you're going to get into preparedness, you need to look at the worst case scenario, which is a nationwide grid down event, and wrap your brain around that before you start preparing. So a lot of people latch on to a kind of a regionalized disaster. If you live in Florida, you're obviously preparing for a hurricane. Or if you live in Kansas or Oklahoma, Tornado Alley, you're preparing for a tornado. And then some people latch on to financial collapse, and that's all they ever prepare for is a financial collapse. Problem is, if you only prepare for a financial collapse and then something worse happens, your preparations are not going to function. So this comes back at from a long-standing preparedness history. One of the guys in the 70s I really liked was Mel Tappan. I used to read him early on. And kind of the mindset is that the people that lived back there had more life skills than the people that live today. So first off is understanding what threat we're talking about. So when when I go forward here and I start saying the things I'm going to say, please understand that I'm talking about a very long-term collapse scenario. I'm not talking about a 1 week, 2 week, 3 week event. I'm talking about an event that lasts for years. Sure. And if that's the case, long-term survival in an urban environment is not wise, and you will most likely die. So a lot of hey, I'm going to join forces with my next door neighbors in my cul-de-sac in the suburbs of Atlanta. There's so much of that happening, and a lot of the prepper sphere on YouTube, they tell you, spray paint your windows and put an X on your door, throw trash out in the front yard, put a 6-foot privacy fence in your backyard. You can garden. None of your neighbors are going to figure this out. None of your neighbors that you're teamed up with, for security and all this stuff, are going to figure out that you're the only one that's not getting skinny and you're sucking your belt in, moving it in a couple notches over time. You think you're going, this long-term food that you stocked up in your basement in the middle of a city, because you borrowed a mower from your neighbor and you let him borrow your grill once, this guy's not a threat to me. We're part of the same group. And that's true for 1 week or 2 weeks. But when that man's 6-year-old daughter is laying on the couch, and we're talking 6 weeks in, 8 weeks in, and he hasn't been able to provide that girl, his daughter, food for, she's dying, that man's a natural born killer. That's just human nature. What wouldn't a person do to get food for their loved ones? And this idea that it's normalcy bias, it's just an idea of thinking in terms of today in the richest country in the world, like I mentioned, and police and 911. You just have this idea where you can have these sane conversations with people that are utterly desperate and starving. It's just not going to be the case. So these groups, I'm not anti-group. I'm very pro mutual assurance group, but you have to do it outside the confines of mass population centers. The idea that you're going to, you have even 100,000, 50,000 people in a close proximity to you. If you're gardening and thriving, you still got 50,000 threats that are right there. I mean, people have diesel generators like in town. It's like, you don't think people are going to hear that sound carries a long way in a dark and a quiet world. You're the only one with lights. You're the only one cooking inside your house. That none of your neighbors or the surrounding groups or warlords. Again, this is where I'd point to Selko Bogovich, because he explains how in a modern city, how fast it fell apart. And it went from street to street kind of fighting each other, then down to like family clan to family clan. And then there was warlords that took over. And this is stuff that's like, this is science fiction, people think, for modern America. It can't happen here. We've evolved past, the Viking days. We just haven't. It's just human nature. The only reason you think that is because we've had peace for so long, and you've got policemen and firefighters you can call, and you can go to a hospital and get your boo-boos fixed. And that's just not going to be the case in this environment. So it's going to get very desperate. So there is a balance between bugging in and bugging out. Bugging in is fine for short-term events, long-term events. It's just not the case. However, and I know I'm going long here, but however, it is not a binary choice. So the urban prepper sphere online, they're going to tell you, well, if you don't bug in, your only other option is to wander the open road or go live off the national forest like the Legend of Mick Dodge. And I just refute that. In my book Survival Theory 2, I lay out 5 or 6 different strategies for people on next to like little to no budget on how you can still bug out, even if you can't afford to build a multi-million-dollar survival retreat. So there are options. You just got to think outside of the box. And so it's not a binary choice where you're either bugging in or you're just going to be wandering around the open road, because I would reject that philosophy as well.
So let's talk a little bit about the bugging out end of things then, because some sort of survival retreat or somewhere to go, like you'd mentioned Mel Tappan in his book on survival was incredible.
Yes.
And did you ever go, Don Stevens, he coined the term retreaters from the 60s. So decade to decade, there was always lots of talk about get out of the cities and have a well-stocked kind of larder / retreat location. So how does one do that? How does one start? Somebody calls you up and is like, hey, Jonathan, where do I start with this?
So because of how large my business has grown, and I'm a one-man show, I only have the ability to work with probably 5 or 6 clients at a given time that are building from the ground up. So I do probably 70% of my business is doing existing survival retreat analysis, where they'll fly me out and I'll go through their entire location and make recommendations on their underground food storage and solar power and EMP hardening and security and things like that. But because I can only take so many people, I charge a significant amount of money for my services. So like I guess the blue collar worker, probably is not going to be able to afford to hire me to work with them. That's why I wrote Survival Theory 1 and Survival Theory 2, is to kind of pay back to my roots and, the blue collar guy that, like I said, that can't afford a $2 million survival retreat. There are options for you, right? You just have to spend more time brainstorming and thinking outside the box.
I love it. We're big fans of entrepreneurship and making money here, man. You can making money and helping people aren't mutually exclusive. So that I love hearing that. So I wanted to clarify a little too, because I guess let's just say, again, kind of the Survival Theory 2 book was written for that. So just a casual coffee conversation. What are some tips that somebody who's not at least upwardly mobile could kind of get started?
Okay. So let me preface this again. We're talking about long-term national grid down event. We're not talking about localized disasters, which is where a lot of preppers' headspace is. So we're talking end of the world, end of civilization type event, right? Each of these 5 or 6 methods that I lay out in Survival Theory 2 are not great options. Okay. The number one threat in this type of a world-ending scenario is people and lack of food. Okay, so those are 2 things that those are going to be the 2 hardest things to conquer. Every single human being that you come into an interaction with is a threat in this environment. Every single one. Doesn't matter if it's a little old lady, because people that are in deep starvation and human desperation are capable of incredible things. Read the book Philip Zimbardo, the Lucifer Effect. He's a world-renowned psychologist, and the subtitle is called "How Good People Turn Evil." How a young farm boy from Oklahoma can go over to Vietnam and do incredibly terrible things, and then come home and work a 9 to 5. And he studied the Nazi concentration camp workers, and how they you'd find them 30 years later and they got a wife and 4 kids, and they're an esteemed member of their community. So you have to understand that people are threats, and having the ability to be self-reliant and grow your own food is very important. You mentioned Mel Tappan and Davidson, and those are great names. And in fact, in Survival Theory 2, I have a Q&A kind of a back and forth with a guy that lasts almost a chapter, who's in that headspace alongside Mel Tappan. Community, get out of the city, live in a community, be part of that. And we have a very productive back and forth for almost an entire chapter on kind of that old world prepping mentality compared to today. Because today, every aspect of human life revolves around electricity. The life skills today just aren't present on long-term survival without electricity. So I'll give like one basic one. So again, with all that in mind, the 4 or 5 solutions that I mentioned in that book, they're not great. I'm not going to sit here and say, hey, this is fantastic. There's no risk involved here. Here's a 5-step solution to this problem. I'm just saying doing one of these 5 or a compilation of one of these 5 techniques is better than sitting around in the middle of a city with no resources and tens of thousands of people that will take your life at a moment's notice. So one of them is like, if you have a rural relative that has a farm, okay, is one scenario. I mean, you might say, well, my Uncle Charlie has this farm that's out rurally, but, I can't talk to him about prepping. This is kind of crazy, which is fine, because the first rule of preparedness is keeping your mouth shut and not talking about it. But if that conversation does not go well, say, hey, I'd like to store some of my stuff here. So that's part of the problem is a lot of the survival people will tell everybody to hoard up all this food and water and supplies and guns and ammunition and all these resources, but they do it at home in suburbia. So when this event happens, they're tied to that location. The idea of leaving all that stuff behind to flee the chaos and the murder and the neighbor killing neighbor that's happening 2 or 3 weeks into this event, they don't want, it's a death sentence to leave all that food and stuff behind. They don't want to do that. So my philosophy is find the area that you're going to bug out to. And so, for instance, if you had a second cousin with a farm and they're not willing to let you store stuff there, find the closest climate controlled storage facility and store all your stuff nearby there. And then, you know, when this event does happen, you show up at Uncle Charlie's and you're like, now you're a forward thinker. Now it all makes sense, and you can run down and bring your food in, your seeds and your supplies. I mean, that's just one strategy. That's probably the simplest strategy. And there's just and so I've had clients that, like, you know, when I was working with like doctors and lawyers before that didn't have the money for a full survival retreat, and we were coming up with strategies on kind of like a white collar budget, you know, something under 100,000, something under 200,000, and you know, one of them, basically, we reverse engineered an area 2 to 3 hour drive from where this client lived. And we reverse engineered, and basically just with Google Earth, I found like the best locations with dead end street, 2 or 3 turns off any major road, farming, more of a farming area instead of like just trying to survive on the side of a mountain where you can't grow anything. And we found like 5 or 6 farms that were kind of tucked away over a valley. They weren't visible from the farmhouses, weren't visible right next to the road. We found 4 or 5 locations, and he literally one weekend with him and his wife just drove up there and knocked on a door and just said, hey, you know, didn't mention prepping. Okay. Sure. But just said, hey, you know, we live in this nearby city, and, you know, we got 2 kids. We like to get them out. You know, I grew up in the country and fishing. Do you mind if I rent a spot for my little tiny house RV type thing on the back end of your property? I'll keep it mowed. I'll keep, you know, we'll be quiet. We're not partiers. It's just family. And if you get to know somebody, and so he got rejected time and time again, but he found a guy that let him do that. And so he ended up forming a friendship with this farmer. And then he said, hey, like, why don't we go garden next spring? Me and my wife, kids, do you mind if we? And so the farmer plowed up an area next to the farmer's house, and he, you know, and the farmer was, you know, he was an older guy. So this, you know, his kids had moved off and weren't interested in farming. So you know, he helped them bale hay, you know, buck bales the one day. And he just basically never mentioned prepping, right? But just grew a friendship with this guy. And over time, you know, he's in the spot right now where the guy's agreed to sell him like an acre and a half there, and he's going to build a cabin there instead of having an RV there. So again, this isn't like, hey, this is easy. It's putting you out of your comfort zone, knocking on doors, right? Again, not talking about prepping, just talking about, you know, going in. And so that these are just like 1 or 2 of the strategies that I lay out that are possible to do. They're going to take some legwork and they're take some time, but beggars can't be choosers. If you don't have the money to buy a fully off-grid, long-term, you know, survival retreat with all the bells and whistles and underground food storage and security, then you got to do what you got to do.
I like that, because it's another thing that it's uncomfortable. It's awkward to get out of your comfort zone, to go knock on strangers' doors, to ask questions and to make relationships. And it's something that I don't think is maybe talked about nearly as much as it should be in preparedness. What do you think the kind of the benefit of? Obviously, I think we know, but yeah,
because there are all these urban prepping guys, and again, a lot of them, the urban prepping guys, are short-term disaster guys, right? The second they start making videos on long-term survival in the city, all their philosophies and all their data points and all the things they're trying to, they just go out the window. They just don't make sense anymore. So a lot of the reason is because there's a whole lot of people online, and some of the most popular big preparedness channels are more interested in telling you what you want to hear instead of what you need to hear. Okay. I'm sitting here telling you, if we have a long-term grid down event, if we have a bioweapon or a pandemic with a, you know, 30-40% death rate, it's going to turn into Mad Max. This idea that we've evolved past, you know, the Viking days and every man for himself and every family for himself, it's just not true. It's just normalcy bias. It's just because that's what you've experienced over the last 40 to 50 years.
So do you feel that EMP, well, I mean, what do you think is the largest threat to us right now for a grid down long-term scenario?
Well, there's largest, there's what's most dangerous, there's what's most likely, right? So it's kind of you kind of have to put it on a spreadsheet and rank them. And most people don't have access to the information I have, that haven't sat in with the government agencies and the wargaming events and looking at foreign countries' war doctrines and every every enemy nation of ours, from China, Russia, Iran, North Korea. First strike doctrine for World War III is an EMP attack. That's not discussed in the media. That's not really known in the media. Even all of our allies, you can win a war on day one without firing a single bullet. So the American people just are unaware of how vulnerable and how much this is America's Achilles heel here. 99% of the U.S. military bases receive their power from the civilian electric grid. And so they've warned Congress going back all the way back to 2005, 2006. I've got DOD reports to Congress telling them, in the case of a nationwide grid down event, the United States military, okay, they have backup power for 2 days. They get their food, their food on the base with trucks, just like everywhere else. Almost every chow hall was run by civilian contractors at this point. None of their food infrastructure is hardened or EMP hardened. So they're literally in the same boat as the American people. They're going to run out of food within a week on the military base. They have no backup comms. There's no plan of action. So when this event happens, the base commander, he can't turn around to a file cabinet, pull a file out and say, okay, here's step 1, 2, 3. They have no communication with the Pentagon. Like some of the stuff I learned at this wargaming operation was just, it blew my mind. It blew my mind that nobody's taking this stuff into consideration. And at the end of that task force that I was part of, that 3-day wargaming event, that was at the LeMay Wargaming Institute, General Quast and some of the leadership of the EDTF asked me to write a report on the effects of starvation and kind of human desperation, because that's kind of my wheelhouse and a lot of my research. And again, a lot of people don't look at history when looking at these kind of events. I mean, you've got the Ukrainian Holodomor, you've got the Chinese famine, you've got the Bengal famine, you got what happened in Bosnia, you've got the Warsaw ghettos and what life was like in there. If you read books, I've got dozens and dozens of books. The Minnesota Starvation Experiment from 1944. You got, like I mentioned, Philip Zimbardo and world-renowned psychologist, and the Lucifer Effect. So I put together a 122-page report on this topic for military training. And so I would highly recommend everybody download that report. If you want it in paperback, you can get it on Amazon. It's called Grid Down, Death of a Nation, The Psychology and Physiology of Human Desperation, Starvation, and Living Without Rule of Law in a Prolonged Grid Down Event. I know that's a long title, but it's called Grid Down, Death of a Nation. And so because I want as many people to access this as possible. So if you want a paperback form, you can get it there. It's a full color 8.5 by 11 report. But I want everybody to have access to this. So I give it away for free on my website. You can go to our task force website, emptaskforce.us. On the front page there, you can go to a link to download that report, download it, read it, and share it among your friends and families, and wake some people up and start talking about a plan of action on what you and your family are going to do.
I earmarked that. I noticed it was I think 120 some page book. I was like, that's the next one. I can't wait. I mean, I love the title anyway, whatever it is. Yeah.
Well,
so,
it's pretty dark. So I want to give you a heads up. It's very dark. So probably 30 of those pages are firsthand historical accounts of starvation. So a lot of times when people read things about starvation, they read a secondhand account or 30,000 foot, or analyzing it from the top down. This is, Katrina, this is how people acted. This is how the government reacted, or this or that, or this is firsthand accounts. So I tell firsthand, there's a lot of books that give firsthand accounts of people that lived through the Chinese famine, that lived through the Holodomor. And I mean, neighbors were eating each other's kids. I mean, people need to read this and understand that these communities that this happened to, they had life skills. They had social cohesion in their neighborhoods that we don't even dream about these days. They had a lot more religious aspects. They understood how to base it. They all had chickens. I mean, they were very self-reliant 100 years ago, 150 years ago. They had skills that we don't have today. And they still, like, entire villages starved to death with the skill sets that they had. They knew that they didn't even have to know how to build a root cellar and store different things in different places in your root cellar. They already had them. Okay. So you need to look back at history and see how this impacted them, and then try and take that and put it today when, if there's a power outage for more than 2 hours, college kids are going to lose their absolute minds because their Instagram and Facebook isn't working.
I love that you take the deep look into history and sociology, because again, I hate to shit on modern prepping, but there's, again, not a lot of guys that look at history, look at sociology tied into that, and come back and say, because maybe I'm kind of interpreting a little bit, but are we prepping wrong, or are we prepping for the wrong thing?
So I do. So again, prepare for the worst, hope for the best. If you're preparing for something short term, so here's the thing. Yeah, it's going to be expensive to prepare for something long term. And so because of that, people just dismiss it. My philosophy is don't operate your preparedness in fear. Don't just, and this happens to a lot of people. They'll see a video, they'll see something that'll scare them, and then they run out the next night, or that night at 1:00 in the morning, they're buying a 1-year food plan from some long-term food company, not realizing they're only getting 3 or 4 months worth of calories. And they just rush out and they start doing things. I mean, I've had clients with multi-million dollar, very large retreats, 1,000 acres. And I come out there and, we basically have to start from scratch because they rushed out and they just did XYZ because some famous YouTube channel recommended it. And we had to kind of step back. And I've had large survival retreats that they've sold them just because they talked too much in the local town, and too many people in town knew about what they were doing. So a lot of preparedness is kind of doing it wrong. So I was saying it's very expensive to focus on the long term, but you can't ignore it. You have to wrap your brain around it. My recommendation is plan for something long term and slowly build to that, right? Where most other kind of preparedness people are like, oh, plan for a 3-day event, and then plan for a 1-month event, and then plan for a 3-month event. Most people, blue collar people like myself, that are on certain limited finances, you're never going to graduate to the point where you're at a 2-year event. So the problem is these events are going to happen, and these people have built short-term plans. Again, staying in my home, and they've never thought outside the box towards this long-term thing. Right. My recommendation is to think about the long-term thing. Even if you can't do everything today, have that in your brain that way. And if something shorter happens, it's going to be a walk in the park. You know what I mean? Because your brain's already focused on something bigger. So don't focus on the little thing, focus on the big thing. Any general that goes to war is going to, he's going to want to have every piece of information about that battlefield that he's entering, from the weapons the other people are carrying, to the what's the weather like, what he wants every piece of data on that location he's going to be operating. I'm telling people the same thing. You need to wrap your brain around the world you're going to be living in. Then don't prep for today, prep for Mad Max. That, keep your head wrapped around that, and that's a scarier thing to do. That's a scarier time frame to kind of plan for. But I'm telling you what, right now, if you're only thinking short term that something long term happens, you're going to have made too many mistakes early on to get out of, if that makes sense. That's my perspective. Anyway,
Someone to maybe try to build a business, or maybe build their wealth a little bit first in order to do this, or where do you come in on that?
So again, in survival theory 2, I have strategies. So we'll call them plan B, plan C strategies. They're not great, but they're better than staying in town. So I would recommend, if you were in that blue collar transitioning to white collar status, yeah, you still need to have a plan today. You still need to have a plan C, work towards a plan B, and potentially at some point in the future, if you hit the lottery, or if you make that corner office job, then you can start on your plan A, right? So, but don't ignore it, right? Don't just kick it down kick the can down the road for another day. So go ahead. Real quick, don't operate in fear though either. So I'm talking out two sides of my mouth. I'm scaring the dickens out of people. This is a very serious threat. This is a very likely threat, long-term grid down event that I see happening in my lifetime. But I don't live my life in fear. A lot of it has to do with the fact that I'm a Christian, and my faith is in Jesus Christ, and what happens is, if I die, I'm going to be in heaven, so I'm fine with that, right? But the idea is there's a lot of people that are really pushing for fear to get you to buy something. I'm pushing fear, truthful fear, to get you to think and to get you to read more, right? And to understand more, less than fear, hey, buy this product that I'm selling.
Any other books that you would recommend? You're a wealth of information. I've got about 4 that I've added to my list so far, but any other ones that jump out at you that could be pretty helpful?
So I would say more helpful than a lot of the prepping books out there is to read Red Famine, the Gulag Archie. Okay, let me see here. The Rape of Nanking, The Final Stamp. I've actually got a list of them, I think, on my website there. You can download. But Red Famine is a huge one, is a really big one. And so is Ann Applebaum. I can't think of her book right now. I don't know why. It's one of the core features. But Ann Applebaum has a book on the Holodomor, which I think is the greatest expose of starvation that's ever been done, because a lot of it's firsthand accounts. So I would say, because that's the missing piece of the puzzle. I mean, it's a lot more fun to jump on YouTube and have some guy that's real, charismatic, and he's out there, and he's doing this, doing that. So I tell people all the time, know who you're getting your information from, who's making these recommendations, and what their qualifications. A lot of the guys that are writing a lot of the preparedness books, I grew up hunting and fishing in Delaware. Okay. Well, what gives you the qualifications to write about long-term survive? I don't know. I'm not. Almost everybody is genuine, and they have the best intentions. They have good hearts, and some of them look at it as a way to make some money in a niche market, and I get that. And I'm a capitalist. I'm fine with that. But unfortunately, because of that, a lot of the online prepper sphere, it's just a echo chamber where I think some guy comes up with a new strategy watching The Walking Dead, and they write it on the back of a pizza box, and then they make a video the next day, and then 4 other prepper accounts make, oh, that sounds good. And they just, so all of a sudden you have all these people saying the same thing is a good idea. So just because the vast majority of people are saying, hey, this is a good idea, it just becomes truth, right? And we live in a post-truth world. It's hard to know what is true, not true these days. I mean, there's more misinformation online than there is information. So the first thing is what is the person's qualifications for giving you this information to begin with? And look at that before you start following them. So that's one of the traps is, just falling into, hey, this guy makes really entertaining videos, and there's really good B-roll, and it's super professional. Well, that doesn't necessarily mean that he knows what he's talking about either.
I appreciate that. Yeah, I love, because I think what I liked a lot about survival theory, like I said, it was earnest, and it treated it like the event was a matter of fact. But at the same time, multiple times you're like, this isn't necessarily a matter of fact, but I'm going to treat it like it's a matter of fact so that you treat it seriously. And I appreciate that, because again, you're right. We all tend to kind of love the sound of our own voice and get lost in an echo chamber. Are there is there anything right now that you're hearing in the prepper sphere that is just horrible advice, or things that you think it's going to get somebody killed, or maybe they should try something a little different?
Yeah, without question, survive the idea of surviving in place in an urban environment in a long-term collapse, that's going to get 10, if not hundreds of thousands of preppers killed. This idea that you can survive a long-term event in a home in suburban USA. Again, so I realize that I'm one of the few people that the people listening to your show have probably ever said this to them, and everybody else is saying the opposite. Everyone else is telling you it'll be just fine. This is how you hide it in your basement, and this is how the gray man. I mean, come on. Please, if you get nothing else from this, read the report that I wrote, the historical accounts, the psychology and physiology behind starvation, how it's going to affect the people that are around you. This idea of hanging out in town comes from Hollywood. It really does. This idea that you've got 50,000 people in a medium-sized town that live in very close proximity to each other with no resources, and you take away those resources, you take away their heat, their air conditioning, their phones, their banking, their interstate trucking, you take away their radios and their TV. They have no lines of communication. They have family members that are out of town that may be dead. They have no idea what's going on. Rioting and looting kick off pretty quickly, and there's going to mistrust breeds in that. And again, this whole idea of joining together with a group in your neighborhood and your neighbors, yes, that makes perfect sense for a week, for 2 weeks. And I'm sitting here telling you, if people start to starve, if they start, and I don't mean like missing a meal or two, I'm saying once people start to starve, your little group of merry men that, your handshake agreement, security detail that you've done, that's all going out the window. You're going to get a bullet in your back if you're the only one in town, that only one on the block that actually took this seriously. So, I mean, I hear this also. Hey, I'm going to join forces with my neighbors, and proactively before the collapse, they're having meetings with their cul-de-sac, and they're making all these plans because they've read all these prepper fiction books that have painted it out like, oh, this is realistic and this is what you can do. And, you're going to fight off the motorcycle gang of looters. And they have all this brain dump that they put into their brain, and they make proactive plans. I can tell you right now, you might have a whole bunch of people in your group or on your cul-de-sac that love to sit around and jive, with you on this subject and talk about it and talk. But if you don't know for a fact that they're putting the food away, I'd be willing to bet most people talk a big game. Very few of them actually put the food away. It's one of the number one things I do when I do survival retreat analysis. The number one thing that I see, I've got clients with hundreds of thousands of dollars of guns and ammunition. They've got miniguns. They've got bulletproof houses. They've got 2,000, 3,000 acres. They've got $15,000 worth of food. The number one thing I see is people not taking their food storage preparation serious enough at a survival retreat. And the other side of that is because they're sitting there and they, it's a husband, a wife, and 2 children, and they went out and bought a 1-year food plan for a family of 4, not realizing the disingenuousness of most of the food plan companies are actually giving you only 800 calories a day, which is a starvation diet. I mean, read the Minnesota starvation experience. Those guys had 1,500 calories a day, and they looked like skeletons by the end of 6 months, right? So they're not, you don't have as much food as you think you do. And in almost every case, more people are going to show up because they know you're prepper again, because that's another issue. You're talking about it too much. And then your cousins show up, and then your mom and dad show up, and then, well, you can't turn away kin. I get that. And then what happens when it's your second cousin that shows up at your front door? So all these prepper fiction books, all the gun fights that these guys get into, and I'm all about having the best weapons and the best training. Don't get me wrong. But all these gunfights, it's always some nameless, faceless redneck or some bad guy or some biker gang. It's always some crazy person that's coming for your food. I'm sitting here telling you, the person that's going to be at your door arguing with you to let them in, okay, for trying to force you going back, it's probably going to be your second cousin. It's probably going to be a coworker from, this idea that you're just going to blow someone's head off and go to bed that night. It's probably going to be a face that someone that you're previously friends with, or 6 degrees 7 bacon, someone found out what you were doing. So these are all things to take into consideration. And just the idea of surviving in a city for an extended period of time, I'm sorry, and some people may get upset for me, but it's clown shoes. It's not reality. Again, read Selko Begovic's book, Who Lived Through This. I think in his opening preface, he talks about if he could go back and change one thing, he would have fled that city before they got surrounded, before he got trapped in there. That he said, but he was young, and crazy stuff was happening. He wanted to see how it all played out, and he stayed, and it got really ugly. And he witnessed really horrific things happen to the people around him. And he pokes fun at American prepping, and he's like, it's like it's like a form of entertainment for people to get into prepping instead of taking it seriously. So my recommendation for people is everybody has, if you're a modern adult in America and you don't have a health insurance, dental insurance, if you don't have car insurance or insurance on your house or insurance on your electronics, if you don't have a life insurance policy for your wife and kids or for your husband and kids, you're an irresponsible adult because you're not preparing for a rainy day. But if you start putting some food and water aside and make a plan of action, now you're a crazy person, right? Now you're you've got mental problems, right? So for thousands of years, people stored up food to get through the winter, to get through the harvest season. So I see you have a question down there. You want me to answer that?
Yeah, I'll read it out for those on the audio.
Sure.
But K-Bonk wants to know best calories protein to store. Because again, as you said, a lot of times these storage companies are disingenuous, or the pallet from Costco has a 40-pound bucket of peanut butter on it to pump up the numbers. So
Exactly
what
right.
are your opinion on that?
So free on my website. If you go to the books tab on my website, go down to the very bottom, you can download a interactive Excel spreadsheet. So for a family of 4 on foodassets.com, I am not affiliated with them. I get no kickbacks. It's just they're a reputable company that I liked. I built a long-term food plan for a family of 4. Long-term food has almost doubled in price since COVID in just the last 3 years. The price of it has gone through the roof. So a lot of people look at Mountain House and Wise and My Patriot Supply and all these prepackaged, pre-made food plans. You're going to pay about 5 to 6 times as much money going that route than you will by buying the staples, the rice, the beans, the different supplies. I did an analysis. So again, this is going back to prices 3 years ago. But when I wrote Survival Theory 1, it's actually more than that, 5 or 6 years ago. My 1-year food plan, so that's based on caloric needs of an average family of 4. I think it was 6,000 calories a day. Was at 4,000. I think it's 6,000 now, but it was $4,000 back then and so it was staples, but it was also all your seasonings and different types of breakfast meals, but it's stuff you might have to prepare as opposed to the prepackaged stuff, which are loaded with sodium and all kinds of other stuff. I'm not saying not to have a part of that. So part of the preparedness packages that I recommend people is having like 10% of those pre-made meals that you can just throw in a skillet and have it done quick. But if money is no object, by all means spend it. But when I did that analysis, my food plan I put together for calories was $4,000. When I got the cheapest, and I went to tons of different places researching this, case of number 10 cans of Mountain House, the cheapest I could find that same 6,000 calories for a year was $24,000. It was 6 times as much money as buying the staples. So probably the cheapest place today to get those staples, and again, you're not going to get everything you need, is actually the LDS Church. They have not raised their prices. I have clients that have bought multiple pallets of food from them, and they have a flat rate shipping for $5 regardless of how much you buy. But there you can buy cases of number 10 cans of beans and rice and onions and peas and different things like that from it's kind of hard to find. I can't remember if it's the LDS. It's the Church of Latter-day Saints. The Mormon Church. They have a store where you can buy staples. And so I would recommend checking them out. That's really cheap. As far as protein, without question, the best survival protein is meat rabbits. You can start out with like 3 meat rabbits, a male and 2 females, as long as you regularly breed them once or twice a year so they're ready. And the collapse hits the fan, you instantly breed those 2 rabbits. On average, you're going to get 8 to 10 kits per litter, and you can basically start a colony of rabbits. A single female rabbit on a breeding schedule can have, on again, averages about 64 babies a year. You can get 40% of your caloric needs met every year just having a single female meat rabbit on a breeding schedule. So that is and they're quiet. They're real easy to feed. They don't get, if you have the proper facilities, they don't get sick easily. You can feed them with stuff that you can find in your yard. or on your property, as opposed to having pelletized or stored up dog food or this or that for different animals. So that's my number one recommendation. Probably a grain fodder system would be best with some couple meat rabbits. And yeah.
I love it, man. I could pick your brain all day. This I want to ask a little bit about your books. Do you still have a couple more minutes, or am I?
Sure, let's go a couple more.
Okay, so all right. So I didn't tell you this, but we have a post-apocalyptic book club that we do where we read and discuss and that kind of thing, which I love. So your book's going to be added to the reading list. So I'm going to work through the Equipping Modern Patriots because I'm always looking for good fiction. But you said you got a book 4 coming out soon.
Kind of.
Okay.
It's a long story. People are waiting. Some of them are gonna be upset to find out that book 4 doesn't actually take place. Start picking up after book 3. It's actually one of my characters from book 3. I'm going back to day one, and he doesn't make all the right choices. So I mean, you'll see my main character in my books is a SEER instructor. Go figure. And so he makes a lot of the right decisions, right? So I'm going to start with this character from day one, and he's actually going to make the wrong decisions. He goes into the green zones and stays in town. So I'm going to paint that picture, but the books will eventually merge again and pick up where they left off. That book, I've got probably 65-70% written. I'm on a time crunch because I actually signed a shopping agreement with a media outlet here so I over the last year actually made it into a TV show. So we're trying to get a TV show made. Again, it's a long shot with anything, but we have some high hopes that, someone might pick this up, and we have some connections. We'll see what happens. But so I've spent a lot of time so people been waiting for a while for this next fiction book, but that was the reason I was really trying to get it made into a TV show to wait. I think it'll wake more people up. It'll reach more people. Right. So now I'm detransitioning it from the TV show back into the book form. So hopefully for Christmas, I'll have it out.
So, I won't make you stick to a date, but you're thinking the book sometime before the end of the year, then is kind of the plan.
Yep.
And what's the TV series like? Getting a TV script and a showrunner. I don't even know how far along that process you are, but what's that kind of like?
It's a nightmare. so yeah, we're early on in the process. Again, like I said, I did sign a shopping agreement with a couple guys from Hollywood there that were very interested. They're very aware of the Grid Down event. So that's my biggest thing. I mean, I would I would almost give the show away if I could be sure it would be made properly and not turned into smut or turned into some sci-fi unrealistic. So it's very critical for me. Like, I'm going to be willing to take less money to have some kind of technical input with the writing team, in the sense of it's important that the technical aspects of the EMP and the aftermath are correct for me. Like Revolutions, it turned into some like magic necklace or something. You could turn it always goes into some creative way. And so, I mean, we're bringing in a writing team, and they need to have the ability to put their own stamp on it. And I get that they're going to change names, they're going to change stories. I'm fine with that, but the technical aspects of it are real important. I'm hoping to hang on to some of those, be a technical advisor show. But again, we're early in the process, so
sure. So creative control is important, or at least to an extent.
Yeah, I wouldn't say creative control. You're not going to get anywhere today with creative. I wouldn't be able to get whole creative control. I got to give that away, but
Fair.
I'm hoping to hang on to some technical aspects control.
Okay.
If that makes sense.
Yeah. You know what? I had a random thought of one day. Did you ever watch Jericho? The TV?
So I've seen a couple episodes of it. The problem is, like, I was Johnny Come Lately. That show's from like the early 2000s, if I remember correctly. I watched like 2 or 3 episodes. It was entertaining, but I just never stuck with it. So I don't have anything good or bad to say about it because I never watched the whole show. But yeah, no, that's okay. I was kind of curious because anyway, Revolution, we go down a whole nother rabbit hole. That was a huge disappointment. It was bad. A train wreck.
Yeah, it was so bad.
When the special operations team walks in, there's like, you got 8 or 9 guys, full kit, battle rifles, body armor, and a guy with a sword in the middle of the room takes on that stuff. It just drives me nuts. I'm like, I can suspend reality, to a certain extent, John Wick, because that you're getting what you're getting. You know what I mean? But if this is, I think the first scene, like people were like mowing their yards and everybody's hair was combed and face was clean and revolutions. And, and I'm just like, that's not what this world looks like at all. You know what I mean? Like, people are like hanging out in their neighborhood. I don't know. That show, I'm sorry. I'm sorry if you like that show, but that show, we were literally laughing with tears in our eyes. We were making fun of it so bad at our viewing party we had with some of the guys.
I would love sometime to bring you back on just to maybe not tear apart, but have some fun with some of the more Hollywood tropes, because I think you'd give some pretty good insight into some of that if you're up for it down the road, because
that's on my short list. So I'm not trying to build a big media presence. I'm so business with I've got 3 careers. I mean, I'm a writer, I'm a business, a grid down consultant, and I'm also working with the task force and trying to get the government to harden the grid and everything. So, but that's one of the things I've always, if I was going to build it, would be just like a reaction video, like doing reaction videos of movies and different things and kind of just laughing about them. I don't know.
No, that'd be cool. Anyway, you're good at it. All right. So how do people support you, Jonathan? Where can they, what can they do right now to throw money at you, or no, to make sure that you're, they can support what you're doing?
Sure. So, I mean, the biggest thing is I would recommend everyone go out tomorrow and watch and go to the website griddownpowerup.com, griddownpowerup.com. David Tice directed a fantastic movie. It's narrated by wow, why can't I think?
It's okay. Somebody we'd recognize.
Dennis Quaid. Sorry, Dennis. So it's narrated by Dennis Quaid, and it's a 1-hour documentary on the grid down threats and what that looks like, and the fight that we're doing with the government. Me and David Tice, the director, we were at the Western Conservative Summit speaking this summer, and we've been at a couple events together. So like, go to watch that video, share that, wake as many people up to the various threats as possible. He's got a great back end to his website where he helps people like find out who their legislator is, like pre-canned letters that you can customize and send to your legislator. So definitely support him. Our website for our task force is emptaskforce.us. Securethegridcoalition.com is another organization that, so we're fighting against the electric utilities that have unlimited resources, and we're all donation funded. So definitely reach out and help some of these organizations that are trying to wake the government up and harden the grid. Me personally, griddownconsulting.com, griddownconsulting.com. Again, highly recommend download the white paper I wrote for the EDTF. It's on the resources tab under Grid Down Report. Share that far and wide. On Amazon, just Jonathan Hollerman. All my books are available on paperback, Kindle, audiobook. And then on Instagram, at Grid Down Prepper. I'm on Facebook, but I'm not on there much. And then I was trying to think, on Patreon, follow me on Patreon. So I do interact with people a lot more on Patreon as a paid service, and do live Q&As and put out spreadsheets and stuff like that.
Well, thank you, brother. This was great. I absolutely. You came on short notice. I know you mentioned you're on vacation and you got right back to me. So I very much appreciate it. This was a fun conversation.
Man, I appreciate you having me on. And did I hear that right? You're up in Canada?
Don't hold it against me. But yeah, no, I'm in Alberta. And we just bought land in Tennessee as well. But yeah, that's where I'm at.
Well, Alberta is kind of like the West Virginia of the United States, I think, right?
I like to call it. Yeah. You're not wrong. You're 100% right.
I meant that, I live in West Virginia, so I'm saying that in a good sense. Like, yeah, you're kind of one of the, because I know British Columbia is ruled by like Vancouver now, right? And they're going very.
You can take BC and equate it to California, absolutely. And I totally don't mind being equated to West Virginia, because yes, I get the equitation there, and 100%, yeah, because we're the closest. Anyway, we're the closest kind of bastion of freedom you're going to find in Canada.
That's what I was getting at. Yeah. So
no, I appreciate you. if you hang for 30 seconds in the back, I'll close the show down and I'll be right back with you there, brother.
Yeah, man.
Thank you.
Great being here, and I'll talk to you again soon.
Thank you. Guys, I was absolutely floored. Anyway, I always love when you guys are like, you need to get a guy on here. And I had read Survival Theory 1 first and then went back and reread it this week because I wanted to be up on it. But if you take one thing away, it's the fact that maybe it's not that we're not prepping right, but just listen to what Jonathan was passionate about. It's not it's not a good scenario, but be positive out of it as well. But look at it and say, here it is. This is what starvation looks like. Take some time, look into it, and see what can we do to make life a little bit better on the other end. And guys, he is welcome back anytime. So make sure you support him. Pick up the books if you haven't read them. And we're going to be doing the EMP book series for the post-apocalyptic book club going forward. So anyway, guys, I appreciate you as always. Stay happy, stay healthy, and have a great week.
This is the Conrad Alert. Civil defense information will be broadcast at 6:40.
West of the Rockies, you're on the air. Hello.
Y2K, how can we prepare?
Stop a few of their machines and radios. Throw them into darkness for a few hours.
We are fighting for our lives. My family must survive.
Over 5 years, 1,000 gallons of gas, air filtration, water filtration.
Coming at you from the frozen tundra that is East Central Alberta, Canada, streaming live on YouTube, Facebook, Twitter, Twitch, Rumble, and Odyssey. Welcome back to the workshop where we create community, find freedom, promote preparedness, and share success. I'm Toolman Tim. Today is December the 3rd, 2023. This is episode 405 of Workshop Radio. I hope everyone out there is doing fine. I am back from a very short, abbreviated Christmas shopping trip. It was fun. I got a good buddy of mine waiting in the green room. We got all the M&Ms that he asked me for, so he's back there just to munch on it. No, I'm just kidding. We'll bring Brad of 5 Times August fame on in just a moment. Real quick, we only got one announcement tonight, guys, and that's our sponsor. We got to remember her. She was one of the first ones to take a chance on the workshop radio, and that is my good friend Amy Dingman of A Farmish Kind of Life. If you're like, I kind of get tired of listening to that Tim feller, I need to listen to something a little different, give Amy a go. Over at A Farmish Kind of Life, add her in your podcast feed. If you're looking for a little bit of cheery inspiration for your old ear holes, A Farmish Kind of Life podcast is where it's at. So, you know what, guys? We are going to forego most of the niceties, and we are going to bring on my good buddy, Brad. Hang on. Hey, Brad, how are you?
All right, Tim, how are we doing?
Not bad at all. It's been a couple of months since we talked in person, I think.
Yeah, Prepper Camp is great. It's good to see you again and see everybody out there. That was my second time going back to Prepper Camp, being invited out there through Rick and Jane Austin, who are good friends now and I feel like family to the whole Prepper community. It's really great.
Absolutely. We first met. It's kind of cool because you were one of the, I might have been the first in-person interview I ever did a couple of years ago at Prepper Camp. You were just kind of getting the gas underneath you getting going, and Rick brought you to Prepper Camp. He's like, you should really interview Brad. And I interviewed you and had a beautiful looking interview with no audio. And you were nice enough to come back. I don't know if you remember that or not.
That's right. Yeah, I remember that.
I do my damnedest to look professional, but some days, you know how it is. So
it's okay. We're at the mercy of technology these days, and when it doesn't go right, it messes it up for everything. So it's okay. It's all
Thanks,
right.
Brad.
But
so for the couple of people in the audience tonight who don't exactly know who Brad is, or maybe they've heard of you by your more famous pseudonym, who are you? What do you do? That kind of thing.
Yeah, sure. So I'm Brad Skistimus of 5 Times August. I started 5 Times August in 2001. I toured the country as just a singer-songwriter pop act for a little over a decade, played a lot of colleges and university shows, had a lot of songs on different TV shows on MTV and independent films and commercials. And that's kind of what I was doing for a really long time. I took a break from that about 2018, and I started up a kids music project called the Juicebox Jukebox. I had became a dad, and so my songwriting mind was playing with different words, you know, that come into your aura when you're raising 3 kids. So I wanted to write songs for my kids, and that's what I was doing pre-pandemic. And then, 2020 rolls around, and sort of my naive outlook on the world comes crashing down, and I try to figure out what I'm supposed to say as an artist, and I wrote a song called "God Help Us All" and put it out there as 5 Times August, just because I wasn't sure what to do with it. I had the song, and I was like, well, I've been 5 Times August forever. I wasn't really doing much with 5 Times August at the time, but just released it out there. And had 2 things happen at one time. I lost a lot of fans and then gained a lot of fans. And, those new fans that I gained let me know that I wasn't alone in how I felt about the world. And so I continued down that path of writing those songs to let people know, that they weren't alone either. So that's what I've been doing the last, I guess, going on 3 years now, sort of releasing these protest songs, if that's what you want to call them.
We got a couple of fellow Texans in here this evening, so we'll
right
see
on.
them as we come along. We got Jules and Cold War Prepper in here as well.
Very
They're both
cool.
from Texas, but I want to peg that. We're going to come back to that in a minute. Let's go a little further back. Where did you grow up?
I grew up in Central Texas. So
Okay.
I grew up all around Dallas area suburbs, Highland Village, Flower Mound, for those that are in Central Texas here. They might know where that is. So I grew up in the area, and I used to think that I'd eventually move to California or New York or something like that for music, because didn't feel like there was much industry here or whatever. But it's so funny because I ended up staying in Texas, and after touring the country 7 times over, kind of just realized Texas was where I wanted to be, and I couldn't think of anywhere else I'd rather be the last couple of years specifically than Texas. So definitely wouldn't want to have lived in California or New York the last 3 years.
So were you always into music, and did you start right into kind of full-time musicianship, or did you work a few jobs in between?
Yeah, so it's interesting. I picked up a guitar at 11 and kind of self-taught myself. I started writing songs about 14. And then by the time I graduated high school, I knew, like, this is what I'm going to do. And so I tried going to college, and I would get distracted, and I'd skip out on classes to book myself shows. And, I was like going for it. And I was recording music out of my bedroom and making homemade CDs. And I was just doing it, the independent route, right out of high school, pretty much. And, of course, back in those early days, you're doing whatever you can. You're playing coffee shop shows and stuff like that. And I had gotten a job at CBS Radio, working in their promotions department early on. And my boss there saw that I was a hungry, thriving artist. So he started sort of helping book some bigger shows for me at the time that were a little related to, the radio station at the time, radio events and things like that. And then I had met actually my wife during that time as well, who worked there. And long story short, that other guy kind of fell away after a while, and my wife took over all the booking things. And in between that time, working at the radio station and touring, I had different opportunities that came across. Like my first big break was on MTV's Laguna Beach, and getting some songs on that show. And so that opened up a whole college demographic. And I just started touring colleges for a really long time. It was just me and the wife in the van playing at universities. So that's what I was doing for, all of my 20s.
What was that like when you got to see your name up in the credits for the first time?
I was really excited. I remember it because we had a big watching party. I was living in Denton, Texas, and we had recorded what was the first sort of full-length 5 Times August album. I was living with some guys in this dumpy old house. There's about 6 of us. It was a dilapidated house, and college college cleanliness, right? Of 6 guys living together. It was awful. But we recorded an album there called Fry Street, which was the street that we were living on. And so that I had gotten an email from a music supervisor at MTV who found those songs on a website called CD Baby, which is still around. But it was actually at that time, I apologize, it's not CD Baby, it was mp3.com back in those days. mp3.com was like right on the verge. It was before MySpace, before any of that stuff, and it was where independent musicians could upload their music and share it with the world. And so I had a music supervisor from MTV find my stuff and say, hey, can you send me this? I'd like to include it in a show. And he didn't really give me much information, but I was like, well, what do I got to lose out of this? It's just a CD. So I overnighted him a CD, knowing nothing about it other than it was an MTV show. And then he wrote me back and said, hey, we're going to use it in this big episode for MTV's Laguna Beach. It's going to be in the prom episode, right? So, yeah. And so it was really great. It was a teenage reality series. And so there's my song, like playing on MTV during this big, like that was a huge show back then. And right as the episode ends, like back then they would say, you just heard Better With You by 5 Times August. And it was great because it coincided with the MySpace plays and everything. But we all were like, yeah, there's our name, and everything. And so, it was really great. And, it was really a cool way to get around radio as an independent artist. And so I started exploring music licensing from there on out. For a really long time, that was sort of my bread and butter, was finding placements for my songs. And a lot of them ended up being on those kind of shows at that time. So they were just pop love songs. So, but yeah, I mean, it was really great. It's always wonderful to see your name in the credits of a movie or a TV show or something like that. It's a cool thing.
Has it gotten easier? It's funny that things come through in themes. I had Franklin Horton on the other day, and he's a post-apocalyptic author, and he talked about how in the 90s and early 2000s, it was really hard to break into the writing industry because it was kind of an old boys club, and there wasn't a lot of the online presence. Has it gotten a little easier to be an independent artist and to kind of launch your own thing now as opposed to say 20, 30 years ago, or no?
Oh yeah. I mean, the tools now are, you look at guys like Tom McDonald, he's really got it mastered right now. Like when I started out, because see, the arc of my career has been interesting because I started 5 Times August in 2001. I was 18. And I was, my vision for the future was the traditional record label. I'm going to sign to a record label, have my hit on the radio. I'm going to tour the world. You have this naive outlook when you start out. But it was rooted in the traditional sense of making it, right? And over the arc of my career, as I accomplished things more and more on my own, like the music licensing stuff and scheduling college shows on my own, and with my wife, she was sort of the business side of things. It was just the two of us, and we sort of created our own little record label, and we were accomplishing all this stuff. So those two things actually, the music licensing and the college shows, we took those two things and went to Walmart and said, hey, I've got this album and I'm an independent artist. I'd really like to get it distributed in Walmart stores nationwide. And that was sort of one of my goals for a really long time. For 2 years, we went after that, just trying to find the right person about, who can we get to help us make this happen. And I ended up becoming the first unsigned artist without any record label to get distributed nationwide in Walmart. And that's where, when I bring up CD Baby, they kind of had a silent helping hand in making that happen. But I was accomplishing a lot on my own. And by the time I met with record labels, I didn't really want to sign with them anymore because I was doing all this great stuff on my own. But even that was still uneasy because I would see my friends signing at the time. It was still, where you wanted to go. You wanted to sign the label deal. But so I would see my friends sign deals that, I was doing shows with and stuff. And I'd be like, oh, did I mess up? And more times than not, like the ones that I was maybe a little jealous of at the time, they would, by the time their contract was up, they'd be celebrating that they got dropped because their whole record got shelved, or they wrote all these songs that were never going to be released. So the experience, just getting signed doesn't mean you've made it. And it doesn't mean even that your music's going to be heard. It just means that you're under contract of this label who's now going to do whatever they want with you. And so I feel like I kind of, I was saved a little bit by not ever going down that route. And then about that time too, these tools started coming into play as well. YouTube was becoming more normal, and a lot of people were actually starting to make a living on YouTube, creating content. And the social media platforms were becoming more acceptable. Like when I first signed on to Facebook, you had to have a college ID, and it was just people, it's just college students back in the day. This is like 2004. Maybe 2005. And I remember writing Facebook way early on saying, hey, why don't we do a streaming online concert? And they were like, oh no, we're not into doing anything like that. And, lo and behold, later down the road, Facebook, has music pages and hosts events and sponsors things. So it's all to say, so much has changed over the last 20 years. But the tools at hand right now, you can record songs out of your bedroom, just like I did when I was 18 back then, put them out, and, it doesn't cost a lot of money. If it goes viral, it goes viral. So, yeah, it's definitely a whole new ball game now.
So one more question kind of about your backstory. Who did you listen to? Who were your influences back in the, so you're about 2 years younger than me, so I'm thinking we're probably in the same ballpark. But who were you listening to? Who'd you grow up listening to that kind of inspired you to become a musician?
Well, I grew up listening to a lot of music from the 50s and 60s. And so I always really enjoyed, what you would hear on oldies radio. I enjoyed Beatles. I enjoyed any kind of British rock kind of music, but that didn't really necessarily inspire me. I didn't get in. I don't think I was inspired as a songwriter until John Mayer came along and Dave Matthews Band and Jason Mraz and those guys, because they were writing those pop love songs. I was at that age, 17, 18, where you wanted to be the cute guy at a party with your acoustic guitar picking up girls. And so, that's kind of what I wanted to mimic. And that's what was inspiring me kind of around when I started out. But I love so much music now, across the board. My influences pull from all over the place. But yeah, I mean, it was always the songwriters, I think when you boil it down to it, it was always, like Billy Joel. When you look at Billy Joel's catalog, all his songs say Billy Joel underneath, as the writer credit. When you see, the Beatles, it's Lennon McCartney for the most part, or George Harrison. I always liked the songwriter in and of themselves. So that's, David Gray was another one. And there's a great band called Delamitri, as a great songwriter named Justin Curry. Those were the guys that really always stayed with me. They still stay with me now. And whenever I'm feeling kind of maybe, stuck or in a rut, if I go back and I listen to those kind of things, they kind of pull something out of me and go, oh yeah, that's what made me want to write music. That's right.
So March 2020, or February, January, wherever all that shit started, we start hearing about COVID, and nobody really thinks it's going to be, I don't know, who knows? You don't know if it's going to be something insane, whatever, doesn't matter. And then you start to see, oh, it's okay, don't worry.
My dog's over there. He wants to be let out. It's okay.
Oh, he gets mad about COVID too. That's cool.
Yeah,
so anyway, So you start seeing all the injustices, and you went from, being, a guy singing kind of love poppy songs for Laguna Beach. Then you went into singing kind of elementary school age songs and that sort of thing. And then all of a sudden you become, the I guess Arlo Guthrie or something like that, like the guy going against the system. So how did that come about?
It's interesting because it's not anything I set out to do. I mean, my heart was completely in that kids music project because it was the most pure thing I could put out into the world at that time. I mean, 2018, 2019, I'm in the middle of raising kids and they're helping me record it. It's a family project. And 2020 comes around and everything I'm doing with that sort of stops because I was doing elementary school shows, which, let me tell you, those are the best shows I've ever done. When you play for a room full of elementary school kids and they know the words and they're singing along with you, and then they just appreciate what you've done so much and come up and hug you afterwards. Those are like the best things. And all that stopped. And throughout 2020, I'll tell you, like, I changed as a person. I had a naive outlook on the world. I released a song in 2020 called "We Are in This Together," which was sort of my gung-ho of, hey, everybody, we're going to make it through this. And shortly after that, all the George Floyd stuff happened and I could see the world sort of ripping apart. And then the longer and longer COVID stuff went on, it just sort of shut me down creatively. And I turned a corner as an artist where it was like, maybe I have been a little too naive about my outlook on the world, and what does it really look like, and what do I want that world to look like for my kids? What am I supposed to say in this moment in time? Because, I say this a lot, but two things happened at that time was, number one, where are all my heroes I grew up listening to? All those 60s protest artists and things like that. None of them showed up. And more importantly, I was thinking, I do not want my kids to look back on this time wondering why dad didn't say anything or speak up during this time. And so I just felt called to say something. And that sort of led me to write that first song, "God Help Us All." It really came through prayer of I sitting and going, what do you want me to write about? And that song came out. And I really thought that song would sort of be my one say on everything that was happening. I thought, like, I'll put this song out. It's a long song. It's a 5-minute song of me just venting, just saying, God help us all. This is not looking good. And so, that song comes out and it completely stirred the pot of everything that I was doing, because I had, like I said, I had fans that had been following 5 Times August for 2 decades that were like, whoa, you don't normally talk like this, Brad. And then I had like new people going like, wow, thanks for saying that. And at the same time, like the kids music project stuff sort of started falling behind because I felt like we have a really important moment in history to talk about right now, and we're still in it, which is the unfortunate thing about it. But from there on out, like I said, I just kept leaning into it from one song to the next, and ultimately had a whole album put together called Silent War that I put out last year.
So which one really kind of pushed you into the zeitgeist? I was trying to think back, because for me, of course, it was This Just In, right? Mm-hmm. Because being a Canuck and, everybody, the song started getting put around. And for any of the fellow Canadians out there listening, if you don't remember, it was basically the song, that was in favor of the trucker convoy, making fun of Justin Trudeau, which we all love to do. And it's quite anyway, I loved it. And that I saw and heard that song multiple times before I even knew who created it, who did it. And then I think I really made the connections at the first prepper camp. So what was the one that kind of went viral? Was it the very first one, or was it just kind of gradual?
I think the one that pushed me over the limit was Sad Little Man. about Fauci. It kind of went like this. I released God Help Us All. And when you listen to the album top to bottom, they're all in the row they're all in the order that I wrote and released them. So there's kind of a story top to bottom as you listen to the Silent War album. But there it is.
There it is.
There it is.
Yeah, there it is in vinyl.
Yeah, that's right. That's right. Out on vinyl now. But so God Help Us All comes out, and then I don't release anything until until maybe April, a few months later, called Jesus, What Happened to Us, which was is sort of a sequel, maybe you could call it, to God Help Us All. And in that same mindset, coming through prayer and then I started noticing all the crazy people online through TikTok was becoming a thing, and Libs of TikTok became a popular account. And so I wrote a song called Out of Your Damn Mind, which is really starting to really call out, the crazy people that you were seeing instead of just minding your own business. And that was new for me to really lean into it like that. And then I Will Not Be Leaving Quietly came out after that, which was sort of my commitment to this moment. I was sort of like, you know what? Like, I'm not going anywhere. Like, every time I say something that's important to me, I get this pushback from people that are, especially from people that are supposed to know what I'm all about, people that have been following me for years that all of a sudden lumped me into this crazy category. So I kind of committed to it with that song. And I wanted to also give people that were showing up to these rallies, a little 3-chord song that they could, go to rallies to and learn easily and chant and sing along to. After I Will Not Be Leaving Quietly, I think, let's see, there was Silent War and Joe, and then finally Sad Little Man came along. It was like number 6 or 7, I don't know, but this was the how things unfolded for me, and leaning into Sad Little Man was interesting because I did not expect it to really take off like it did. I knew I was calling Fauci out, and that was something that wasn't really being done because he was being held up on a pedestal and treated like a god, like I say in the song. But that one really took off, which really put me in this other category of dangerous misinformation spreader, because all of a sudden my YouTube channel was being attacked and I was taken off of Wikipedia, and I was seeing these things that you only heard about actually happen to me in my life. I was feeling the suppression and censorship starting to sort of creep in around me. I'm like, oh, wow, it really does happen. Okay. And so that one, I think, was really the one that pushed it. And then every time that has happened to me, it's only ever made me lean more into it. So I'm a little bit of a troublemaker in that sense. So it's been fun to watch.
Most, I think, I don't know. Anyway, I look back on whether it's the, 60s countercultural or the, late 80s, 90s punk, they were typically troublemakers, and well, we'll talk about that in a minute too, won't we? So you also, something that I didn't really mention, you do all of your videos as well. And I think they're a lot of fun. I said before, they kind of reminded me a bit of like Monty Python's Flying Circus or the opening to Faulty Towers, that kind of stuff. Where did that start?
So all that stuff started with the kids' music project that I was doing. So it's funny because I never would have known, I never would have had that skill set to make the videos for my current songs without going through all of the kids' music stuff, because I started the project Juicebox Jukebox, and I had these cute songs, and then I was like, well, I should make some cute videos for them. And I didn't really know how to do it. I wanted to make these sort of cut and paste, crafty looking little style videos, that something that looked like a kid could make it. And so that's where that style came from me. And so I did 12 of those for the kids' music stuff. And so by the time I came around to, Sad Little Man, I took that style, cut and paste, and make it look like, just like you cut a bunch of magazines out or something like that and pieced them together, do a little stop motion. That's how it came about. But I think I was also a little bit inspired by those Monty Python things. Once I started piecing it together, I was like, oh yeah, it's got that look to it. And so I've kept with that, going from Sad Little Man to This Just In to Gates Behind the Bars. It's especially fun to do that when you have a character, that's a central figure to it, because it gives you the opportunity to really just poke fun at who they are and, make them look wimpy or, just shrivel them down to the weakling that they are.
So have you had any songs or videos completely pulled off a platform at all? Or have they mainly just kind of been like low key, not published or not promoted type thing?
Mm-hmm. Sad Little Man was heavily suppressed in the original upload to it. And then I ended up re-uploading it later with the exact same information on it just to do a test. And they didn't bother that one. And so that was interesting. I've had about 4 other videos be demonetized. And then a few months ago, Gates Behind the Bars was pulled completely from YouTube. So that was the first one that they actually took off of the website and were like, you can't have this up, which was weird because it had been up since like February of this year. So it was up for like 9 months before they were like, wait a minute, now it can't be up. So it's silly how they do that. Like when you talk to, Google Creator support on the back end, which I think is just robots anyway. But, you're sitting there and you're like, so why did my video get pulled? And they're like, oh, medical misinformation. You're like, what's the medical misinformation? And they're like, we're not at liberty to say. And I'm, it's like, well, if I'm a creator and you're the host of my content and you're saying there's a problem, then why don't you tell me what the problem is instead of just take down my stuff? So it's funny that way.
Jules just ordered your album, got it autographed, so she can kick in the extra for Brad. So
thank you so much. I really appreciate that.
So you was the Gates Behind Bars, was that on Silent War or did that come afterwards?
Yeah. So by the time I released Gates Behind the Bars, or by the time I released Silent War, I had 2 songs that hadn't had videos yet, which were Gates Behind the Bars and a song called Lions, which I still haven't done an official sort of video for, but there's a performance of me doing it on the high wire. But Gates Behind the Bars came a few months after the Silent War album came out, but it's on the album. Yeah.
And you did a kind of a Kickstarter type thing because I remember when I seen you a couple years ago, I was like, man, you got to bring it out on vinyl. And you'd said you'd had a bunch of people mention it. And so how did that Kickstarter go? I thought that was kind of ingenious, kind of neat how you did it.
Yeah, I worked with a company called Crates. It's Q Rates, Crates, which is basically like a website to crowdfund record pressings. And I had a number of people asking, like you, say, what's it going to be on vinyl? And I had always wanted to release an album on vinyl. I thought if I was ever going to do it, this would be the music to do it with. And so I did a little limited number crowdfunding project of 200 on Crates. And we sold those. And, if you've got one of those, you've got a collector's item now. And I tried to make it a little special. It's got a gatefold and an OB strip on it. And it's white vinyl. And I'll never make another one like that. So it's like a collector's item. And then I tried to actually do a limited edition second pressing after that. The thing with vinyl this year has been interesting with me. So we did that. There was the first pressing. Then I was like, let's do a second pressing on clear vinyl, and I'll make the red strip blue, and it'll be a marked second pressing special, and we'll see how that goes. And so we did that, and that campaign was successful as well. But as we've been waiting on that pressing to get finished, it's still not finished yet. So Crates has really let me down. They've had some issues on the back end. And in the meantime, I ended up pressing a standard black vinyl edition. So there's going to be ultimately 3 different versions of Silent War on vinyl. We've just had issues with pressing and stuff like that, but it's good to know people are still buying vinyl. It's cool to have songs on vinyl. In fact, this album has been released on vinyl and CD, and we even did a cassette copy of it as well. Which, yeah, you've got a couple of them right there.
I do. So I didn't mention this yet, but we're going to give one away.
Nice.
I'm going to do it on Friday night show. So anybody who listens to this and shares, you can share the audio, share the video, doesn't matter. Just let me know you did. Comment on the YouTube video. I'm going to put you in a draw, and we got right there. It's one of only 50 cassettes of all things, and it's signed right there by Brad.
There you go.
We'll be giving that away. So if you share it, just let me know, and we will put you in a draw, and somebody will win it, and I'll ship it out to you. So
very cool. Very cool.
How's the vinyl gone? Have you sold quite a few? You've been happy with
the
how it's
vinyl's
gone,
doing well. In fact, we also did a release of the new single "Ain't No Rock and Roll" on a 45 vinyl. So I'm really happy that people, I think more people are picking up the physical copies, at least in our world, than streaming and downloading stuff, and which really makes me happy, because I think we need to get back to that world where we own our stuff. We keep hearing that phrase that you're going to own nothing and be happy. It's like, well, start owning your stuff and just be happy. How about that? So, I've got tons of vinyl behind me. I still collect CDs and cassettes. I buy my favorite movies. I buy my favorite books. I think that's important stuff. It tells a lot about who you are, what you believe in. It gives you a reason to connect with another. You're not going to sit through your phone and be like, hey, what kind of music do you like? And be like, oh, I like that. You're going to, you connect through going through records together and things like that. I think, at least you did in the old days.
Took my 13-year-old daughter to a record store on the weekend, and I love it. Every time we go, we just look. Sometimes we get something. She usually makes me look at Taylor Swift stuff. You know how it is. That's fine. It's a cool way to connect, right?
Yeah, it 100% is. My 11-year-old boy loves records, and he'll sit down here and look through my records and ask me about them. And he'll go through my CDs, and I have stories that go with these things. So that's the thing about it, is it opens up a whole other world. I connected to a lot of the music I loved growing up through my parents' record collection, and asking them about, when did you buy that? What's the story behind that? And, you end up getting these little nuggets of information about your parents or your friends or whoever it may be, that you wouldn't get otherwise. And, I think that's important. We're losing grasp of that when everything is on our phone and on our computers these days. We're not going to hand down iPhones, we're not going to hand down obsolete iMacs. So, we got to own our stuff again.
So speaking of Ain't No Rock and Roll, how did that come about? Because anyway, I know you don't need, me to boost up your ego anymore, but man, I love that track. That is a solid track.
Thanks. I wrote that song a year ago, and I ended up going on a small tour in Austria about this time, and debuted the song there, and I just played acoustic. And even over there, like my first couple times playing it, it resonated with everybody. They knew what I was saying. And, it was just sort of sitting around after that. I was like, this can't just be like an acoustic song, though. It's got to feel like an old Tom Petty song or something like that. I wanted it to feel like a song you haven't heard on the radio in 30 or 40 years or something like that. Mm-hmm. And I reached out to my friend Pete Parada, who formerly of The Offspring. He got kicked out of the band The Offspring for not getting the shot. And now he's in a band called The Defiant, which is doing really well. And it's sort of a super group of guys that got kicked out of their bands and want to speak up. And they're really great. They're fantastic. So I reached out to Pete, and I said, hey, I've got this song, would you want to play on it? He did the drums on it. And then I didn't really know where else to go with it, because I wanted to get musicians on the track that really felt what I was saying. Don't forget the 8-track. Yeah, we got to bring that. We're going to work really hard on bringing back the 8-track.
Dude, there are artists out there who are putting out brand new 8-tracks right now.
No kidding.
Yeah, there's quite a few actually. So if there's that, you ever want to do something, yeah, I can at least tell you who to look into anyway. So
okay, that's interesting. Well, as soon as I sell the cassette tapes, I'll move on to 8-track. But and so in between that time, after Pete recorded the drums, I was had the song sitting around, and my friend Chad Prather, who's on Blaze TV, he had been talking with a new record label called Based Records, and he said, "Hey, you should talk to those guys. They're kind of like this non-woke, looking for free speech artists. They're starting up, and I've been talking to him. You should talk to him." So ended up talking to them. They invited me down to Austin for a weekend for an event that they were hosting. And I got to know those guys over there. And they're just really, really good guys that want to bring back, everything that's missing from music. And so I was like, hey, well, if this is what you guys are doing, I have a song that would be great as your first release. And so we did a little contract for the single and signed on to their label, and they got some great guys in Nashville who are superstars in their own right. Ira Dean and Chris Whalen produced it, who are they're both like mega songwriters in their own right, #1 hit country songwriters. And so we got some really great guys. We got Jim Moose Brown from Steve Miller's band, and gosh, I can't even list them all off. It was a super group of guys that actually believed what I was saying, who were really great at what they do. And I think that's why the song comes across so well as the finished product. It came out exactly how I wanted it to turn out. And so, that's how it came about. And then I just sort of sat down and did the video for it like I do the other ones.
And that kind of leads me into what I was going to ask you a minute ago anyway, but who were some of the bands that you thought really should have stepped up and spoke against some of this COVID tyranny that really didn't?
Yeah, I mean, the first one that comes to mind that threw a real big stink was Neil Young, who, drew a line in the sand and said, look, it's either me or it's Joe Rogan. And that didn't work out for him.
Sorry. It was good. It was good.
Yeah, so there's him. There's, Rage Against the Machine. The whole joke the last couple of years has been, Rage Against the Machine is now raging for the machine. And so, they were big ones. Foo Fighters were another one. Gene Simmons and Kiss, like Gene Simmons of Kiss literally told you, and I quote, to shut up and do what the government tells you to do. Like those were like I can tell you probably verbatim, that's what he said. And he called, anybody that didn't get the shot an enemy of the people. So to see all these guys, kowtow to the government and just completely flip the script on everything that they were supposed to stand for, it is disappointing to say the least.
So you've been all over the world over the last couple of years. What are a couple of the highlights of places you've been and some of the cool things you've seen, kind of getting to spread your message a bit?
Going to Austria was really cool. It was really eye-opening to go from Dallas, Texas, where I'm from, that area, and go from Central Texas to Austria and see people singing these songs that I wrote. It really awakened me to how far I've reached people, and not just that my music has reached people, but how big this movement is of freedom fighters all around the globe. To go from Central Texas and have a conversation with somebody in Austria that you've never met, but you can talk to each other like you've known each other for years. It's a really beautiful thing. And I got to go to the UK in August for a 3-day festival called Jam for Freedom, which was another really great experience when you can think about it. Like these events did not exist 3 years ago. So there's something happening now when you can get 3 days worth of freedom-minded musicians and speakers to get together and hang out over over the course of a weekend. That's a really great thing. You know, things are happening. There's something new that's brewing out of you know,
Yes.
the rubble of COVID. There's this new thing coming out, at least culturally, you know, and I think, you know, that's what's going to drive people is, you know, there are artists and songwriters that are speaking up. There's rappers, there's punk rockers with the Defiant now, and actors speaking up, comedians speaking up. There's a whole new cultural thing being established right now, which is really exciting.
I love the Defiant. I ordered their vinyl too. It's on its way, so I had to support those guys too. But who else do you see that are? It's kind of cool that this countercultural movement is coming out of this, because we haven't really had. I don't know. I'm a grunge head, so to me, I haven't really seen a countercultural movement since probably, you know, the early to mid 90s. Maybe there was something that I missed. I don't know. But who do you see coming out of the post-COVID movement that is speaking up for freedom and is going to hopefully take up that mantle?
You know, I don't know. It's hard to say. There's a lot of them, because I've been making a list. Actually, I got a list pulled up right now, because a few weeks ago on Twitter I shared a big long list of artists that, you know, were speaking out, and then I posted the initial post, and people started adding more and more and more. So, you know, the list, like, to me right here is, you know, obviously Eric Clapton and Van Morrison were two that spoke out from the, you know, from the 60s era. We got, you know, those two out of all the artists. We got Eric Clapton and Van Morrison, which I'm so grateful for, and I'm glad that I can at least give them my respect. Ian Brown is a British artist, singer-songwriter that's been spoken out. John Rich and Travis Tritt are country artists. My buddy Joseph Arthur, another singer-songwriter who's been around for a long time, he's spoken out. I've mentioned the Defiant, the guys from Right Said Fred. They've been very outspoken the last few years. You know, Jimmy Levy, he's a gospel singer who was doing some songs with High Res the Rapper, both very talented guys. And the list goes on and on. The great thing about the list that I'm reading from, is that it covers so many different genres. And it's not just about the genre, it's what the person is saying and what they're about. And I think that that's going to be a huge part of the cultural movement moving forward. You know, we've idolized all these, honestly, a good amount of terrible people over the last, you know, 50, 60, 70 years in entertainment, who maybe they wrote great songs, but were they good fathers? Did they really believe in what they were saying? You know, who were they behind the scenes is my question. And the artists in this movement, you know, I don't look at any of us as celebrities. I look at us as, we're just part of this movement, and we're the kind of people that are not singer-songwriters, that are not artists. And so we're all just sort of working together in that kind of sense. And so I'm excited to see where that goes.
Me too. Absolutely. So I wanted to tell everybody, Brad's been a good sport, because you've been kind of laid up the last few days, have you?
Yeah, if I sound nasally, it's because I've been laying in bed the last couple of days over the weekend. But
you don't at all. But so Brad's not in a position to play anything tonight, which is totally cool. But you did give us permission to play a song, a video or whatever. Can we play Ain't No Rock and Roll? I don't know if there's any issues with that. That's okay, is it?
It should be okay. Yeah.
Okay. If it gets flagged on the other end.
If you have any trouble with YouTube, I will slap them down and say, get with it.
So I'm going to play that song for everybody. Give Brad's voice a rest here for a minute, and we'll come up and maybe we'll maybe share for another 5 or 10 minutes, and we'll get you out of here if that works for you.
Cool. Great.
All right. Give me 1 sec here, guys. All right. Let's go. Sorry.
Oh, they're saying no sound. I'm not hearing it. I'll have to bust into acapella.
Sorry, guys. I don't know why we're not getting any audio, but we will try one more. This is the beauty of, hang on here.
I kind of heard it for a moment in the background, but
Yeah, you know, I do this all the time. So we will try one more. Sorry, guys. You know what? This is the joy of live radio, isn't it? So
it's all good.
We will try one more time here, guys. If we can get it. If not, I will add it in after the fact for you.
I'll do my best. Ain't no rock and roll ever since they sold out Rolling Stone. I do have my guitar here. I just am not able to sing. But you know what's funny, as you were talking about getting flagged by YouTube, I get flagged for my own stuff on Facebook and stuff. So it's a fight that I am always battling. So
hang on 1 second here. It says share audio. No. I'm sorry, guys. It's one of those nights. I don't think we're going to get it. I will add it in. If you're cool with it, Brad, I will add it in post afterwards. And that way, anybody who wants to see it afterwards, we can play it. I do not know why that. We play audio all the time on here. So yeah, sorry, brother.
No, it's okay. We go with it.
Yeah, we roll with it. It's live. So what do you got coming up next, man? What are your next thing going on?
Well, let's see. I'm in the middle of a feud with Dolly Parton, and I don't know if she is aware of it or not, but I wrote her an open letter on Twitter, and it's been seen over 2 million times now, but she has not responded to my letter. So I feel like I might be writing her a song soon, and we'll see what happens with that. Beyond that, I feel like I'll probably look into more collaborations. I just released a song with my buddy Joseph Arthur a few weeks ago, which was one of his songs from back in the day. We re-recorded his song "In the Sun," which is a pretty popular song. Did you figure it out? Oh.
Keep going. Yeah, I think I did.
But he had a song called "In the Sun" that was on a lot of different TV shows. It was recorded by Peter Gabriel and Coldplay and Michael Stipe from REM. And so it had all these other versions of it. And Joseph and I have become good friends. I was like, hey, this actually brewed while we were up in the UK together in August. But I was like, hey, why don't we do your song together and do a new version of it? And so we just put that out a few weeks ago. And did a nice little video for it featuring Joseph's art. He drew for like hours and hours and then sped up the artwork. And then I put some texture on it and added some lyrics to it. But yeah, you check out Joseph Arthur and 5 Times August, "In the Sun." That's a pretty recent release. And I enjoyed that collaboration. I think I want to see, what other collaborations could come about in the next year, I guess.
There's something, I don't know, there's something special. I say it on here a ton, but a rising tide floats all boats. And when it comes down to that, when you get together with like-minded folk, incredible things happen. And I love it. I know a certain event that I'd love to get you at next year, and hopefully we can make that happen, because It's probably,
Yeah.
it's in Camden, Tennessee, and I think you'd fit in quite well there. So.
Yeah, absolutely. Oh, speaking of collabs, look, you had a record. I have a record here too, but this is the Defiance record.
Yeah.
And that's Joey. He signed on it. But I have a song on here I recorded with Dickie called Flies. And like it's called Like Flies. And that was another collaboration. I had a good time writing that song with him. And then I did a duet with Dickie on that record. So it's another thing to check out. They did a lot of collaborations throughout that record as well. High Res is on that. And so it's cool to see that happening. You know, all this new art is going to come out of this. And that's what really gets me driving right now is everybody's sort of pulling together to make something new. And kind of honestly, just leaving the old behind, as painful as it may be. But it's exciting.
Speaking of that, I'm sure it was painful when you kind of, you lost a bunch of fans, and I know this is a loaded question, but are you in a better place now? And has it been more rewarding taking those huge steps and kind of finding your real audience?
Yeah. Every risk that I was taking, I knew what I was taking. I knew the risk that I was taking. To the degree of the pushback, I don't know. Once I started getting censored and suppressed, it was like, oh, okay. It's like I've stepped into something here. But no, I mean, the friendships I have now are better friendships than I ever had before. Just across the board, and not just musically, but friendships like yours and everybody I met at prepper camp. And it's the great thing about it is I can see the world that we're after, and at some point this is all going to align. And it's not just the medical freedom movement and the prepper side of things, and then the political side of things, or whatever it may be. But I'm friends with all these amazing people now, and it's going to come together to create this new world. At least I remain optimistic that it will. There's a fight ahead of us to make sure it's going to be a hard fight to get there. But if we keep doing what we're doing and we put in everything we've got, then I think that we can get there. And that's the thing, that's why I feel like it's worth it, because I've seen, to go from I'm going to speak out and be on the outskirts of things, and to feel like now we're in this pivotal shift where there's new music and culture, documentaries and films and podcasts and influencers. Everybody on our side of things has grown. And that's all the proof that I need if we just keep going. But every doctor that was censored and suppressed, all these influencers, everybody that's spoken out, they've only grown. Nobody has disappeared. Nobody succumbed to the censorship. And that shows you how strong this whole movement is, and that people are indeed waking up, and no one's going back to the other side. No one's waking up and then going, maybe I'm wrong over here. You just wake up, and then you're in this whole new mindset. And so that's an exciting thing as well. So it was all worth it. And I just had, I always had faith it would be worth it. It's just, I think the thing that really dawned on me was that this fight is for the rest of our lives. The damage that's been done has been so detrimental. It's not going to be fixed just by Anthony Fauci going to jail one day, or whoever it is that you want to go to jail. There's a whole generational tragedy that's happened here that we have to work on fixing again. But the silver lining of it all is that there is this blank canvas in front of us that is a beautiful, really great opportunity to create a new world for ourselves if we really want it that bad.
Well, thank you for what you do, man. we're going to try one more time here. I think I figured out what the glitch was. If you're cool with that, let's give it a go and see what happens.
Cool.
And guys, real quick, if you hear it, give me a thumbs up in the comments here.
I hear that. Yeah.
Well, there ain't no rock and roll ever since they sold out Rolling Stone. All the words that were sung in the past will never feel the same when we're looking back. All the old men sitting in their makeup chair with their gold record walls really couldn't care. All the fame feels the same when you've had enough, so they don't bother standing up. And there ain't no peace in love ever since the 60s kids grew up. All the drugs and the girls and the cash, after all the songs it was gone in a flash. All those bad boy rebels in the attitude, what a show, we didn't know that none of it was true. Only self-serve, anti-establishment, we were all so innocent. Because there ain't no rock and roll, and the blues has lost its soul. All the punks gave the man control, and every pop star's bought in the soul. No, there ain't no rock and roll. And there ain't no Joan and no Bob. No one stuck around for the protest job. All the stars and the big farmer whores, shilling for a check from their corporate shores. All the actors say what they're paid to say, while the fans take the blame. All the once cool fools that were me and you, well, they pushed us all away. Because there ain't no rock and roll, and the blues has lost its soul. All the punks gave the man control, and every pop star's bought in the soul. No, there ain't no rock and roll. And there ain't no boss, no queen, never was a rage against the damn machine. No, there ain't no fighter in the food, no more rocking in those free world shoes. All the high-strung Neil Young wannabes, yeah, their silence has been deafening. All the suits lick the boots of the government, what they sang they never meant. Because there ain't no rock and roll, and the blues has lost its soul. All the punks gave the man control, and every pop star's bought in the soul. No, there ain't no rock and roll. No, there ain't no rock and roll. No, there ain't no rock and roll. No, there ain't no rock and roll.
Yeah.
Oh, thanks, Brad. Man, this was great. Thank you very, very much, man. Rob just come up here and said really strong Tom Petty vibes. What do you think about that?
There it is. Yeah. Thank you. That's cool.
How can people throw money at you, Brad? I mean, really, no. How can they support you? Where can they find all your stuff?
Well, you can check out 5timesaugust.com, and we've got all the CDs and records and everything up for sale there. And you can follow me on Twitter or X at 5timesaugust, on all the social media website platforms at 5timesaugust, but mainly 5timesaugust.com. That's where all the physical stuff is available exclusively, and we've got shirts up for sale and all that good stuff. So it's all there.
Well, thank you, brother. I very much appreciate it, and you are welcome back to the workshop anytime you'd like to come back. So
thanks so much. Yeah, no, this has been great. I'm glad we got a chance to do this.
Me too. You cool just hanging in the back for just 1 second while I close up?
You got it.
All right. Thanks, brother. Guys, what more can I say? Brad is a dude that I consider a friend. He's the real deal, guys. You get to see him when he's not looking at prepper camp, and he walks the talk and he lives it. He's a great family man. And man, I would talk to that guy all day and all night, and he powered through like a champ, even though he's on the mend. So guys, make sure you support Brad. Make sure you support all of the artists in all the genres, in all the type of creator fields that are speaking out just like Brad is. Because if we don't, what do I say all the time? You can help people and make money. They're not mutually exclusive. And this is a free market. So support the people that believe the things that we believe. Simple as that. And as always, stay happy, stay healthy, and have a great week.
Hi, everybody. Thank you so much for joining me on this week's Tell Us How to Make It Better podcast. One of the most important things I talk about every week is preparedness and how people really need to be ready for disaster, and how I think most of us are not. Well, several weeks ago, I was a guest on Toolman Tim's podcast, and we talked about my documentary film and about preparation. So when it comes to the subject of preparing, Tim is an expert. So I think you're going to enjoy listening to what he has to say today that will help you get better prepared for a disaster. I'm George Seigel, and this is the Tell Us How to Make It Better podcast. Your home is probably your biggest investment, and every week we show you warning signs and solutions to help you protect it. Tell Us How to Make It Better is partnering with the Readiness Lab, the home for podcasts, webinars, and training in the field of emergency and disaster services. Tim Cook, welcome. Thank you so much for joining me today.
Well, thanks for having me, George. I figured it'd be great to return the favor. You were on my show, and I could not wait to get back with you, man.
Yeah, no, it was fun. Thank you so much for having me on. Now, right off the bat, this is what I want to start with.
Sure.
When someone is considered a prepper,
yes,
does that mean they're ready to survive when the disaster hits because they have all that preparation, or have they prepared to do better in the disaster so they're in better shape after the disaster hits?
I would say both, or a little of both, I guess.
Okay.
So, let me back up just a little, because I'd like to start with a caveat, because that word prepper has a bit of a negative connotation, because everybody remembers the doomsday preppers from Nat Geo or whatever, and for me, my idea of being prepared is being prepared for the most likely scenario to happen. So that might be a health problem, that might be a job loss, that might be whatever your local emergency things could be. For me, I live in Alberta. Right now, that is the possibility of an evacuation from a wildfire, smoke, that sort of thing. So I would say being a prepper, number one, you'd want to be prepared. You want to have things on hand that will help you weather any storm so that you'll get through it better, but also to have things on hand that'll help you kind of strive or get a little bit better on the other end.
Well, on behalf of all of us here in the States, we want to thank you guys for sending all that smoke down here.
Yeah, I know. Oh man, this has been the worst summer. I've lived on the prairies of Canada for 10 years, and this has been by far the largest swath of wildfires we've had. It's been bad. I apologize. I'm sorry as a Canadian.
I wish we could just put up some big fans and blow it back, but unfortunately, it's like sitting next to a cigarette smoker. Sometimes you just get the smoke, right?
It's that, and right now we're lucky. We had it horrible earlier in the year, and now it seems to all be heading down your way. So stay safe the best you can.
Yeah, sure. No, it's all weather patterns, but hopefully everybody up there is doing okay. It's scary to think about the amount of land that's actually burning. So yeah, I understand what you're saying about preppers. I kind of, when I thought about them before I started doing this, I thought of, the tinfoil hats, people living out in the woods in an RV. And then I come to think these are the people that really have it together because they're actually concerned. Most people are not preparing for anything. They're just day to day having a good time.
100%. So for me, one of my shticks or one of my brands that I like to talk about is preparedness. So it's kind of like looking after your home. So the art of home, I call it the art of home maintenance when help isn't around the corner. And it kind of brings fixing your house and preventative maintenance together with the idea of being prepared. But all of it starts with a plan. And I know you talk about this as well, but it's to look at, because most people just go day to day and they figure, hey, whatever happens, insert government organization here will definitely be there to help me on the other end. And hey, hopefully they are. But especially in the early time of whatever disaster you're dealing with, it's the individual's responsibility to look after themselves. And how do you prepare for that? First off, by having a plan. By having a plan, looking at the things that are most likely to happen in your area. For me, wildfires, I wouldn't say tornadoes, but we have what they call plow winds here that can be really bad. You have to kind of prepare for. And we have a really large oil field area here. So that means you have lots of work going on in the fields, but it also means you have a ton of petroleum-based products going through my town all the time on trains. Now, train derailments, despite what the news wants to make you think, they are a very common thing no matter what. It's not like they're just happening all of a sudden. So that's something I've always been prepared for in my town is, hey, what do we do if one of those nasty trains happens to flip over here? What direction do we go? And for us, we try to have an A, B, and C kind of route of egress. And a lot of times with these kind of scenarios, all you need is 10, 15, maybe 20 minutes before the masses end up running somewhere, and you can get out ahead of the storm. Pardon the pun, of course. But yeah, preparation and planning for sure.
Yeah, with train derailments, I mean, most people think of passengers on a train and, oh my God, are they okay? The most dangerous ones are the stuff that's being hauled. We've seen that here in the United States. And I would assume most people don't worry about that. When you're stopped at the train tracks and the train's going by, you probably have no idea what's on there, but there's some dangerous things that gets dragged around by train.
I mean, we have the largest oil storage facility in Canada, about 30 minutes from my town here. And so you pull up, it's called Hardesty, and it's called the tank farm, and you can see it for miles, these great big holding containers. And coming out of it are the black oil, they look like an oversized propane tank, but they're black. And they have you'll see 100, 200 tankers of crude coming through. But I've always been told the really nasty stuff are those odd ones that are in the middle. They just kind of put them there. They might have some placards, but you don't really know what they are. And, what's great is our local town does have an emergency plan. Our local fire department is trained to handle this kind of stuff. Hopefully it never happens. But the mental exercise of, hey, where do we go? What do we do? How do we evacuate ahead of time? Puts you ahead of 95% of the general public.
Now, I know absolutely nothing about trains except Thomas the Train when I was watching that with my kids. I would think you'd put the most dangerous stuff in the very back of the train because it seems like that might survive if the front of the train hits something. But I wasn't at that meeting. Nobody asked me for my opinion.
Well, that would make sense now, wouldn't it? And I'm not sure why. But and it could just be a local legend, but everybody always says that the most dangerous stuff is the random semi-unmarked car in the middle of the train somewhere. They always put that stuff. It's not like it's unmarked. It's just, it doesn't say, there's no neon sign on top of it saying, hey, stay away from this train,
Well, let's go back to the planning thing for a minute, because I think most people treat planning like you maybe did when you were in school and yet you knew you had a test coming up or you had a book you had to read. And you put it off for as long as possible. But what we saw in my film, The Last House Standing, was people that all of a sudden had to evacuate for a fire and they had no plan. They have to evacuate for a hurricane and they have no plan. What should somebody do to just push them forward and say, it's time to make that plan now? Let's just get it out of the way.
Sure. I mean, the first thing would be, okay, I tell a lot of people come to the idea of prepping out of fear or out of, hey, I'm scared about this thing or that thing. And usually once that, it's the whole thing. There's a big power outage. Everybody goes out and buys generators. 3 weeks after the power outage, you can buy generators for half price on Facebook Marketplace because the fear passes, right? So what you should do is focus on the benefit or the purpose behind it. And that is taking care of your family or making sure you're taken care of if something bad happens, because the fear passes. You only get that for a little while, but if you can focus on, hey, we should be ready so we can prevail on the other side, usually that's a better long-term motivation. So take our place, for instance. I mean, we're a wide open plain here and almost everything is south. If you head north from here, you end up in Santa Claus territory. So you can't go very far. It's, you're up in the North Pole eventually, or really bad forests where the highways peter out. So our only options are, southwest, southeast. You could go straight east or west, but know your prevailing winds, look at what way certain disasters may be coming, and then identify at least 2, maybe 3 routes of egress. And I know, especially in Florida, that can be really tricky because you have kind of one main route out of those coastal towns. So if there's any way at all, you can look at, hey, what is an alternative road of egress, and know that ahead of time. It's going to put you ahead of the game, and put those on paper too, and then talk about them with your family, because that's what a lot of people do. They're, okay, well, I'll put it together. I'll have a plan in my head. What happens if you're at work or maybe you got injured in something like that, and then you didn't tell your family because you didn't want to upset them, and now all of a sudden they don't have a plan, and that's when panic sets in.
Yeah, evacuating from Florida is tough. The main thing you have to do is leave early enough that you avoid the traffic, but it's knowing which direction. When you live on a peninsula, I know people from Tampa evacuate to Orlando, and then Orlando ends up getting hit. People from here went down to Fort Myers because they thought Ian was coming here, and then they got hit in Fort Myers. So it's tough. You really have to leave early and go pretty far.
And the key is kind of doing the mental exercise ahead of time, so that you have to, everybody has to decide what their trigger is for leaving. It could be, whatever the percentage is. So if you look at the Weather Network and they say, hey, there's a 70% chance. Well, here's the deal. Before you even egress, before you even decide to evacuate, long ago, you should have identified some hotels in the area as well, that in the area where you're going, because everybody always says, oh, well, why would I want a hotel? That's not a good prepper. Well, that's beautiful, because here's the deal. If you know where there's some hotels ahead of time, if you have them saved in your phone, and these are a safe enough distance away from where you are, if you call them and say, hey, I need to book a room, and you do that even a half hour to an hour ahead of time before everyone else, you're going to get a place to stay, somewhere safe for your family. And the cool thing is, if you end up evacuating and the hurricane takes, a sharp right or left turn and it doesn't hit you at all, you just had a great vacation with your family. And that you ended up, and if the worst case scenario, the hurricane hits, well, you're safe as well. So either way, it's a win-win.
Yeah, the people, when they're told to evacuate or they're encouraged and they don't, though. When I was a weatherman in San Antonio, Texas, early in the hurricane season, we issued hey, this looks really bad. People may want to evacuate. And people did, and the storm missed us. So the next time they're told to do that, it's like the little boy who cried wolf. It's like, well, it didn't happen last time. These guys don't know what they're talking about. And people, they stay, and then that's even more dangerous.
It's tough. I interviewed a guy from another podcast, from the Matter of Facts podcast. Him and his wife, I mean, they are dyed-in-the-wool preppers. They pride themselves on being prepared. They live in Louisiana. They were pretty sure they knew this storm wasn't going to hit them. It was a couple of years ago, and they got hammered. They got stuck in there because they waited too long as well. They had their own kind of trigger. They decided ahead of time, and they talked about it. They had evacuated many times before, but this time they were sure it wasn't going to hit, and it did. And it was, I would say, life and death. I mean, they were huddled in a closet, hearing trees land on their home. And so all a person can really do is decide ahead of time, These are the percentages. This is what I'm going to go with. And there's times, no matter how prepared you are, I'm a math guy and I love to go with the odds. And I know sometimes you get complacent because, hey, here's another evacuation notice. Here's another evacuation notice. And you just need to commit to yourself. These are the contingencies that I'm going to see. And if I see those, that's when we leave. And do that do that on a Sunday, a sunny Sunday afternoon in the backyard, having a cold drink with your wife. Do those mental exercises so that you don't have to do it when the rain is coming in sideways, the wind's blowing, and the interstate is already backed up.
And I'm not a meteorologist, and I'm sure a meteorologist would argue with me for saying this, but weather is not an exact science.
No,
and
not
we
at
see
all.
that, and we see that every time there's a storm. And we certainly saw that with Ian, where for a week, we thought we were the bullseye here in Tampa. It looked like we were going to get pounded. They were not even thinking they were barely on the edge of the cone down in Naples and Sanibel. I mean, it was in the cone, but when you see that, you go, it's not going to hit us because we're not in the middle. And the storm turned. And then what some of the meteorologists did, and this is what one of the things I don't miss about that business, is they acted like they knew it was going to turn. Well, these things usually turn before they get to Tampa. That's why we haven't been hit for so long. It's like, come on. You had us ready to, we thought we were all dead. So if it looks like it's threatening, you need to go.
Yes. Every time. I agree 100%. And like I said, being prepared also means, hopefully, and this is not an easy thing for anyone, but it means being financially prepared too. So having a little bit of cash on hand in case the power goes out and you can pay for things with cash, or, when we travel, we're Canadians, we travel with 3 or 4 credit cards, especially in the States, because it's quite common, even though you call your credit card company and say, hey, we're traveling, don't shut off our credit card. All of a sudden they'll be like, sorry, unusual activity. So having a couple credit cards with available funds on it so that you can go and just say, you know what, if this doesn't happen, we're going to make the best of it. So maybe have a backup plan to know where there's a water park or a zoo or something. If things don't get bad, let's just make it a good time with the kids. And you won't regret it every single time, because if you do it, one of these times it's going to pay off and your family's going to be safer for it.
Absolutely. People get a lot less angry if they don't evacuate, though. If the storm misses them, like here in Tampa, I think people just went, we dodged another one. I didn't see a lot of my neighbors go out and get generators. I didn't see a lot change here. I still see houses going up with wood on the second floor and houses that are right by the water that are being built this way. So I just think human nature, until it happens to people, I don't know that a lot changes.
It's a hard thing to wake people up to. And because we are desensitized to it, whatever you want to think about it, we see it a lot. And whatever your opinion on it is, it does happen a lot. I mean, you look at people who lived in, Louisiana, New Orleans, their entire lives, and they always wrote out the storms because it always missed them. And in your documentary, was it Tampa Bay? Was it Tampa that they said
we're the next big bullseye, but it always misses us. Eventually,
Right.
It's not going to.
It always does until it doesn't, right? And that makes it hard. And everybody has to come to being prepared on their own. I can stand there and ring the bell and try to encourage people, but most people, unfortunately, are just going to be stuck in life has always been this way, and they'll have to react on the other end. And I hope I can, encourage a lot of people to become prepared, because it's very little work and very little investment for a really big return. It's kind of like, some people say, oh, I'm not a real prepper, or I'm a real prepper. I'm not going to buy roadside assistance, or I'm not going to buy insurance. Well, that's the first thing you should buy, because, if you want to be prepared and you end up blowing a tire on the interstate, well, yeah, I want AAA to come by and help me out. I'd be foolish not to. So yeah, that's kind of the way it is for sure. For sure.
Well, I think you can warn people all the time. I know people that could, because homeowners insurance has gotten so expensive here in Florida, that people are looking and they switch to a company where, okay, I can save $2,000 or $3,000, maybe even more switching to that company. You can't just do that. You want to find out how that company has performed in past disasters, because the whole point of having insurance isn't necessarily to save money year to year. It's if you need that insurance, will it pay your claim? Will it be there for you? And I don't think people really even look into that. It's like that we just want to save money. Now, I bounce around with auto insurance. because that's not quite the same, even though it can be. If you get in a bad accident, it can make a huge difference. But for your home, I think you want a company that you know is going to be around to pay the bill.
So here's an underrated tip for sure is have a relationship with your insurance broker. And a lot of people say, oh, I'm just going to go with Geico. And that's, I get it. And that may be what works for you. But now I live in a small town, but my guy, I'm on a first name basis with him. Now, this doesn't mean you have to be. We have multiple businesses and that sort of thing. But even when we first started, I got to know Nathan really well to the point where I could call him if I had questions. And if I was getting a new policy, I would go in, sit down with him, and I would ask the questions. We just bought a rental property recently, and I said, well, okay, what happens if the tenant, falls asleep with a space heater and the house burns down? We went through different scenarios that in my mind might be likely, because I wanted to know my coverage. And again, most people don't really care about that. So, get on a first name basis with whomever is dealing with your insurance if you can, or at least take a minute and look over your insurance policies and have a guy. The other cool thing is Nathan will shop my policy around every year. So he doesn't just answer my questions. He also tries to save me money. So if you do that's a really good way to be prepared.
I think insurance has kind of become like speed dating, where
Right,
if you're with Geico or you're with State Farm or you're with Progressive, they all have their own in-house team. So a normal real estate agent insurance agent isn't necessarily shopping you to those places, at least here. So I've ended up bouncing around a little bit, so you don't always have that relationship.
And it's true. And I know that's kind of the way the world's gone. It's a bit of a Mayberry kind of idea to think that you can always have somebody like that. So I understand, but if you can even find somebody that can answer your questions, at least once, that can tell you, hey, these are the things you look for going forward, and then do your own research too. Because obviously when you get insurance, your company's going to send you a policy. Another really good thing to do is, if you're looking at a new policy, ask them to send you 2 or 3 different forms of coverage. Here's the full meal deal, here's the medium one, and here's the bare bones least expensive. And then look over them and see what things, there's a difference between blanket coverage and I can't remember the other term for it, but you want to make sure you're covered, especially on really big investments. And find out what you are covered for in your home. Hopefully you don't have to rely on government subsidy if your house floods or it burns down because of a wildfire, because you're going to be waiting a long time.
Yep. And I think what people find out about insurance, unfortunately, way too often is I feel their goal is not to pay you. If there's a way they can get away with not paying you for that claim, you're not getting your money. And that means you have to know what you're claiming, what the exclusions were, what your deductible is, what the different perils for your roof, for your house. I mean, you really have to understand it, because if not, I wouldn't necessarily rely on after a disaster for them to go, well, Mr. Seigel, you filled this out wrong. You actually did have coverage for this and we'll pay you now. I mean, you better know the answer to the question.
And that's a really good thing. And that's another reason why I really love the idea of having a little more coverage than you necessarily need. Because again, they're a business, but I agree with you on the idea that they don't necessarily want to cover you. So, if you have more coverage than you need and they come back with you and say, we're going to cover 80% of it, well, maybe you've got by with what you actually needed. And another really good tip, and I can't remember if I heard you mention this before or not, but this is something we do every couple of years. We go around and video all of our belongings, walk through the house, walk through our garage, walk through our storage containers, anything of any value, so that there's no question. At least on the day I filmed that, I tangibly had it in my hand. And that's a whole heck of a lot harder for an insurance adjuster to say, no, you didn't have that, if you have video proof of it.
Absolutely, because you might not have a receipt for that big screen TV anymore, but if you can show them you had it and you can document all the things in your house, you're way ahead. And also what people don't want to do, and this happened in Malibu with the fires that we covered out there for my film, is people had an old car in the garage or collector items around the house, and they go, I don't have to insure this. And those are the things that got destroyed. This one gentleman in the film, his classic old Mercedes completely melted down. All his coins in his coin collection melted down. And he didn't take his teddy bear that he had from when he was a little kid with him when he evacuated. And that, you just can't, you have to think about these things and never complain that you had a good year so you don't need insurance. Think about the next year. It's all better. It's preparation.
And so there's the difference, because a lot of insurance companies, I was thinking about cash, a lot of them will only cover X amount of dollars in cash if you have cash on hand. But if you have coinage, quote unquote collectible coins, if you can prove that you had those and the value of them, at least that they'll replace. Whereas I can't remember the exact amount. Some are 500, some are 1,000, because you could take a picture of cash anytime and, have that as a part of your video for your insurance claim. But yeah, make sure you document all that, because those are the things. Well, okay, here's another thought. 2 other things about this. Those are the irreplaceable things. So make a list of those. Have an idea of the things you want to grab, baby photos, that sort of thing. And another thing that we do, and this is a 100% free thing you can do to be way more prepared. Again, every year, usually around New Year's, my wife and I will sit down and we will get out all of our identification. So, our credit cards, our driver's license, passport, we'll get all of our prescriptions. We'll take updated pictures of our kids, of our dogs. We put all of that into an encrypted folder on a USB drive and on an encrypted online drive as well. So we have absolutely everything we need: insurance policies, vehicle registrations, all of that. It takes us maybe 2 hours once a year. We throw all of that into a massive encrypted PDF. We save it in a couple different places, including on a USB drive. And you will not believe how many times we've relied on that for just stupid little things. I was getting ready to fly a couple of years ago, and I needed to have a nasal swab in order to fly. And I showed up there. It was like a 20-minute walk at the airport to get to the testing facility. It would have been 20 minutes back to my vehicle. I had forgotten the ID I needed to go and get that done. Well, it's only, would have saved me almost an hour round trip. Well, I was able to bring up my ID on there. They were cool with accepting that. It may not always work, but it's gotten me out of jams a few times. And sometimes you don't remember to bring the paper things with you in an emergency. They might burn up in the home. But if you have electronic copies, it's going to at least expedite the process a bit for you with getting those documents replaced after an event, for sure.
Yeah, that's great advice for sure. Now, you turned me on to something else that
Yes.
I was really fascinated by, and that's the Waffle House. You did a show about that.
Yeah.
And I had no idea. I just think of that as a place to go if we're hungry on a road trip, or if it's late and you need to grab something to eat before you get home, and you want some waffles or pancakes or whatever. They have something pretty special going on. Tell us what you found out about them.
Well, okay, I'll tell you my personal experience. So last year we went down, I spoke at an event, we stayed at Daytona Beach for a bit, and that's when I fell in love with Waffle House. As a Canadian, I'd heard about it, but never went there. And I have this affinity for diner food, that kind of, 50s era stuff. And Waffle House fits right into that. You go into there and, it might not be the cleanest place in the world, but you know what you're getting. You're getting a good meal for cheap and probably friendly service most times. So for whatever reason, we ate there 6 or 7 times over a 3-week period and just kind of fell in love with it. So I get talking to a guy in Daytona Beach, and he tells me, he said, I was the only guy to ride out the storm here. And we get talking, and I said, well, why would you ride out the storm? He said, you got to understand, Waffle House is a prepared company. And their entire corporate mindset is, we need to stay open for the people, because they look at themselves as a lighthouse or a beacon of hope for people, where they can go get a quick, cheap meal in the event of a natural disaster. And of course, they grew up in the South. They grew out of the South, so they're used to hurricanes, tornadoes. So their entire mindset, right from the design of the building up to their different menus, is all designed to be a place for people to go during and after a storm. They have disaster assistance teams that come in and take over for the local workers so they can go home and work or be with their family. They have, most of their stuff is designed off of propane. So they have different menus that they can run depending on what facilities they have available. If electricity's out, they have one menu. If propane's out, they have another menu. Their buildings are basically giant cement buildings that will, in theory, survive almost anything. They have a really cool weather, I can't even call it a station, I want to call it a command center, that apparently rivals all, FEMA and the Weather Network. They watch it, And the craziest thing is quite a few years ago, I believe it was the director of FEMA coined the term the Waffle House Index. And if you've never seen it, check it out, because they look at a disaster. They look at how many Waffle Houses were forced to close, and they have a Waffle House index of severity depending on how many Waffle Houses had to close, because they close under almost zero circumstances.
I just thought that was so interesting, because in all the years I lived in Texas and in Florida, I've never heard that. And I didn't think that much of the place to begin with, but now I'm a huge fan. I just think that's awesome. That's so cool.
I love them. I have this goal of getting the director of social media and emergency preparedness on my show. I'm going to at some point, but I've reached out a couple of times. So if anybody's out there listening and can make a connection, I want to interview them, because they have such a cool story.
They do. And I'm surprised that's not a marketing strategy. And if it is, I haven't seen it. So maybe it is. And I just, I live in my own little bubble. But I think that's a great story. Now, I also caught a video of yours, the top 5 pieces of prepper gear. You have your 5 favorites?
Oh, man. That's been a while since I put that one together. I do. Okay.
It doesn't have to be matching the video. It just has to be.
No, that's fine. I would. Okay. Number 1, a knife. I wear a neck knife because I hate having things in my pocket. And so I just took it off so it wouldn't rattle around here while we were talking. But a neck knife and a flashlight I wear around my neck all the time, because I'm a handyman. So you will be surprised at how often you need a knife. If you don't,
Did they take that away from you when you fly? Because I had a person on my crew had one in their bag, and they took it away.
Make sure you check that stuff and put it in your check bag, because you don't want to lose it. I mean, and it becomes part of you. You always have it, right? But yeah, that honestly, a knife, something on you all the time. And it doesn't mean, you don't need to be Crocodile Dundee and be right crazy. Just something with a blade that can, people get mad at me because I use mine for, they're like, you got such a nice knife. You shouldn't use it for Amazon packages, or you shouldn't use it for a screwdriver. Well, that's why I bought it. So I had it to use it, right? A good flashlight. Again, you will be surprised at how nice a flashlight is to just have every single time you're in, like, even walking at night. If you need a little bit of illumination, it's great. The next one is some sort of form of backup power. Now, I'd love to say a generator for people, but that's a big expense, like a really big expense for a lot of people. But almost everybody you talk to already has a generator parked in their driveway. So you've got a great big $40,000, $50,000, $60,000 internal combustion engine parked in your driveway. So something you can get on Amazon or Harbor Freight for about $100 is a 1500 watt inverter. And if you can squeeze your fingers together, you can hook it up to your battery, because it just has alligator clips. You flip your hood up, start your vehicle, hook it to the red and black on your vehicle. While it's running, you run an extension cord into your home. That'll give you 1500 watts of power. That'll allow you to run any single plugged in item in your home off your vehicle. So the cool thing is, people are like, well, I have a fridge, I have a freezer, I have a sump pump. Yeah, but you don't have to run them all at the same time. Run your fridge for an hour, then cycle it over, run your freezer for an hour, then run your sump pump for 2 hours to pump out your basement. That's a worst case scenario, but that gives you, if you always keep your vehicle at least half full, and I always say half full is empty, so make sure you fill it. You've always got at least a half a tank of gas and a $100 inverter that allow you to run any single item in your home. So that, I would say a flashlight, a knife. Here's another one that I absolutely love that a lot of people don't use, is a freezer alarm. Again, you don't know if you have kids. I've run into this. They've gone down to get meat out of the deep freeze. They've left the door open, or you're away on a trip and you don't realize, oh shoot, I just bought a side of beef and it died, or it went bad. Everything went rotten. So I have these they're called Govee freezer alarms. They're about $30 or $35 on Amazon. They're Wi-Fi and Bluetooth, and they give you a ton of peace of mind for sure. I think that was 4, wasn't it?
That was 4. Do you have a 5th one?
One more. So if you want to store gas, so if you're into generators and that sort of thing, and you want to store fuel, especially with, the ethanol-based fuel now, they don't store very long. A month or two, and it starts getting either separates with water or smells bad. So there is a really cool product called, I used to use Stable, but this one's called PRI-G. I don't know how to pronounce it, but they have, I've read their the studies they've done, third-party verification. It's the only fuel stabilizer that you can store fuel infinitely with. so you can apply it every year. And it's the only fuel stabilizer that will bring old gas back to life. It's a little more money up front, but it'll treat 256 gallons for the small container. So it ends up being the cheapest per treatment you can buy.
Interesting. Now, for the inverter, you really can't use that during the storm. It's more for after, isn't it? Because you don't want to be out. You don't want to be outside hooking that up, and you certainly don't want your vehicle in the garage.
No, well, okay. There's a few thoughts on that. I mean, that depends on your risk tolerance. I tend to run my generator during a power outage as well. So you can. What I've seen people do is run their generator. Now, yes, if you're in a garage, here's the thing: you should probably have a carbon monoxide detector for sure. Most modern vehicles, the risk of carbon monoxide poisoning or any issue is minimal, but I would still absolutely tell you, don't run it in a garage without your door open. So it's up to you. If you want to hunker down, wait for the storm to pass, then yeah, because I would not recommend being outside when things are being blown sideways for sure. But if you need to, something I've seen people do, those little inverters are really tiny. So you can hook them up and then you can kind of close your hood on them so that some ne'er-do-well who might be walking by can't really swipe it from you. You know what I mean? So just pay attention to safety and security too.
I'm always amazed here in Florida, the number of people that do not have the generator, the whole home generator, or at least a one that's powered by natural gas.
Yes.
Because you can factor that into the cost of getting that house, and it should be something that the people that have them after the storm because they're so loud. But it kind of seems like a no-brainer. And the other is a storm cellar in places where you have tornadoes. I'm amazed, and those are a lot cheaper than a generator. Those we found out in Oklahoma, those could be $3,500, $4,000 that could make the difference between living and dying.
And that's minimal. And here's the other thing: I'm a big fan of whatever prep you do, making sure that it has multiple uses. So, if you want to have a bug out location, well, it really should just be a summer cabin that you go enjoy. Because if you spend money on something that has one very specific use, it's not always worth it. You won't enjoy it. So a storm shelter, well, you could turn that into a pantry, an underground pantry, or a bit of a man cave, as long as you make sure that you have enough room in there that people can, safely fit in there. It's worth the investment.
Yeah, now I can see some people putting so much stuff in there they can't get in there themselves.
Well, yes, always balance it out for sure. But I'm a big fan of multiple uses, no matter what that is. We have a storm shelter in our basement. It was an old cistern. So years ago, they used to deliver water in our town before they had town water. Everybody had an 8x8 or a 10x10 fully enclosed cement underground cistern, for lack of a better term. I jackhammered through, I built a wall in there. I put really narrow shelves. So we have backup food in there, but we totally can all still go in, sit down, and wait out if we ever happen to get a tornado.
Yeah, that can be a lifesaver. So what goes on at a Toolman Tim's workshop?
Sure. Yeah. So we have, there's the YouTube channel where I review a ton of gear. So we have, generators. The real focus is backup power. So I have videos like how to run an entire garage off a single DeWalt battery, or how to backfeed a generator, even though you're not supposed to and you shouldn't, but some people are still going to do it. So I'm going to tell you how to do it as safely as possible. How to hook up your generator to natural gas, because to me, I love the idea of a quote unquote unlimited supply of fuel for your generator. And, a lot of DeWalt tools. I do some deep dives into, hey, what's an inverter generator and why should I get one? And then I have the Workshop Radio, which is 3 times a week. It's a podcast where we do a deep dive into things like entrepreneurship, preparedness, just really motivating people to live the life they want to live. Because for us, we came out of what I would call a poverty mindset, where we really didn't know what we were doing. And it was, we were the must be nice people. And then I realized, what? You're a lot better off to be excited for other people. And we decided to start building our own business. And all of this, being self-reliant, being financially sound, all feeds into the preparedness mindset. And so I do my best to encourage other people to live that life too.
All right. Probably the most important question. What is your Saturday night drink of choice?
An old fashioned. I am a bourbon fiend. I love it. I if I had to choose, it would be Eagle Rare bourbon, 2 shots of Eagle Rare, 4 splashes of Angostura bitters, 2 pumps of simple syrup. I like vanilla bean. And then, of course, an Italian cherry and a spritz of orange peel on top.
Okay, well, does that make me a borderline alcoholic? That sounds really good right about now. And
Dude,
fairly
it's
early in the day.
10:30 in the morning here, and I'm thinking I'd love to have one too, but don't feel bad. That's my drink of choice by far.
All right, well, let's give people an ultimate takeaway here. I need to do something to make my home safer. Give me one action item so everybody can say I'm taking one thing. You gave a lot of good stuff.
Sure.
What's the most important thing I should do?
It needs to be something free. I would say, beyond doing any changes to your home, make a plan first, because if you don't have a plan, nothing else is going to work. So look at the most likely disasters in your area, decide, okay, if a hurricane's coming, what are my 3 routes of egress? And then identify places you can stay on the other end. Write it all down, share it with your family. It'll take an hour, 2 hours, make a game out of it if you have little kids, or just chat about it with your wife. And back everything up. Make a quick electronic. I know that's 2, but those are the things. They're free and they take an hour or 2 apiece.
Now, our new friend, mutual friend, Jeff Donaldson, who's up near you, you had him on your podcast. He actually has a relationship with a friend where they reciprocal can stay at each other's house in the event of a disaster, and then they don't have to pay for hotels. It's good maybe to line up somebody somewhere where you could go stay with them.
Absolutely. I have a really good buddy who is 4 hours southwest of here, and we have that exact relationship. If things are bad down there, he comes here. If they're bad up here, we go there. And that is a great idea. Absolutely. I didn't mention it, but just to have a bug out buddy, whatever you want to call it. But if you need to get out of Dodge, it's really good to have somewhere to go, especially if you have animals and you want to make sure you have a place that's friendly for animals.
Maybe I need to put some more time into making friends.
That's the hardest thing, man. When you're a content creator, and again, I joke about the whole prepper mindset, but a lot of people, they always picture, the lone guy living out in the woods by himself. But beyond anything, making community, making friends, and that's the hardest thing. We can sit here and talk to each other over the internet all the time, but the hardest thing is making time to get together in person and making real connections. And I've strove really hard over the last few years of doing that. And it's not easy. It gets you out of your comfort zone, but that's the real thing that will look after you in an emergency.
Yeah, that's great advice. And the planning thing is so important because nobody wakes up the day of a disaster and comes up with their plan, right? You have to have thought about that in advance.
I talk about learning how to troubleshoot, and I say the best time to learn how to fix a water leak is on a Sunday afternoon on your workbench with a beer in your hand, figuring out how to do it. You don't want to do it when the water's flowing, you don't know where your shutoff is, and your wife's upstairs saying, I need water because the kids need to bath. You want to do it when it's not an emergency.
Yeah, for anybody who's never been in a panic situation, and it could be anything, you have to think about, what would I do in that situation? That's why people go to the gun range. That's why people practice things on a regular basis, because when it comes time to do it, you want to know that you can.
I heard it said recently that a person doesn't rise to the occasion, you fall to your highest level of training. And that has stuck with me ever since, because it's true. Because if you panic and have never done anything or never trained for anything, you're going to fall apart. But that's why you recertify on first aid every 2 or 3 years. Because if you've done that training and you know that stuff, you're going to remember. You're not just going to all of a sudden magically pull it out of your brain if you've never done it. But if you have that level of training, your brain's going to bring it back and you're going to fall to your highest level of training.
All right, Tim, what's the best way people can get in touch with you? How do you want them to follow you?
Toolmantim.co. That's my website. You can find everything you need, or add Workshop Radio in the podcast, or just search Toolman Tim on YouTube and I'll be the first one that comes up.
You do. Well, Tim Allen sneaks in there a little bit, but you tend to dominate the page.
I'm working hard. It's been 3 solid years, man. I'm trying to slide him. He was Tim the Toolman. I'm Toolman Tim. I need to be careful with that, so.
Yeah, sometimes Google's not very forgiving about that, but you are taking over the page, so congratulations.
Thanks, brother. I appreciate it.
All right. Thanks for coming on.
Anytime.
Thank you for joining me on today's Tell Us How to Make It Better podcast. All of Tim's contact information is in the show notes. That's how you can get a hold of me as well. My contact information is there also. There's also a link to my documentary film, The Last House Standing. And for listening today, if you look in the show notes, you'll see a code to watch the movie for free. And I hope you'll check it out. And if you enjoyed what you were listening to today, please become a regular subscriber so you don't miss an episode. Thanks again for listening. See you next time.
Hello, humans. Happy Monday and cheers to a new year. I'm Pippin. This is Lots of History. Remember, I have no idea what I'm doing, but I'm doing it anyway. I'm reading you some wiki history from what happens today, but not today, but back in the day. So, in 1500, Portuguese explorer Pedro Álvares Cabral discovers the coast of Brazil. Traveler. He was the first human in history to ever be on the 4 continents. Let's see. Uniting all of them in his famous voyage of 1500, where he also conducted the first substantial exploration of the northeast coast of South America and claimed it for Portugal. Pips notes, how's that for a first? You're the first guy in 4 continents. That's got to be at every dinner conversation he's ever had after that. 1772, the first traveler's checks, which could be used in 90 European cities, are issued by the London Credit Exchange Company. Pips notes, do people still use traveler's checks? That's what Bitcoin's for. 1776, General George Washington hosts the first U.S. flag, the Grand Union flag, at Prospect Hill in Massachusetts. 1801, Ceres, the largest and first known object in the asteroid belt, is discovered by Giuseppe Pazzi. I think I actually said that right. Pips notes, it's a dwarf planet-sized asteroid in the middle of the asteroid belt between Mars and Jupiter. What was that movie? Was it Deep Impact or Armageddon? Anyway, 1847, the world's first Mercy Hospital is founded in Pittsburgh, in the U.S., by a group of Sisters of Mercy from Ireland. The name will go on and grace over 30 major hospitals throughout the world. Pips notes, the hospital became the area's first teaching hospital with training resident physicians. That reminds me, I need to watch Scrubs again. Great show. 1860, the first Polish stamp was issued, replacing the Russian postage stamp. 1892, Ellis Island begins processing immigrants into the U.S. Pips notes, from 1892 to 1954, nearly 12 million immigrants arrived into the port of New York. 1902, the first American college football game, the Rose Bowl, between Michigan and Stanford, is held in Pasadena, California. Pips notes, go sports ball. 1934, Alcatraz Island. 1934, Alcatraz Island in San Francisco Bay becomes the United States federal prison. Pips notes, the island has the oldest operating lighthouse on the West Coast. Oh, and the movie The Rock is a Bond movie. Just saying. 1970, the defined beginning of Unix time at 000000. That's the UTC time you see on everything. Pips notes, isn't time relative? 1971, cigarette advertisements are banned on U.S. American television. 1983, the ARPANET officially changes to using TCP/IP, the internet protocol basically creating the internet. Good stuff. 1985, the first British mobile phone call is made by Michael Harrison to his father, Sir Ernest Harrison, the chairman of Viaphone. Pips notes, you ever wonder what ringtone they used on the first one? I don't know. 1995, the Dropner wave in the North Sea in Norway is detected, confirming the existence of freak waves or rogue waves. This is the first rogue wave to actually be detected and measured on an instrument on the Dropner oil mining platform. Pips notes, the top of this wave is over 80 feet above sea level. I think it was either 60 or 80. Something I did not want to see coming. But anyway, moving on to 1998. Argentinian physicist Juan Maldacea, published a landmark paper initiating the study of ADS-CFT correspondence. Links string theory and quantum gravity. Pip's notes, I am not that smart. I have no idea what that stuff is. And I did not even understand Interstellar. I like science movies, but because science. Birthdays. Speaking of that, Betsy Ross, American seamstress, upholsterer, sewed the flag for the Pennsylvania Navy during the Revolutionary War. Died in 1836. Born today, 1819, George Foster Shepley, American general. Died in 1878. Union Army. Let's see, he was a Union Army. I don't even know what rank he was. He was, there it is. He was during the American Civil War Union Army military governor of Louisiana and U.S. Circuit Judge. 1863, Pierre de Coubertin, a French historian and educator, founded the International Olympics Committee, died in 1937. 1888, John Grand, Canadian-American engineer, designer of the M1 Grand Rifle, died in 1974. 1895, J. Edgar Hoover, first director of the FBI, died in 1972. Noor Inayat Khan, or Nora Baker, a British SOE agent who served in World War II in France, died in 1944. Pip's notes on her: she could play the harp, piano, studied child psychology. She was a writer, a poet, and a wireless operator in the Air Force. Hell of a spy. 1929, Larry King, American journalist, author, and playwright, died in 2012. Best remembered for his 1978 Tony Award-nominated play, The Best Little Whorehouse in Texas. 1936, James Seigel, American businessman, co-founder of Costco. 1944, Jimmy Hart, American professional wrestler and manager. 1956, Christine Larde. Did not say that right. She's the French lawyer and politician, managing the director of the International Monetary Fund. 1969, Vernon Troyer, American actor, died in 2018. He played Mini-Me in the Austin Powers movie. 1986, Glenn Davis, American basketball player. The only reason I picked this one is because he was wearing an Orlando Magic jersey in the wiki page, and I live in Orlando. Meh. And moving on to passings, who died today? 1784, Johann Bernoulli, Swiss mathematician and academic, born in 1667, known for his contributions to infinitesimal calculus, later educating Leonardo Euler in his youth. Apparently he was a big-time mathematician. Pip's notes, they did not have TI-84 calculators back then. And go ahead and put 8008135 inside and turn it upside down. Moving on, 1862, Mikhail Organovsky, Ukrainian mathematician and scientist, born in 1801. He actually studied under that Leonardo Euler, the last mentioned. Pip's notes, I don't know. I don't math very hard. Moving on, 1953, Hank Williams, American singer and songwriter, guitarist, born in 1923, one of the most significant and influential songwriters of the 20th century. It says so on Wikipedia, so it has to be true. 1992, Grace Hopper, we lost, a American computer scientist and admiral, co-founder of COBOL, born in 1906. Pip's notes, that's COBOL, not cowbell. It's computer coding. It's, again, I'm not that smart, so I'm just reading Wiki. 2015, Donna Douglas, American actress, born in 1932. She played Ellie Mae Clampett on the Beverly Hillbillies, black and white. Some of those were color, I think. Moving on to holidays, we have Public Domain Day, when copyrights expire and enter into public domain for use. We have Polar Bear Swim Day in the U.S. and Canada. Tanzania celebrates National Tree Planting Day. Good on them. The U.S. has National Bloody Mary Day. Brunei, Cameroon, Haiti, and Sudan are all celebrating Independence Day today. we have Global Family Day, which grew out of the UN Peace Millennium Celebration and One Day in Peace. Wouldn't that be nice? And the Gregorian calendar has this day as the New Year's Day. So cheers, humans. Have a great day, great year. Get some stuff done on 2024 and get stuff done. Pip here with $1 off, and I'm out of here. And if you're curious, go check out Duction Cups and pass along a couple rubber ducks. You guys have a great one. Get at it.
Hey guys, it's Jason with Kentucky Sustainable Living. I've got Shelly with Two Old Crows Homestead, and we've got Jake in his undisclosed location from Dog Creek Farms.
Hey guys.
So we're waiting right now. Bill is running a few minutes late, so hopefully he will join us here in just a few minutes. So, and I got an echo.
Yeah, it's me. Go ahead. You're fine.
But yeah, hopefully Bill will be here in just a few minutes. What's new and going on right now? Shelly, you're setting up a new Facebook page.
Yes, I'm setting up a Facebook page for the festival, so you guys can go find it. It's at the name of the Facebook page is Kentucky Sustainable Living Homesteading and Preparedness Festival. And if any of you all are on my Facebook page, you should have got an invite for it today because I invited every one of the people I know on Facebook. But you can find that there, like it, and follow us there. It's going to have a little bit more information than the event page, and it's just easier for us to boost and get the word out there. We can target areas that we want to share it with and everything. So that's the reason for that.
And Shelly, if you think I'm impatient, look at this. Bruce said his comfrey's not come up yet, and he picked the comfrey and moved up at 2:30 this afternoon.
Well, Bruce, I don't know what's going on, man. It should already be there.
All right, Bill is here. Let's bring him in. Hey, Bill. Glad you could make it.
Hold on here. Let me see if I can get some volume here. There.
Hey, Bill.
Hello. How are we doing today, folks?
Good. How are you?
Excellent. Thank you.
How's Sandy doing? And all your kids?
Good. She's good. They're doing good. They're just kind of relaxing and everything after I cooked dinner. You got to come over here so I can
put a hand in.
Oh, she said she put a hand in so you can see her hand.
Hey, Sandy.
Okay. Hey.
Hello, Sandy.
Hi. I'm going to go handle the dogs.
All right. Well, we'll start off. Bill, tell everybody kind of who you are, what makes you tick, what you're doing, and all that good stuff, and kind of introduce yourself.
All right. So
to the 3 million people watching.
How many people do we just have? Just 4 of us in here?
There's 4 of us on here. We got 5 people right now watching. That's what it looks like.
Okay.
But really, it's 3 million.
For those that haven't met me, some of you guys have. My name is Bill Stormfeather. I am a currently waiting on retirement military person. I spent pretty much the last 27 years of my life serving between the United States Marine Corps and the U.S. Army. I work in the Special Operations community. I am not a door kicker. For those that are sitting there going, well, he doesn't look like a door kicker. It's because I am not a door kicker. That is kind of the younger man's job. I did that thing for a while, but now I work smarter, not harder. I am a 37 Fox, which is a psychological operations tactical team sergeant. So I'm the guy that basically goes over into bad areas and says, hey, come to the good side. We have cookies. And I basically try to talk to people and convince them to not do bad things against coalition forces. So in doing that, that allows me to change the mindset of the enemy and hopefully has a less of a lethal impact against U.S. forces. So that's basically what I do. What makes me tick? My family. First and foremost, everything I do is geared towards my family and making sure my family is happy, healthy, and can get through anything that trials and tribulations that come upon them. And that, as a father and as a protector of my family, I always saw that as my role. What else you got for me?
I don't know. You got an awesome wife. She plays a good injured person. So
Yeah. My wife, Sandy, she's a medically retired out of the U.S. Navy. And we are basically recent additions here down to the Kentucky area. We basically got moved down here. What is it, in December of 22, just last year. So we're about 8 months into the state now. I've done a lot of work down here around Fort Knox. I work at Fort Knox on a continually rotating basis. A lot of people don't realize it, but the Navy SEALs actually has an East Coast training group that works out of Fort Knox. So we train young Navy SEALs in the art of war. So when a SEAL basically graduates buds, that means they know how to swim, they know how to hold their breaths, they know how to look really good in Oakleys and suntan lotion and play with a beach ball, but they don't really know a lot about war. So what things I do is me and myself and a bunch of other military folks and quite a few veterans is we teach them how to war. We go through everything that you would teach basic infantrymen, and we start them off on day one, crawl, walk, and run, and we run them through a 2-week course of basically urban operations and urban combat. And so by the time they leave us, they're actually ready to go out there and try to be good at war.
Yeah, and that surprised me. You told me the other day when we were talking that the Navy SEALs had a training base.
Well, it's not something that's usually put out for a lot of people, and locally it's well known, which is surprising, but it's kind of like a well-known secret, I guess.
Yeah, that's cool. I guess we'll go in and we'll start off. You're coming to the festival. You're one of our speakers.
Mm-hmm.
Kind of tell everybody, give them a little bit of what you're going to talk about, and give them some of the stuff like that.
Okay, so one of the classes that I put together as I'm getting closer towards retirement, I've been looking at things that I can do to kind of keep myself busy, first off. And so I started talking about some people. It just happened to be a conversation online one day about world experiences I had about countries and the countries falling apart. And someone asked me, it's like, well, what's your experiences? I was like, well, I was over in Somalia when that fell. I was in Bosnia and Croatia right as that was falling. I've been in Iraq and Afghanistan, both societies that have fallen. And then Philippines during Mount Pinatubo when the volcano erupted there. And then Venezuela as well. I was doing work down there. And it was like, I realized that all kind of translates into seeing what happens in communities in the first 30 and 60 days of when a country experiences an extreme upheaval to the point where society collapses. It can be a natural disaster like in Mount Pinatubo with the Philippines. It can be an internal strife, such as like Somalia, Bosnia, or it can be a financial crisis, just like down in Venezuela. So all the time I was in these countries, one of the things that I did is I always took notes, because in the military, that's one of the things I always do is paying attention. I'm always taking notes of what's going on around me and paying attention to the effects, because as a PSYOP guy, that's my job, is to look at effects, how mindsets and mentalities are affected. So basically I put together about an 1.5-hour presentation on what my experiences were watching a society collapse and the things that happened in the immediate aftermath of that during the first 30 days and all the way up to about 60 days in. So currently the first 30 days is actually something that, and this was kind of hard for me, is I'm actually putting it into a book and writing a book on it. But it's in the meantime, basically, I give like I said, it's about an 1.5-hour PowerPoint presentation. I've given this to groups in Wisconsin. I did it at the Minnesota Preppers Expo. I've done it for Special Operations Command, and it's very well received. And it's just my personal experiences. It's not saying how it will be for everybody. I'm just relaying what happened with me and my personal experiences in it.
All right.
Can't wait to read the book.
No, it's about 300 pages in right now, but it's got a ways to go.
That's awesome. Now, Bill, so you've seen the first 30 and the first 60 then on different places.
Yep.
What in your opinion, and I know it's different for different locations and different circumstances, is the first 30 or the first 60 the worst?
The first 30 is where the most confusion sets in.
Am I asking that question wrong?
No, I understand exactly. I mean, which one's worse, the first 30 or the 60 days? Is that what you're saying? The first 30 days is where the majority of the confusion lies, in all honesty. You've got probably, it's kind of interesting. Within the first 8 to 10 days, people realize the government's not coming to save them.
Yeah.
And those that were walking into it with that mentality of nobody's coming to save me, we're on our own, they're already 8 days ahead of everybody else.
Yeah.
And that's kind of where the big tricky thing lies is the sooner you get the jump on it and realize, hey, nobody's coming to save me, the better off you are. It's because you'll have your initial run on sundries, foods, toilet paper, it's just all the stuff that people think they need. It's no different than if you live down in Florida and a hurricane's coming, or you live, down in Texas and a snowstorm's coming.
Yeah.
People lose their minds for the first 2 or 3 days, and it's like, oh, okay, well, it's not so bad. And that's kind of that moment of relaxing and complacency is usually what gets them.
Gotcha.
But those that are prepared have a tendency to be like, okay, initiate, plan Bravo, let's do it. And everybody goes in, those that have been practicing and working their crafts and their skills and their preps and planning ahead for a situation like this, they usually fare really well. The biggest problems that I see is when you get to about week 3, when those that are semi-prepared or were almost prepared have pretty much gone through supplies and everything they need, and you're getting to the point where your children aren't being fed, your children are hungry, and as heartbreaking it is to see and watch, it's people's mindsets and attitudes and mentalities change. So you get people that were really good people at the beginning and said, hey, we're ready for this, we can do this. And then they realized that they weren't prepared, and some pretty dastardly things will be done in the name of feeding a child, especially when it's your child.
Oh yeah.
So,
and the nice thing, the great thing I see about what you're doing with your book and your speaking engagements is you've actually lived this, and it's not a bunch of prepper porn of this might be how it goes.
yeah. And this is one of the things, and it's basically in my presentation, the very beginning of my presentation, like, who am I? It's like, I say, this is based on my experiences. I teach a way of doing things, not the way. One of my biggest pet peeves is people that call themselves subject matter experts. And it's like, well, when the world goes to hell, this is what you need to do. Buy my book, buy my ammo, buy my gun, buy my backpack, buy my survival bag, my IFAC. Because when the world goes to shit, you're going to need this. Well, how do you know?
Yeah.
Has your world ever gone to shit? Have you ever been there when it has? What's your experiences that says that makes you a subject matter expert on this? And for me, I consider myself an SME only because I know a whole lot, and I said this before, I know a whole lot about very little. But the stuff that I do know, I've got down pretty good. Yeah. There's a guy called Selko Begovic. Some people might know the name, some might not. Basically, he's a gentleman that went through Bosnia when, during the Croatian War, and he survived the entire thing. And what makes it different from him from everybody else is he kept a diary the entire time. And so he logged every day what he did, what he saw, what he experienced, what he traded, what he bartered, what he bought, what he stole. He kept this diary, and then somewhere along the lines, after the Bosnian War was over, somebody was talking to him about it, and they were reading it, and they're like, you need to put this in a book. And he actually did. He wrote like 3 or 4 books on it, on his experience in Bosnia. Someone like that, I bow down to. I say that is a subject matter expert because they lived it day in, day out for years until society managed to rebuild itself, or you escape from that particular afflicted region. The great part about it is that he wrote this book so everybody that can sit there and say, what's it going to be like, can read that and actually see what a certain instance in society will be like when it goes to hell, when it actually does go to hell.
Yeah.
And so I recommend that for anybody. If you ever get the chance, Selko Begovic is the guy's name. And, look up his books. or just look up the name Selco, Selco, in Bosnia, and literally you will find, his books on there. And his books are written in a very broken English because English is not his first language, but you will definitely get the gist of it. He will talk about women prostituting themselves for a can of corn, things like that. Not being able to go outside because the neighbors down the street are starting to have a feud over who got 3 tomatoes off of the plant, and so now they're sniping each other. I mean, the extremes that he saw, he wrote it all down so you can experience it in a book form before you have to experience it in reality.
Yeah. Oh, that sounds like a book that everybody in the preparedness space needs to read and reread. It sounds like.
Yep. And like I said, it's one that he's probably the only person, in my opinion, that can literally say, buy my book and have a legitimate reason why.
Yes.
Hey, Spags.
Spags is here.
And you can find that book on Amazon. I already looked it up.
Can you share a link on the feed?
Yeah, throw a link in, Jake.
I don't know how to do anything tech. I barely can get on this live stream.
All right, let me see if I can find it. What's his name again?
Selco Begovic.
Selco. Okay.
Selco.
I just Googled the Selco Bosnia survivor, like you mentioned, that comes right up. So what's something, like, with all your experience that, people that read all these books and prep and different things, like what's obviously we'll talk about all this at the expo, but like what's a couple points of something that most people don't think about that are going to be, that you've seen, over and over?
That's a good question. Most people sit there and don't realize that, myself, one of the things I preach on when it goes to shit is where you at on food. As soon as it's going sideways, are you planting food? Are you planting crops? What's the average gestation time from putting kale in the ground to be able to harvest kale to feed your family? And 76 days. So what do you do between day 1 and day 76 where you can start harvesting food? And then do you have the food supplies that get you that far? Most established preppers I know, yes, of course I got plenty of supplies. Okay, what happens if you lose half your supplies? Be it from water damage, raiders, fire, pure bad luck. Do you still have enough to sustain? That's a big one with me, is making sure that the family's fed. Because for me, the most heart-rendering thing for me was hearing kids scream and cry because they weren't being fed. And I got 7 kids. So you can believe that food is the one thing I focus heavily on, is to make sure my kids are always fed. The second past that is you can go 3 days without water. That's great, but how many people don't know how to make an actual improvised filter? If you have life straws, if you have Sawyers, if you have, Berkeys, you have all these awesome, phenomenal products out there that help you filter water. That's great. You have backups for it. You have replacement filters for it. Most people look at the 5-yard and the 50-yard targets. Very few people concentrate on the 500s.
Yeah.
Because they don't see it as a threat because it's so far off. My thing is, I know once I concentrated on my 5-yard targets, I instantly switched to the 500s, those long distance term goals. And okay, what do I need to do to ensure that I make it to there? 5-yard targets gets me from day of incident to 30 days in. The 500 yards gets me 3 years out. That's how I look at it. And a lot of people, like I said, this is a way of doing it. My way and your way may not work together, but it's a way. It's not the way.
Hey,
so
Tag,
yes.
We got Tags in here. It's good to have you, Tag. Go ahead, Bill.
Yeah. So that's primarily for me is food and water. Guns and ammunition. I never preach on guns and ammunition because people will sit there and say, what's the best gun for combat? The gun you got in your hand, What's the best gun for hunting? The one you hunted with before. Yeah. What's better, an AR or an AK? What do you have the most training experience with? I'm never going to say this caliber is better than that caliber, or this weapon system is better than that weapon system, because everybody's different. Like in my house, we standardized all of our calibers to NATO calibers, because if shit goes sideways and say the government takes a big fat just fuck you to the American people, well, they're going to be using NATO calibers. So if I need a resupply, hey, guess where I'm going to get my resupply from?
Well,
So
let's face it, that's the sexiest thing to collect. So usually we all
loot drops. So it's there's quite a few things that I see that, and everybody that I've talked to about it, that in the beginning I tried to change their minds, and then I came to the realization that majority of preppers, you can't change their minds. You can educate and hope that they take what you give them with a grain of salt. But if they're dead set, you can't change their mind. So what I do right now is I just basically try to say, hey guys, I'm giving you another tool for your toolbox. That's all I'm doing. I'm giving you option ZZZ, versus option A, B, C, D. So that way you've always at least got an extra tool in your toolbox that you could possibly use to help you make it to the next day.
Yeah. Oh yeah, and I mean a lot of people overlook some of the stuff, like the 500-yard target. They get the immediate threat and then the intermediate threat, and they're not looking longer term.
Yep, and that's one of the biggest flaws that I've seen, is that people forget that if you're lucky enough to make it past day 15, and you then by some miracle of luck, fate, hard work, blood, sweat, and tears, you hit the 30-day mark. What happens when you hit the 700-day mark?
Yeah.
You got to plan for that stuff. I mean, it's a whole roller coaster of stuff and nobody can be 100% prepared for it. I'll be the first to tell you that. I look at my kids. I have, twin 15-year-olds, a boy and a girl. At that age, am I planning out? It's like, ooh, do we plan on birth control for them? As silly as that sounds, it's like, in 90 days, that's not a big issue. But what about in 700 days?
Yeah.
Things like that. There's so many other things that fall along the lines there. My medications. What am I going to do? What kind of homeopathic remedies can I use in place of my high blood pressure meds? Those are things that you have to look at. If you can sit there and make it past that 90-day mark, that's awesome, phenomenal, because a lot of people will not make it past the 90-day mark. Most won't make it past the 60-day. But those that do, now you have to sit there and think, okay, I've made it this far. I've survived. Now what do I got to do to thrive?
Yeah.
Tell Sandy to message me, because I've been researching herbal birth control.
Okay, we'll do.
Birth control.
I've got some herbal birth control right here.
And
one pill at a time.
Yeah. Well, and talking about planning ahead, like I've got kids too. I mean, my 7-year-old, he's almost 8. Every time I'm in a store, I look at the next 2 sizes up for clothes.
Yep.
And when they're on clearance, I'm like, yeah. I was in Academy a couple weeks ago, and I came home. They had stuff at 75 and 80% off. Under Armour, Academy brand, all that stuff. I came home with 2 huge bags of clothes for him for like $75. I'm like,
nice.
That's a no-brainer. So I always buy stuff like that, and always looking out.
Yep. One of the things that we did, and when we first started, I'm going to actually go outside here and have a beer and a cigarette while I'm talking to you guys. One of the things that we did when we first got into this journey of prepping was we went and started stacking school books.
Yeah.
And crayons and writing paper and things of that nature, because we just never knew if society went to hell, how would we teach our kids? And now that our kids are 15 and going on 13, it's not such a big deal for us in that aspect, because they're at the age now that they're learning, and they're pretty smart as far as that. So we still maintain the older books for like high school and stuff like that, but the elementary stuff like that, we're not so much focused on anymore.
Yeah. And I do that. The crayons, the pencils, the books, and the notebooks, thing. As soon as school goes back in, and they put it on sale, I mean, you can pick up those one subject notebooks for like 10 cents or something.
Oh yeah.
And I've got file cabinets full of that stuff.
And one of the great things you can do is you can actually go to your libraries, your local libraries. And I never realized this to an old school guy recommended it to me, is like libraries cycle out their books. So you can go to them and say, hey, is there any books you guys are getting rid of that are you just going to throw away or give away? And they will give you tons of books.
Really?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I didn't know
We
that.
do all the time.
Well, D. Brett is in Georgetown. Good to have you here. So, what's some other stuff that people will overlook for the long haul? Most everybody's got, the first 30 and 60 and stuff like that.
Yeah.
But that's where a lot of people, and I agree with you, they lose it after about 90 days. It's like, what do we do now?
Shoes.
Yep.
Shoes is as silly as that sounds. Shoes is a big one. A good durable hiking boot. It's great because once your fuel supplies run out, unless you've got a horse to ride or a cow to ride, you're going to find yourself relying on them black Cadillacs that you got on the end of your ankles there. So, having a good durable shoe, and then after that shoe wears out, do you have a backup for it? Do you know how to take a tire and cut out and make a new sole for it? As what does it say? Feminine hygiene products and waste removal. Exactly. Yeah. It's all those things go to bettering your health.
And my wife makes fun of me. I've got shoes upon shoes, and when the place puts them on sale, I wear Merrill and Danners. I wear a pair of Merrills, and then I got a pair of Danners that I like. And I've got boxes and multiple pairs of those. And she's like, "Why do you have so many?" And I'm like, "Hell, they were on sale, so I just stacked them deep." And I've probably got 7 or 8 pairs of shoes that are still in the box I've never worn. Just sitting there.
Yep. One of the things that and this is somewhere where I personally lucked out at, was the military, because I'm on the special operations side. They're giving us boots every 3 to 6 months, winter boots, summer boots. And if you're not wearing them out, they're still giving them to you. They still allot that stuff to you. So I end up having, 10, 15 pairs of combat boots that are just brand new in the box, just stacked up in a tough box.
Oh yeah. And now
Bruce, all right, Bruce. That's what we want.
Bruce is our resident leather expert. He'll make shoes for us.
Oh, nice.
Bruce
Leather Homestead.
Huh?
I was just reading that. Leather Homestead. Nice.
Yeah. Bruce makes some amazing leather stuff. And he's going to be at the festival, so you'll get to meet him, Bill.
It is absolutely beautiful, the stuff he makes. Oh my gosh.
He's only about 25 or 30 minutes south of me. So he's
nice.
relatively close.
Nice. But yeah, so I mean, there's a myriad of things that people don't think about. But like I said, everyone's situation is different. Right now I'm looking into a mechanical diesel motor that I want to purchase and switch into my 4Runner, my first generation 4Runner. So that way I can sit there and run off of biodiesel.
Yep.
That we can sit there and make, or go to a junkyard, collect old transmission fluid, whatever, motor oil, and strain it, and you'd be able to use that as biofuel. That's one of my projects that I want to accomplish within the next, hopefully within the next year. So everyone has their own parameters of what they want to prepare for. I try to give the most common ones, boots, medical, if your feet aren't good, you're not going to be making any type of transitions. Hunting in the woods is going to suck. Crossing a river is going to suck. Walking 5 miles out to do any hunting, if your area is hunted out, that's going to suck. So for me, taking care of your feet is huge. Making sure that your family's happy and healthy. Healthy is a big thing. It's the number one thing. Happy is another. Kids these days, I mean, I know, some of us have kids that are preteen to teens, You know, they're locked on their cell phones. I mean, hell, some of us are even locked onto our cell phones. You know, what do people do when they don't have the internet to access?
Oh,
You
yeah.
know, it's do you have board games? Do you got crossword puzzles? Do you have, any type of things to keep the people mentally active? So
Oh, yeah.
for me, that is a big one. And like
We've
someone
got a
was
bunch
just
of
saying
dogs.
on there, medical's huge, but the downside to it is when the countries I saw, medical supplies would come and go. It was kind of like a ebb and flow tide with that. Sometimes they'd have plenty, but when you're dealing with rival militias, warfare on multiple levels and multiple tiers, from a neighborhood level all the way up to countrywide, medical supplies can get depleted very quickly. So
And what kind of medical supplies did you see ebb and flow? Are you talking about Band-Aids, bandages,
Band-Aids, bandages, sutures. Granted, if you got a needle and thread, you got a suture. It's just you're going to look pretty ugly with it unless you're really good at practicing. But I mean, it is what it is.
Here's
But
Chuck.
also,
Chuck came in here. He's our medical guy. He does Homestead
Nice.
medicine. Chuck was going to be here last Saturday, but he couldn't
Yep.
make it.
Yep.
So,
So, I mean, having people with a medical professional background is phenomenal. It's like I said, there was a group that I was working with at one point in time. They had a doctor and a nurse, husband-wife team. They're like, we don't know a whole lot about prepping, but we want to learn. And, everybody was hesitant, like, what do you guys do? And he's like, I'm an emergency room doctor. My wife's a nurse. And people were like, we got you, bro.
Yeah.
It's because that is the one thing that they lacked was mostly everybody who's into prepping can do level 1 triage and care for themselves or for another person. Stop the bleeding, start the breathing. That stuff's pretty simple. Keep the red stuff in and keep the heart going up and down and the chest going up and down. As long as there's not massive trauma, you can pretty much help someone survive. But if it's a non-massive injury, a mass tissue injury, what do? Do you have someone that can diagnose diabetes or diagnose a heart murmur or, all these things that traditional medicine you would go to find out?
Yeah.
I can't. I know that. But I sure though, that's why I don't ask my dentist to breach and clear a house because it's not my specialty or not his specialty.
And that's one of the things that Chuck teaches in his homestead medicine class is he teaches a little bit of the cool guy sexy stuff, but most of it is long-term care and a patient assessment and stuff like that. So which is awesome class. He did a 2-day class for us down here at my place this winter. There was amazing. Nice. And he's doing a 1-day homestead medicine class Friday before the festival.
Nice.
But yeah, if you had a doctor and had a dentist in your group, you're set and golden then, in my opinion.
I have to agree with you there. That's definitely for sure.
Because you can be the biggest, baddest dude on the block, but if you got a toothache, you're out of the game sometimes. Yeah. So, yeah. Chase is Chuck's son. He said I helped, and Chase was our dummy that we practiced on. So, what else do we need to talk about? Shelly, think of something good. Bill, tell us some good stories from when you saw some of that stuff that people really think about.
So I was in the Philippines, and my first real experience when Mount Pinatubo erupted was we had just left the country. I was in the Marines, and we were on a Navy ship deployed. We were 2 days out, so we weren't that far out. But when Mount Pinatubo erupted, the ship actually went almost at a 40-degree camp. And alarms are going off and claxons and all this. General quarters being sounded. We find out that there's an eruption. We turn around. We're heading back and everything. And I remember pulling into port, and I've got video of this somewhere, of us pulling into port, and I had a camcorder at the time. And when we had left, I'd taken video, and it was nice, green, lush, double, triple canopy jungle outside of town on the mountaintops and all that. And then we pulled back in. It looked like basically a nuclear wasteland. There was nothing green to be seen. It just pretty much had killed off all the vegetation, and everything was just, it was almost like it was snowing, but it was all ash falling. And so we commenced emergency evacuation operations and all that. And a few of us got assigned to go out in town and help out in the local populations. And I was sitting there looking at a dog, was petting this dog, oh, nice dog and all that, poor fella, probably hungry and thirsty and this and that. Dog's walking away. Got about half a block away, and I watched a herd or a flock or a group of monkeys come tearing down the street and attack the dog and ripped it apart to eat it. And at that point, I always thought monkeys like bananas. So to see a pack of monkeys tear a dog apart and just start eating it kind of blew my mind. It was like, that's how bad it is? And then I found out that monkeys will eat pretty much anything, but for them to actually go and attack animals and kill them was not something I had ever expected or thought of.
Yeah.
I didn't realize that monkeys were carnivores, but I guess they would be as closely related to us as they are.
Yeah. So yeah, that was a pretty eye-opening experience in itself. The majority of my stories, for the most part, believe it or not, aren't really good stories from overseas, experience and stuff like that. Because most of the places I've been have been where you get to see the worst in humanity.
Yeah.
So it's
so
there's not a whole lot of good stories to share.
I know that you see, obviously you see like lots of bad stuff, but do you ever see, do you ever see good stuff too? Do you see like acts of kindness or anything like that?
Oh yeah. On occasion you'll see random acts of kindness, but in the situations I'm usually in, they're few and far between. It's you kind of have to, for us as military people, we kind of have to keep our guard up. So we have a tendency to keep people at a distance. So anyone that you'd want to perform acts of kindness with, you don't want to trust, because you don't know what their true intentions are.
Yeah.
So with all you've seen, what's your thoughts for somebody who thinks something like that could never happen here?
Give me just a second. I've got a helicopter in the background here. I'm sorry. Could you go ahead and repeat that now?
Yeah.
So flying over you, Bill.
Yeah. With everything you've seen, what would you say to somebody who thinks something like that could never happen here?
It can. Oh yeah. It could definitely happen here. Think about it. We're in 2023, so year 2000. If I sat there and said, "Hey guys, there's going to be the next 25 years, there's going to be a pandemic that shuts down the United States and going to force everybody to stay home, lose their jobs, become financially bankrupt, probably for the most part, probably 1/3 of the population, and they're going to force everybody to wear face masks."
That's
Would
my
you believe
answer
me?
every time somebody asks me that question.
Yeah,
too.
and it's like you sit there and go, "Nah, that couldn't happen." Well, it'll be at the point where presidents will be getting, friggin' put up on charges. Elections will be, stolen, and all these things that are happening. You look in the last 10 years of all things that happened. There'll be riots going across the United States over a black man who was a criminal who died because he was overdosed and picked a fight with the cops. And then the country just went on its friggin' ass and lost its fucking mind, excuse my French, and started rioting all throughout the United States. That wouldn't happen because this is America. Yeah. But yet it did happen.
Well, women were beating the hell out of each other in the grocery store over toilet paper.
Yeah. You only have to see how bad it can get. Just look at Black Friday at Walmart.
Right?
Yeah. And that's over cheap stuff that, nobody's buying stuff on Black Friday. Anybody who goes out shopping for Christmas on Black Friday isn't shopping for Christmas. They're just trying to get a good deal. Let's be honest.
That's stuff that they don't need to live, too.
Exactly. So
think about it. If it goes, you're fighting over that last can of corn at Walmart as opposed to fighting over a new 65-inch TV.
Yeah, exactly. So
some weaves pulled out.
I can see how it could very easily happen here. I think with all the racial tensions that's been going on for the last 2.5 years, things have kind of started to calm down on it. You know, Black Lives Matter got caught. Oops, wait a minute. We didn't really help anybody, but we accepted, you know, $90+ billion in donations. And all the people that were sitting there, all the celebrities and all the business that were saying Black Lives Matter, all of a sudden are going, wait a minute, what'd you do with that $1 million I donated to you?
Yeah.
Well, I got this really nice mansion out in LA. You know, so it's one that I don't think that the racial tensions are there as much, but people are still upset with law enforcement. They're still upset with the government. They're still upset with the leaders of the country. You know, you look at January 6th, you know, you compare January 6th with, say, you know, the George Floyd riots. What caused more damage to this country?
Yeah.
You know, a bunch of Americans that went there and protesting peacefully.
Yep.
You know, yeah, sure, they went inside the building. The doors were open to them. I didn't see them trashing any buildings and burning any buildings down.
Yep.
You know, they had the ability, they had the means, they had the you know, the equipment to do it. I mean, they could have, but they stayed between the velvet ropes, for fuck's sake, when they were walking through the buildings.
Oh, yeah.
You know, I mean, sure, there was a couple bad actors that sat there and went in offices and posed for pictures, and I get it, because if I would have been there, I'd have been like, heck yeah, I'm going to sit here and pose on this person's desk and kick my feet up and get a picture. That's kind of fucking cool. But as a military guy, I can't do that. You know?
Oh, yeah.
So
And that goes into the two-tier justice system that we've got, honestly.
yeah, so I mean, we're not far off, and the scale could jump either way. That's how I look at it, which is, it sucks that we're at that point. I mean, will it happen in the next year? I don't think so. God, I hope not. Next 5 years, I'm praying that it doesn't. But 10 years, yeah, I would say we're looking at some hell on earth here in the you know, continental United States.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. I mean, I totally agree. I mean, and the thing is, it could change in the blink of an eye, honestly. I mean, we can. You know, everything. I mean, of course, everybody's wet dream. A lot of this stuff is, you know, an EMP is going to hit. EMP is going to hit. But I mean, honestly, that's a threat. It could happen in the blink of an eye. You've got no electricity. All your electronic stuff is fried and everything.
And, you know, in all honesty, I don't think an EMP would be a bad idea.
It probably would not.
You know, separates the wheat from the chaff, and, you know, puts people back on a footing where you got to sit there and talk to the people next door and make friends real close to you, which a lot of people don't even know how to do nowadays.
Oh, yeah.
Right.
D. Britt wants to know, will there be a 2024 election?
Will there be? I believe there will. Will it be legitimate? Ugh. That's,
I don't know.
It'll be
that's anybody's guess there.
It'll be as legitimate as all the other ones have been. So,
you know, I don't have an answer for that. I wish I did. I know what, like, myself, when I'm overseas, one of the jobs or one of the things that we do is see how we can influence elections and stuff. And as a PSYOPer, we are forbidden not only by civilian law and the Constitution, but also by military law from practicing psychological operations within the continental United States. We are forbidden from it. That is one of the very dictums of being in PSYOP, is that you understand you cannot practice PSYOP on American citizens within the continental United States.
That's because somebody else probably is.
Well, the downside to that is when I'm wearing an American soldier's uniform, I abide by those rules. But when people get out of that uniform and they're no longer, you know, being held to those rules by the military, there's nothing saying they can't. And these guys get hired by political action committees. They get hired by election campaigns, you know, to practice their craft.
Yeah.
And some of the guys that I know that have went that route, they're good at it. So, I mean, in the last 10 years, I quit watching the news because I see so many aspects of PSYOP in the news.
Oh, yeah.
You know, so it's out there, believe it or not. And In some areas, it's really blatant, and in others, it's so hidden that unless you know what to look for, you'd never know it unless someone pointed it out.
Yeah. My whole take on the whole election deal and everything. First, everything has been rigged for the longest time. And this will probably piss some people off, but the thing is, don't rely. It doesn't matter what happens in 2024. It matters what happens in my backyard and in my neighborhood. I've got control and somewhat influence in that area. I have no influence in what happens in Washington, D.C., nor will I ever have any. And it's a lot of people are pinning their hopes. It's like, oh, God, Trump's going to come save us. Trump ain't going to do shit. He didn't save us the first 4 years he was in. So what makes you think he's going to save us this time? It's like, stop waiting for somebody to save your ass and save your own ass.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm not, Bill, I'm not waiting for you to come save me.
Yep.
I mean, I'm doing my own stuff. It's
exactly. It's being able to control your own battle space.
Yeah. I mean, I'm more worried about what's happening within 50 miles of my house than what's going on 500 miles away.
Yep. I fully agree. It's being able to control and influence my personal battle space, which is, as you're saying, a 5 mile radius around me. As long as I can maintain, that bubble around my area, really don't give a shit what happens 500 miles out until that 500 miles is knocking on my door. Once it gets into my 5 mile radius, well, then it's something I'll address.
Yeah. And that's where the thing is, you can have a lot of influence in your small area and stuff like that. And I've heard a lot of people talk about it. Bear talks about it a bunch, about being a warlord, and not in the typical sense of a warlord like you see in Africa or Somalia, but a warlord where you've got influence in that area to get stuff done. Essentially be a nice warlord with it, where you've got that influence to make stuff happen. And that's what I've looked at.
Your cat's meowing and my wife's wondering where our cat is.
He's about to make me crazy.
Oh, that's okay. No, I fully agree. It's like Sandy and I joke about it, is like, does your husband have enough warlord potential?
Yeah. And I mean, it goes in with the alternate economy and stuff like that. Yeah, they can do all this crap in D.C. or they can do all this stuff wherever. If we've got a core group of people in our 50 to 100 mile radius that we can communicate with and barter and trade with, we're doing a heck of a lot better. If they go to a whole freaking digital currency crap, I've got sheep here and you've got whatever I need, Bill. We can trade, and then we don't need a digital dollar.
That is very true. Very true.
I mean, if I need pork, Shelly's got pigs. I can trade her something for that, or I can go work at her farm for such and such, and we can trade.
Sweat equity, man.
Yeah.
And Bear's always talking about, know your sheriff, make friends with your sheriff, let him know that you support them and you're there to help with whatever, and all that stuff is important. And like you said earlier, people are on their phones so much that they don't even know who their neighbor is, and they don't know how to talk to people, and they don't know how to, it's pathetic.
They don't know how to communicate.
Right.
In all honesty, it's communication, face-to-face communication skills is a dying art form, in my opinion.
Oh, yeah.
It truly is.
I mean, I use face-to-face communication every day with work. I mean, being a contractor, you have to talk to your customers every day and stuff. So there are a lot of people, if they can't text you, they don't know how to communicate with you. That or send you an email.
That is true. 100% correct.
Yeah, I mean, text has its place, but and I'm the type of person, I'd rather give you a phone call if we're going to talk about something instead of spending 30 minutes texting it back and forth.
Yeah. So what else would you guys like to talk about?
I don't know. Shelly and Jake come up with something good. Bruce did say Trump's not the answer, and I agree with Bruce.
I agree with him too.
Yep.
But I don't want to go that direction with this video.
I look at it this way: as I vote the issues, not the person.
Right.
That's how I do it. And when it comes to the lesser of all evils, that's how I'm pretty much going to vote.
Yeah.
I mean,
So-
we're always picking the lesser of all evils.
Yep,
I mean,
very
it's
true.
all big business. It's all, you know.
Very true. Yep.
Really, it would just be really nice one time if there wasn't like if they weren't all evil. That would just be, you know.
Yep, I fully agree.
Or if we could get some younger people in there that didn't have freaking strokes when they were talking at the podium.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah. Does any of the viewers have any questions?
I don't know. Does anybody have any questions that's in here? We got looks like 13 people in here. While we're waiting, I don't know. Jake, what do you want to talk about?
Nothing. I
Stay within
already
the line.
asked my questions that I was pretty interested in. I'm looking forward to watching the presentation or watching the video if I'm helping with something else during it. But be sure, you know, go to the website, check out the website, register so you get updates for the festival. Look for the new page Shelley just created, and you know, I look forward to meeting Bill in person. And I mean, you know, it's just, you can read all the prepper books and different things. I mean, I read them all just because that's the only thing I read. But I mean, seeing real life experience, I already have that book you mentioned earlier in my Amazon cart. So
yep.
I have to ask my wife to order it because she's in charge of Amazon. I'll be reading that, and definitely look forward to your book coming out. Obviously, that'll be super interesting.
Okay, Bill, with all the military.
Will the military fire on civilians, in your opinion?
Nope, not even close. One of the things, like I said, one of the nice parts about being in PSYOP is we get to war game a lot, and when we deploy in a 4-man team into what we call the battle space. Our battle space can be anywhere from a town to a region the size of Texas. And you got 4 people over there to work in that area. So you have a lot of autonomy. So there's times that I will sit there and trust a specialist who's got 3 years in the military with a decision that could affect 100,000 people because I trust them on it. But we only get that layer of trust by being able to talk and ask the hard question. So when we get together at our unit, one of the things every time we get together is we have, you know, basically a town hall amongst ourselves. And we ask the really hard questions. Like, you know, what happens if the president calls upon us to, you know, put down what is considered a seditious operation on American soil? That's not our job. As American soldiers, that's my job. My job is to defend the interests of our country against all enemies, foreign and domestic. But because of posse comitatus, we are not allowed to operate on American soil. Now, you do have National Guard assets that are considered a state asset that they can be called up. But Army Reserve or a reserve unit or an active duty unit, that's not our job. So a lot of people get that confused when they realize, they say, hey, well, they're deploying, you know, troops on American soil. It's 9 times out of 10, it's a state unit. So your National Guard unit. Would we ever fire on American citizens? I ran into this situation one time in my military career. I was down at Camp Pendleton when the Rodney King riots were happening. And we sat there and watched it and watched it and watched it. And finally, the governor went to the president. The president activated the Marines because the Marines were there at Camp Pendleton. And we basically went up for lack of a better word, peacekeeping operations. It was to protect the firemen. That was our main primary goal, was to protect the fire departments so the fire departments could, in turn, put out fires. And we were driving up, and one of the things we were talking about on the drive up, because we had belt-fed machine guns on top of our Humvees. It was like, what happens if someone shoots at us? And I'm like, as a young Lance Corporal at the time, I was like, fuck it, shoot them back.
Yeah.
But then I had an old school gunnery sergeant going, these are American citizens, folks. At the end of the day, don't forget that they're still Americans.
Yeah.
And I kind of took that to heart. So we got up there. We were probably in LA, probably 3 hours. And some dude came out and had a little nickel plated Saturday night special and started popping rounds off at us. And basically, what did we do? We just got down and buttoned up. We're in a bulletproof, Humvee. What's a little 25 caliber pistol going to do us? Did he get his rocks off? Sure did. Could I have opened up with a 50 cal belt fed? Sure could have. But the smarter move was to not let him run out of his 7 rounds of ammunition or hope his gun explodes, which 50-50 chance, or, or just let him get his rocks off. He can say, yeah, I took pot shots off at him. Great. He gets to talk shit. Everybody still gets to go home alive.
Yeah.
Shooting on American citizens? No, it'll never happen. There's units out there. I work with CAG. I work with Delta. I work with SEALs. I work with MARSOC. I work with all the tier 1 units. And we've had these conversations. It's like, no. And if I was ever called upon to, the first thing you have to do is sit there and look at the person that gave the order and be like, we're going to have to go out back and have a conversation because you just gave what is considered an unlawful order.
Yeah.
Would I shoot at someone to defend my fellow soldiers? For me, that's more of a moral argument that I'd have to deal with myself.
Yeah.
But, would I go out of my way to shoot at an American citizen? No way, shape, or form. Not even on the desk, not even on the table, not even on the menu. And take heart in knowing that 98% of your fellow soldiers and Marines and sailors and all that think the same way. There's always a few in there that have no compunction about shooting at an American, which is sad, but the way the military is going, their current mindset, morals, values, and moral compass, I don't have as much faith in it as I used to. And that's probably one of the reasons why I am retiring.
That was going to be my leading question.
Hey, real quick, Shelly, can you put up Jake's channel and my channel? Dusty was asking.
I don't. For some reason, I'm not seeing Dusty's stuff on the channel or on the thing that I'm on.
Is
So,
she on,
Dusty, what?
Is she on Jake's channel?
Maybe, but Dusty, the channel for, there we go. Channel for Jason is Kentucky Sustainable Living.
Where'd
You
Bill
can find
go?
him, huh?
Where'd Bill go?
He's right there. Oh, he's out. Jason's channel is Kentucky Sustainable Living on YouTube. And then you can go to KentuckySustainableLiving.com to find all of the information about the festival. And then Jake's channel is Dog Creek Farms on YouTube. And he posts stuff about the festival on his channel as well. I'm pretty sure that Bill doesn't have a channel. He may after, his whole life situation changes, but who knows? And yeah. Okay, you're on my channel. I'm looking at it from Jason's channel, so sorry about that. But where Two Old Crows is at, right?
I have a lot of content. I have no channel.
Okay.
Hey, when we start doing our podcast, we're going to have you on, Bill.
Well, I appreciate that. I'd be honored.
We got to get that going, Shelly.
Yep. So if you, we're coming up on an hour. So if you've just got on here or whatever, you can find out all the information about the festival at KentuckySustainableLiving.com. You can find our page on Facebook at Kentucky Sustainable Living Homesteading and Preparedness Festival. That's the name of the page. We've started, it's brand new. I've just now started getting content on it, and we're going to start pushing that out and boosting it to see, how far we can reach out to let people know about the festival. Y'all, we have got some fantastic speakers that are coming to speak. I mean, Bill's one of them. You're going to get a lot of great information from him. We've got Chuck Peoples coming to do the Homestead medicine class. All the stuff that Bill talked about and, the things that he's going to talk about at the festival about what happens immediately. Chuck actually teaches.
Shelly cut out.
Chuck actually teaches the exact same thing on the medical level. So when you're, like if you can do triage, you can figure out stuff. We, a lot of us have been trained in CPR and first aid and all of that kind of thing. But what happens when it's worse than that? What happens when you have a major wound? What happens, if you have a broken leg or something like that and you can't get to a hospital? That's the class that Chuck is teaching, and that's the class that you need to take. He's a fantastic teacher. You need to go check it out. All of the information about that is on the website. Also, Eric Johnson is going to teach about doing a plant guild. And for those of you who don't know who it is, the plant guild is, or don't know what it is, a plant guild is the basic building block of a food forest. So, installing like one plant guild a year, it might cost you, I don't know, less than $100, like for real. And add one of those each year, and in a few years, you're going to have food growing just like wild, like stuff grows in the forest or whatever, and you don't even have to maintain it. You can go out and just pick food, harvest it, and you've got stuff there to eat.
Every time I walk through the front yard, I pick strawberries and eat them right out of there.
There you go. So that plant or that tree guild class is super important for preparedness, and it's even set up in a way that it's like conspicuous or whatever, like if somebody's walking by, they're not even going to know what's growing there because it looks like the forest for real. So come and check out Eric's class. There's information about that on the website as well. Those two classes are pay classes, but the festival those will be on Friday. The festival starts on Saturday. It runs Saturday and Sunday. It's a free festival. We've got a phenomenal lineup of speakers. Darren was on last week. Him and Billy Vaughn from Permapasture Farm are going to be teaching you all how to process a hog. They're also going to be teaching you all how to process chickens. We have tons of great giveaways and things that people have donated for us to, give to you or, tick it off for you all or whatever. I don't know if I can say the R word or not, but what else, Jason? What am I forgetting? Oh, the dates are October 28th and 29th. The charity classes are the 27th. And it's going to be at the Ag Expo Center in Bowling Green, Kentucky. We can't wait to meet you all. Make sure you come up and introduce yourself and say, hey, we're so excited. We're so excited.
The only thing we forgot was the dinner, the charity dinner for Vets for Child Rescue. Saturday.
Okay, you tell them about that because you're right. I completely forgot about it.
We've got Saturday night. We've got the charity dinner for Vets for Child Rescue. All the proceeds for the dinner are going to go to Vets for Child Rescue. We've actually, and I don't have one right now, but Ike that knows Billy at Permapastures has shirts for sale at permapasturesfarm.com that all the proceeds for those t-shirts go to the dinner. I actually ordered 2. Billy called me the other day. He's like, this guy's got shirts. I was like, I want 2. He put them up on the website and I ordered them right then. But he's got a few shirts left and we can probably get more shirts made for that. But we're trying to raise $10,000 is our goal that we want to reach, to where they'll do an operation in Kentucky to save some of these kids. That's what we're shooting for. Everything else, if that is a success, everything else can go by the wayside, and I will be happy with the festival, honestly. And that is Saturday night, and you can get tickets for it at our website. And there's also, if you can't afford, I know money's tight, if you can't afford to come to the charity dinner, give $1, give $5, $10. There's a portal where you can donate the money. There are some credit card fees, stuff like that. But if you donate $10, we're going to kick in. If they charge whatever the percentage is, we're going to kick in and pay the percentage on that.
Yeah, so we'll cover the cost of the fees. So whatever amount of money you donate will go, all of that money will go to Vets for Child Rescue, because we'll cover the cost of the fees for that particular thing.
Yeah.
And one of the cool things, if you come to the dinner, one of the cool things that you get to do is you get to sit and rub elbows with Bill and talk to him and pick his brain. You'll get to talk to Billy and talk to Darren and Aaron T. Scott and Tag. And I mean, there's tons of people.
Chuck will be there.
Yeah.
And most all of our guest speakers and everything are going to be at the dinner that night, where you'll get to sit with them, hang out, talk to them for a while, eat dinner with them. We're probably going to have some wine there. So the talking might get a little bit more fluid when you're one-on-one with somebody and some wines involved. So
well lubricated.
Yeah. So, but guys, I appreciate everybody being here. Bill, I appreciate it a bunch for you stopping.
Definitely my pleasure, my honor.
And telling us some good stuff. Jake, you got anything else?
No, just share it, get the word out. I mean, it's a free event. Make the trip, build community. You're going to learn a ton.
Yep.
All
One of the nice parts about prepping is that people always ask, well, how do I meet other preppers? And here you are, you're offering the perfect situation for them to meet your fellow preppers.
Exactly. And I mean, and you don't, and the cool thing about it is you don't have to qualify somebody because you already know they're into the preparedness and the homesteading lifestyle. If they're at that conference, it's not like talking to somebody at your kid's school and then they report to you like, this guy's a crazy dude. So,
yep.
And I promise you, if you come to this festival, even if you're from out of state or whatever, you will meet people that are close to you. Because every festival that the three of us go to, we always, I meet people from Kentucky. Jason meets people that, live the county over.
Shelly's cutting out. But yes, you will. Coming to the festival, you will meet somebody that is close to you. I can almost guarantee it.
Yep.
So, all right. Well, we're going to sign off. We've been going a little over an hour, and we will see y'all next Friday with another guest speaker. I appreciate it.
Thank you so much. I appreciate you guys having me.
Thanks, guys.
All right. Thank you.
The minute you leave office, so it doesn't matter what your post is, the minute you leave office, those 75,000 extra IRS agents should immediately audit you. And if you have any ill-gotten gains that you received, payment for, services rendered that had anything to do with your position in government, you should be arrested. AOC is worth like $20 million now. How is that possible? That's graft. She is stealing from the American people, period, end of story. It's really good. Is it good? My guess, if you say it's really good, it tastes like every single drink you've ever made me taste, like some sort of off cotton candy.
Cold medicine.
Yeah, some sort of cotton candy.
Cold medicine. Okay.
Cold medicine.
All
What
right.
are we talking about? What do you want to talk about?
Well, we've been talking for 45 minutes, and I'm like, wait a minute.
Shouldn't it all be on camera?
Get over on this side.
People don't want to hear what we have to say.
Have you ever had to escape from Mexico?
Funny you should say that. I have never had to escape from Mexico, but I have been left behind in Mexico.
Who left you?
I've been left behind. I have been left behind in Mexico, and the Marine that I was waiting for, because he had the keys to the van, he had to escape from Mexico. So
why were you guys in Mexico?
We were doing a true exercise in San Diego, and the RNS section, which for some reason we needed 2 vans, so we had to have taken some CQB guys with us. Everybody decides we're going to have a hootenanny down in Mexico,
Tijuana,
and so we drive the
military vans down there.
Rental,
okay,
military vans. They were rentals, but they were still rented by the U.S. military. So we drive, and they were. What was that? What was that van that was popular back then? The Astro. They were Astro vans, and so we drove 2 vans down there. Chad Carlson, I think Travis was even with us, and it was Jerka that had the keys to the van I was in, and we went down there, and it was exactly how you picture Tijuana in the 90s. Everybody's doing shots. Every bar is going off the chain.
Everything's Jose Cuervo.
Yeah, everything is
margaritas.
It was like Mardi Gras mixed with a little spring break down there. And so we're partying it up. And we went into this one bar that was definitely darker than all the other bars. And I was wearing a baseball cap, and I was housed. Like I was definitely, I should not have been left alone. Kind of. It housed. And this stripper takes my hat. So I spend like, I don't know, 15 minutes trying to get my hat back from the stripper. And she's doing the typical, I f***ed up because I was drunk. I know all she wanted me to do was give her $1 and then She gave me the hat back.
This a Mexican girl?
Yeah. And I'm trying to get my hat back. I finally get my hat back. And I look around.
Everyone's gone.
And everyone's gone. I am in this place all by my El Solo Lobo. And it's probably...
Well, you guys didn't have that no man left behind thing.
Oh, no. The thing about scout snipers is they're like, with scout snipers, there is a point where they're like, you're on your own, bro. You're on your own. So I'm looking around. It's like 2:30. I'm fucking drunk as a skunk. And I managed to get a cab and get to the border and walk across the border and get to the parking lot where the van is. And one van is gone. The other van is still there. Thank goodness. Cause I don't know how I got back from, I probably could have took the trolley or whatever. But that van is gone. The other van is still there, but I can't get in it. It's locked. And I have a pretty good skill set for getting into locked vehicles. Like usually it's kind of like when we used to break into the buildings, there would always be a thing where I could be like, oh, if you just do this and this, you're going to get in. Same thing with most vehicles. Like I could take your antenna off and figure out how to get in there. But I was too drunk, and I'm like, I know I took the antenna off and bent it all up and was trying to fucking get in this vehicle. And then I realized I'm in this parking lot that is right on the border that has like 9,000 cameras looking at it. And I'm like, oh, here I am fucking trying to break into this van. So I end up just laying down. I just end up laying down on the right in front of the van. I'm like, I'm just going to go to sleep. Someone's going to show up that has the key. It's getting hot. The sun has come up and it's getting hot. And I am, I'm pretty close to vomitorium time. It's getting hot. So I get up and I'm sitting, I'm like, holy fuck, where is the key? And now I'm thinking maybe they all left and they just did like a, hey bro, the key's underneath the bumper or something. So I'm searching the car for this key. And I see this dude coming in shorts. He's kind of far away. He's coming towards, he's coming from the American side, right? He's not coming from Mexico. He's coming from the American side, and he's trotting with a little bit of a limp. And I'm like, holy shit, that's Jerka.
How did he get in shorts?
He went in shorts.
Okay.
I'm like, holy shit, that's Jerka. Where the fuck is he coming from? And so he comes running up and he's like, I got the keys. We need to get the fuck out of here. Let's go. Hurry up. We got to get out. I'm like, what?
I had a coyote smuggle me in.
I'm like, what I go, what the hell? Where were you coming from? Did you go to McDonald's or something? And he's like, no. I didn't have any money. So I got a cab to bring me to the border. I jumped out of the cab and ran across 4 lanes of traffic, climbed the fence, and broke into the United States. Had to go around a checkpoint to get to here to the car. I think they saw me. They're coming for me. I'm like,
you're a citizen.
I go, but I go, that's what I was like. Even if they saw you climbing the fence, I still, cause Jerka was a white boy. I'm like, even if they saw you climbing the fence, I don't know if they would even come after you. I mean, sure, they're going to want to know what the fuck, what's that dumbass white dude doing? But I've seen 25 Mexicans walk right in front of a Border Patrol van and keep on going and them not do nothing. So one white guy, I don't know, but he's fucking, and when he said that, I'm like, you're full of shit. And he's like, no. And he flipped his leg around and he had a fucking 6-inch gash down the back of his leg from the barbed wire. He's like, no, I had to break into the United States. And then we got in the van and left.
Is there a way to climb over barbed wire?
The best way is to use a piece of clothing or carpet. Yeah, that's the best way. Unless you're Iraqi. If you're serious, if you're Iraqi and there's a 3-row concertina, 2 down and 1 high, somehow in man dresses and flip-flops, they can just breeze through them. Like they just really there's a technique that they use with their flip-flops that just breezes them right through. So they'll be on the other side of the wire and then you'll turn your back and then suddenly they're standing right next to you. I don't know how they do it.
Teleport.
Yeah, somehow they just breeze through it with their man dresses and flip-flops. But that was the closest thing to breaking into the country, Mexico.
Collapse of society.
Collapse of society.
Would you rather have current night vision, or would you rather have a better rifle?
Better rifle.
How come?
Because you can.
But you still get to keep your old rifle.
Better rifle, because you can do more with a rifle than you can do with night vision. Night vision is very specific in nature and what you're doing with it, and while you can use it for a defensive purpose, meaning it's always nice to be able to see what's out there. It's mostly used in an offensive purpose. And collapse of society, what most people don't understand is you don't want to go to guns with people. You're better off being, not to use the word wrong, but you're better off being a gray man. You're better off not interacting with anyone than to interact with any force out there that you think that's a threat. Meaning, because obviously people are going to be, if we have a collapse of society, there are going to be large groups of individuals that will be roaming the countryside looking for whatever they can take.
Hordes.
Yeah. Whatever they can take, whether that's
for your women,
whether that's Bloods, Crips, whatever, they're going to be looking for whatever they can take. They're going to go after soft targets. They're going to go after soft targets first, but you just don't want to get in a gunfight with.
So
you're
not doing one man CQB.
No one should do one man CQB because it doesn't last very long.
How about 2-man CQB?
Not even 2-man. There's,
what do you think I'm going to say next?
As badass
3-man CQB.
Well, as badass as Delta is, I don't think they would do one man clears either.
Well, maybe if it's just a garage.
Maybe if it's just a garage.
Rectangle. Farmhouse.
Yeah, you don't want to. I mean, the truth of the matter is when you're talking about collapse of society, you have to do two things. You have to stay away from people who have done nothing to prepare for the collapse of society. Because again, even your, let's just say your suburban neighbor that waves to you every day and comes over on, for the Super Bowl party and brings chips and is a guy that right? You're like, that's Bob. He's cool. He helped me fix a flat tire once, right? You do not know, you have no concept of what Bob is going to do when his wife and children have nothing to eat.
Well, he's so dangerous because Bob himself doesn't know what he's going to do.
That's what I'm saying. That you really don't have a concept of who people are until they are put in a situation where people that they really love and care about can't survive because they did not properly prepare. And if he's been over to your house and he's seen your shit, and then he comes over and it's like, hey man, we are fucking starving to death. And you're like, I can't help you that much. Here's a can of beans. Well, he knows, right? And so you have no idea what he's going to do to
eat the child. She can make another one.
I mean, in
a lot of them,
that's the first thing that
happens is they eat the
kids. End of the world. They have been doing that. I mean, Stalingrad and Moscow, they munched on human flesh. So it's possible. So you don't really know. So you have to be aware of those outside entities, and then you really, really, really have to find like-minded people. You have to find like-minded people that hold some of the same values and ideas that you do, because a community is what's going to survive. A lone wolf, a lone wolf in the mountains with his fucking get out of town pack is going to survive for a minute, but not very long, because it's like we were talking about the other day with a black belt. How many
black belts have been career ended by white belts?
Even just still, if you're a black belt, how many white belts could you fight?
The white belt doesn't know the rules.
How many white belts could you fight before a white belt would eventually beat you? So it's just like that. You have to think of community, and you have to be able to set up that protective layer, because we've talked about it here. Eventually you have to go to sleep. Eventually you have to take a shit eventually. And you need to know that the person that is out at the gate has the same mindset that you do, and that you can be able to get that sleep.
Yeah, and he's not asleep at the same time.
Yeah, that he's not asleep at the same time. So
that's why you need 20,
I don't even know how we got on
guys.
that part of the subject. We're deep into the
I asked
woods.
about night vision.
I was just
looking
night
vision.
for a video that just, I can't remember which one it was, but you guys were talking about surviving, and so many of the comments were, I don't have to prepare because I have a rifle.
Oh yeah, always they said that. James always said, you're gonna go up there thinking you're a badass. You're gonna knock on the door and you'll be like, "Will you trade this Glock for some rice?"
Here's the problem with that mentality. The problem with the mentality is if you think you have training and skills and you are just going to take what other people have amassed, meaning if the hippies down the street from your house have been storing corn because they're hippies and they know how to do that, and you think all I need is a gun and then I'm going to go take whatever the hippies have. Guess what? You have now become part of the problem, and that might work. That might work for you the first time. It may even work for you the second time, but there's going to be a point where you are going to be hunted down and killed because you are the problem. Why not go down there and talk to those hippies and be like, hey, there are people that are going to come. There are people that are going to want to come and take all your stuff. I have the necessary skill set to keep that from happening. Could we trade that skill set for some of that corn so my kids don't starve to death? You'll probably find that those hippies would have given you the corn anyways. So if that's your mentality that you're just going to, roam the woods and fucking take from other people, guess what? I'm going to fucking kill you. That's just all there is to it. You're going to get hunted down like a fucking dog and you're going to get killed because you don't want to be part of any society, whatever it is. That's not a good strategy. And that really is kind of the, you've been in your mom's basement too long eating bologna sandwiches. You have to form family units. You have to create a society that people want to be in. You can't just roam the countryside taking from other people. Because again, that works to a certain point, but even the Mongols don't exist anymore. Like the Mongol hordes don't exist anymore. It doesn't work forever. And eventually society will fucking find you, hunt you down, and kill you.
Not only that, no matter how careful you are, while you're sneaking up to the side door of the house or whatever, you're not accounting for the fucking 11-year-old laying in a fucking bush with a 10/22. It's just going to fucking dump rounds in you. Like your whole plan can fucking change. Everybody's going to have a rifle.
Well, the other thing is the lone wolf mentality. There's nothing wrong with I say that because there's nothing wrong with a lone wolf mentality, but a lone wolf mentality to succeed is very defensive. It's not offensive. Meaning if you've got, your fucking beans and rice and your 55-gallon drums buried on the property and you want to lone wolf it, it's much easier to do that defensively than offensively because you, again, just like John said, you don't ever know what the real threat is. I don't care how long you lay on the ground and watch the hippies bring out their corn. You don't know what the real threat is. So it might work once or twice. Again, eventually you're not going to succeed in your effort.
Not only that, I mean, how many guys have had an injury where you had to go get sutures? When you woke up to that morning, did you plan on that injury? How many guys ever been in a fucking vehicle accident or come upon an accident where they have to be extricated from the vehicle? You think they planned that this morning? Your whole entire day can change within a matter of seconds. And that's what's going to kill you. It's going to be the fucking infection or the, it's going to be the onset several days later.
Mm-hmm. And the truth is those hippies that you stole that corn from, they're the ones that are going to be able to stop that infection.
Plus, you can't even eat corn. Like you need to look up nixtamalization. Like your body won't even absorb fucking nutrient. I know. But there's a dude out there that's like, check, Roger that. I'm gonna go buy a bunch of corn tonight. Like it won't do any good for you.
Yeah.
We always talk about how people talk about being prepared because they're shooters, and it's like that's the threshold to be to start being prepared. Now what? What skill do you have? What supplies do you have? Everybody that's gonna survive can shoot a gun already.
All of a sudden, out of the blue on the live feed, dudes are like, "What's the best AR mag?" And I'm like, "I don't know, probably PMax. Buy PMax." They're like, "But what about these other mags?" I'm like, "Why buy the other mags when everybody's marketing is we're just as good as PMag? Why don't you just buy the PMag? You can buy a case of PMags, 100 of them for $10 a piece. Like, just how many should I have? As many as you can fucking get. Like, if PMags, if you couldn't get magazines tomorrow, and the only magazines that existed were the ones you have, how many would you want to have? That's your answer, right? Whatever that is."
Yeah.
And then those magazines don't do you shit if you don't have fucking bullets for them. So you should probably get some bullets. And rather than buying 4 AR-15s, get you fucking a couple of 100 mags and a few thousand rounds of 5.56 and a rifle or two. Like, but all the time, man, we're just, what generator should I buy? I go, you have a lot of options, but you're not ever going to find a single person who's like, man, I shouldn't have bought this Honda generator. Generac makes them. There's clones of them. Yamaha everybody makes a generator. But everybody's marketing is we're just as good as fucking Honda. Why don't you just get the Honda?
Yeah. Yep. Yeah. It's just a starting point anyways. And most people haven't been punched in the face either.
No, absolutely have not.
Especially the guys that are running around with guns. Most people haven't been punched in the face. I don't know. It's just it's an interesting concept. And the older I get, the more I realize that the only thing that is going to survive an EMP, the fucking apocalypse, the floods, whatever, the only thing that's going to survive is those people who are willing to make communities.
The
That's
Amish.
Well, the Amish won't even know what happened, right? They're going to be like, they're going to see these fucking, hordes of people running around, and they're going to be like, what the fuck is going on in the English world? What are the English doing? Roaming around trying to eat corn. You dumbasses, you can't eat corn.
All those little feral Amish kids, though, they've all got cell phones. They're all hiding them and shit.
So
have you seen this EMP shield?
I have seen the EMP shield. Yeah.
Do you have one?
I don't have one.
If you were going to put an EMP shield on one of your vehicles, which would it be?
Ooh, it would probably be the Nissan.
Really?
It would probably be the Titan.
You wouldn't go like for the mini truck or something?
I don't believe that
your diesel.
I don't believe that the EMP will affect the mini truck. I believe that everything in the mini truck is
End of the world.
You
have to have the one vehicle that you're going to have.
The Titan.
That's what you're going with.
Because everything on the Titan works.
But everything on the Titan,
on the Titan
it's
works.
all servos and drive. It flies by wire.
Yeah, but I'm putting an EMP shield on there, right?
Okay.
I know you're saying, why don't you put it on the Dodge?
I was thinking the Ford.
I just put, you know how much money I just put into the Dodge, and do you know what truck does not currently run? The motherfucking Dodge.
I thought you just took it to the man.
I did take it to the man, and you know what the man did? The man fixed everything that every other mechanic just gaffed off. Like, he fixed a ton of shit, right? He fixed a ton of shit. And now the electrical system doesn't work. I pulled it out of Sperling's house the other day, started it, drove it, completely shut down. I'm coasting on the road because of this piece of shit Dodge. Dodge, you make the worst fucking vehicles ever. I don't care what you say, Jack Garland. Fucking Dodges suck.
Is it still sitting there where it died?
No, I basically I tried to find neutral because obviously it's electronic, so you can't. I got it. I was able to get it in neutral, and fortunately, we're pulling out of John's place. There is a little bit of a gradient, so I was able to roll back into the field, and then I spent like 45 minutes with a hammer hitting everything inside the truck until
all the plastic's broken.
Hit everything inside the engine bay until when I put the key in, I could get just a little bit of power. It started. I rolled it onto John's property, and it's sitting right there. There's an issue with the electrical system now. So
don't leave it in the field, man. Mice will chew it up.
You know what? At this point, I would love if somebody would declare it the HVT #1 and fucking Air Force would fly by and drop a fucking JDAM on it. That's how mad I am about that. I mean, I could have bought 3 trucks with the amount of money I've put into that stupid Dodge.
I got you. I got a brand new transmission in mine.
I hate that truck.
I
I
don't even have 100 miles on that transmission.
It's a love-hate relationship in the sense that the only cool factor about the Dodge is when it runs, I can go, 1,200 miles and it doesn't even fart. But as soon as it decides it's done playing, then it's catastrophic. It is always catastrophic. I have not changed one thing on that truck where they didn't go, it's going to be $2,000. Nothing.
Should say Range Rover.
Nothing.
I keep mine because it's got to pull that giant fucking trailer.
Yeah. So I'm very upset with the Dodge right now. So it's sitting, and I am sure that it's going to cost $2,000 again to fix whatever is wrong with it. It's just I hate
take
that
it to
Dodge.
the same dude.
Well, I know if I take it to him, it's going to be $2,000. I think after doing my assessment that it's just all the cables. So I think that the cables need to be replaced.
What cables?
The
battery power cables?
Battery cables. I think the battery cables need to be replaced because I can move, even no matter how tight I make them, I can still move them. So I think it's just not connecting properly, and that's what's happening. So when I hit it with a hammer, it works. So yeah, fuck that Dodge. Like if you have a minigun, you want to do a video,
you better be sure we know a dude. There's a dude
blasting a Dodge. We can blast a Dodge. That's how
you could sell
bad.
You could sell the parts off of that truck and make a killing.
Maybe, but then again, I don't. John, you could sell the parts off that truck and make a killing.
Evan just heard you. He'll do it.
Do you want to set up?
He'll split it with you.
Do you want to set up the page and have the hordes of zombies that are going to come to be like, I can get that tire down at Phil's for $1. Why? I don't know why you want $20. You want the hordes of people. That water pump looks like it's 5 years old. I don't know if I want to pay $10 for that water pump. You know what I'm saying? That's the problem with selling it that way. Anyway, so no, I would not put it on the Dodge, and I don't think the Unimog needs one. That's the thing that needs it because it's all electric. Everything has got a fucking circuit and a switch and a.
Man, every time I see an old man driving around with like one of them old fucking trucks, you know, and every one of those, if it's running down the road now, it's got like a LS1 motor or some bullshit, so it wouldn't run either. But I should get one of those old trucks like Grandpa had. Yeah,
an old truck. That's the way to go if you're worried about EMP.
Yep, and
the less electronics, the better.
And in all the survival book series, man, the glass gets broken all the time. So have some extra windshields.
Why does the glass get broken?
Because of gunfights, man.
Oh, gunfights. Yeah, true.
Yeah, gunfights.
True. You got to be careful with gunfights. Well, the problem is, and that goes back into, I think, Nut and Fancy. He was talking about this, about what kind of rig you're going to drive around in. What do you drive? If you have to move from your area, what is the vehicle that you want to drive?
What do you come up with? Bicycle?
Well,
dog cart.
His thing
Llama.
was at the time, this was probably 10 years ago too, that I remember this video. This thing was like a minivan, a nondescript, something very nondescript, something that doesn't scream, G.I. Joe or whatever.
Screams Haji.
Something very nondescript, something low profile that could get, to and from where people aren't going to notice it. The problem with that is, and that's kind of one of those things about like the Marine Corps with the black boots in the first Gulf War. There was an idea that was spread around through the Iraqi army about the troops that were wearing the black boots. And so the Iraqi army was very, very afraid of Marines, not because of anything we had done up to that point, but because they were wearing black boots in the desert. Those were the baby eaters. And so this had got spread around. And so the Iraqis were very afraid to even surrender to the Marine Corps because of the boots. When in reality, the Iraqis didn't realize that the fucking Marine Corps was poor and they weren't going to pay to have fucking tan boots, right? That's all we had was black boots. Well, the problem with a nondescript vehicle, like he's saying, like a minivan or anything like that, is in a let's just say a government collapse, right? We're in a situation where law enforcement is not responding. The truth is, vultures are always going to go after easy targets. So if you think that driving around in a minivan is going to keep you from being targeted, you're the number one target.
I think people don't take into account that they're going to hit that minivan looking for girls.
Well, they're going to hit. I mean, the reality is, if you think about it, right, you're in an environment where there's no rule of law.
Yep.
Right. You're in an environment where there's no rule of law. In a fucking minivan.
Plus, that van has fuel in it. That
is
van probably has food in it.
There's probably food. There's probably
slaves in it.
All kinds of stuff that's going to be in that van that becomes a commodity in a in that scenario, whether that's people, food, gas, tires, whatever it is that they're looking for. But those same individuals are going to be less likely to attack an MRAP because of what's inside of an MRAP, right? We assume that whatever's inside of the MRAP is just going to be more guns. You don't, if you smack a hornet's nest, it's because you're like, this is going to be fun. It's never fun, right? It's never fun except for the people videotaping you getting your ass whipped by hornets. That's the same thing. The Bloods and Crips stopped all commercial enterprises once the Marine Corps put boots on the ground in Los Angeles. Once we put boots on the ground, all commercial enterprises ended. They didn't do that when the National Guard was there. They kept all their shit going when the National Guard was there. Why? Because they knew the National Guard wasn't a real threat. Once the Marine Corps showed up, even though technically we weren't a real threat either to the operations of the Bloods and Crips, because we didn't have there was no shoot on sight order or anything like that. It was just, don't let anybody come through this fucking street. But it was the reputation of that made them stop doing their commercial enterprises. And that, contrary to what people believe, that is why the riots ended. The riots ended because the Bloods and Crips stopped making money, because all their commercial enterprises ended. And because they stopped making money, that's when you can go back and look this up. That's when the Bloods and Crips were on fucking News Channel 5 shaking hands going, hey, there's a new peace. The riot's over. We love each other, because they stopped making money. The Marine Corps left. We went back to Camp Pendleton and shit. And I remember when this happened, it was fucking hilarious. As soon as we pulled out, probably a couple days after we pulled out, the Crips came out and said, we're going to start the fucking riots up again. We're going to start the riots up again. Because they were making easy money, right? If you can rob Walmart, you're fucking making easy money. And so they're like, we're going to start the riots up again. And the response was a very psyops response, and I don't know who thought of this, but it was pretty smart. Is they said, okay, the Crips are going to start up again. The Marine Corps is coming back to Los Angeles, and they're going to bring more Marines. And so they say that on the news, but then the footage they show footage of Marines getting ready to go
from Grenada.
From Grenada, right? Guys are putting on their fucking steel pot helmets and shit. And the next day, the Crips came out and said, no, we was just kidding.
Heartbreak Ridge, baby.
Because it's once you constrain their financial resources, it's better if we're not there.
So are you telling me that the Bloods and the Crips have EMP shields on all their vehicles?
I bet they do.
And which one you would put this on the Titan?
I would put that on the Titan for sure.
So in today's, you're still warlording. You're running around with like a technical,
right?
With the Nissan Titan, because of EMP shield. So if you want to control your area and be your warlord, EMP shield.
Is this a car one?
That's a car one. You use code SOE. It gets you $50 off your order at EMP shield. You have those on all the circuits in your house?
I don't have them on any circuits in my house.
Are you going to put them on the circuits in your house?
You haven't given me the code yet. I'm waiting for the code so I can order it.
Okay, so I have them on everything in the building, and we had some shit happen last winter when they were throttling all the power. Fried the gate opener. The one power pole on the property that's not EMP shield protected, fried the gate opener, $1,400 to fix that. I could have, for $200, I could have protected it, cost $1,400 to fix it.
Have you now?
No,
EMP
of course
shielded?
not.
Why not?
Because Tad hasn't put it on yet.
Oh, Tad. That would be my other problem is I need somebody to put it on.
Well, I'll have the EMP shield guys come put it on.
Oh, okay. Well, that's good. Yeah, let's put it on the Titan. Because I want to, again, if it's the end of the world, I should be moving in style.
Yes.
Not the fucking.
What rifle would you have in the bed? Was that called a rifle? What machine gun?
It depends on what phase we're in. Phase one, it's going to be the 1919 and probably a Dishka 43. No, I can't think of the name of the number. It'll be the 1919 probably, but phase two will be a 240 Gulf or a 50 cal.
Why not just start off with the M2?
Because when the rule of law goes down, it's going to take a minute before the National Guard guys just leave their posts and go home. And then when that happens, then I have a 50 cal. You gotta operate like a warlord status where you gradually increase your footprint. I mean, the baller thing, because I'm just putting a machine gun in the back of the Titan, right? The real baller thing is I know where there's an M1 Abrams, and it's just a padlock.
Are you sure it runs?
Yeah, it runs. It runs. So, because
there's shells inside
there's actually more of them.
Could you move the shell by hand?
Are they using an autoloader now? I think they're still manually
You
loaded.
think somebody carries those rounds to the tank?
Yeah, but having a tank is not about a main gun. It's not about a main gun. Having a tank is having an M1 Abrams is about nobody on the street has anything that can do anything to an M1 Abrams, right? Nobody has anything that can do anything to an M1 Abrams, and I can just drive through your house. Let's just drive through your house, and then an M1 Abrams has a coax machine gun, a remote controlled machine gun on the top. I feel like there's 3 machine guns.
What's coax mean?
Means it's attached to the main gun. So when you see the main gun moving around, wherever the main gun is pointing, you can also shoot a machine gun instead of. There's actually some really, really good footage coming out of the Israeli conflict of the Merkava tanks doing that, where the Merkava tanks they're just driving up, and there's RPG threats that their defense systems are actually taking out, and then you'll see the turrets will turn, and then they'll just start lighting them up with the machine gun.
Isn't the turret turn pretty slowly?
No, I mean they move new modern tanks. Their turrets move pretty fast.
Yeah.
I mean it's still relatively slow, but if the way this works is if you're a bad guy and you're in a trench that's 100 yards in front of the tank, and you pop your head out to shoot that. To shoot the RPG at the tank, it doesn't matter how fast, because they're operating in 2 tank systems, and so those machine guns get on that hole pretty quick and just fucking light it up. And that'll be a 7.62 coaxial gun, probably.
How are you gonna feed it?
With 7.62 bullets?
No, the fuel.
Oh, the fuel? I'm gonna just roam around and what did he say? I'm gonna use the super siphon. I'm just going to super siphon it.
You can't put anything in those nowadays, right?
Well, I mean, the diesel turbine.
That's a helicopter turbine, isn't it?
It's a diesel turbine engine that requires JP8, which is a diesel fuel. So
in theory,
I could put diesel in it and it'll still run. It just won't run it won't run as efficiently as.
Can you put gasoline in it sometimes?
No, you can't put gasoline
Not at all.
Yeah, the military doesn't use any multi-fuel vehicles anymore.
How far back do I have to get a run anything motor?
75, I think.
I see a 65 Studebaker for sale all the time. It's a deuce and a half.
That one you might have to check because that might have a gas engine.
It says multi-fuel.
Oh, if it says multi-fuel, that's the way to go. I mean, I say it's the way to go. If you get a modern 5-ton, right? If you get a modern 5-ton,
like an LMTV,
or just the 5 tons, not an LMTV, or even an LMTV will work. Or
do they even make a modern 5? They don't make the old looking 5-ton anymore.
It doesn't look like that,
right?
Yeah, but it's still considered the same family of vehicles. If you get a modern one and then you get an old one with a multi-fuel engine in it, you're gonna want the modern one because it just drives better, it handles better, it holds more shit. They're just the newer 5-tons are just better. It just means you have to put diesel in it.
Should we buy that black one?
The LMTV. The problem with that black one is he has set it up so specific. Like it's such a specific rig with all the stuff that he's put on it that I don't think we have the need for it because the reality is that thing is a support truck for heavy equipment. Like if you had 5 dozers on the property and we were out, really doing real work with tractors, that would be it would be perfect. Be perfect because it carries fuel, it has all the toolboxes, it has all the air on it, has all that shit on there. But it's a support vehicle, and as much as because again, I'm a military vehicle nerd. I would buy it just because it looks cool as shit. But again, it would be a waste of money because it doesn't support any of our needs really. Like even at John's, it wouldn't really support my needs because I don't have the heavy equipment to operate with it.
It would support the Unimog tractor.
I mean, it would, but again,
is it
necessary?
Support your zero-turn mower.
It would just be too much overkill, right?
No,
It'd be too much overkill. It's like sending aircraft carriers over to Israel. It's too much fucking bullshit. We wasted too much money just to try and get in a fight.
Seems to be off the radar now.
Yeah, because fortunately for the American public and the American servicemen out there, Iran didn't fall for the bait.
Did you see the whistleblower on the YouTube stuff just came out?
You said something about it earlier. I didn't.
So you know how Elon Musk came out and he showed that there was clear communication. The White House was telling Twitter what to remove and who to ban.
Mm-hmm.
Same shit was happening on YouTube, and it got busted out yesterday. At the same time, a bunch more shit came out that there's a bunch of payments straight from China to Hunter Biden that nobody's discussing. So much so that even the bank came through and said, hey, we need to reassess this customer, our relationship with this customer. There's something happening here.
Yeah, the problem is that the Democratic Party has corrupted the Department of Justice to such a point that the rule of law doesn't exist.
The FBI has added a bunch of more emblems to this is an identifier that this person is a domestic terrorist.
Is the American flag the number one thing?
The American flag's there.
Yeah, of course
the
it is.
Gadsden flag's there.
Anybody
agorist flag is there. Anything that's in your interest of freedom, it's on there.
If I handed you a piece of paper, if I worked at the FBI and I said, this is an identifier of a terrorist within the United States, and it had the American flag on it, anywhere, I don't care what order it was in, anywhere, if it had the American flag on it, and you accepted it, and you looked at it and went, yep, I can see that, you should have immediately been fired.
Yeah, you are in fact a terrorist.
You should have immediately been fired. You're not a terrorist. You're a goddamn Nazi. You're a fucking Nazi stooge. You should have immediately been fired. The whole point of being an FBI agent, you swore an oath to uphold and defend the Constitution of the United States of America, which includes that stupid flag. So, fuck the FBI. I mean, I say that way too broadly. There are hundreds and hundreds of people who work for the FBI that are real Americans.
Were you sitting?
But because those hundreds and hundreds of FBI agents that are real Americans will not stand up and say, you've crossed a line, you've crossed the line with this bullshit, unfortunately, they're part of the problem too.
Were you in here when I read the question? Amanda and I did a question and answer video. I don't know when you walked in. And one of the questions from somebody had written in was like, hey, I've hit up a lot of large podcasters about this and nobody has touched this. I want to know, when the government sues these corporations and assesses all these fines, where does that money go? What happens to that money, right? No victim, no crime, but they go around and they put forth these huge fucking lawsuits on these people. Not that anybody's complaining. The government just does it themselves. Where does that fucking money go?
It goes into a soft pool. So it goes into a pool of money that the government can use for whatever they want.
But it's never identified. We don't know where it goes or who has it at the end.
No, it just goes into it. Basically, there's like a witch's cauldron that they just throw it in, and they'll be like, hey, guess what? You have a budget next year.
I feel like 70,000 new IRS agents, right? They just hire all these people, and then they tell these people, hey, if you want to keep your job, you want a promotion, or you want a raise, you have to go find your own crimes, right? You have to go out and witch hunt and build a case. And then if there's any revenue, your bonus is going to come off the revenue. That's almost how that shit seems now.
Unfortunately for Americans, is the way they are doing the hiring and the way they are doing the staffing. They don't have to do that. They're hiring the people that want to do that, right? They're hiring the people that are hungry to go after fucking, Mom Kettle in fucking Arkansas that didn't pay a $2 fucking.
So they're hiring Democrats to attack Republicans, basically.
I mean, for the most part, I would say that's true.
I heard something the other day. The fastest way to create a Republican is start a business. If you start a business, you will become a Republican.
If you start a business or you get it, the truth is, if you're not
on welfare or
making a lot of money, just looking at your paycheck is a good way to be like, fuck the government. I mean, because again, on a daily basis, the government doesn't do anything for you.
I just said that. Like that whole fucking podcast.
They don't on a daily basis. The government, there's nothing that they do for you. They don't grant you any rights. Like, when you think about like the LGBT community, and they're all excited because Democrats are in there.
Mm-hmm.
The Democrats haven't given you anything.
No, they're the ones that actually took it away from them.
They haven't given you anything. Because one side or the other is in office does not mean you get more or less freedom. You actually live in the same fucking world that you lived in before they were in office. So when Trump was president, you live in the same fucking world. No, they didn't grant you anything. So it's a bunch of horseshit, really. Mostly horseshit.
I had a couple comments. They weren't comments. I had something that I had messaged. I don't see it here though.
While he's looking for that, you're talking about warlord status. When do you get issued your gold AK? Like, is that before the 1919 or is that after?
That's what. Hey, if look at here, if I roll through the gates down there in an M1 Abrams, if I don't pop out of the hatch with a gold AK, I mean, that's when you get that status, right? Yeah. You get the status once you clear that first armory. Okay. Right. Once you clear that first armory, there should be a motherfucker following me around. Tyler would be perfect for this. There should be Tyler following me around and just spray painting all the guns that are going to go on the M1 Abrams gold, right? Just gold. Yeah. Tyler would be perfect for that, man. I need you to learn how to play an instrument
and clean my shoes.
Yeah, and clean shoes, but play an instrument so I can have like theme music as I'm rolling around in the tank. Yeah, and get a bunch of gold spray paint.
So anarchy is not a failed state. People see anarchy and they think it's just this collapse of society, right? A failed state is where the government does things to you and not for you. I thought that was pretty good. And then I had another one that I'm not sure how we're going to do this yet, but stop believing in government. You don't believe in Santa Claus, leprechauns, or the Easter Bunny, yet all of those have done more than your government. All of those have done more for you than your government has.
It's true. Well, the government as an entity, the requirement is belief.
Yeah.
Right. You have to stop believe. Yeah. Yeah. You have to believe in the government for it to even exist. And I think I do believe that there was a time when believing in the government was the smart play. But they're so corrupt now. Like they every day they are doing things that are against your, best interests. And when I say against yours, I'm talking about America as a whole. Everybody.
They are the organized crime.
They are doing it against you. When a motherfucker can say he wants $105 billion to support wars around the world that we have nothing to do with, man, that's not in your best interest. It never has been. It never has been. This is globalization at a huge level, and globalization is not in your best interest. It is not. You don't want someone in Brussels deciding on whether or not you can grow carrots. It's just it's not within your best interest. I say, Bloods, Crips, LGBT, Black Panthers, unite and do something about this corrupt government, because it's not in anybody's interest. These people do not operate in our interest whatsoever.
Do you think a government, not necessarily this one, but a government is necessary to have a society?
A society as big as the United States, yes.
Small, you should have small government.
Yeah, it should be strictly a constitutional government, and it should be exactly like it was set up for. That the only thing that the government is really for is national defense and border security. That's it.
Which means your problems within your territory, those are your problems.
Yeah, that's it. Everything else is handled at the state level. If your state wants abortion, good for your state. If your state doesn't want abortion, good for your state. It's not California's fucking business whatsoever what goes on in Texas. None whatsoever. It's not their business, just like it's not Texas' business what goes on in California. If California wants to turn into some fucking liberal utopia where everybody gets to poop on the street, good for California. Maybe there's a bunch of people out there in the country that just love stepping in poop, and they'll move to California and they'll just be happy. But that's the way it should be. This whole fucking thing of where we're forcing everyone in the United States to toe some fucking line that doesn't matter in South Dakota, right? It doesn't matter in South Dakota because they don't have that problem. Then
people's lives are so easy that they can dictate what you do on your property where they can't see what you're doing, right? If you had people in the city, they would come out here and lose their shit over you having rabbits in cages, right? Because they have their lives are so simple that they have time and energy to put into something that is not in front of them, that they had to seek out to even find that it existed. It doesn't affect them in any way. It's the same shit with your, I don't even know what to call them, eco warriors or whatever, but it's the same. Yeah. Every time fucking winter comes, remember winter's here, bring your pets inside. My dogs would eat you. Like literally come here. My dog will kill and eat you while it is outside in the cold, while you're out trying to rescue my dog.
Like, have better pets.
Yeah. Have animals that you didn't have to human engineer to keep them fucking, you man created that animal. That's why it doesn't live in the fucking wild anymore.
Have better pets.
We spend $1,000 every year on straw, $1,000, and the fucking animals could give two shits about it. Every year I'm like, I'm not doing this again. And then here I am, fucking trailer loads of straw. And I'm like, all right, guys, let's fucking wall this straw up against this dog kennel. And you know damn well the dog ain't going in there. The dog never fucking, there's a dog loo, there's carpet, there's straw. And all the dog does is he goes in there and fucking grabs the fucking straw bales and pulls them out and rolls them all around and then sleeps in the ice. Every fucking year, man. I put tarps over the rabbits and I put straw in there. All they do is shit on it and it turns into concrete. And then they fucking kick it to one side. And where do they sit? The part where there's no fucking straw. Every year, I'm like, I'm not doing this again. And every year, there's thousands of fucking posts from fucking Karens worried about a fucking dog that is on somebody's property that they can't even physically see. It's crazy, man.
Yeah, mind your business. So small government. You in order to facilitate something as big as the United States is, you have to have some form of government. And then I would still say that the Supreme Court is that the Supreme Court is still a good idea just for state fights, right? Because you're always going to have one state that's going to be like, everybody has to have an electric car, and another state that's going to be like, fuck that, you can have whatever you want. There needs to be a mediation in there, right? And you need someone that's going to go, well, California, you can do whatever the fuck you want, and Texas, you can do whatever you want. End of the End of the story. So yeah, small government. And the other thing, like I said in the podcast the other day, the minute you leave office, so it doesn't matter what your post is, the minute you leave office, those 75,000 extra IRS agents should immediately audit you. And if you have any ill-gotten gains that you received, payment for, services rendered that had anything to do with your position in government, you should be arrested. That's simple. If if you're a page that works at fucking, I don't know what they get paid, and you get paid $40,000 a year, when you leave, it should reflect that. Your bank account should reflect that. You shouldn't be a millionaire. Goddamn, AOC is worth like $20 million now. How is that fucking possible? That's graft. She is stealing from the American people, period, end of story. That's fucking graft. They should be arrested for that. But no, what they do is they create these fucking laws that only apply to them, not the people.
No, the laws only apply to us.
That's what I'm saying. They create a law that says, hey, it's okay if they use the inside information that they have to do trades on Wall Street. Fucking bullshit. There's also a constitutional amendment. You can't pass any laws against U.S. citizens that don't apply to them. So they should be arrested, period. Nancy Pelosi should be in fucking jail right now because of insider trading. No different than, think about this. If they can fucking arrest Martha Stewart for insider trading,
Martha Stewart, yeah.
If they can arrest, America's golden girl for insider trading, they can arrest Nancy Pelosi. Fuck those people. All they do is steal from us. That's it. That's all they do. They don't do anything for you. There's nothing that there's not a goddamn thing that Nancy Pelosi has done for any American, period.
And even with them stealing, they're stealing fucking 40% of your money.
And I say again,
and it's not like they're taking your money to do theirs. They're just creating money.
Yeah.
They're stealing from you to keep you in a lower position. It's not like they take the money from you and then they take part of that money. They're just creating new money. It doesn't exist, but they fucking do that to keep you lower and lower and lower and lower and lower.
And I go hard in the paint on Democrats because let's be realistic. Democrats are evil. But the Republicans are just as fucking thieving bitches too. Fucking Crenshaw is doing the exact same shit that Nancy Pelosi's doing. Crenshaw. So the big fucking war hero, the big, he's going to do the right for American people. He's using insider trading to pad his fucking pocket. If he was a real dude, he would tell them fuck off. That is not why we're here. And he would do everything he could in his power to pass laws that would make it illegal for those assholes in fucking Congress to be able to do that shit.
You heard David Goggins talk about Crenshaw?
Yeah, I know they got a beef.
That's hilarious.
I know they got a beef.
He was on Rob Bailey and Singerman's podcast.
Yeah. I know
for about 90 minutes. Yeah,
I know they got a beef. If I was King Neptune, Super Master Chief Navy SEAL, I'd take motherfucking Crenshaw's Budweiser away. Be like, you're out of the game, bro. You're not doing anything for your community. You're not doing anything for your people. You're just padding your pocket. Fuck you. Take his Budweiser on national TV. I'd probably wait till he was on until Congress was in session, then march in there and trident in hand and just pluck that thing right off of his fucking uniform.
I'd go in there and take Dan Crenshaw's EMP shield off his Tesla.
No, I would leave it. I would just take the ground off.
Just take the ground off.
Yeah.
EMP shield, guys. If you want an EMP shield, use code SOE. It'll give you $50 off your order. Check them out at empshield.com. We weren't planning to do this today.
No, sorry, Dan. I know I went hard on you, but you are just like Nancy Pelosi.
I heard he has both eyes.
Well, if you pay attention, if you really pay
eye
attention,
patch switches sides.
Yeah, if you look at Dan Crenshaw a year ago, his patch is on the other side.
Yep.
That's it.
We move
Welcome to the Two Chicks Homestead podcast. We are the Two Chicks. Yay!
Hi, I'm Nate. And I'm Aaron, and we talk about homesteading and living on a small piece of land.
All right, everyone, welcome to episode 77. 78. All right, so it's November 15th. So it's been a little bit of a crazy weekend. Been running around like chickens with their heads cut off trying to get stuff done.
It was nice out this weekend.
Yep. So trapping season is upon us. Deer season is still there. So, but yeah, we got a whole bunch of stuff done today.
Yeah.
So got the garage cleaned out. We are doing the hog next weekend.
Mm-hmm.
So that's going to be kind of our stepping stone into today's idea.
Yep. So I want to talk about things that we do to kind of combat the grocery bill.
Mm-hmm.
It's happening everywhere. I know it's been happening for a long time, but I feel like I'm just now seeing it. Like,
yeah,
I feel like everybody was talking about the prices like a year ago, and I just kept going, I don't know, it doesn't seem that bad, and maybe we just didn't see it in our area. I don't know.
Right, and we don't buy a lot of stuff at the grocery store.
We don't. I mean, we buy enough.
Yeah, we buy the piddly stuff that the kids need to have for their dinners, and we get some stuff out.
Yeah,
that's the one thing I've noticed that have gone up a lot is dinner out.
Yeah,
but that's neither here nor there.
Yeah.
So,
but I feel like just in the past few months, I've just seen the prices, and it's like, has it always been that price, and I just didn't care?
Yeah.
Or am I really seeing that it's really gone up?
Mm-hmm.
I don't know.
Well, a lot of our shopping is done at Aldi and Meijer.
Yeah.
So those are kind of our two.
And Costco. I mean, we'll
Costco,
do Costco, but that's once in a while.
Right. And that's when we go load up on the big stuff the kids always need.
And flour and things like that.
Yeah.
But we're going to kind of talk about stuff that we are thankful that we've been doing and things that we just do to kind of help. And it's stuff that, I mean, we live in town. We live at the edge of town, but we are in town. So we do have rules that we need to follow. We may have broken some of those rules in the past, but
that's the big plus about living where we're living right now is we have nobody behind us to look at our stuff and go, hey, wait a minute, why are you doing that?
Yeah.
So the biggest things that we do here that literally anybody can do is buy rabbits. And I'm talking, this is like apartment people can be doing this. Like, I wish we had rabbits when we're living in the apartment.
Yeah, it's definitely not something I would have even thought about.
Right. So you can get a trio of rabbits living in an apartment, butcher over your sink, and everything else goes in the garbage. Nobody would ever know you have rabbits that produce meat in an apartment.
Right.
You could have them in a garage, in a house, in an HOA. Nobody would ever see them. So, that's definitely one thing you guys could very easily do.
Yeah.
Now, I know the vast majority of the people in the community have land, and you are probably already doing this. So this is geared towards the people that don't have the land, that still live in apartments, HOAs, in town, yada, yada, yada. The second thing you guys could very easily do is go talk to a farmer and buy a pig.
Yeah, so I know we've talked about the hog in an episode and probably occasionally here and there, but it was just, she couldn't get locker space, right? And she posted up, if anybody wants to buy a hog, chilled and killed, I'm selling them. And it was like, right. Hey, you want to try this? And then we did it, and it's like, wait a minute.
Yeah.
This is actually a lot of food.
Right. So the hogs that we get are about 210 pounds on the hook. So I don't know what they are on the hoof, live and running around.
Yeah.
But they're 200 to 210 is usually the average that we get. And we end up with enough meat to get us through, I'd say probably 3/4 of the winter.
I still have probably 4 pounds of ground pork in the freezer, and we're getting it next weekend.
Right.
So, I mean, we're going to hit it.
Right. We're doing good. I mean, we still have the bacon.
Yeah.
We still have
ribs. We don't make a lot of ribs, but we still keep them just because that one time.
Mm-hmm.
But tonight we made pork cheek orange noodles.
Yeah.
It was just kind of a pantry meal, but it was delicious.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I definitely enjoyed it. But I know as an apartment person, sneaking a hog into your apartment is going to be a little hard.
Right. You would maybe need to find someone with a garage to at least process it out.
Right.
But I mean, the first time we did it, we lost a whole leg.
Mm-hmm.
It took us forever. We did it in September, thinking it'd be cooler, and it was like 110. But we looked up a YouTube video and went, okay, and we cut.
Yeah.
We sat out there and we tried to figure out, the parts that we wanted.
Yeah.
We discovered that we don't use a lot of some of the things we did the first time.
Right.
So we don't do pork chops. We don't do ham.
Right. Most of it goes in the grinder.
Yeah.
And I understand, we keep the loin for the roast, every once in a while, but pretty much everything else. Yes, the picnic roast goes in the grinder. Yes, the hams go in the grinder.
It's what we use. We're not asking a trained butcher to grind up a very expensive piece of pork.
Right.
We bought the whole hog, so we
Right.
can do whatever we want.
Right. So, I mean, when all said and done, we probably end up with I'd say it's 200. You probably end up with 100 to 125 in meat.
I
for
usually
weight.
have about 50 pounds of ground.
Yeah. And then we have the roasts and the loin and 15 to 20 pounds of bacon. And I mean, there's a lot of stuff, so you're looking $3 a pound for the hog. If you call it, we get 100 pounds of meat off of the hog. We pay roughly $300 for the hog. So it's $3 a pound.
Yeah.
What's bacon when you go buy it at the store? $10, $12?
Right. I mean, when you think about it, that makes it seem like my pound of ground pork is expensive, but the bacon we're getting and the pork belly bites that we make, it all evens out.
Exactly. So, we end up 50, 60 pounds of ground. All the loins we keep for roasts. So we usually quarter those up. And then the legs go in. We always get the cheek meat. We always, I think you did, we saved the skin for chicharrones.
Yeah,
for
once
your
my dad made
year.
them, and then that's kind of been it. But all the lard too. I mean, I save all the lard and render that down and do the leaf lard, which I don't use a lot of it. I just don't think about it. I don't know why I always render it and process it, but then I forget about it.
Yeah,
but,
we do that in the bacon, or when we do eggs, we'll use the lard when we do eggs.
But not the leaf lard. But the rendered lard, the cooking lard, that's all I use for sautéing and cooking, and
it's delicious.
I know. Yeah. But it's because we have it. I mean, I still use oils, even though I know I don't know. I know it's terrible for you, I guess, but
yeah, I mean, we use vegetable oil and olive oil. It is what it is. There are some things we make that the girls really want that we try and make homemade stuff. One of them is the spreadable butter.
Yeah. So I used to buy butter, but it was in a container and it was spreadable. It was from Aldi. I can't remember what it's actually called, but our little one loves bread and butter and just, bagels with butter and the cinnamon sugar on it and whatever. So I was buying butter sticks, which have gotten really expensive, and this other butter that's gotten really expensive. And I saw something somewhere online or Facebook that they took 2 sticks of butter, just let them at room temperature, and add, I think it was a 1/4 cup of oil, and you just mix it. and you put it back in the fridge, and it's not perfect, but it's spreadable.
Mm-hmm.
And it's saving a lot of money because I can just make it whenever, because I always have butter.
Yeah, we always have butter. I mean, we go buy 10 pounds of butter at a shot just to make sure we have some. We put some in the freezer down here, and you make that stuff, and it saves you, you figure what a stick of butter is $1, and you figure that whole tub is $10.
No, I'd say they're probably
$5.
They used to be $4.
Okay, so
maybe,
they're probably $8 now. $8 to $10 now.
Yeah, I don't know if it's that much, but it's one of those things where it's one less thing that I have to add to my grocery list, because I can just see I'm running out and just set 2 sticks of butter out overnight, and in the morning they're ready to go.
Yeah. And it helps that our picky eater is getting a little less picky.
Yeah.
She is with all things said, getting a little less picky.
Yeah.
So, we can at least sneak some stuff in there.
Yeah.
Be nice if we could sneak the homemade Eggo waffles in there. But
yeah, that was another thing, was they were on this huge waffle thing. Every morning they were having 5 million waffles, and it was like, oh my God, this is a lot. And so I'm like, shoot, I know how to make waffles. I have a Belgian waffle maker. I'm going to buy this mini Eggo sized waffle maker. Well, I made the mix that came with the machine, and it called for like 2 cups of milk, and it made like 8 waffles. I'm like, this is not going to work. So I found a sourdough one, and I thought it was delicious. She doesn't like the waffles.
There's going to be a point where I put my foot down and say, suck it up.
So I made a bunch anyway, because I'm like, I'm just going to keep going. I have the mix ready, and so they're in the freezer. So I'm going to try and take them out and put them in the toaster and see if maybe it's just, I don't know, maybe they just felt weird.
Yeah.
I don't know.
The toaster does it.
Maybe. I don't know. So I thought they were delicious. So hopefully she likes them, because
we'll find out.
That might be all we have.
The toaster we use that thing all the time. It's one of those 4-position ones that you've had since
it's been a while
before time. It's old. It works great.
Yeah.
So, but yeah, it's trying to find the things that your kids love.
Yeah, and because you don't want to be like, well, tough luck, because you want to find things that they like. I mean, nobody wants to deal with their kid being upset all the time. Sometimes it's
sometimes you have to put your foot down.
But I want to find something that she likes. I feel like between you and the older one, you guys like everything.
Yeah, I'll eat just about anything.
When I make something homemade and my little one says she likes it, it's like, holy shit, I've made it. Like, this is gold.
Yeah. I mean, she's gotten better. She at least will try some stuff.
Yeah.
She may not like it, but she'll at least try it.
Yeah.
So, I know one of the things you do, the flavored cream cheese.
Oh yeah. So I buy a big thing of cream cheese from Costco, and for some reason, I guess just to have, I had bought a bunch of frozen fruit, and then I freeze dried it, and then I put it in the
blender.
Well, not the blender either, but the KitchenAid thing.
Yeah.
You know what I'm trying to say. I can't think of it. Food processor. Yes.
Yeah.
And I mixed it with the cream cheese, and it was delicious.
Yeah.
And it was like we had strawberry, banana, and blueberry, I think. But I mean, those little containers are outrageous, and you get like $4 or $5 bagels out of them.
Yeah, exactly.
It takes a lot of flavoring. I actually have to redo one I have in there and add more of the fruit to it, because it doesn't taste like much.
Yeah.
But I mean, it's lasted us. We've had that probably almost a year. I've had the fruit in the vacuumed jars that I just keep opening and using them for whatever. I put them on my Cheerios the other day.
Yeah.
It was delicious.
I mean, how much more expensive is flavored Cheerios? Like the Cheerios that have the stuff already in them.
Right.
Or
yeah.
Or the cornflakes or whatever that come with the strawberries.
Yeah. The red berries or
Yeah.
something. Oh, I used to love those. But yeah, I mean, they're expensive. Cereal
Exactly.
is another thing that's just so expensive, but you don't always want that flavor. So it's kind of nice to be, you know, have the choice.
Yeah, you can buy the plain one and add your own stuff to it.
Right. And it's delicious.
So, I mean, I know not everybody's going to go running out and spend $3,500 on a freeze dryer.
Right.
But that has made our life a lot easier.
Yeah. I mean, I haven't yet because we've had, when we processed our meat birds, I slow cooked like half of them and then shredded them and freeze dried that chicken. And it's so nice to go in and be like, I want to make soup and have the chicken just be ready. You just add it to the soup and it's, you know, gonna be ready.
It rehydrates itself and tastes just fine.
But if you can't do meat birds, I'm going to go to Costco next week and I'm probably going to get 4 chickens that they have that are $4 or whatever.
$5, yeah.
And shred those and freeze dry them and then have them for whatever.
Yeah, so I mean that's going to be what, 20 pounds of meat hanging out, which is not bad for essentially $20, so $1 a pound.
Yeah.
So I mean, you got to run it through the freeze dryer, which is going to take a little bit of money, but
it's going to be running something.
Right. It's either running candy, chicken, or your comfrey.
Yeah, and I mean I do that with the vegetables too. Well, we don't run it as much. We run it, you know, when we need to because we have the freezer space. But it's kind of nice to know that if the power ever went out, then some of the stuff is okay. But frozen bags of vegetables, when they're on sale, I buy a whole bunch to freeze dry it.
Right.
Same with the cheese cubes. I mean, it's just nice little snacks.
Right. And if anybody ever told me we'd end up with 4 freezers in this house, I'd tell you you're crazy.
I know. Yeah.
But yes, we have 4 freezers here.
Potentially 4.
Yes, we have 3.
We have 2. Well, we have 2 running.
Yes.
Right now, and then 2 refrigerators. Well, the freezer upstairs, I guess.
Yeah, and we have the chest freezer down here that's shut off right now.
Right.
That's actually going to get started back up next week. And all the boxed food that we have that we get the girls, like the dinosaur nuggets and waffles and corn dogs and, you know, stuff like that the kids like, you're going to go in that one.
Yeah.
Because it's easier just to milk crate inside of it and call it a day.
Yeah.
And then the outside stuff is going to be for the hog and for the deer and just that stuff.
Yeah.
So another thing to look at is go hunting. I mean, do what you can. You go geese hunting, get some, you know, you tag out on geese for the day and you take the breast and that's good food.
It is. And I mean, yeah, 1 breast is a meal. So you get, I don't know how many we had. 8.
Yeah. Give or take.
I mean, it's
5 and 8.
It's very filling. I mean, you can't use it for everything, but I think there's only been 1 meal that I tried and it wasn't as good, but we would still eat it if we had to.
Yeah. Oh yeah. It was really good in stroganoff.
It's perfect for stroganoff.
Yeah. I mean,
and even the stir fry that I made last time, it was delicious.
Yeah. So there's that ability. Cause I mean, anybody in an apartment or an HOA can get away with going hunting and getting some goose at home, or, you know, you find a buddy that has a garage and you go deer hunting.
Right.
So, you know, hang the deer up. You're going to end up with, you know, 75 to 100 pounds worth of deer meat off of that thing. That's a ton. I mean, I know not every year you're going to get a deer, but it's at least something.
Yeah. Well, and everything, it's kind of nice because everything we do is a supplement. Like we have the hog, but we don't only eat pork because we have the rabbits, but we don't only eat those 2 because
we have the chickens.
We have the chickens and hunting and venison and just kind of a nice variety of.
And there's still times we will go buy the hot dogs and sausages and kielbasa and stuff like that and make meals.
And sometimes we just want a steak.
Yes. But I don't want to deal with butchering a
a cow.
Yeah, a cow. Because I don't have the room nor the time.
Right. And that's, I mean, I am all about supporting our local farmers, but quarter cow, that's a lot of money.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yeah. Quarter cow for us 10 years ago was $800.
Mm-hmm. Now it's, I don't know, 15.
I have no idea.
I have no idea.
I don't know. We haven't bought it.
Yeah.
Hogs are probably $1,000 done at the butchers. I don't know because we have never done it.
Yeah.
So we just do the work ourselves.
Mm-hmm.
So, I mean, you price out that, see what it would cost you to go get a hog done by a butcher and put in the freezer, and then realize we're paying $300.
Yeah.
And doing all that work ourselves. And
which is a lot of work. By the end of the day, we're tired.
Oh, yeah.
But it's a year's worth of meals.
Yep. We can get it done on a Saturday, maybe into a Sunday, and then I have, a full day to a half a day somewhere around there to lick my wounds and go be sore somewhere. So, but I mean, it's the best thing we've done.
Yeah.
So,
and if you don't have the freezer space, you can can it.
Right.
If you don't know how to can, you start with an electric canner, which if you can use an Instant Pot, it's basically the same idea.
Mm-hmm.
You just have to, find the times and stuff for everything that you do. But doing meat in a canner is so easy.
Yeah.
You just put it in the jar.
Yeah.
And raw can it.
And we'll cube up venison and throw it in there, cube up some corn and some green beans, or, get corn and green beans in another can. And then you'll just make dinner one night.
Yeah. It's just venison stew.
Right. And that's all you dump in one, stir it together and warm it up.
Mm-hmm. But there's a lot of things that you can like meals that are just, it's work to do it, but it's kind of nice that one night that you don't want to cook.
Right. So if you're looking for an instant or an electric canner, they're either the Carry or the Nesco brand.
Mm-hmm.
They change depending on who has what in stock. They are the exact same. They're just rebranded different stuff.
Mm-hmm.
I don't remember the size, but you can get 4 quarts.
So you get 4 quarts and 5 pints. So they're not huge, but sometimes you don't need a huge canner.
Right.
So it's just like for small batches.
Yep. So, I mean, you cube up a roast and dump it in there. And
I mean, I bought meat on sale, like pork chops and chicken, and I just can it. And I add it to whatever.
Yeah, you did the chicken legs, I think, or chicken wings.
Yeah,
or something.
that was kind of a pain. I wouldn't do the raw chicken legs again. It's just, it was a pain. They're gross looking in the can.
Oh yeah, I mean,
but
chicken flat out is not the prettiest canned food.
I would probably not do how I did it before, where I left the skin on and I just put the chicken legs in the jars.
Okay.
Because they just get kind of slimy and. So I would do it a different way. I have done chicken, but I would just cut it up.
Yeah. Yeah, I'd much rather run that through the freeze dryer, to be honest. But you make do with what you do.
Yeah, you'd have to try it to know what you don't like and what doesn't work.
Right. I mean, there's been a couple of times our neighbor, needed a little bit of help with stuff, and we've gone over there. We've handed them 4 or 5 jars of stuff out of the pantry.
Yeah.
Venison,
Well, that's nice too. I mean, he'll get a deer and he only wants certain parts of it, and I come in and strip it out.
Right.
And that's what I can.
Mm-hmm. And then usually he ends up with it later.
He ends up with some of it later, yeah.
So, I mean, it's give some and get some.
Mm-hmm.
So, what else we got?
So freezing meals. So we do. I don't do a lot of, and actually it is something I want to try and do, is make a bunch of meals and then freeze them like we did when I was pregnant.
Yeah, pregnant with the second one.
Yeah, that was awesome. I loved having that. But I don't do it a lot because it's a lot of work.
Mm-hmm.
And now it's like, we went shopping that one time and it was like, oh my God, we just spent all that money. Well, now it's probably like 3 times as much.
Yeah.
But I'll do a lot of breakfast, like breakfast burrito. I call them breakfast burritos, but they don't have any like actual burrito stuff in them. But it's just eggs and sausage and cheese. And
that is a breakfast burrito.
Well, yeah, but it doesn't have salsa and peppers in it or anything. I don't know. It's
have
wrap
hot sauce. We can figure that out.
It's a breakfast wrap.
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah. So, yeah, I mean, I'll make those, and that's what I'll have for breakfast a lot, because by the time the kids have decided what they want, and it's 5 million waffles later, or who knows what, it's like, I just want to eat something.
Or you make them the waffles and they don't like the something that day.
Yeah.
I mean, that's inevitable.
Yeah. But then I bought on sale these French fries at the local store. I'm like, oh, we'll get French fries with our hot dogs. Well, they ended up being like these teeny tiny little pieces. And I was like, I know what I can use these for. And it'll be for, now they're in our next set of breakfast burritos.
Yep.
I did a bunch of Egg McMuffins that are in there now with little sausages. And
we've always done those if we have people showing up. Like we did that for the event for Tim.
Yeah, it was nice. Because you just you can throw them all in the oven. And then they're all warm. I kept them in the tin foil and just popped them in the oven and
brought them all down, and they're all nice and melty and warm. And
yeah, that was awesome.
Yeah, that worked out perfect for that morning. And I need to eat more of that stuff. You know, get something to go breakfast wise, grab it, throw it in the car, make it when I get to work. And, you know, as I'm getting started for the day, just not, mow that down. And
yeah. It's nice because it's just, one-handed food.
Exactly. So,
but another thing was coffee syrup. I used to be a coffee creamer snob.
Well, it was the Cold Stone Creamery.
Cold Stone Creamery sweet cream.
Yes.
That's all I wanted. And if I went somewhere like my parents that didn't have that one, it'd be like, ugh, I can't drink it with milk and sugar. So that was it. I mean, we used to drink that, God,
I go to the store and buy 5 of them.
Oh, God.
Like 5 of the big ones.
Yeah. And then I don't know what even made us decide. Maybe our mindset changed. And it was like, there's a better.
I think it was when they hit about $8 a piece.
Yeah, it was expensive. And it was like, okay, we're buying this really good holler roast coffee and we're putting this garbage in it. So I think I slowly started switching creamer, and I would make, I can't remember exactly what it was, but I would use not carnation milk. It was, I just lost it.
Oh, the condensed milk.
Condensed milk, yeah. And, or sweetened condensed milk. And then I would add, I don't even know what I would do. Maybe vanilla.
Yeah.
And just kind of mix it. And we used that for a long time. And then I don't know. We discovered that we liked, somewhere we used syrups.
Yeah. The skinny. No, I think it was, we heard it from Amanda Willis.
Maybe she started talking about it. And then, I just started buying a bunch of different flavors, and we discovered which ones we liked. And you just need a little bit.
Yeah. Like a cap full.
Like tiny bit, because they are super sweet. But they're keto. Not that we're keto, but it's still kind of nice to not have, the extra sugar where we can get rid of it.
Right. And I've even backed off to the point where I'm just drinking black now.
Yeah.
Black coffee.
Yeah. I can't. Unless I'm camping or something.
Yeah. Unless it's really good coffee, that's when, like Nicole's is the only stuff you can drink black.
Yeah, and I would drink that black at her place because I wasn't going to use the powdered creamer. So I can do that there. And if I'm busy and I'm talking and not just sitting there going, oh, I just want to enjoy a cup of coffee.
Yeah.
So yeah, we use the syrups and milk. And then today I tried the egg coffee. Which is an egg yolk in like 3 tablespoons of milk mixed. And then I used my frother and mixed that even more. So it got like really foamy. And I added a little bit of sweetener, the coffee, and then added this in. And oh my God, it was like thick creamer. It was so good. I took a whiff of it and a sip, and it reminded me of the tin cappuccinos, the International Delights or something.
Oh, yeah.
That's exactly what it tasted like.
Okay.
And it was like, oh my God, I'm 14 again. Feeling so fancy because I'm making my cappuccino. It was delicious.
Yeah.
And we're using eggs too. We've got 5 million eggs.
Yeah.
That we're trying to use.
Hey, what do we have out there now? 15 chickens?
14 chickens.
14, somewhere around there.
We get between 8 and 10 eggs a day.
That's a lot.
So we'll have to pay attention to egg prices because maybe I could start selling some. Even though some of the new ones, they're so small that I don't know if I can even charge full price for a.
It is what it is.
But
it still costs the same amount to get the egg out of the chicken.
I know, but so yeah, that was super exciting. That I haven't been drinking coffee because I've been making my chai.
Yes. Okay, so you need to talk about this.
So I used to shop at Trader Joe's. Like we used to live close to a Trader Joe's. Now we don't. But I used to buy it was probably 6-ounce containers of chai mix. And if you've ever made your own chai, it calls for a lot. Like you need a lot of the powder to actually have it taste good. So you'd maybe get 2 mugs out of a Trader Joe's container, maybe 3 if you skimped a little bit. So it was a lot. And they were $7. I mean, they used to be like $3.50.
Yeah.
So now they were, I think I bought them on Amazon just recently because I was craving it and I wasn't about to drive, 40 minutes to go get some at the local Trader Joe's. And it was like, I wonder if I could make my own. So I started slowly buying all the stuff, the loose instant tea, the unsweetened plain instant black caffeinated tea. I couldn't find anywhere. It wasn't on Amazon. It was listed there, but you couldn't buy it. None of the stores around here had it. And I'm like, that's like the main part.
Yeah, you need that.
Yeah. So I finally posted in the Telegram chat. Mike from Wheaton was like, I just saw that at the store.
Yeah.
So he was coming out to the Tim event. And so he brought me two so I could at least make it and see if I, like it. So I got that. I finally found ground cardamom, because my mom gave me cardamom pods. And she's like, you just need to, snap out the inside. Well, that was taking me forever. So I'm like, I think I just need to buy new stuff. But that stuff is expensive. Yeah. But you only use like a teaspoon and an eighth of a teaspoon it calls for this mix. But so you use vanilla, non-dairy creamer, regular non-dairy creamer, like the powder stuff. And then it calls for milk powder. But I had been freeze drying raw milk when we first started getting it, and it was a lot. Like for some reason we weren't drinking a lot of milk, and I'd be getting a container every week, so I'd freeze dry it. So I've got like 8 gallons of freeze dried raw milk, so I use that. And then it's other cloves and stuff like that. But it makes almost 2 quarts of powder in one batch, and it's delicious. If you like chai, oh my God, it is so good. And I am obsessed. So I haven't even been drinking coffee like for
a month. Yeah. It's been at least a month. Yeah.
Because all I do is make this chai.
Yeah.
But it's amazing.
So,
And I can't believe all those years, how much money I spent on Trader Joe's chai mix and never once thought about making it myself.
Well, and I think a lot of that is now the internet is so easy to get to.
Yeah.
Where you can find this stuff.
Well, and I think if you also are not in that mindset of trying to find ways to make stuff yourself, you don't think about it. You go to the store and you buy it.
Right.
and that it works at the time, and that's just what you do. But when you start making stuff at home, you keep thinking about what else can I make at home? Non-bread, and the non-Indian bread. We make a tikka masala rabbit out of rabbit usually, and I wanted to get non-bread because you can't have Indian food without the bread. And I usually buy the packages from Aldi, and they were like outrageous.
Yeah, I don't know why it all of a sudden jumped.
But it's
is there a holiday coming around? Could that be it?
At the time, I don't know. It was a little while ago.
Yeah,
I have no idea. But I'm like, shoot, I just made tortillas not that long ago. Non-bread is not that different. It can't be that different. And they were delicious. You wouldn't have even known they weren't from the store.
I love them.
Yeah,
we didn't make enough.
Yeah, we never make enough. But it's just once you start doing it, I think it gets easier and not nearly as overwhelming.
Absolutely.
The one thing I haven't gotten is bagels. I can't make bagels very well.
You've tried it a couple of times, but I mean, you go to Costco, you get the big roll of bagels.
I know sometimes it's not worth it. You kind of have to pick what you're able to do, and sometimes in the phase I'm in right now, I'm buying bagels because it's too much to not have them turn out or have no one like them, and then it's chicken food. I guess it's not going to waste, but still.
Right. Well, and half of it is we save in other aspects of our grocery bill to be able to go buy the stuff that we really want. So I mean, you save money on the cream cheese. Well, that's enough money saved to go buy the bagels. So it's it's
well, and that's why when the kids are out of town, we buy steaks. We eat a lot of steak usually when the kids are out of town, but that's okay because for who knows for however long before that we've been eating at home with the stuff that we've already have here.
Right. And let's get real. The little one is too picky to eat steak.
Yeah.
And the older one still needs help cutting steak up. So
it's just our thing, like we just grill and that we just eat. We got a big plate full of steak. I mean, we don't really go crazy with sides.
Right.
So it's just steak, but
because usually we're just tired and we're ready to relax and get a peaceful night. So you just slap a couple steaks on the grill and call it a day.
Yeah.
So we've done that many times.
Yep.
So
the last thing I have is it's not in every area, but the Flash Food app.
Yes.
It's been kind of not too exciting lately, but it only works with Meijer stores here. And it's like even my mom, out west doesn't even have it. Like it's not anywhere. So you just need to see if you even have it in your area, but it will tell you, it'll show you all the food they have. That's kind of like you need to go buy it today. Like you buy it on the app and then you go and it's just this freezer that you wouldn't even know was there unless you were there looking for it. And you go through and you pick out what you want and then you show the customer service and they kind of make sure that, okay, yes, you actually did buy this stuff, but every day is different. I have gotten ground beef, like pounds and pounds and pounds of ground beef for a fraction of the price.
The time you did that, I think you got 30 pounds of ground beef.
It was
like 50 cents a pound.
Yeah. And it's like you need to either cook it or do something with it like that day. Like it's not gonna kill you. It's not bad. It's just hasn't sold and now they need it out.
Right. And that's where the freeze dryer came into play because I remember that night. I came home and all of a sudden there's 30 pounds of ground beef sitting on the island getting cooked up and it's right in the freeze dryer.
Yeah.
So
and I think I still have some. I mean, that was a long time ago, but yeah, and you got to get it right away. I mean, lately it's just been like boxes of like squash, and it's like the last thing I need is more squash right now.
Yeah, so we've had enough of that.
It's the Meijer store is far enough away that it's like I only really look if I'm already going, or sometimes it'll be like, well, let's just see if it's a significant amount, then maybe
Right.
it's worth the drive. But I'm not going there to get like, almost brown bananas or something.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. And then I know one of the other things you use a lot is Instacart.
I do use Instacart a lot.
There is a reason for that. Yes, it's $100 a year. I get that. Have you ever tried to drag 2 kids to the store?
Right. And with that, you get the free shipping, you get discounts, you get other things discounted because of that. And I only ever use it at Aldi. I have never used it at any other store.
Yeah.
So it's one of those things where it's kind of nice to do like the big shopping, trips through that, because I can walk around and look at all the stuff I have in my pantry, and I still overbuy.
Yeah.
Like I have 3 bottles now of light, I just forgot what it's called. Like not maple syrup, but like syrup for like pecan pie, whatever.
Oh yeah, yeah, I know what you're talking
whatever
about.
that syrup is, and it's like
corn syrup.
Yes, like corn syrup, and it's like, how did I not see this when I was in here looking? But now I have enough to make lots of pies.
Yeah,
but it's just kind of nice to be able to plan and meal plan, and that saves a ton of money.
Right, and I remember, so years ago we did pea pod living in the apartment.
Yeah.
Okay. That alone paid for itself after the first couple of months, because you would go through, meal plan all the entire meals, look and see what we had in the pantry, and you were buying for 2-3 weeks, and you were making those meals on a rotation, where instead of going to the store going, I think this sounds good, I'm going to try this, and a week or 2 later, you're throwing half the shit out because it's expired.
Yeah.
Or you forget about it because you bought 10 pounds of ground beefs and it's sitting in the back of the fridge and you just forgot about it.
Right.
And you're throwing it out.
Yeah. And I will say, that's been probably 10 years now that I used Peapod. It was still the best.
Oh yeah.
I loved Peapod.
Yeah. And we had Peapod at the house in Bolingbrook. So that was
7 years ago.
6-7 years ago, yeah.
And even then, I don't think we had it up until the end because they kind of fell apart. Like, I don't know what happened to Peapod, but maybe they weren't in the area anymore.
They weren't in the area out here because I know we looked coming out here.
But I feel like we didn't have it up until we moved here. Like, I wasn't using it.
Yeah, you were using it all the time out there.
Maybe when we first moved in.
I could have sworn it was towards the end too, but
either way,
I mean, you had a Peapod truck pull up in this shitty neighborhood that we were living in. Because yes, it was not the greatest neighborhood in the world, and it's the food's getting delivered because I don't want to go shopping.
Right, and I mean, I used to do it. Yeah, when we were both working, because who wants to go grocery shopping?
And also, when you had the newborn, we were doing it because you didn't want to take the newborn and the 3-year-old to the store.
Yeah.
So,
yeah. But yeah, I mean, it's basically the same as Instacart, but Peapod was like its own store. Like you shopped the Peapod website.
I wonder if that's the thing Amazon bought.
I don't know.
Because Amazon's got some grocery thing
Yeah, the
now.
fresh stores or something. Yeah, I don't know.
I'm curious if that's it. Maybe they bought a part in that.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's just those couple things. If you can sit down and meal plan and go that route, that's going to save a ton of money.
Yeah. Well, it's like Amy Dingman on her last episode talked about, don't go grocery shopping hungry. And what have I done the past 2 times I've gone grocery shopping? I was starving. Came home with cookies.
Those cookies were good. They're gone now.
But it was like, if I wasn't hungry, I probably wouldn't have bought them.
Yeah.
So it's kind of nice to be eating and shopping on Instacart and then not go crazy.
Right. And there's inevitable, we always forget stuff.
Yeah.
So that's me running to Jewel or running to Fresh Market on the way home from
them. Which pretty soon we'll have a Dollar General now.
I'm not sure how I feel about that. I mean, it's
I know, but
I would hate to lose the grocery store in town to it.
Yeah.
but the grocery store in town needs to get their shit together.
Yeah. I mean, they have meat. We'll buy meat there if we have to.
Yeah.
But yeah, the vegetables are all gross. And it's just, nobody buys it. So it goes bad.
Right. Because
it goes bad, so nobody buys it.
Right. And you're in a farming town that has all this stuff.
Yeah.
So, yeah. I mean, I
But
totally
it's like the
get
apples, you know, it's like I would buy apples there, but they're all mushy and gross.
Yeah. Absolutely. So, we got anything else?
I think that was it.
All right. Well, I think we'll end it there. I do appreciate you guys listening. I know it's a little bit longer we have been going. So,
but it's what's going on.
Yep, it's good information. We got to get it out to you. It popped in our head, so there it is.
Yeah.
And we will catch you guys next time.
See you on the homestead, where something is always growing, eating, or cooking.
The place to be is living free in Tennessee.
Welcome to Living Free in Tennessee, where we talk about building the life you choose on your terms. Today is Thursday, December 28th, 2023, and this is episode 838 of Living Free in Tennessee. And we are doing a motivation week leading up to the end of the year. We are going to go straight from that into Toolman Tim's 24-hour live stream. And so today I thought, why not hear from the man himself, Toolman Tim Cook, about mindset for change. This was a previously recorded Tuesday Live. Enjoy this discussion about taking control of your mind to change your future. Hey, everyone. Welcome to the Tuesday Live with John Willis from Special Operations Equipment. We've got Toolman Tim Cook from the workshop. I'm Nicole Sauce from Living Free in Tennessee. And this is a conversation. So if you've got a topic you'd like us to cover, please put like question or comment in all caps. I'll do my best to read what you got to say, but we can talk about anything today. So let's hear what you want to talk about. I'm going to start out. How's it's Delinquents Gully or Gulch?
Gully.
Yeah. Good. I had it right today. I thought like a part of me was like, oh, do I have that name wrong today? So how is Delinquents Gully developing, and what in the world is that, Tim?
Yeah, so it's what was 10 acres of land in Tennessee that is now 15 because we bought another parcel, but it's raw, undeveloped land. It's exactly 40 minutes south of John, so it's close enough that we're not, we're neighbors at this point. And we wanted it the entire concept behind it was a vacation property, a compound, a bug out location if it ever needs to be that, and also a money-making venture at some point. So a little bit of hip camp, that sort of thing, and just finding ways to monetize it. So we walked it for the first time in April of this year and we just kind of walked and planned, kind of figured out where we wanted different level plots and that sort of thing. And now we have it. Well, we had a big work day here the weekend or the week before SRF, which was awesome. We put in a composting toilet. We built an 8x8, I call it the main bunkhouse. Carrie and his buddy built a bridge across the creek. We've got, it must be a mile of trails cut, a bunch of firewood. And since I've been back here, I hired a guy to put a driveway in for me. So we now have, I used to have to take, and I'll tell you, this is sketchy when you're 3,000 kilometers from home and you decide, hey, I'm going to take my 4-wheel drive truck down through a 90-degree ditch and back up. And I put some good little scratches and nicks on the truck, but I love it. I got a little crack in the bumper that reminds me of Tennessee every time I look at it now. So we've got we put a culvert in, and it's just a beautiful kind of driveway. Got a little bit of footage of it. We've been doing a kind of a vlog series called Delinquent Gullies Chronicles. And yeah, dude, I can't get over the fact that people wanted to come there and help just so we could be part of a community.
Yeah, I think it's really cool. There's a bit of a buzz that's been going on around that. And so, every time Brian uploads a picture from there, I think that's pretty cool. But I think it's really fun to see how people can come together and start building these things out because, people say it's so overwhelming to get started with a raw piece of land, but you get a little road in there and figure out where you're going to sleep and poop, and that's a good start.
Was it hard not to go with Gulch over Gully?
Yes, it was actually.
I bet.
And I there's times when I go to call it Gulch even to this day, and I've thought about changing it, but so I'm a big believer in names come organically and they happen through community, right? And so Delinquents, one morning, Brian Alexovich is like, "Good morning, Delinquents," in the Telegram group, and it stuck. And then we kind of looked at it. We're like, hey, this is the community that kind of lives outside the system with, kind of that anarcho-punk kind of view a little bit. And so Delinquents stuck. And then the day we did our first walkthrough, Carrie Brown and Brian and I, and Carrie said, "You got a nice little gully here." And I thought, there it is, Delinquents Gully. Very cool. It just stuck. I was like, all right, we're going with it. So there it is.
Yeah, well, when I promoted that, I was like, oh no, maybe it's a play on Gulch. And then I was like, oh no, is it wrong? And I had no way to verify.
So when you're driving down the road and your kids, see a sports car and they're all enamored with it, as you get older, you look at piles of gravel and you're like, man, I wish I had the money that was in that pile of gravel. And you, having just put in a driveway, are now well aware of the cost of materials and gravel and such, and culverts and things.
Oh, it was awesome. We've got a pretty cool community down there. Jamie out on the end, he has a little YouTube channel called Off Grid Ping. He's turned into a best buddy. He hooked me up with a neighbor on the same little road. There's basically a bunch of people from away have bought properties down in this kind of rural road. I think there's maybe 20 sections altogether, maybe 6 or 8 people that own them all. And this guy named Mario, he's like, hey, I'm renting a mini track excavator. I'm going to give you guys half of the going rate for hourly work. And him and I just texted back and forth, and he got the culvert in, he did the prep work, and he got me that, what's that orangish yellow gravel called? There's a name. Chert. I'd never heard it before. So even that's gone up in price.
Yeah, that's what we grow here.
We've been growing it for millions of years.
Yes, if you ever get it in your interior, it will never be. You'll never be rid of it. It's sticky. It's clay with gravel. This whole place was a gravel pit. That's what this whole property here was a chert hole. That's what they're pulling out. What's property out there go for? Like what's a 10-acre lot reasonably? What could you expect over there?
It was about $5,000 an acre, right around something like that. So it wasn't horrible at all. It was. I've told a lot of people that from around the country, and most people give me the same response that you did. Okay, yeah, not horrible, not crazy.
Yeah,
it was logged, selective logging, probably 20-25 years ago. So there's still some really big trees and lots of new growth. And it's shaped a lot like Nicole's property. It's a bit of a hill, and you just find the flat sections and you work with it.
Man, what's great for those areas is you just core it down and put your concrete piers, and then just build, a badass deck, and then build A-frames or, glamping tents, or just have your shit up, in the canopy, like the walks when you go to real cool zoos and stuff like that.
Yeah.
Like a tree house, but not built on the tree,
Like a tree house on stilts.
Yes. Yep.
Yeah.
Your stilt, and it could actually then sort of butt into the hill. Mm-hmm. I think that's how Tactical's cabin is going to end up here, because he's going to build a cabin here, and we've been walking all over deciding where it goes. But concrete pillars are definitely in the future, something like that, or cinder block.
Yeah, and you bring it. They have these. They're just like giant carpet tubes, so you just put them in your hole, and then you just pump your concrete or pour your concrete in there, and then you've got these big piers. And then you just build off of those. So we've been looking at culverts. You can take an 8-foot culvert, and then the cable spools on an 8-foot cable spool, the ends are 8.5. So we're looking at, like root cellars. But then as I'm looking at those, I find guys selling train tankers, the tanks off of a train car. And those things are 1-inch steel. And they're 40 feet long. So you've got a tank that's 10 feet around, that's 40 feet long, and it's 1-inch steel, and they're round, so you can actually bury those, unlike a shipping container. So those are pretty cool, and we see those going for anywhere from $8,000 to $10,000. But that's a big thing that you can bury and still keep your footprint, and not you can cover it or do whatever with it.
I want something underground so bad. And I
Yep.
don't know why. There's a YouTuber, Colin Frews. I don't know if you've seen him.
Oh
He's
yeah,
from
over
England.
in Europe. Yep.
Oh,
How is he
I
getting?
watched that.
You know, I really think that he owns the entire. How in the world is he getting away with that? Right? I really think that he bought a community or something, and he owns it, so he can just do whatever. How is because he's in seemingly a residential area, and he's digging tunnels and all kinds of cool shit. There is no way in the world you could do that like in any of these major cities like that.
It's England. Like, I mean, when Becky wanted to walk the riverbank, you needed a permit to pick anything up from the riverbank in England. I can just imagine what he has to go through.
Allowed versus unless you're a criminal, then you just do whatever you want.
Just do whatever.
Rampant, it seems.
So
France
true.
is on fire. I mean, Ireland's on fire. Everything's insane right now.
Yeah,
We've got a sugar shortage. That's our big thing right now.
Oh no! What are you going to do?
I'm fine. I've got 5-gallon buckets full of sugar behind me, so we're good. But not that we use that much sugar. But
You just got to locate. You just got to find that millions of gallons of maple syrup.
4 hours south of me is another sugar beet place, and I went through there the other day. It must have been a half a mile long pile of sugar beets, probably 30 feet high. So they've got them.
They're
Do you all make your sugar out of beets, or do you do cane there? Is it a cane sugar shortage, or is it sugar beets?
I'm not actually sure. It's in Vancouver, which is the factory that's the shortage. The one south of me is from sugar beets. I'm going to guess the one in Vancouver is sugar cane, but I don't know.
I had heard that like 90% of all the sugar in the United States comes from beets now, and that has a much higher glycemic index. So when you're buying sugar, be cognizant, like Domino still does a cane sugar. They also, if it doesn't specifically say cane sugar on there, though, it is coming from beets. And there's some fascinating history around sugar beets and the industry, even inside the United States, not just the colonies and stuff. But yeah, and even like the maple syrup thing, they were holding these tanks of maple syrup that let go and wiped out and decimated an entire town. I mean, just the craziness that ensues around sweetness is crazy. Then the amount of life that's lost over it.
In Boston, I think it was Boston that had the maple syrup flood or whatever. And they swear it's been like 100 years on a really hot day. You can still smell that the smell every so often. I was like, that's kind of cool.
That is kind of cool. I thought I read somewhere that the Halloween jack-o'-lantern was originally done with sugar beets in Europe. Like it came over and we adapted it to the pumpkin.
Oh, it could be. I've never heard it, but that well.
Yeah, I read that somewhere. Like that's in the database, but I don't know where I read it. A long time ago.
My bad. It was molasses.
Molasses. Okay, we got a question from Chef Angry. Chef Angry, are you Angry Chef on TikTok? I'm just wondering because there's an angry chef there who's hilarious. Tim, will you talk about an off-grid, no electricity toolbox tools brand, etc.? So off-grid, no electricity toolbox tools brands.
It reads like that.
Do you mean like rechargeable power tools, or do you mean like screwdrivers? Can you clarify that?
That's what I'm wondering. I don't know. I mean, for me, I'm too old to use hand tools. Everything's got to be powered. So I'm going to use cordless everything, and I'm going to charge it with solar. I made a huge, I wouldn't say a mistake, but I went to Harbor Freight and bought what I called, John laughs, my Tennessee toolbox. And all I wanted to do was swear. I bought one of those 6.5-inch cordless skill saws. That thing was an absolute piece of shit. Like it would bind up in 3/4-inch plywood. So I forget that. I'm bringing down all my DeWalt stuff with me next time. I don't care if they give me grief at the border, even though they say they won't. I'm bringing them because, we're coming down in February. I'm probably going to spend 6 or 8 weeks down there, and there's no way I am going to work with cheap Harbor Freight cordless tools again.
Yep, red or yellow. Take your pick, whichever you've already got batteries for. I bought a very cool bit and brace. It came with 13 bits at an antique store a couple months ago. I have not bored any holes with it. Every time I pick one up, Amanda and we picked up a big saw this weekend, and I go, man, I hope we never have to use this for real. And I have probably 30 of them hanging out in the shed out there. I buy them. I love to collect them. And every time I touch one of them, I'm like, God, I hope we never have to do this shit for real like this.
I've always wanted to try using them just 1 year for maple syrup collection. We don't have much maple syrup out here, but when I lived on the East Coast, I thought it would, there's something nostalgic about using them for maple syrup, but I never did.
Well, you see like the Amish still use them, you know, for doing post and beam work with them. And it's wild how they put that stuff together and they make it look so easy. I really think they're doing it all like out of pine or Douglas fir or something.
Or they do it enough that they can. I think bit and brace setup was left behind here in the workshop that has all the things that I don't know what they are. But do you have any more thoughts on that, Tim? That is what Chef Angry was talking about.
Was hand tools.
Yeah.
I mean, you know, certain things. If you look at my everyday carry tool bag that I take for property maintenance, most of what I use is still hand tools. You know, whether I love that there's a Milwaukee multi-bit screwdriver, it's 7-in-1. That thing's incredible. Oh crap. There's a really expensive set, Knipex, they call them. Knipex adjustable plier wrenches. Those are incredible. I got an East Wing hammer that I'd probably sell a kid for. Like that thing, I've had it for 20 years and I lost it for a whole winter and I was sad. So, you know, buy quality hand tools that'll last your lifetime and you'll be good, you know, but also use cordless stuff. Don't frig yourself up simply because you want to be that guy.
Man, the Knipex stuff, if you have tools right now and you are pleased with your tools, do not look at Knipex. Like don't even buy a Cobra ply or anything. Evan was here and he completely jinxed me. He goes, man, your pocket slide holds 2 of these Knipex pliers. And they were so cool just looking at these things. I said, hey, order these. And Amanda ordered them and I've got 2 of them sitting here and I've intentionally not touched them. It'll just ruin you for anything else. Like you will go look for 30 minutes for this thing before you'll just pick up a channel lock.
I stopped putting vice grips in my everyday carry bag simply because I have those plier wrenches, they call them, and they're 99% as good as about 4 other tools combined.
Yeah,
but they're $100.
And you can put them on a pipe and stand on them. It's just crazy how strong these things are.
Yep. Okay. The lanterns were apparently, was it Irish?
Oh, I saw that.
So the turnips in Ireland that were hollowed out and candles were put in. And now I know where I read that was in Germany. So that was a really old memory from the 90s. Because I'm that old, guys. So next we have, Tim, can you talk about your solar setup on your truck?
I can, except that it's on the interstate somewhere in North Dakota, South Dakota. I don't know. So I took a 50-watt flexible solar panel, and I went to the Hive Mind that was the Telegram group, and I said, hey guys, how am I going to attach this? I have a beautiful Ridgit folding tonneau cover on the back of my truck, a 3-way folding one. And so I had it on there my entire 37-day road trip. So I asked my brother-in-law as well, and he said, rivet it down. You'll never lose it. Okay, great. No problem. So I riveted it down, and I went, I don't know how many miles I drove, and it was perfectly fine. It worked great. So for anybody who wants to know, I put it flat on the right behind the box of the truck, and it just sat there. And it had a little 500-watt power station that would sit in underneath. So when I would go from event to event, I would plug it in, and it would take a couple of days of driving to charge it fully, but it was there. It worked great. And we were coming home, and it was so blustery on the prairies, or, it would have been South Dakota, North Dakota. Anyway, it was blowing crosswinds. It was horrible. And all of a sudden I see something white just go whoosh behind me, and it was gone. So I regretted not putting 100-watt on there anyway. So the next time it's going to be riveted and adhered down. So basically what I did. Oh, I don't have one here, but
just
lately
a battery pack.
Yeah, it was one of those 500-watt, looks like a lunchbox, okay. I've got probably a dozen of them now that companies have sent. And so I use those. And that was all I needed in my truck box tent that I had. It would charge all my gear. It would give me some lights, that kind of stuff.
So they make a panel that goes on the ridge, on the hood, on the 4Runners and all the Toyota stuff. It's badass looking. It's It's like putting a matte black part of a wrap over there. But they're very lacking in power for the amount that you pay for these things, and they adhere on there. But they're just lacking. You can take the rigid solar panel from Harbor Freight of all places, and there's a lot of head-to-heads with that Harbor Freight panel versus a lot of the more expensive panels. And that Harbor Freight was really kicking it out. It was putting the juice out. So I think I'm going to put one of those on top. I've got the Rome cargo boxes on top, and I think I'm going to just attach that permanent or semi-permanently to that lid, because those boxes, when they open, they have struts, so it'll push that up there, and then just run that wire in to charge Jackery or Blue Eddy or anything at that point.
I had looked at running, say, like a permanent outlet into the box or like into the cab of the truck, and I might still do it. And I've been thinking about putting, my next step is a 1500 watt inverter under the back seat, and then running a 110 plug or outlet in the back of the box. So I'll do that as well. But I discovered just that solar panel, and I put it in under the rubber seal, and then I kind of tacked it all up so that the little Y pigtail was in there. And that worked really well for what I wanted. But yeah, I bought all the stuff to run wiring and stuff back to the back of the box of the truck.
Yeah, we've already got power coming, so we'll just pull it through the existing port because we got all the lights and stuff on top of the trucks.
Yeah, that's cool. Okay. Well, this question isn't going to take long. It's for me. Do your sexy shorts get you traffic and views? I think you're talking about my Hey Baby videos and sexy shorts. Hey, baby, want to lay my tile? So the reason I'm even doing those is because I was on a live stream with John Willis and Jack Spirko. We were kind of talking about like what's important in relationships and having somebody who is a partner and works. And I jokingly said, hey, baby, want to build a rain barrel? And they're like, you need to do that, Nicole. So 6 months later, I finally did. And most of the people who watch those are excited to see whatever's going to come out next. And people have started emailing me and sending me ideas. So I think it's definitely gotten some interactions. Most people just think they're hilarious. I get the occasional creeper text and whatever. That was going to happen.
All right.
It was happening before.
Man. You need the dudes. You need the guys being hateful, because they will take that shit and put it way more places. And
yeah, they will.
Eventually, there will come a day when you wake up in the morning and you'll just have insane traffic on those things.
Yeah. Yeah, occasionally somebody does call me ugly, and that gets a lot of interaction when they do that, which is kind of funny. But I don't know what they think they're achieving by that.
Don't delete it. Just leave it there and let other people fight that fight. Don't even give them the satisfaction of knowing you saw it.
Yeah, it's a good point. So Backwoods Butcher, TikTok has me in timeout. Posted a deer carcass, and they didn't like it. Bummer, because your TikToks are awesome.
He is kicking ass and taking names with TikTok as well. So I told him, it's like, it's the whole, you got to learn how to play the game in there, because if you want to be, if you want to be into that environment, unfortunately, we have to play by the rules. And I don't love it, but if you want to be there and get your message out, and he's doing all, I'm so proud of him. I tell him that all the time, but his stuff is top notch.
And it's a complete different audience. Like, that's what I tell guys. Backwoods Butcher was on our thing, and we were talking about that. I think it's just a completely different set of eyeballs. So as you develop that eyeballs and you build that audience number up, how do you get them to cross deck and convert to something that you actually own, right? How do we get them to go and sign up for the email? How do we get them to join the text app? And you just do that through giveaways or incentives or whatever. And you might get a 1% conversion, but I mean, if you have 1 million people, that's a big number when you get 1% that'll actually cross over.
Yeah. How do you do your giveaways, John? Do you just do them order stuff, or?
Oh, the truth is we usually forget to do them. We just tell people we're going to do them. And it literally, it's more work to do a giveaway than to sell stuff, because there's not on the giveaway, there's not an actual ticket generated, right? So we'll come on here and I'll go, hey, Amanda, which one of these guys should we, the question and answer from the, members meeting, which guy's question do you like best? I'm like, okay, I like that guy too. Let's send him a couple shirts. Well, then you got to wait for that dude, because he's using like Scoopy Loop 22 or whatever. You don't know who he really is. You're like, hey, send me an email with your last order number. That way we can pull up your account and just generate a ticket to ship it rather than having to hand write it. So that's kind of how we do it.
Yeah.
Do you know how many people that just never get back to you when you do a giveaway?
Never.
Yeah.
We get emails. Hey, can you do this really super special thing? I ordered this order. Can you jump through 50 hoops and make sure it goes out? And by the way, I need it completely different. And when you reply back to them with like 3 options, if I send out, did we just freeze? If I
No, you're good.
20 emails like that, I only hear back from 2 guys.
Yep. Always. Becky, when we do our live giveaways now, we got to the point where if you're not in the live stream, we don't even do it. And we tell people you have 24 hours to give us a mailing address, or we don't give it away, or we move it to somebody else, because I spent so much time chasing people, and you'd think you'd want to give something away for free, but it doesn't always work that way.
Yeah. We'll use a random number generator, and we'll show it on the video. So especially like off Patreon, we can, correlate each member to a number, and then we can just pick off the Patreon that way with the random number generator. Hey, this guy wins, get a hold of us. And that's how we do that. And if you really want to see the algorithm work, just type out on Facebook or Instagram, who wants free shit? I'll make a post that's like really thoughtful, that could actually help people and, affect people's lives. And we'll get 100 comments on it. You put up who wants free shit, within 2 hours, I have 2,000 comments on there. Who wants free shit? Tag a friend. And man, that shit really runs. It's insane how many people want free stuff. Guys you've never heard from.
Yep.
I got a question for John. You said Patreon, John. Are you doing just Patreon, or because you got a YouTube membership as well, or are they both separate, or are you doing just one?
So we have and Evan's like, I'd rather just have one. It's cumbersome. We have a Patreon, and we build a Patreon video off of our Patreon members' questions. Jeff and I do after we do Pulling the Thread podcast. And then when I do the full SO videos, which are open to the public, anybody can watch those. The items I make, I give them away. You have to be a Patreon member. So it gets them to cross deck, and it gives us 2 ownerships. We can own those data lists in 2 different places. So if I get shut down on Instagram, I still have access to those people who it was important enough for them to join a $5 membership. And that's where we give the free items away that I build on the videos.
The reason I ask, I think, I'm going to launch a Patreon in January, because I have my patch of the month as well. And this is going to be kind of complimentary to it. But I have so many of those kick-ass in-person interviews that Shawn Mills is like, dude, this was his idea. He said, you hate money? He said, you really need to come up with somewhere to have that. So there's going to be some exclusive content in there as well. But I just wanted to know how's your experience been with Patreon? Has it been okay, or?
Yeah, I mean, we don't even promote it or push it really. And we see guys joining it every day. I personally belong to probably 20 Patreons that I don't even watch or interact with. I'm just on them. So, I mean, it's just, I forget. You really want to know what you're paying for, cancel your credit card and see how many notifications you get that first 24 hours where people's payments weren't able to go through.
Yeah, it's a great way to audit your subscriptions. I moved off Patreon, even though I'm technically still there, about 5 years ago, when they were starting to boot people for having liberty-based content. And then they stopped that. And so people are on there. But that was why I built a membership portal, was that I was like, well, I didn't get booted this first round, but I don't want to ever think I can't say the thing I want to say.
I hear you, but it's just bullshit games that we have to continue to play. And had I stopped doing all of that stuff, we're about to break 100,000 on YouTube. We wouldn't have ever been there. It never would have happened if I'd have just tucked tail and ran every time YouTube smacked us for something, which is very frequently.
Well, I just bring that up because I've been thinking about re-upping my Patreon. And what I did is included with Patreon was a free login to my website membership. Cool. And that was sort of how to cross-pollinate it. But yeah, I just was not, there was a point where I just wouldn't invest anywhere where I was going to get booted. And you're right. Yeah. It actually kind of hurt me a bit.
Yeah. I mean, I love locals. I love MeWe, but I mean, there's nothing there. I mean, literally I still populate, but we get nothing for it. Nothing beats YouTube right now. I mean, even Ken Bear he's jumped platform to platform to platform. I mean, I know he did Mighty Networks. I know he had Patreon. I don't know where he's finally at. Same with like Ann of All Trades. Like, you know, she's got some community there that you have to pay to join, but it's enormous. It's huge. And as far as, you know, I like free stuff, somebody said, well, I mean, we put out 1,000 hours of free shit every month. I mean, we're to the point right now, you can't even consume the content we're putting out. And I'll bet 50% of our stuff is behind a paywall, and you still can't consume the free stuff. So, I mean, imagine how good the stuff behind the wall is. We can say a lot of other things in the membership areas.
Yep. Backwoods Butcher is going off on blood on TikTok. Yeah. That, I mean, your subject matter, Backwoods, like having a backup of all your stuff somewhere is probably pretty important if you want to keep it.
I'm sure he has all his YouTube auto-populating to Rumble. We do see people using Rumble. I'm sure he knows anything I'm going to tell him he's aware of.
Yep.
Rumble's been pretty good. I live stream, I think 8 different places when I go live, and quite often I will get, I don't know, 40 or 50 actual views. They have 2 different ways they measure them. You know, there's like somebody just glanced at it when they were scrolling through is one thing, and then somebody actually clicks on it. So, you know, it gets maybe half of what my YouTube live viewers are, and I'm good with that so far. It's a nice little place to just let things land.
You have to do it like Tim Pool does it, and you do your first 90-minute, 2-hour live or whatever your show on YouTube, and then you drive your members, and it's a behind paywall, to Rumble, and then you do it on Rumble where you can cuss or say, you can just be yourself, and you don't have the censorship. So if people are really into the conversation with whoever you have on, the conversation will just be that much better without the censorship when you can actually be yourself on the other network. And you just have to drive it, and that's how you build that audience over there.
Backwoods, you said Rumble is still syncing. Do you stream? Do you ever live stream? Because with StreamYard, it just goes places immediately, which is nice.
I think he might mean his channel. You know, when you first link your channel? Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, that's weird. Mine did it right away.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe you're cooler than other people, John.
I don't think so.
Did we get you set up on library? What is that now? It's
Odyssey.
Odyssey.
Me? Yeah, I was over there.
Yeah, I think we had to do an introduction for him because his channel was so big, and it could have taken weeks.
Is that even is that thing anymore? I think it's gone, right?
No, it still exists. They got sued by the SEC over their library token, and
that's how you know it was good.
Yeah, and so it's still I think that's still ongoing, but Odyssey exists. I think the library token's gone now.
They had a hell of a time. They had a kind of an infight thing where they split as well, where Odyssey and library became 2 different things. So the founder, the guy that came on Jack's show, I believe, I don't know. Anyway, half of them left, and they split. So but my stuff still goes there. There's 1 or 2 people who like seeing it there, and they miss it if it's not there. So it doesn't cost me anything to put it there.
This is streaming there right now on mine, not to yours, but and it's the same thing. It's like, well, it doesn't hurt to stream it there, and if I ever get nuked, I've got the whole archive there. So, and then I don't have to keep it here. Not that, I guess if I lost all my videos, whatever. I've got all the audio files backed up. So I am an audio podcast primarily after all. So that's, I don't know. It might hurt for a couple weeks, but then it would unhurt. Then I could re-record all that stuff.
It's like when your phone maxes out and you get that new phone and you save that old one. I have a 5-gallon bucket full of phones I've saved. I've never used a single one of them.
Yep. Me too. Same. And I'll pull all the images and different things off, and I'll put it in a folder, and it sits there collecting dust. Yep. Never.
The cloud, which is code for someone else's computer.
Yep. Yeah, I was going to say I streamed the Twitch as well. I might get 3 viewers on Twitch, but it's just there. I've been staking it in the sand, and at some point, maybe I'll expand it, or maybe I'll find a different platform that I can slide over to. But I'm just there because I can be.
Yeah, we're streaming the Twitter X right now too.
I've been doing better there. Yeah,
Yeah.
I stream there every week, or every night I stream, and it's you go back now, and when I first started, I'd get like 3 views, and you go back now, and I'll get like 50 views. So it's definitely, it's just there, and if you're there all the time, you become part of it, and people expect it.
Yep. Backwoods says I get way more views on YouTube for my podcast than the audio. I'm the other way. I'm way more downloads for the audio. And then I found out they have like 2 ways they track that. One are like all of your downloads, and then they have a filter for unique IP addresses.
What I would think from that is I would think if your audio downloads are higher, your audience is not growing, would be my guess. You're not getting new audience. You're not, because how do people find you now? They find you through videos and shorts and such like that.
Yeah, it's a good question, because the audio audience is growing, and I like legitimately don't know how they find me. Like sometimes I'll know, like if I'm on a show and there's a spike, I don't know if the shorts are driving people, but it's I think some people are just searching topics within the native app for their podcast.
I'm blown away at how many people. Oh, sorry. Go ahead, John.
Doing the shorts, I'd say that we've tripled everywhere from doing the shorts. That's the only thing that's different is the shorts, and that just because our guy builds shorts really well, so they're out of context and they're misunderstood, so they go super viral.
Yeah, he does have a good shorts guy. That's a weird statement. Good shorts guy. I'm thinking like little.
They work. I've been using Opus, and it's been working for me for where I put it. I've moved my YouTube shorts to a separate channel that I haven't promoted whatsoever. It's just kind of an experiment where all the shorts and my live streams go. And they have this thing now on YouTube Shorts where you can link your short to the to a single video. And I've been grabbing quite a bit of kind of attention over there as well. So yeah, I enjoy it. It works. TikTok's kind of gone flat, and Instagram's grown quite a bit for me the last little while.
That's been my experience too, is I'm getting more on Instagram lately in the last 2 months. But I expect that cycle to go somewhere else again. It seems on the platforms where I haven't been on there for a gajillion years, that they cycle around. Are you still using Opus?
I am, yeah, because for me, I have a few options. I could hire somebody, and it would take a significant portion of my income that I'm making from content creation, which I thought about and I had done. And to be honest, the 1 month I worked with them, their quality was no better than what I was getting from Opus. So I'm happy with Opus, and it does it. For a half an hour a day, I have access to what I need for right now.
Yeah. It's harder to get the provocative shorts out of Opus than the way John's doing it, though.
Oh, absolutely it is. Yes. Yeah. And it will come to a point where I will outsource that to somebody at a point when I'm ready to make that investment.
So a hack that Jack figured out is if you are like listening to your own content and you think that would make a good short this minute to that minute, you can just upload that and turn it into a short through Opus, and it adds all the captions and everything. So he's started doing that on some of his stuff.
And our stuff cuts out of long form content. So we'll do the podcast on Wednesday. And then once it loads up, my short guy will listen to that, and I'll listen to it as well. And then also when I do a live feed, if there's something that I get super animated about, I'm like, that'll be a good short. So I'll just message it. Hey, I was talking about this in here. We should build some shorts out of here, and we'll rip, 2, 3, 4 shorts out of that. So just take notes or, mark it somehow so your people know, so that to go back to it.
Yeah. I've started working with somebody to help me get the volume of shorts going, because I know what I need to do, but I am not executing on it. And I just realized, you know what? This is a really good thing to use that virtual assistant for. Because
and you
we can have a meeting once a week and then go for it.
And just finding the right one. It's just like graphic arts people. You'll go through 10 of them, but one of them you'll throw things at 5 people, and there's going to be one person that sends you back the best one every time, and that's your person.
Yep. Yeah, the person I'm working with listens to my podcast and has for many years, and so there is not confusion about the brand and what we're going for.
Yep.
So and I think, Tim, that's why when you outsource something like a podcast like ours or your video stuff to somebody, they maybe don't quite catch the spirit of what you're trying to accomplish. And that's why you're not getting the sort of the quality you want.
Absolutely. Yeah. Oh, go ahead.
What's the comments in here? Good pants guy. And somebody else said, are they at 2 minutes? Are they pants? What are we talking about here?
The shorts pun, like short videos or short. Yeah. They went on to pants because pants is just a funny word. Like, that's a great one if you want to make people laugh and you want to cuss. You just say, "Oh, pants," and yeah, I don't know, it's dorky, but I'm dorky, so it works.
We just got a freeze dryer about a week and a half ago. I've been running straight for about 10 days now, and it is unreal. It's way easier than I expected, and yeah. Anyway, I love it. I thought I'd bring that up, and we could chat about it at some point today.
Well, let's talk about it.
What size?
We got the medium one, and as soon as we got it, we're like, should have went bigger, but it's got 5 trays, and I have run that thing constant since the day I got it, and I've got probably 8 batches of pre-cooked frozen meat in the freezer ready to go in for the next one. And I got bags and bags of Mylar bags sealed up already.
Cool.
Yeah, I just got a really nice Harvest Right commission because I have an affiliate link.
Nice.
And I decided I was going to get a new sofa in my living room, and I bought it. And the very same day, that was the size of my commission. So whatever that person bought was amazing. So thank you, person who bought a really nice freeze dryer. But yeah, their affiliate program's not bad.
I got to say, and if somebody were starting a channel today, go with individual brand affiliate partnerships like that. That has become by far my biggest moneymaker. Because they'll partner. You can put up an affiliate link with a lot of companies without having any audience or a very small audience to begin with, because they'll just say, yeah, you can sign up for affiliate program and, just make the best damn Harvest Right video you can find, or the best damn EMP Shield video you can find, or whatever one it happens to be. And you will, man, that's a way to grow some money pretty quick.
Yep.
Yeah. I think it's important to decide you like the thing before you recommend it, though. Like, I've done fairly well with the Opus Pro affiliate program.
Nice.
It's a one-time thing. So then once they have that relationship, so I feel like unless you're growing at the same time, that has a diminishing point of return. But they give like 25% of the first purchase of a person you refer, and I totally use their product every week. So I can genuinely say I love the product, and this is one of the ways I'm able to churn out as many shorts as we are right now.
But they only pay you only get paid once, or do you get a monthly commission?
No, you get paid once, but the way you buy it is by the year. So you'll get a $300 lead for them.
But you get paid for every new client that comes and uses your code, right?
Right.
Got it. Okay.
Yeah. Okay. So it's just a one-time purchase from the client. So the way I try to do affiliate codes is to have a long tail for the person that's referred it. So I give referrals for longer. But that's just me. Because I know everybody's trying to do like that long tail stuff.
Yeah, if you buy up, you're going to make a lot more commissions off Harvest Right. If you have a Harvest Right freeze dryer, you're going to make a lot more commissions off EMP Shield if you have EMP Shields, and you actually show your audience, look, these are installed on my circuit boxes. These are on all these trucks. I bought these, paid for them. I'm actually, and people are going to be more apt to listen to your, commercial ad read, whatever, if you actually build videos. And we have a Harvest Right. We run it all the time. If anything, I don't talk about an affiliate code. That's where I'm always lacking, is the call to action with that. But people always ask about that Harvest Right constantly.
Yeah, they want to know what's in there. What's Amanda making, or what do you guys freeze drying?
Yep.
Yep.
I gotta say, as somebody just jumping into the freeze drying thing, there's a lot of content on YouTube, but not a lot of good freeze drying content. Like you have to filter through. For instance, like I put in freeze drying heavy cream the other day, and there was so much stuff that was almost, I couldn't even find anything good. Like there is a need. It's unbelievable that there is a need for good quality freeze drying content on YouTube. I didn't think that would be a thing.
The way I get my answers for the freeze dryer, Tim, is I go to Betty's Harvest Right freeze dryer group on Facebook and I ask the question, and then I get a couple of clearly good answers and a bunch of BS on there. But like for something like, can I freeze dry peanut butter or heavy cream? That's like the best way. And you're right. Somebody could just do a YouTube channel focused only on good information on how to freeze dry things. And not do, and just like your goal is not how many videos I can make, it's to make the 20 to 30 best videos on this and just have it be that. That would be amazing.
So
that would probably get a ton of views.
You know you cannot freeze dry peanut butter or heavy cream, right?
You know you could try.
Well, I did freeze dry heavy cream. It just won't last very long. So yeah, it's shelf stable for maybe a year or something. We'll see. But
peanut butter ends up an oily, awful mess, but ask me how I know. Yeah, there's a way to do it because you can buy freeze-dried peanut butter.
Yeah, well, it's different. And is it freeze-dried peanut butter or is it defatted peanut butter that's been freeze-dried? It's not peanut butter.
Yeah. Yep. Question for John. I love listening to Pulling the Thread. I can't find any new ones on Fountain or the Apple app. I see they're posted on YouTube regularly. Are those old and getting reposted?
So we did 126 episodes. We did them back to back 5 days a week up to 126, and then we stopped. And then for 2 years, people kept asking for them. We brought them back. They are on YouTube only. There are 75 currently recorded. No, we're about to do 80 this week, I think. It's $10 membership. It's behind our join paywall, and you get them as current events. They come out for free about 90 days behind. So if you don't want to join, no problem. They're 90 days late. There's a ton of relevant material in every one of them. But if you want them where we're talking about what actually happened today, tomorrow, that's the current event level of our membership. And with that, you get a ton of other stuff. There's like, I think 160 Q&As with me and Amanda and a ton of other stuff in there as well. And those Q&As, those come out free also, but they're a year behind right now.
Yep. And if you're a member, you get to ask questions about, like you get to get your queue into the Q&A.
Yeah, we build all those videos off of that. And there's a ton of shit in there that we say that I was never going to put public facing. Like on the John and Amanda videos, we talk about anything, business, relationship, I mean, anything. And it's turned into something that it's kind of gone into something beyond what we thought it would be. And we definitely were not going to put those out. But finally, I'm like, just put them out. There's good information in there that people will benefit from.
Yep, John, you should go sign up.
You can always unsign.
See your subscriber thing up on this feed today. That's the way to get signed up.
Yeah, you can always unsubscribe. I mean, just if you don't like it. But I mean, there's a lot of content there. There's a ton of content up there.
How fast did that build, John, once you decided to do YouTube subscriptions? Was it a slow start or did a bunch of people sign up out of the chute? Like, what was your experience with that?
Well, we already had 700,000 people on Facebook. So I would say it was slow, but there was enough there to build those videos off of. Those videos are literally built off what the audience interacts with. They ask the questions, we build the video. And now it's just exponential. It's just as it's that big snowball going downhill, gets bigger and bigger and bigger.
Yep. And then when one person likes it, they recommend it to another. I like that part of when you get to that phase that people are like, no, you have to sign up for this thing.
And those are real recommendations, right? That's a little more hoops to jump through when you're in a private group to recommend that. It's a lot more work than just pushing a button and it puts it on your Facebook page.
Yep.
So those are real, like vetted, listeners. a lot. I would say they're higher value listeners.
Okay, Tim, I should know this, but I haven't been lurking on your YouTube channel enough. Do you have memberships set up?
No, that's actually coming January 1st. I think I'll probably turn it on with YouTube as well, but I know that Patreon takes a lot smaller amount. But again, I subscribe to a bunch of people on Patreon. They seem to have fixed their interface quite a bit, and they allow you to link directly to YouTube videos. So yeah, I'm definitely going to turn that on. January 1st is the plan, or January 2nd. I got some cool, like I said, I recorded 13 or 14 in-person interviews with some really cool people like Nicole and Jack and Paul Wheaton and Joel Salatin. And yeah, I got a bunch. So that's where they're going to be.
Oh, wait, you owe me a Joel Salatin video, don't you?
I think I sent it to you.
Did you?
I think so. I'm sure I did, but I'll double check. Yeah. It was,
double check, because you shot me with Joel Salatin too, but I don't
Yes, I sent you the Google Drive link.
I will say I was not tracking a lot of details the week after Self-Reliance Festival. So it's possible if it was in Telegram, I could have missed that one. So how's my second favorite snow Mexican doing? That's you.
Hey, we got our first real snowfall the other day, which is insane. Normally we are, minus 20 in November, and this has been, it's been gorgeous. And we're going balls to the wall with the daycare. We just got our fenced in 50 by 50 yard done. And I don't know if I mentioned this. I mean, I'd say how proud I am of Becky, but so we decided to open a second one. And I don't know if I've told you this yet or not, John, but in a city an hour away. So Becky set up, she was going to get on a board locally with, kind of bring all the different daycares together. And this one lady's like, hey, I really like you. Do you want to buy my daycare too? So Becky's like, sure. So now we have 3.
That's awesome.
When are you going to start one in Tennessee?
I talked to Dave Seigler about the whole concept of that, because for us to do that would put us, would allow us to get that, what do they call it? It's a business visa, and you can basically land for 10 years at a time, as long as you need $100,000 investment, which for a daycare is not much. That's what they consider a significant investment, and it allows us to live 10 years at a time, as long as you're actively involved in the business. You can't just like buy property and say, I'm going to rent these out and then sit somewhere else in the country. You have to at least be involved. So that is on our radar for as the girls graduate from high school in 4 years. So we're definitely looking at it.
So are we going to get you full time here if that happens?
I hope so. Maybe. Yeah. I mean, at least half the year. Yeah. I'm almost half the year now, but yeah, as much as we can for sure. And yes, daycares are very profitable.
Yep. I wouldn't know that, but
it's okay.
But for those of you looking for a business to invest in, like hearing that's one to look at, I guess.
I don't want to just say, oh, look, we just flicked the switch and started it. We needed to build.
Really?
Yeah. Oh, there's so many governmental hoops to jump through. That's the downside to wanting to get involved in something like that for sure.
Yeah. I don't know what the liability insurance on that looks like either. That should be fun here.
$2 million liability to start with on any of the locations we have. And yeah, and then just don't even bother looking at transporting kids, because that's a whole nother thing. And then, if your playground is attached to the ground, that's a whole nother liability again. So for us, we just have like climbing structures that you can just slide around, and then all of a sudden it's not a liability. So I don't know.
Bizarre. What's a $2 million policy? What's the payments on that a month? What might that look like?
I'd have to ask Becky on the daycare one, but I can tell you, I don't know if I've told you guys this or not, but I sold my snow and mow business as well. That was a big step for us. I got rid of that as of August 31st this year. And I was paying around $5,000 a year for $2 million liability for snow removal. So it wasn't cheap.
Yeah. Speaking of that, like, what did it take for you to decide it was time to sell it? And then what did it look like to sell it?
Yeah, the first thing is that I knew that if I didn't sell it, I would just stop working on the business eventually because I was into there you go, 460. So significantly less for a daycare than it was for snow removal.
Yeah, that's cheap actually.
For me, it was, okay, so I had handyman, right? So I call that the mow and snow end of things. It was snow, mowing, and all the odd job stuff. And then I had the property management, which was looking after all of these rentals. And then I had my content creation, and then we had the daycare. And so it was getting to the point where I either needed to hire somebody to run it, which I didn't want to have the headache of employees, or I was going to ignore it long enough that it fizzled away to nothing. And so Becky looked at me one day. She goes, you need to sell this now while we can and get something out of it, because it's an asset with a customer base, And so basically what was happening was I wasn't taking on any new customers because I had all this other work. And so as an existing customer would pass away or retire, whatever it would happen to be, you would lose them. So yeah, we decided we put it up for sale in the spring. And it took about 6 months of meeting with these guys and chatting back and forth. $1,500 worth of lawyer later, which wasn't bad. Had to sign a no-compete clause for 10 years, which is first time I've ever had to do that. Just a lot. If anybody wants to know about selling something through a lawyer, you can never do anything with a single meeting. It's always 3, 4, 5 meetings in a row when you go. But it was a process. I had to make myself available to the new guys for the entire winter season. So if they need me, they can call or, and it's fine. We're on a friendly basis, but you put all this stuff in the contract ahead of time. So there's no out of the ordinary expectations where somebody gets pissed off because you didn't do what they wanted you to do. So have everything in the, in the paper and make a really good list of your assets. It was fun. I enjoyed the process. I'd never done something like that before.
Having been through that once, would you consider building another business with the goal of selling it off, or was it more probable?
Absolutely. Yeah.
Why?
I would say I'm going to guess, and Becky could chime in on this, but at some point, maybe 10 years down the road, that's probably our plan with the daycares as well. And because what's kind of nice about it is you can pull money out of it as you go. It's your income or, an income source for a while. And then when you get to the point where you want to do something different or you're looking to pull back or retire, it's almost like you're setting aside a nest egg. So everything you've invested, all the time and all the money, has built into this really cool thing. What I sold my handyman business for, I had all these assets that I bought piecemeal here, there, and everywhere. And all of a sudden it was like money in the bank. And so then we get to take it and we use some of that money to buy another rental property. So absolutely we would, because to me, you're investing time and money now for a nice return down the road, hopefully. So yeah, we would definitely do that again.
So when you sold that, they bought what? They got the equipment and the customer base, basically?
Yep. Yeah, they did. And yeah, go ahead.
And then they cashed you out one payment?
So the way we did it was I actually appreciated the way they came back. I gave them a number. They liked the number itself, but they came back and they said, here's what we'd like to do. We want to give you 75% of that number up front. And then we want to give you the rest of that number after the snow season's over, a percentage based on how much income we get from that. So if we get more customers, you're going to actually make more than you asked for. And if we don't get as many, you're going to make a little bit less. And it looks like we're probably going to come out about exactly what I asked for to start with. So I like the way they structured that deal.
So did you have eyes into all of the billing so you were able to just see at any time what was going on? Or did they have to come in and open their books for you to review?
So first off, I had to give them our books before we started, and then give them a number of the customers and that sort of thing. And I don't have to at the end of snow season. So April 1st this year, they will come back with a number and say, this is what we made. And I have no reason not to doubt them. But if I thought it was weird, we go to their accountant and they go through the books and work it all out. But yeah, so there's a process in place for that. If it came to the point where we're like, I think you did better than that, we could look at it. But yeah.
Cool. Well, I was thinking if they come back and they're like, we did less than this.
Yeah.
Like anything over, it's a bonus.
Well, that's what I kind of appreciated about them. They're, it was a nice, it was professional, but it was a good deal because they came back and they're like, hey, if we make more, that percentage will be a little higher. And if we make less, it'll be a little less. So we were each taking on the same amount of risk.
I see Frank says that him and his mother made good money boarding horses. We know a guy that boards horses, and that basically pays for him to have a vet tech and a clinic on site from the horses and the revenue from boarding horses. That fully pays for him to have a veterinarian on site. And I believe the vet actually stays there 24 hours. So he basically has a doctor on the property 24 hours with a full, clinic. So all of his animals are covered and everything.
That's cool because animals don't know that they're only supposed to get sick between 8 and 5 Monday through Friday.
They almost
not only that.
Yeah.
You don't have to go to the hospital for wound closure anymore.
Oh man. Yeah, we need that here. Homestead Medical, you need to move to the holler because, there's a need.
He talks about moving to Tennessee. I would, yeah.
Hey, I can probably carve you out a spot. Just saying.
I probably could too.
Hey,
yeah,
you
then you have to deal with horse. He said then you got to deal with horse people. Yeah, horses are always trying to kill themselves. If there is something that they can eat that will kill them, a horse will swallow it.
When I first started working at the farm supply place, I always had this joke that I thought was hilarious. And I would always say, what's the fastest way to turn money into shit? And I would say, buy a horse. Well, I tried that on at the farm supply place where there was an old rancher standing next to me when I said it. I thought he was going to jump over the counter and kill me. He didn't think that was the least bit funny at all. I was like, okay, I guess I got to know my audience.
His accountant probably thought it was funny. There's two kinds of horse people. People that are broke because they have horses, or people that have so much money that they can have horses. And that's it's just like when we were breeding bearded dragons. I can breed a just standard ugly bearded dragon, and the babies wholesale for $15, $20 a piece. I can breed $5,000 bearded dragons, and the babies wholesale for $1,000 a piece. The upkeep and the maintenance and the inputs and the feed are all the same. You might as well breed expensive animals and have good stock to start with.
Yeah, that makes sense. Can you send me a list of things that kill horses so I can give them to my wife's 34-year-old money suck?
I can tell you where I grew up, there was always people that you knew that didn't have a pot to piss in, but somehow every so often they would just have a horse. They might have, an eighth of an acre on their front lawn that is an absolute mud hole, but somehow they'd put a horse in there. And the thing, eventually, I want to call it child protective. It's not child services, but animal services or whatever would come in and confiscate it. And I could never figure that out. I don't know. It's always like having go ahead.
We had the lady worked for us who would come in and literally eat bread. There wasn't a sandwich. It was bread. She was so impoverished and so broke because all of her money went when the animal protective services came in and finally took a horse away from somebody that should be euthanized. This lady took it, and she had like 20 of these horses. And I mean, every dime she had went to taking care of dead horses. It was just insane.
Yeah, when I moved here, I'd been here about 5 years when my neighbor from down the road, hey, John Hendricks just joined, just like he said he was going to. So he does what he said. Awesome. Welcome. He was like the regional manager for the Farmers Co-op. And so I moved here. I'm like some city chick who's going into the co-op asking for organic chicken feed. And he's like, Nicole, is that you? I know that had to be you, like totally stereotyping about the hippie chick from Oregon. And 5 years in, he goes, Nicole, I got to hand it to you. When you moved in, I thought, sure, you were going to get some horses and that property was just going to be all mud. And I was like, nope, I got goats instead.
Yeah.
They're on my roof all the time.
People will have their children taken away while they're busy taking care of dying horses. It's insane.
My wife had a coworker one time that, like I said, literally had their kids taken away from them before. But they would have horses, and it was, anyway, I don't get it.
Same, man. Literally bread sandwiches. That's what she ate.
Yeah. Costs a friend €150 a horse per month to do all the work ourselves. Never as happy as horse riding. I love riding other people's horses. I think that's a great way to do it.
I like being able to get in the truck and drive away when we're done.
You know, I will say, like, the topography of our sheep pasture would pair well with horses to check fence. But I don't want to take care of a horse. So there we go.
Yep. You don't have to saddle and unsaddle that four-wheeler out there.
No, I'm just always afraid I'm going to roll the four-wheeler on the hill because it's so steep.
Yeah.
But I've been told it's impossible for me to do that. So
you just need a ranch hand.
That's a good point. Any ranch hands interested, reach out.
You have one.
I do. Well, I mean, I have the guy running the ranch, but he could use a hand.
Yeah.
When I was at prepper camp, I talked to a guy there who said, there is a need for homestead or babysitters, that people that are vetted within the community that could travel around and look after. And this dude, I didn't really know him, but his big, he's like, well, how do I know? How would I trust somebody? And I said, well, because they're vetted within the community. He's like, well, how do I know I trust my community? I said, if you don't, you're in the wrong community, dude. But for us,
Bob.
Go ahead.
Same thing, man. Bob met somebody here at SRF that was from Ohio, and they had some local Ohio group, prepping group. And he said, hey, I need a ranch hand. And a lady showed up with her husband, who was a gas guy. And Bob has 2 gas proms on his property. Like it was just randomly from a meetup here, and he's got full time. And he said they do an awesome job. They do so much on the property. And Bob has a full on farm, and he doesn't even live on the farm. It's like 45 minutes away, and there's people there that take care of the animals every day.
Hey, baby, want to be my ranch hand? Thanks, Amanda. Yep. All of mine are about construction right now. So want to smooth my floor is going to be coming soon.
Want to level my deck. There's a good one.
Yeah. Yeah, we get some good brainstorms going around here for those, but Thanksgiving had a lot of openings.
So we started a group so what I love about, again, I talked about this the other night, but in our community, Yozik started a community group called Camp Hope, because the first episode that I came back from Self-Reliance Festival, I told everybody, I said, all right, I'm done being fat. I'm done. I'm fucking tired of it, sick of it. And so we've got this incredible group. There's 14, 15 people who are, we just share every single day. And so every day since I've left Self-Reliance Festival, calorie deficit and fucking worked out every single day. And I feel like $1 million, but having that group in the community has been good. And so I just wanted to shout those guys out for that.
The accountability is a great way to do that. So,
Jules,
Absolutely.
Are you in Tennessee? Are you in Camden, Tennessee?
She is not.
You looking for somebody?
Yeah, I need somebody. Yeah.
She's mobile though, and she comes out of the Midwest preparedness kind of community.
Awesome. Right on. Yeah, I need a person, like 7 days a week person.
Yep. Well, now
She's
that that's not on the internet, maybe somebody will be your 7 days a week person who you can count on. The deal is, when you get that person, you need somebody you can count on.
Yeah, and it's a couple hours a week. I mean, a couple hours a day at most. I mean, we can find work for that person. It can definitely become other work, but a couple hours.
So everybody who's been looking for the elusive 10-hour-a-week job, you just found the 14-hour-a-week job.
Yeah, I mean, we could scale it for sure.
Yeah. It's just, that's something that we joked about when I was first going out on my own, is like, from a security standpoint, it'd be great to have that elusive 10-hour-a-week job that just pays something, because you feel more stable emotionally, but everybody wants more.
We had a man show up here we had a guy show up in a school bus that he had converted with 2 kids. And he said, I'm here to work. And he worked, man. That dude worked like 16 hours a day. But you've got when you find those guys, you've got them for about a month, 2 months, maybe 3 months, and then they're on to somewhere else. They will come in and work. Like, they will work so much and so fast that you're literally scurrying around trying to figure out shit for them to do. They work so quickly.
Which is a great situation to be in every so often.
It is. They did the pond. They did the rabbit house. They did the pole barn. I mean, they built everything while they were here. Just insane. Taught his daughter to sew. Like, we would bring her back anytime she's got a job that she wants a job.
Yep.
Where did they go from there? From you?
Oh, who the hell knows, man? I heard they were in Texas. They're in Wyoming, running miles of fence line. I mean, just all over. And just high demand when you have a person that is that capable. And then, like, when you look at my rabbit barn, that sucker's built out of 8x8s, and all the horizontals are dual 2x8s that have little blocks between. I mean, that whole thing's bolted together with big lag bolts and nuts, and I mean, that sucker's never coming down. It puts everything else here to shame. You look at it and you're like, man, I hate that structure sitting next to it. It just looks so raggedy.
Yeah, I was not here when my joist got replaced, but all I heard for 3 days from Tactical was how he was staying up till 9 o'clock at night trying to keep ahead of Ken Esch, who was always coming in the next day, because that dude works fast.
That's cool. That's cool.
But the whole thing was done in 3 days. It was just like, poof. So
speaking of entrepreneurs, you just saw Clark Deacon there. He said, I wish my employees would work that fast. I can't remember exactly Clark's age. It's either 21 or 22. He lives in Saskatchewan. He's got a wife and 2 little kids, and he runs his own business full-time, just leased a great big workspace for himself, and has been doing incredible with that. But I love, because there's so many people that just want to shit on Gen Z or whatever, and you're going to 23. I knew I was close. And you're going to find in every generation, there's going to be lazies and not lazies, but that dude works. Man, he works.
yeah, so I was with somebody who is in Gen Z, who is discouraged by their generation not seeing through the propaganda. And I was like, I feel like in my experience, my limited experience, Gen Z sees through it more than a lot of other generations. Unless they're all in. And he said, well, I hope that's true. And I was like, well, you woke up. So,
well, he didn't wake up. He probably was awake, right? He was probably raised by what, millennials? There was just these polls that have been taken about if you were going to take a month off of work, how much money would you need in a bank account to feel comfortable? And they polled, and the general consensus from millennials was that they would need $100,000, right? Fucking insane. You've got it's just crazy, right? So I saw another meme recently said, everybody has those people that they call, and then you realize that you are those people. We are the people that they call, right? We don't have anybody that we call when we have an issue like that. And there's those people exist everywhere. It's not necessarily an age thing. It's just an upbringing thing or an exposure thing, right? When you go, and especially when you start working as a young person, a real physical job, it's very easy to see where your positioning is in that crew. And then when you have had enough of that physical labor and you're like, I'm not doing this anymore, I'm going to start my thing. And until you truly have employees, it just hits differently. When you have people that you are paying to do a task, and then when you are also still a person who is paid in that food chain to do a task, it recalibrates you.
The thing I want to know about those outrageous answers, Shawn, is
where are they coming from?
Where are they coming from? Like, do they in fact already spend $100,000 a month? Or are they just making up a number because they have no concept of money? Like,
I mean, some of it's for shock value, right? They polled all these college girls and they're like, how much should a man spend on a diamond on a wedding ring for you? And they're like, $100,000. Bitch, you haven't made $100,000 in your entire fucking life. Like, it's insane. There are people that live that way, but it's just crazy. I mean, I think that they've just been programmed through this thing, They're just calibrated way differently. They live in a world that we keep people alive in this world that won't keep themselves alive.
Mm-hmm.
What is it supposed to be, like 6 months salary or something is supposed to go into that ring? 3?
Yeah, it used to be 3, and that's all from the years.
Think about the honeymoon you could take.
Dude, I spent, I think it maybe was $300 on Becky's engagement ring, because that was a quarter of my month's salary. It's all I had. And it was just a little ring to surprise her. And, you know, she loved it. It would, yeah.
Think about the property you could buy. Like, go buy, man, kids all the time. I tell young people when I want this, I want that. I'm like, go buy property. Your parents don't own any of it. And with what you're talking about buying right now, you could go buy property. You can be a property owner. They're not making that shit anymore.
Yeah. I 100% agree with that. And property is freedom. It's not freedom, but it is freedom.
Sure it is. And I hear, a lot. And I don't want to be like an old man yelling at clouds here. I really don't. But you hear it all the time. It costs so damn much money to rent. Yeah, it does. And I see the reports all the time, and the news stories. Toronto and Vancouver, the price of a 1-bedroom in Toronto is like $3,000. Then what the hell are you doing in Toronto? Why are you living there? Move to Provost, Alberta, where we are, where you could still buy a decent rundown house in town for $60,000, $80,000, fix it up and rent out your basement. Why wouldn't you do that? Anyway, I don't understand at all.
Oh, I remember one time when my salary was $40,000 one year, which I thought was doing pretty good at the time. And somebody I knew who lived in Manhattan told me they were paying $20,000 a year in rent. And I'm like, that's literally half of what I earn. I could not even fathom how
probably
much
people spend that a month now.
Yeah. Well, I'm sure.
Mm.
And it was for a studio apartment.
Oh,
but it was in the right place.
I don't know. You couldn't pay me. Well, maybe you could for a year, but to move into a city, I don't get it. There's so much downside to it.
I think you almost need to live in a city for a little while to appreciate the freedom of not living in the city. Kids grow up on a homestead, a farm, or rural. And they just what do they want to do? They want to escape to the city. I think you almost need to expose them to that, to be calibrated to appreciate the freedom. Like when we left California, as soon as we crossed into Arizona, we stopped at a gas station. And at the gas station, we bought fireworks and lit the fireworks at the gas station, right? You'd have had a task force. There would have been helicopters and shit in California. They arrest you just for having fireworks in California when we literally just across this state line. And it's different.
We are talking about the state that confiscates fruit, Shawn.
You are right. We've stopped at fruit, and the fruit stop places are in the craziest places, like in the middle of the desert. They're like, "Do you have any fruit?" That's what you're worried about?
There was a road I used to drive to the beach that crossed into California for 1 mile and came out, and there was no way off this road. Fruit confiscation right there.
Yeah, you can have 20 non-domestic other than U.S. citizens. I mean, fucking crazy.
Yep.
It's bizarre that we have so many friends come from Canada, and U.S. Border Patrol literally gives them so much hassle coming across. But if they just came to the southern border, they could just come across with everybody they want. It's asinine.
But people ask me all the time, why do you want to go down there? Because everybody I get it all the time from people in our town. You're going to move down there eventually, aren't you? And I just smile and give them that little. But people don't understand. As soon as you get a little taste of a little more of that freedom, it's hard to go back.
Yeah.
Even my kids, when I took Charlotte and Alice down to Montana for the weekend, Charlotte was half joking, but she's like, "I'm not sure I want to go down there, Dad." She says, "There's school shootings every week down the States." And I'm like, we were down there for a day. She's like, "Oh, I get why you like it here, don't you, Dad? One day, and she looked at me, and I'm like, there you go, sweetheart.
Prepping gear from
I have
Temu.
friends
We're
who
gonna open
think
it up. We're
that
gonna
they're
see,
very
is it a
likely to
scam?
get gunned down in
Is
a
it
restaurant
decent?
if they come
Is it
here
good
who are in
quality
other
for the
countries.
price
They're
of
like,
it?
I couldn't
So
come
let's
there
open it
because
up and
you
go
guys
from
can
there.
have
So
guns and I
last
might
time
get
I did
shot
one of
in
these
a
videos, I
restaurant.
said the
And
only
I'm
way I'd
like,
do it again is
that's
if it blew
actually
up and
not
you
a
guys
fear I
liked it.
have on the
So
regular.
It's like It's like M. Night Shyamalan's The Village, right? They have to have that fear to keep you from leaving the village.
Yep.
Yeah, I remember when I traveled to Peru, though, people calling me and telling me not to go because it wasn't safe because of the drug lords. You know what I didn't do? Go to places where the drug lords were.
Yeah.
I was like, okay, maybe not there. You know, I don't know.
You can find bad places everywhere, and it is though. Like, and there you go. And if someone starts shooting, I can shoot back. That's the big difference. That's what I love about being down there. Whatever. It's the same as, you know what? It's still taking me a little getting used to traipsing around in the Tennessee woods because I'm not used to being in areas that have things that will jump up, bite you, and kill you. But I haven't run into one yet. And eventually, you just start walking around in the woods. You don't act like an idiot, but it's not a thing. Like, you don't walk around in fear all the time. If I did, that would be stupid.
Well, we have poisonous snakes here, right?
Yes.
I spent my first 2 years during snake season not hiking in the woods because of snakes, which was stupid.
Everything
because there are not that many snakes.
Bite you, poke you, sting you, or lay eggs in you. It's the little things you got to worry about, not the big things.
Snakes, by and large, prefer to run away from the scary two-legged critter. Like, they would, unless you're between the snake and where it needs to go, like a water snake getting back to water. I don't know. I've never really had the issue. I also don't usually cause rattlesnakes to rattle, so I don't know that they're near me sometimes. And other people are like, "Wait, there's a rattlesnake!" Oh,
yeah, we have all the venomous. We've got all the venomous snakes here. We've looked for the first couple of years we were here. We go snake hunting every week, and I've yet to see a rattlesnake here. They're here. We've seen cottonmouths, copperheads. We've even got some eastern coral snakes, but it's not an issue.
Yeah.
Like I said, we just live our life. We cut trees, I dig holes in the, whatever. It is what it is. I don't know. I mean,
don't you have the big bears up there in Canada?
Sure, we do. The stuff we have up here. That would be the equivalent of somebody saying, well, I'm never going to go for a car ride in the middle of winter because I don't want to break down the side of the road in -40. Well, you're just not an idiot about it. You pack the right type of gear and you learn to live with it. Some people ask me, how do you live in -40? Well, you don't die. I mean, that's really all there is to it. That's all. You just don't be an idiot.
Yeah, the numbers you used to hear, and I don't know if they're correct still, but it was more people die every year from bee sting and lightning strike than snake bite in the United States.
Sure.
Well, it's usually not deadly if you get bit by a snake.
I've been bit by a snake. Full envenomation, left thumb, 1986, rattlesnake, Southern Pacific rattlesnake. I've been bit by snakes.
Yeah. I bet that hurt for a while.
It goes super numb, and then it itches because the swelling and the skin is going to crack. I was to the hospital within 30 minutes, 6 bottles of anti-venom overnight, out of school for 6 weeks. I still have, you can feel the difference in the two thumbs still today. When it's super cold, this one still kind of turns white.
Were you messing with the snake? Is that why you got bit on the hand?
Oh, yeah. I had hundreds of rattlesnakes. Yeah, it was a snake I had in a bag. I'm not even left-handed, and I reached in the bag left-handed to pull the snake out. Yeah, of course I was fucking with the snake. People get, like, most venomous envenomations are dealt with people. It's people that have the snakes in captivity, and it almost always happens when you have somebody else there. First of all, you shouldn't be dealing with hot animals by yourself. But the envenomation always happens when you have another person because you're talking to the other person. And most of it involves a beer.
Beer.
Jack always say it's almost always like college-age men, stupid young guys who are acting a fool.
Yeah, because it's not people with families and children that have a fucking cobra in their living room. Of course, it's young people.
Wait, I had a pet piranha when I was 22 years old. I was a senior in university, and I had a piranha in a fish tank.
Yeah,
like I wouldn't have a piranha. Well, maybe I would. I don't know, but just
Sure
some
you
stupid
would.
things you do. Yeah, I
mean,
would.
we get Oscars and Pacus. I mean, they're just not as aggressive feeders.
Yep.
Yeah, you're not wrong there, Lady Lou.
That's why women live long. Yes, but women have way more car accidents.
Okay, we're waiting for the comments on that one to come up. We'll see what happens.
Somebody's going to say, no, men have more. Men do have more because more men drive longer distances than women. But when you actually look at the numbers, women have more vehicle accidents. That's why you cost more on insurance. Actually, it's not. It's testosterone in younger men cost more on insurance.
No, insurance is a whole other racket.
All of it. Yeah, you were right. Imagine
have
if
you ever driven down. Go ahead. There's a little lag there. Sorry, John.
Imagine if you could just go out in your backyard and get some piece of some plant and take that and it actually cured you versus going to a doctor who gave you a pill and then you needed 3 or 4 more to keep the first one from killing you. Imagine if over the last 20, 30, 50, 60 years, you have been conditioned to believe things that used to heal are now in fact poisonous themselves. What were you going to say, Tim? Have I ever driven where?
Sorry, yeah, we were talking about driving. There was a lag. I was going to fill in. Have you ever gone down to Savannah, Tennessee, which I didn't know existed? But
yes. Yep.
Yeah. So going through there, once you get past the Tennessee River, I guess maybe it's a spillway or a floodway. There's a house down there or a building that's like we were talking earlier about stilts. I was just reminded of it. 3 stories high, and the bottom 2 is just like open frame concrete. And then the top one is a house sitting on top of it. And I just wondered if anybody out there knows the story behind that, because I'd meant to ask when I was on somewhere that a lot of people in the Tennessee area would be.
So I do not know, but now that you are a Tennessee resident for the most part, on Facebook you should join a group called Abandoned Tennessee.
Okay.
You'll dig it.
I will. Yeah. I love stuff like that.
And then we can co-host and start doing new YouTube stuff.
So there is a drive-in theater about 15 minutes heading toward Nashville. I stopped the other day when Becky and I were there. We just it totally says don't go in, but we still maybe
Waverly.
Didn't. Yeah.
Yeah, my friend owns it. We can go over there.
I would. Yeah, all I did was just go up to the ticket booth. I would love to go in and see the projection area and everything.
Oh yeah, the doors kicked in. It's totally vandalized. Okay. The guy from the trucking place across the street, that's where we buy all our shipping containers. He does that lot next to him. They take all of those shipping containers and build them into the wood chipper trucks for the paper pulp industry. That's all LMC, I think, is his company.
Nice. Yeah. Anyway, I had you on one time on the show talking about exploring stuff, and I love it. There's nothing more fun.
Yeah, we'll go to all the haunted places.
I would love that. We'd have some fun with that.
Yes. Yeah.
Regarding Savannah, AutoFab, do you know him?
Yeah. Just a little bit.
He lives near Savannah. He might actually know the answer to your question.
Okay. I'll reach out to him.
Yeah. Because he's been in that area, I think, a decade now or so.
And you've got something coming up, don't you, John? What's the new project you guys are working on? The reality show or something?
Homestead Apprentice.
Oh, did we lose it?
No, he's there.
Yeah, okay. I didn't know if I lost you or not. Yeah. It looks rather interesting. I'm quite excited about it. Have you had anybody sign up yet?
Oh yeah. We got a bunch of applicants. I think we're gonna pull 50, bring them in for the gauntlet, which will be 3 days, which is really about 2.5 days, and then we'll select 2 12-person teams, and then bring them back for between 4 and 6 weeks.
Nice.
I think it's going to be awesome.
It'll be a lot of classes. You're going to learn a ton of stuff. You're going to do a lot of work. You're going to start a business. You're going to be responsible. We're going to teach you marketing, video, editing, as well as all the hands-on stuff. You're going to have medical. You're going to have, firearms training, all the big companies involved.
If you need some raw land, I know a guy that's not too far from you where they can,
Well, I mean, we will have physical labor for projects,
Nice. Well, we'll talk about it.
Yeah.
Well, for the 4 people on the live feed who don't know what Homestead Apprentice is, Jules is asking, what's Homestead Apprentice?
So jump on Homestead Apprentice Instagram page, follow there, and then you can go to the website Homestead Apprentice, and it'll tell you how to apply. You're going to put in an application and make a video. We're going to take your videos and build video reaction videos to your videos to help promote also. But it's all right there.
Yeah. It sounds like a really cool thing.
It's something that you could take other places, right? You could take that and turn it into a lot of different things. We're going to take the first winners, and they're going to get one of them is going to have a homestead. We're going to write again, and then the second crew coming in will help build the first homestead, and that'll be close here. So we're kind of populating the area with people that we want here and have the same alignment with, as well as have work. We're looking at the apprentice. We are looking for people for our businesses, and they're going to be, they're going to be proven out the back end that they have the wherewithal to stay. And it's not just necessary. It's not the biggest, strongest people, and it's not necessarily it's got to be a combination of both. You have to, be able to add value as well as, follow some framework and run some kind of business. It's great to live here, but there's not a lot of jobs here. So it's always better when a dude comes here to work to have some kind of side hustle or, business of his own that he can develop and grow and even turn into something that we do business to business instead of being an employee. Guys come here a lot, but the shortfall is when they come here with a family, there's not a lot here for the family. So if you have a business or something that your family can do, and also on the weekends, we used to people would come here to work, and it was like adopting another child. I would have 5 people here who moved here from Alaska, New York, and Arizona, and it would be a full-time job for Amanda and myself because we literally took them everywhere with us. They ate every meal with us. I need them to kind of adult on their own, right? So if they have a group of people that are in and have some friends that, because they have the same interests, and then have some kind of income in addition, that's always better. And it has standing. It just lasts a lot longer.
Well, and if you want to be successful on a homestead, it pays to have a business perspective going in. I think when your goal with the homestead is to be as cheap as possible and never, and not charge too much money for your stuff or whatever it is, you're more likely to fail because it really helps to solve problems sometimes to have some money to fix the problem rather than just all day long trying to figure out how to repurpose a pallet or something. Not that repurposing pallets is bad. So one of the things I like about your project, John, is you're pairing that business acumen, because if you do build your homestead and you do monetize your homestead, you're more likely to stay at it for the long term.
And that could be even somebody just called Shaw out, Gold Shaw Farms. We had him on. A great YouTube channel. He's completely different than us. He's like, I'm a liberal. Like I'm not anything like you guys. I think he actually told us that. And somebody called him out. It's like, it's very disingenuous. You show all these things you're doing, but I have a homestead, and basically I have a homestead and I can't do what you're doing. So this is bullshit. And basically he's making money from social media. Right. And she's like, well, you don't have enough ducks, right, to be able to afford the fencing. You have enough ducks, right, to be able to afford. He came from he was a real estate or a banker. His wife, I believe, is a full-time nurse. Like they have most farmers hold 2 adult incomes in order to be a farmer, right? The farm doesn't pay for the farm anymore. So how do we take these people and show them how to monetize, right? That's like, I'll look at a dude, I'll talk to a dude for 10 minutes and I'll be like, okay, you can make money here. 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 So if we can instill that in them, you might not have to have 800 ducks in order to, be able to pay for the duck feed. You can show videos of the ducks and the monetization off the ducks, build a brand and sell duck shirts and duck merchandise, take duck quills and make, writing utensils. You'd probably make more money selling feathers with pin quills on the end than you would selling, duck eggs. So it's just showing all that. And this chick totally called him out and really, I really thought she was really shitty about it. He took it so well, man. He is so polite.
Well, he's the kind of liberal you want to talk to, right? You can have a conversation with him and exchange ideas. I'd actually love to have him on again.
Dude, I enjoy his content. And then it got so bad, and that's what I said. I go, you don't have to fight your fight. Your audience will fight the fight. He had to turn the comments off. And then he had on Roots and Refuge. And that was a really good conversation between the two of them. She's like, I just kind of ran my channel and I had some women issues and I talked about it and people literally attacked me over it. And she said, I was just able to do some research and found a couple solutions without surgery and major chemicals, and it solved my problem. So I was excited to be able to put that out there. It might help somebody. And she goes, I go to these events and I want to meet everybody. And I literally get so emotional and I break down. Just, it's so taxing, not in a bad way. It was just very interesting. And she's like, we have these businesses. I think they got they got a big building from the city that had been taken over from the city, and they're revitalizing this area. And I think she has like kind of a farmer's market with kiosks and, homemade things for all these vendors there. And she goes, we have $1 million on that loan, but the farm doesn't pay for that. That's its own thing, and social media. So it's just weird, people's perspectives where they follow you on social and they're like, man, I kind of related to you when you started and you had nothing, but basically you did something that I'm not motivated or willing to do. So I have to unfollow you, because that's really what the story is. And it's just kind of, I don't know why I went off on that tangent, but it's been in my head.
No, it's the must be nice mindset, John. I use it all the time. And I'm listening to you, and somebody sits back there and you get it all the time. Must be nice. Whatever you want to call it. But you look back, well, you're right. You didn't want to do the work. So I'm right. It's nice. Absolutely. But that's what 100%, that's where it comes from.
Well,
they forget the first.
Go ahead.
They forget the first 2 years, right? When Amanda and I were out here with shovels mucking out goat shit that was literally up to my kneecaps, right? Because we had them in a pen, but we'd turn them out during the day. But they didn't bother to comment on any of those videos. They only commented when the new skid steer showed up and did it all in 10 minutes.
Mm-hmm. Do you want people to be successful, or like, is it disingenuous to be successful? That's what it comes down to. Like, you're not a real punk rocker anymore because, you know what I mean? Like, I do not.
You've gone corporate.
Mindset. Right.
Yeah. You sold out.
You sold out, man. You got 100,000 YouTube subscribers, and now your ad revenue pays for your duck fences. Yes, it does. Wasn't that the plan to be successful?
Isn't that great?
Yeah.
Don't you want to copy me and do it too?
I tell them, I'm like, you're a grown ass human being. You do whatever you want. Like, literally, I want you to do whatever it is you want to do. And if you ask me how to do that, I will help you do that. Whatever it is you want to do. I don't care what it is, unless it takes away from me or mine or, a child or something. I don't care. Whatever it is you want to do. But I think I think especially with men, I think that if you have a group of dudes that kind of hang out on the weekend, and football's we're going to get together and watch football. No, you mean you're going to get to drink together and watch beer and not ever go play football? You're going to vicariously watch some other grown ass man dance around in tights. But when one of those dudes is like, hey, I bought this saw and I'm building these things out of pallets, and there'll always be a dude that shits on them. They'll sit there and listen for a minute, but when they walk away, and I think a lot of it is the wife or the spouse involved is like, hey, did you see what Bob's doing, man? Bob bought another truck and he's running 2 trash routes. But Tim over here, who's talking about Bob, and his wife thought it was pretty cool, he doesn't want to do that. He just they want to pull you down rather than push you up, man.
Yeah, it's amazing to me the number of people who are like, it's the how dare you attitude. How dare you make money? I get that because I'm a girl. Like, how dare you, Nicole, charge money for the thing you're selling? And I'm like, you don't have to buy it. And
how dare you be happy?
I want to be successful. I want to be more successful than I am now. It's going to take work, but it's also going to take charging money for things. Like, that's just how that works.
Hi, diddly ho, prepperinos. This is Nat, the Preparedness Guy on Preparedness Works, the second best preparedness podcast in the world. Preparedness Works is part of the Readiness Lab, the home of podcast webinars and training in the field of emergency and disaster services. Thank you to L3 Harris for their longtime support and for providing technology and communication solutions to emergency responders all over the world. Preparedness. Preparedness is selfish, right? And that's one of the go-to phrases we see, almost as though people feel like they have to add it when they're talking about preparedness. And if you do a quick Google search, you'll find lots of arguments for both sides of the argument. But those who are decrying prepping as selfishness all seem to have one thing in common: this self-righteous tone that broadly paints prepared people as selfish, but fails to address what being unprepared is. By saying preppers are selfish, they're implying that you are somehow less selfish if you're unprepared. The way it's framed is that you get to feel good about not preparing because you'd be selfish if you were. But what is more selfish? Taking care of yourself or doing nothing because you expect someone else to take care of you? Today, I'm going to talk about preparedness as a civic responsibility. 200 years ago, give or take, every farmer laid up stores for the winter. They would grow produce, raise livestock, and preserve much of that for the winter. It was understood that everyone was responsible for themselves, but it was also understood that you helped each other out when you could. I know it wasn't perfect, but for a large majority of people, part of regular life meant making sure you could meet your own basic needs to the extent possible without relying on someone else. Now, as a society, we've shifted from a largely independent, self-reliant society to one with access to many more resources, technology, conveniences, but we've certainly become more dependent. It's great to live in the world we live in today, but for some reason, in our society, we label and put down people who just want to be able to meet their own basic needs. We've seen in many emergencies and disasters in history examples of individuals or whole communities who are more resilient than others, or who just plain didn't need the offered resources because they were prepared well enough. So those resources could go and be directed to where they were needed more. Some neighborhoods, churches, family and friend groups work together to be better prepared. The American Civil Defense Program, with its cool logos, insignias, and fallout shelters and everything, particularly after World War II, brought with it what was probably the most engagement seen from citizens regarding preparedness. It was primarily used to prepare against the nuclear threat. So as fears declined or politics got involved, the entire program was affected. I think it's really cool to look back at those programs, all the videos, pamphlets, everything created during the decades of the Cold War. But the bulk of the efforts were in the 50s and the first few years of the 60s, basically until the assassination of President Kennedy. And the support for civil defense, it was waxing and waning, depending on social and political trends, particularly with the rising trend in the continuity of government programs. So when the government was able to take care of itself, it tended to take care of the people less. So they could build their bunkers, but not necessarily think that the people needed it. Now, whether that's an important thing or not, continuity of government, of course, is an important thing. The way we look at it politically and socially is the way that gives strength to these efforts. So not just the continuity of government programs, but there's this idea pervasive in society that all the preparedness against the threat of a nuclear war was just political theater. And with regard to its being theater, this is one of the problems that come with focusing on the hazard over the impact. So if we're just focusing on the nuclear threat, and that's why we should be prepared, and when we think, well, when we dismiss the nuclear threat, then we think we don't need to be prepared. Response should be hazard specific, but when people looked at civil defense efforts, some of them either didn't believe that the threat was real enough to worry about, so they decided they weren't afraid of the nuclear threat anymore, and they didn't want to spend taxpayer dollars on it, or they thought it was serious, but it was so serious that there was nothing you could do to prepare for it. The mutually assured destruction, that preparation was just not adequate or even possible. So support started dying off. And civil defense had the most support when it was socially beneficial. Now, this is as a civic responsibility. This plays into that. So it was a socially beneficial organization. It made it desirable to participate in. But with the change of the social landscape, a civil defense program like we had in the past just wouldn't even be feasible today, with how the communities leveraging other civic organizations. It wouldn't work. Even other civic organizations like the Boy Scouts or Elks Lodge or Ruritan and so on, they've all seen fewer members over the decades with less community and social support and backing. It used to be common and expected to participate in civic organizations. And with that expectation came the social pressure. So in order to fit in, civic engagement was one of the things that you would do. And that's civic engagement overall, not just as it relates to preparedness. So other than the past, when preparedness and self-reliance were part of everyday living, pre-industrial era, and contrary to now, when preparedness is seen as a fringe activity, the two times that there was a major focus on preparedness civilly were civil defense era during the nuclear age of the Cold War, and the second is the post 9/11 era. During this time, there was a resurgence of preparedness initiatives, usually as the typical style of emergency management, which is very much a top-down, policy-driven approach. One direct-to-individual program from the Federal Emergency Management Agency, FEMA, and delivered to individuals was the Community Emergency Response Team program, otherwise known as CERT. It was pretty reminiscent of civil defense, and it taught people you taught individuals basic emergency and incident management principles, first aid, fire safety and suppression, search and rescue, disaster psychology, and more. The program still exists now, but after several years of it being under FEMA and the Citizen Corps funding from the federal government dried up, and only municipalities or organizations who chose to fund the program themselves continued their CERT programs. Most CERT teams are affiliated with local government, with a local government organization. In some of the municipalities, the team members are augmentees to the official disaster response. They'll be expected to support the incident, but whatever work is being done by the professional responders, the CERT kind of fills in some of the gaps, backs them up, usually in support roles like traffic management or handling donations or treating minor injuries. Some organizations do shelter management with CERT or have them integrated in lots of events and incidents. In other municipalities, there's zero expectation of maintaining team membership or having team members show up during a disaster response or to deploy to the disaster scene. In those communities, it's a community service where people get trained, and if they continue to come to meetings, great. If they don't, still great, because they're a little pocket of preparedness out in the community. I personally like the CERT program. It's got this standardized curriculum, but for those teams that continue past the basic training or the volunteers that keep coming to meetings, it can be supplemented with lots of other skills. especially if you have local experts who can provide in-depth medical training or other preparedness and response training. It's not the only way to do preparedness, but it's a good way for municipalities or organizations to engage with citizens. And one reason the program wasn't maintained federally was because of the funding. When it comes to government funding, it's hard for them to justify spending money on something they can't quantify. So to determine whether or not the program is effective, they would need to prove that this training helped a certain number of people or helped in a certain number of disasters, but because there's no reporting database on who does what in which disaster, and what training they received, they can't really keep the data on that. I kind of view it the same way I view CPR training. We train tons of people in CPR all the time. So if we train massive amounts of people in CPR, then we can trust with reasonable certainty that it will benefit the community, even though it's extremely difficult to quantify how many people who were trained ended up using it as civilians in real life and how many lives were saved from it. So CERT could be seen as a civic organization, since volunteering is something most people would consider a civic responsibility. This was the only time, other than this during civil defense, that I know of that preparedness-related actions were seen by the public in general as a civic responsibility, and it was exclusive to these conditions. It's affiliated with a program that's sanctioned and implemented by the government. But more than that, it was because it was during an environment that people could mentally justify those actions. It goes back to preparing against specific hazards. Fear sells. I always talk in emergency management about how we fund what we fear. It's not how it should be, but it's how it ends up. In the post 9/11 era, it made sense to the government to fund the CERT program because they wanted people to be ready for terrorist attacks. It wasn't exclusively about terrorist attacks or how to prepare for them. It includes natural hazard preparation and lots of skills that are generally applicable. But that's the way it was mostly justified. And when people stopped being as afraid of terrorist attacks or political bargaining around anti-terrorism didn't have as much weight, the program was scaled back. In the civil defense era, it was the nuclear threat. Of course, that threat has never completely disappeared. But the perception and the fear around nukes has declined significantly since the Cold War. And maybe it's climbing back up a little bit right now. If we look at responding out of fear, then of course it's going to end up not getting perpetual support. Acting against what we fear is always a moving target. When we're afraid of something, there's always something more to be afraid of. It'll always be changing day to day. Yesterday's breaking news is forgotten by today's headlines that take its place. And usually it's just whatever is recent or current that we're afraid of. And it seems like it's the most pressing concern of our age, or that it's more common than other hazards because we're seeing it in front of our face. So we try to prepare against those things that we're afraid of. We support them socially and politically and fund them until we milk them dry. Remember what they say, never let a good emergency go to waste. If we try to look at it in a more sustainable way, focusing on our needs, understanding that those hazards are not the disaster, that the disaster is how the hazards impact us, and we can start to prepare with the understanding that the impact is on our needs, and prepare to meet those needs so we're more resilient overall. Even though it's a more sustainable way, it's still not a socially acceptable way. Preparedness has different negative associations from different people, usually because of the way it's been portrayed in media or the way that society has allowed it to be talked about. Going from the distant past, where everybody was self-reliant, to a time now where you're ostracized or criticized if you're self-reliant, is just a really interesting transition. And the way the public perceives preparedness will be a recurring topic here, I think, because I aim to fix it. I'm bridging the gap between emergency managers and preparedness and trying to get support from both sides. So back to looking at civic responsibilities related to preparedness. Most civic responsibilities are civic engagement through organizations or through your volunteering or being active in a church or a civic group, or even doing activism or protests or voting. All of these are typically viewed as a primary benefit to the community at large. And that's kind of why it's seen as a civic responsibility. It's for the body politic. It's for all of the people, where in contrast, something like a hobby is seen as something that is self-interested or selfish. Even if the hobbies are socially acceptable, something like golf doesn't necessarily benefit the community, but plenty of people enjoy it for their own benefit or for their own social engagement. On its own, it wouldn't be considered civic engagement or civic responsibility to play golf or to play Dungeons and Dragons or to whittle or play video games or go sailing. Most hobbies wouldn't be considered a civic responsibility, although it is typically considered healthy to have a hobby. Preparedness is also viewed as a hobby, but not really a socially acceptable hobby. It's seen as extreme or as an antisocial, selfish behavior. We started off with the idea people have of preparedness being selfish, but is it? Is it self-interested? Yes, because you're interested in yourself and making sure your needs are met. But when has that been a problem? In our age of self-care and self-love, it makes sense that we would also want to be self-reliant, but it's still not seen that way. Preparedness is something that has a positive effect on the community, but has an almost absolute negative perception by that same community. Even if there's an admission of some of the benefits of preparedness, it seems to come conditionally, even from fellow emergency managers who have a problem with their perception of why people prepare or how people prepare. Prepper is also a term that seems to mean anything except what the person doing it believes it to be. If you call yourself a prepper, anyone else gets to decide that you're paranoid, antisocial, etc. And you have to go through great lengths to try to explain what you mean by it. The default, though, is what other people mean by it. Preparedness has been associated with antisocial behaviors like hoarding or being a hermit, but wanting to live off-grid or isolated is not necessarily a negative to society. It may be considered antisocial in the fact that it's against conformist participation in society the way it is now, but it isn't necessarily a negative behavior or acting against society. It's just separating yourself from it for the off-grid types. And I think a lot more people are getting on board with that. A lot of people just want their own space and to be a little disconnected from the world. As far as hoarding goes, hoarding and preparedness are very much different things. Hoarding is getting things you don't need in an unhealthy way and a real mental illness. But preparedness is focused on your needs. Even if you have large amounts of those needs, like food or supplies, as long as you understand what you're getting it for and it meets your needs, there's nothing wrong with that. If you take supplies from other people, or if you take massive amounts of things during a shortage, that has a negative impact. It's a negative social behavior. But as we talked about in the last episode, that isn't preparing. That is responding poorly. There are way more unprepared people than prepared people, and it would be ridiculous to think that the unprepared people are the ones sitting peacefully at home watching news of only preppers at the stores fighting over limited resources. We know it's the unprepared people trying to get prepared, and that's not preparedness, that's poor response. When the shortage is occurring, your action should be to conserve and to lean on your preps, not to take from the limited resources available at the time. That's why focusing on your needs versus the current hazard you're afraid of helps you to have a broad scope of preparedness, helps you keep your mind focused on your needs, not on everything else that's going on. So if we look at preparedness as a civic responsibility, it's different than most civic responsibilities. I think in a way that works better, where most civic engagement and civic responsibilities have the primary benefit to the community and the secondary benefit to the self. If you're participating in a volunteer organization, then the primary benefit is to those receiving the volunteer work. The secondary benefit would be to you for your social engagement or the good feelings you get from helping people or the clout that you receive for participating in an organization. And that was similar to the first decade or so of civil defense. It was socially desirable to have a role in civil defense and to participate in the activities and to do that. In communities where it was integrated, it was a socially desirable, socially beneficial type of environment. So that helped people want to participate. But looking at preparedness alone outside of an organized method of doing it, like civil defense or CERT, it has a primary benefit to the individual. So it seems like it would fall on the hobby side of things. So what makes it a civic responsibility? How does it benefit the community? It's very simple. Preparedness, with a primary role of benefiting the individual, makes it so the individual and those the individual helps don't need to rely on the scarce resources of the community during a disaster. Nobody's going to force you to do it. It's not an obligation. It has to be done willingly. You won't be punished if you don't prepare, except natural consequences. It requires personal effort and sacrifice of your own time and money. But again, like a hobby, its primary benefit is for you. Its benefit to the community is a secondary but very important effect. Even without its being a benefit to the community, there's no negative impact on the community by being prepared. So at the very worst, you're taking care of yourself with nothing bad happening to anyone else because of it. Preparedness makes you less of a drain on resources in times of need, in disasters and emergencies, but it also makes you more capable of helping others. How many people in your community could call 911 right now and get a prompt response? Well, it depends on your community, and most of the time you get someone showing up pretty quickly. But during a regular day, it still takes very few calls to 911 to meet the capacity of the responders' resources available. There are mutual aid agreements with other jurisdictions, and that helps to fill the gaps. Volunteer, fire, and rescue help to shore up the numbers. But the more our communities and the individuals in them are prepared, the less they need those resources, and the less of a drain on society they are. They're a more capable people. We're more resilient, the more prepared we are. I don't know if this even needs to be said out loud, but if people are prepared, then they're less likely to need the help of other people. So even though preparedness at this time doesn't have a social or political backing as it did in the civil defense era, even though it was controversial at times, or even the support it had during the post 9/11 era, even though that was the time when the narrative against individual preparedness started getting pushed harder and more openly, it's still a civic responsibility. As a professional emergency manager, I may be applauded when an emergency response goes well because of what I've done to help the organization prepare. But when I do the exact same things, scale down for my home, I'm suddenly paranoid and crazy. It's just too extreme. I guess the difference is because people believe that personal preparedness is selfish, whereas being an emergency manager helps others. But I hope I've demonstrated that personal preparedness not only benefits others, but is a civic responsibility that we should take seriously, and which other emergency managers should support their communities in. This is a role that we need to take on, giving the information we have, the tools, resources, data. We do hazard assessments and risk assessments for the communities. Share that in digestible ways. Engage people where they are, not just setting up a booth at a community event, doing that, but more. learning about how people are perceiving things, helping them understand the impacts and focusing on their needs versus the hazards. Nobody is more responsible for you than you. Nobody is more responsible for your family than you. To expect others to care for you, to expect others to provide for you your basic necessities, especially during an emergency or disaster, during a time where scarce resources are spread thin and people's lives are at stake, is infinitely more selfish than to prepare. And it's time that we as a society recognize that. And remember, preparedness works. Hi, diddly ho, prepperinos. This is Nat the Preparedness Guy on Preparedness Works, the second best preparedness podcast in the world. Preparedness Works is part of the Readiness Lab, the place for podcasts, webinars, and training in the field of emergency and disaster services. I want to thank L3 Harris for their longtime support of the Readiness Lab. L3 Harris has provided technology and communication solutions to emergency responders all over the world. How do you know what to prepare for? Do you pick the most likely disaster or the most severe disaster? Zombies? All of the above? Shows like Doomsday Preppers might make you believe that the way to prepare is to just pick one catastrophic doomsday event that you think is most likely to happen. Even the CDC did a public service announcement 10 or so years ago that said something like, if you're prepared for a zombie apocalypse, you're prepared for anything. Well, then a power outage happens and it turns out you aren't prepared for everything. When some disaster or crazy event is happening somewhere in the world, especially when the news is giving it a lot of airtime, I often get asked the question, what should I be doing differently to prepare? My answer is pretty much always to do absolutely nothing different. That is, if you are already preparing based on your needs. In emergency management, there's an emergency management cycle. There are a few variations of it, but the most common one includes preparedness, response, recovery, and mitigation. Some people include prevention in there, so there are 5 things. Some people swap out prevention for mitigation and all sorts of different ways to do it. Some people consider prevention part of mitigation, or that mitigation is part of preparedness. Some people say that mitigation is part of preparedness and recovery, or that it can happen during preparedness, recovery, and response. Whew. Well, mitigation is any action to lessen the impact of the hazard, so I think it can happen at any stage. So regardless of all of that, if you boil the cycle down, it really comes down to what you do before, during, and after an emergency or disaster. Response is hazard-based because you deal with what you have, although there are some common principles you can apply to any response to any hazard. So planning and training for response to specific hazards is part of preparedness, but overall, preparedness should not be focused on the hazards. Preparedness should be based on your needs. So instead of looking at a doomsday scenario and trying to imagine it in your mind and come up with everything you'll need, you instead look at your needs and start preparing for those and how a hazard might impact them. Because it doesn't matter as much what the disruption is, it's how you're impacted by it. Part of the reason to focus on the need over the hazard is that if you focus on one hazard or scenario and it never happens, is it even worth doing? I'll argue that preparedness done well will always be worth doing because it enriches your life whether or not there is an emergency. Preparedness not done well can waste your time, waste your money, and it might add stress and anxiety to your life rather than alleviate it, which preparedness done well will do. Now, what is more important than the hazard is how it impacts you, specifically how it impacts your needs or the things that keep you alive and well. Is a tornado a disaster? No, it's not. A tornado can happen and have no impact and would therefore not be a disaster, right? So it's not always a disaster. What it is a natural hazard. A tornado is a natural hazard. In an empty meadow, it causes no real damage. But that same tornado in a neighborhood causes a disaster because of its impact. So look at your needs. Things like food, water, shelter, health, financial security, power and electricity, cooking, and a lot more. Figure out which needs are most vulnerable and prioritize those. And for each of your needs, create 4 different layers. Most people recognize 3 layers when it comes to preparedness, or at least food storage. They'll talk about short-term, mid-term, and long-term. So those are 3 of your layers. But you should also create a separate immediate needs layer. So if you're looking at food, you can have ready-to-eat emergency food or snacks in your immediate needs layer. These items will go into your emergency kit and will be used during an emergency when you may have other issues to deal with than making a home-cooked meal. Things like not dying. Your short-term needs can be met by the foods that you normally eat. And then as you go into mid or long-term, you find longer-lasting and more shelf-stable options of the same foods or ingredients, or you find a way to acquire more of that item. So in the short term, you may have fresh produce, as an example, in your refrigerator. And for the mid and long term, you might have frozen, canned, dehydrated, or freeze-dried fruits and vegetables. The same or similar foods preserved differently. You can also grow your own produce or figure out a way to get some produce from somebody who's growing them, and you provide them money or something else of value. So even though you don't store all the food, you may have the skills or means to grow your own or acquire your own. For most of your needs, you can break it down in those 4 layers. You prioritize your most vulnerable needs while making sure that you are also meeting the immediate needs for each of the needs listed. So if you look at all of your needs, look at the immediate needs so that you've got your emergency kit, 3 days worth of everything to meet all your needs, and then prioritize the most vulnerable. Food and water are always really easy targets to hit, and so it's some of the most vulnerable needs we have, especially because without them, you don't survive. So if you prioritize your most vulnerable needs, you make sure that you have your immediate needs layers met. That's how you prepare. So that takes us back to the whole "what should I do differently" question when the news is trying to scare us about something. And the answer is to do nothing different. When you get scared or think that something warrants a reaction and start acting on a perceived threat, you are no longer in the preparedness phase. Remember that cycle. You have transitioned from preparedness to the response phase. And it's usually not where you should be unless there is actually a direct impact on you. The news loves to make us scared. Social media drives fear-based messages. It's what gets ratings on the mainstream media. It's what gets likes and shares on social media. And as viewers or consumers, we're naturally drawn to negative or fearful messaging. Our brain wants to protect us from that sort of thing, so it's looking out for it all the time. Now, that's great when something dangerous is occurring right in front of you. But when we have those messages projected from the other side of the world or around the country directly into our brains through our phones, then we have to consciously remind ourselves that there's not a threat directly in front of us or impacting us, even though it feels like it. So if we look at some of the examples from the last few years, armed conflict all around the world, the way the media reports it, or people talk about it on social media, every skirmish or border dispute is the start of World War III. And you need to get ready to go Red Dawn and head for the hills. There was also that toilet paper shortage. The first thing, the media kept trying to blame preppers. I've got some screenshots, and it's ridiculous. They're trying to push the false narrative of equating preparedness with hoarding. But think about it this way. who is more likely to have been buying more toilet paper in that moment? The people who already have some toilet paper stored, or the people who don't, but are told by the media and Facebook that the shelves of toilet paper are soon going to be empty? Now, to be honest, most people, preppers or not, probably felt like they needed to get more toilet paper. So, when you are presented with new information or a new threat, how should you prepare differently? That's right, you shouldn't. Just focus on your basic needs. So if there is, in fact, a toilet paper shortage, and you decide you need to do something about it, when you're doing something and you're taking action, you're no longer in preparedness mode because you're responding to a threat or a hazard. You are in response mode. And it's important to know it because preparedness actions during response is not preparedness, it's just bad response. A similar thing happened on the East Coast a couple of years ago when some hackers did a ransomware attack on a fuel pipeline, shutting it down. Now, here's where the real problem happens. The fear-mongering online and by the media just makes a problem where there isn't one. Let's just make it clear that the media doesn't have the full story. I don't believe they care about the full story. They just want people watching. I don't know the last time I heard a retraction from the news media, but they report false information pretty much every day. Okay, this isn't meant to be a condemnation of the media. Their own actions do that thoroughly enough. However, this is meant to convey the idea that we seldom have any clue what is really happening in the world. The official sources don't always know, or they're not telling us. The news doesn't know. They're getting information as it's being fed to them. They're spinning it in a way that shows their view of it. We don't know what is really happening in our communities, across the country, or around the world. When we learn about something other than from the source itself, we're hearing a version of the story that almost always benefits the person telling it. The benefit could be likes, followers, money, influence, power, ratings, or whatever else. It could be votes. If we accept that the story we're hearing is biased, if we just kind of use that as a baseline, then the next step is to hopefully keep ourselves from reacting to information that we can assume is incorrect or incomplete. In the case of the fuel shortage, it was completely manufactured. Well, yes, the pipeline shut down because they were dealing with the ransomware in their systems, but there was already enough fuel on the East Coast in the fuel farms to last several weeks, if not a couple months. So even if the pipeline stayed shut down more than the couple days that it was shut down and nothing else was done to mitigate the outage, things could have been maintained for up to 2 months of regular usage before a real problem happens. But all the gas stations were still out of fuel. Why is that? Well, because when people heard about the shortage, they thought they wanted to be prepared. They decided to respond to it, and they did preparedness actions rather than response actions. So they went out to get as much fuel as they could. The demand for fuel went up significantly, but the supply stayed the same. The trucks were still making their regular routes, regular shipments. So making sure you have extra fuel is a preparedness action that you can do when there is plenty of fuel already and your extra fuel purchases won't negatively impact anything else. When it's response time and it comes to shortages, conservation is the name of the game. Conserve the fuel that you have instead of trying to acquire as much fuel as you can. Work from home, carpool, consolidate trips. That's how you start to conserve fuel. If you have your needs met already, then the impact of a hazard is less for you and fewer things meet the threshold of becoming an emergency. But by responding poorly, you are only adding to the situation instead of solving it. Disruptions occur all the time. You may need to go into response mode sometimes. That's perfectly reasonable, but do it when things are impacting you. Try to remember that we never hear the full story and that without good intelligence, the mission is a failure from the beginning. Don't act on bad intel. Don't get ambushed. Don't fall into a trap. Don't react to the negative things you hear about world affairs. They may affect you someday, but assess it. See if it is going to affect you. See if it has an impact on you and your needs. As long as you don't need to immediately respond for your own safety, then stay in preparedness mode and focus on your needs, not on your fears. And remember, preparedness works.
Well, folks, I hope you have enjoyed this whirlwind of a trip. I had a hell of a time listening to damn near 24 hours of content. Actually, I shouldn't say 24. I slept through some of it. I really appreciate you guys. I love that this has become a tradition for us. I want this to become something that we do yearly going forward. It's a great way to look back on all the great things and the shitty things that happened in 2023 and head forward to do all the great things. I want to say thanks to all, I think it was 20 content creators who gave content to this show. Thank you very much. Thanks to all the folks out there who joined us, who listened, who rung in the new year with us. Thanks to everybody out there who shared this on social media. I looked this morning and we had well over 1,000 views, 1,000 watches from all platforms between the two episodes. So thank you guys for that. This has just been one hell of a year. And you know what? Let's close out with this. I don't want you to forget how great of a community you are. And guys, the new year is here. Get up, get going, embrace your inner badass, accept the exponential power of doing one thing every single day and getting better at that every single day. No one's out there standing around waiting to fulfill all your dreams. You and you alone are responsible for making life exactly what you want it to be. Remember, it's all your fault. What happens to you isn't, but how you respond to everything in 2024 is 100% your fault. On December 31st, 2024, when someone looks you in the eye and says, wow, look at all the great things that have happened to you this year. I can't believe how it all came together for you. Must be nice. Must be nice to be healthy. Must be nice to have the business you want. Must be nice to have a full pantry. Must be nice to have the life you've always wanted. Look them dead in the eye and say, fuck yeah, it's nice. Now go out and make 2024 your bitch. Stay happy, stay healthy, and have a great year.